Vikir van Baskerville served as puppet and hunting dog of the noble house of Baskerville, following all the cruelest and most dangerous orders. He devoted his life to his family and father, but was unjustly accused of conspiring with a demon and ruthlessly executed as a victim of betrayal. Taking his last breath, Vikir decided that if he got a chance at a new life, he would no longer follow the path of a pathetic hunting dog. By some miracle, Vikir opened his eyes again and saw babies lying in cribs around him, and he couldn't understand where he was and what was going on around him. The child's constant crying and the heaviness in his body gave Vikir reason to think that his possible location was hell, where his soul had gone after the execution. However, the boy soon realized that he was not in hell, but in a place he knew well in the mansion of the Baskerville family, where his former life had been destroyed earlier. The head of the family, Hugo Le Baskerville, came to the nursery and scornfully examined the infants, calling them insignificant creatures unworthy of attention. Passing by the row of cribs, the man noticed that among all these children, there was not a single worthy one who could really interest him. But suddenly he stopped at one of the cribs where there was a baby he thought was different from the others, and this baby attracted him because it was the calmest. Hugo Le Baskerville then ordered his servants to carry all the infants to the cradle of blades, where each child must pass a test. Vikir, who found himself in the body of an infant, quickly recognized young Hugo Le Baskerville as the man who had been the main culprit of his death in his previous life. Vikir was flooded with memories of the past and remembered being a Baskerville hunting dog and growing up in harsh conditions as an illegitimate child. He did the dirtiest job of spying on threats, and all so that the seventh generation of the Baskerville family would become the strongest and most powerful in history. The reason for Hugo Le Baskerville's kindness was simple, for he cared only for the recognition of his family and the fact that his power was unquestionable and stable. 10 years have passed since the opening of the gates of the underworld. The battle ended in victory for humanity, but Vikir was betrayed and executed, putting his life on the line. Lying in his crib, the boy was seized with anger and a desire for revenge against those who had ruined him. However, as an infant, he realized that so far his chances were nil. But when he heard that the babies were going to be sent to the Cradle of Blades, he realized that this was his chance to become stronger and gain the power he lacked. The Cradle of Blades was one of the trials for the children of Baskerville, where they were thrown into a maze of sharp swords to prove their mettle. At the end of the labyrinth was the river Styx, which according to legend could turn a child's body into steel, but not all babies could get to that river. In order to reach the river Styx the fastest, the children needed to pass directly through the dangerous barrier of spiral blades. Wading through the sword blades, Vikir remembered how in his past life his own brothers had prevented him from reaching the river, but now things would be different. Watching the ordeal, Hugo Le Baskerville and the rest of the family watched in amazement as one of the children was able to pass through the swords and jump into the Styx. While in the water, Vikir decided that he would stay there as long as possible to receive the blessing of the river Styx, for its waters changed his body down to the bones. As the air began to run out, Vikir began to feel unbearable pain, but decided to endure it to get all the power the river could give him. Mr. Hugo's servants became concerned, fearing that the boy might not survive if he stayed in the water too long, and offered to get him out. Hugo went to the manager, John Barrymore, and asked how long the child had been in the river, to which he replied that it had been about 7 minutes. The head of the Baskerville family assumed that Vikir would not be able to get out, but when he came to the water and saw him, he ordered his son to swim to the surface. Hearing Hugo's voice, Vikir decided not to give up and drink as much water from the river as he could to absorb all the power of the Styx available to him. At that moment, his breathing began to break, but Vikir continued to think only of how to stay underwater as long as possible despite the hellish pain. When Hugo pulled his son out of the water, he was very surprised that the child had not just dipped into the water for strength, but had decided to absorb it to become stronger. Hugo then asked Supervisor Barrymore what the name of the child he was holding was, and the man replied that the child's name was Vikir van Baskerville. Looking at the unconscious boy, the head of the clan noted that his son was born determined and greedy for power, which clearly sets him apart from other children. The boy decided to follow a secret path to build up his strength and power so that at the decisive moment he could eliminate Hugo and put an end to his long suffering. Vikir van Baskerville has vowed to wipe the House of Baskerville off the face of the earth with his own hands to avenge all that happened to him in his past life. In a past life, it was known to many that the illegitimate son of Hugo Le Baskerville possessed outstanding talents and incredible abilities. Already at the age of 8, the boy was dubbed a genius for his high merits, although in his family he still continued to be considered a common and second-rate child. By the age of 20, Vikir had begun to fulfill the tasks of spying and eliminating all undesirables, but this did not rid him of his feelings of inferiority. By opening the gates to the underworld in his 30s, Vikir caused an invasion of demons that he fought, destroying those by the hundreds, which led to the conclusion of the great battle. However, at the age of 40, Vikir was rewarded for his devotion as a hunting dog, but his reward was false accusations and execution by guillotine. Upon opening his eyes, Vikir realized that he was back in the crib in the nursery, hence his ordeal in the river Styx had been quite successful. Rolling over onto his stomach, Vikir realized that his new start in this life was better than the previous one, giving him an advantage he didn't have before. Suddenly, a strange woman entered the room with a beautiful box in her hands, and Nanny asked the one for what purpose my lady had brought the box to Vikar's cradle. Without answering, my lady left the box and left the room, after which Vikir thought that gifts were never given to illegitimate children and suspected something wrong. Left alone with the box, the boy saw a bloody mamba crawling out of it, and this poisonous snake headed straight for him, preparing to strike. Looking at the snakes, Vikir remembered that only a few women of the Baskerville family were given the title of My Lady and realized that this was an attempt on his life. Assuming that all the children in the cradle could be harmed, the boy decided to confront the snakes before him to prevent tragedy in that room. Vikir was the first to attack, grabbing 2 snakes by the heads to mercilessly disarm them, for he had sworn that he would destroy all who stood in his way. The next day, the servants of the Baskerville family came to Vikar's cradle and were astonished to find the child sleeping under the bodies of torn, breathless snakes. Looking into the cradle, the servants looked at the peacefully sleeping baby, who was in no way bothered by the remnants of the poisonous creatures, and rumors about him quickly spread. That same day, all the nannies working the night shift were subjected to brutal interrogations, but it was impossible to find out how the snakes ended up in the baby's cradle. Only Vikir knew the truth about what had happened that night, and he wasn't going to share that information with anyone around him. 8 years had passed since that incident, and Vikir sat in class with the other children listening intently to the teacher, who began to explain the topic of swordmasters. Looking at the students, the teacher talked about the classification of swordsmen, saying that beginners don't know how to use mana and experts can control that. The teacher went on to explain that graduates were already able to emit liquid aura from their swords, while masters could turn mana into a solid substance. Masters, on the other hand, were those people who are able to alter mana and control it as they wish, making them some of the strongest swordsmen of all. Then the teacher noted that the head of Hugo Le Baskerville was a master of the sword, which amazed the students very much because such people are very rare. Realizing that Hugo already possessed incredible strength, Vikir decided that he needed to urgently regain his strength to be ready for the upcoming battle. Suddenly, the teacher noticed that Vikir was thinking and was once again convinced that the boy who had received the gifts of the river Styx stood out from the other students. Looking at him, the teacher thought that Hugo would be happy about his son's development if he knew about it, but the boy was thinking about how soon he would be able to eliminate his father. At the same moment, the 3 boys looked at Vikir angrily, and it was obvious that their intentions were not friendly. After class, the trio took Vikir to the storeroom and, calling him a half-breed, they claimed to know of his bastardy and began to humiliate him. The boys also mentioned that he was rumored to have spent 7 minutes in the river Styx, and while still an infant was able to destroy poisonous snakes in the cradle. Looking at these tomboys, Vikir remembered that they had haunted him in his past life, and it was they who had bullied him after false accusations. The brothers' names were Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow, and they were known as Hugo Le Baskerville's Trident, and were each 1 year older than Vikir. The boys accused Vikir of lying, and said that he did not like them, and realizing that friendship with them will not be, and in this life he decided to eliminate those. Suddenly, one of the brothers held a knife to Vikir's face, saying that if his body was really like steel, he would be safe from being stabbed. Brother Highbrow beckoned to Lowbrow, and he immediately knew what to do, and quickly grabbed Vikir and blocked his breath, intending to abuse him. Vikir immediately assessed the level of their cruelty and made sure that the rumors about them were true, and these annoying brothers know no mercy. After 3 minutes, the brothers were worried, for they did not believe in the delusional legend of the river Styx and Vikira, and were sure that the boy would not last long. But even after 10 minutes, Vikir continued to hold on, and the brothers were horrified at what was happening, and realizing that the legend was true, began to panic. Lowbrow, who continued to hold the boy, refused to believe in the veracity of the legend and did not want to let go of him, but Vikir also continued to stand still. Realizing their precarious position in the situation, the brothers asked Lowbrow to let Vikir go because there was no point in their actions anymore. Letting go of the boy Lowbrow before he knew it, something terrible had happened, and he looked at his hand in horror. Screaming in terrible pain, the boy immediately grabbed his hand, and when the brothers asked Vikir what he had done to Lowbrow, he immediately spit out their brother's finger. Wiping the blood from his face, Vikir smiled wickedly and reminded him that it was the brothers who first got to him and started using dirty methods. However, the 2 brothers said they were not afraid of Vikir, but Lowbrow was not so confident in his abilities, because he had lost a finger and was very scared. But the brothers didn't take it for granted to support Lobro, and said they would later go to the priest to have the finger put back in place, but Vikir said they wouldn't leave. One of the brothers was angry at the words Vikir had spoken, and immediately attacked him with a knife, trying to punish him for his insolence. Shouting that Vikir was a year younger than them and trying to show his superiority, his brother stabbed his opponent in the stomach. However, the attack was useless as the knife only cut Vikir's clothes, but did not do any damage to him, thanks to the effect of the river Styx. After knocking the knife out of the boy's hand and breaking him, Vikir reminded him that in the Baskerville family, age is of no importance, for strength and talent are more important. Looking angrily at his opponent and not letting go of his hand, the boy offered to have fun, hinting at a continuation. The frightened brother cried out in fright, and asking if the rumors of his power were true, never got an answer from Vikir. Deciding not to explain anything to the boy, Vikir immediately struck a strong blow to the boy's face, knocking him to the floor. The brothers froze in fear as they saw Hybro collapsed on the floor with a broken nose, worried for their lives and not understanding what they should do next. But one of the brothers decided not to hold back his rage and prepared to avenge his injured brother and clenched his fists ready for a fight. Before Middlebrow could even lift a finger, Vikir had already knocked him to the floor with a single leg kick, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Realizing that Vikir was not joking, the brothers screamed in fear, but the boy told them not to worry because they would be fine once they were treated. Picking up one of the brothers' knives from the floor, Vikir said he wouldn't let them out of the room anytime soon, and if they resisted, they would be left crippled. Holding the knife in his hands, the boy still decided to change the rules of his game, saying that he would be magnanimous and let one of the brothers out of the room. The frightened brothers asked which of them he would let out, but Vikir threw a knife in front of them and hinted that it was up to them to decide among themselves. Leaving the room, the boy turned around and said that he wasn't going to wait long, and those should decide sooner if they wanted any of them alive. The brothers looked at each other apprehensively and began to argue, for they really thought that only one of them would be able to get out of the room alive. Standing outside the door, Vikir listened to the brothers fight, and was glad that he had been able to sow discord in such a friendly and unbreakable trident of Baskerville. Some time later, Barrymore was giving an account to Hugo of the Ruby Mines where the bloodshed of the Morgue family had taken place, for those claiming ownership of those. Hugo replied that Morgie would soon come to the negotiations and asked if there was any more news, to which Barrymore replied that Vikir had won first place in the calligraphy contest. The head of the family was pleasantly surprised by this news and his son's success and asked the superintendent when the school children would have their practical test. Barrymore responded that the tests will take place in 5 days, and right now the young knights are on a mission trip preparing for those. Visibly nervous, the steward also informed Hugo of the recent big fight that had taken place among his descendants in the palace. Hearing this, Hugo was very surprised and asked the manager if there were any casualties in the situation. The man replied that there were no casualties but that Highbrow lost his teeth, Middlebrow had his jaw damaged, and Lowbrow had lost the index finger on his left hand. The manager said that the treatment was provided, but the brothers have psychological traumas, and the head asked how it happened to those who were very friendly. Barrymore surprised Hugo by answering that it was because of the winner of the calligraphy contest, Vikir, who brought the brothers to this state. The boy was then called into Hugo's office to discuss the fight, and he was very calm and ready to be questioned by his father. Upon seeing the boy, the head said that he had grown a lot, and Vikir greeted his father, calling him Mr., which surprised him. Looking at Vikir, Hugo said that he had heard that he had hurt the 3 brothers, to which the boy replied that he had heard that they had been treated. The head looked at his son and said that the problem lies in the boy's mental traumas, because since that moment the brothers no longer communicate. Vikir was told that the 3 brothers did well in their exams, but they stopped eating together to talk, and the relationship between them soured after that incident. Hugo asked Vikir if he thought his behavior was inappropriate, because it was because of him that the quarrel had started, but the boy would not admit his guilt. Vikir confidently stated that he considers himself much stronger than his brothers and does not admit his guilt, because strong people do not make mistakes. The man then asked his son if he felt guilty because the brothers had recently visited him and said they forgave the boy generously. Vikir smiled haughtily at hearing the words of forgiveness and remembered an incident from his past life. In the past, the last surviving daughter of the Baskerville family, being a nun, came to Hugo and told him that she forgives him for all his sins. Hugo looked at her with contempt and cruelty and answered her words with that single phrase. With a crazed look, Vikir uttered the very phrase Hugo said that forgiveness is just an excuse for weak people who are incapable of revenge. Hearing his son's words, the head immediately recognized the motto of the Baskerville family and praised the boy for remembering this important truth. With that, Hugo smiled contentedly and turned to Barrymore with orders. Pointing to Vakir, he told him to bring him any snacks he wanted, but warned his son not to be greedy and take as many as he could carry. The boy thanked his father, calling him Mister again, and asked if he could have the chocolate. Then Vakir and Barrymore headed for the exit, but suddenly Hugo addressed the boy again, calling him son. Looking after the boy, the man wished him good luck and told him to do well in the upcoming midterm exam. In conclusion, Hugo smiled and said that Vakir had no right to lose to his relatives, but Vakir did not consider the words of the head sincere, because he understood that he was treated as a consumable, and clenched his teeth in anger and said that he would try. Soon, Barrymore and Vakir arrived at the warehouse where the chocolate was stored, which was enjoyed by the female gourmets of the Morgue family. After looking at the shelves, the manager said that it was hard to get such a product, but Vakir replied that he didn't want ready-made processed chocolate. Turning and looking at the cooks, the boy asked for the most flavorful cocoa beans to be brought to him. Manager Barrymore and the cooks looked at Vakir in surprise, not understanding why he needed beans. Soon the boy was brought a bag of red-flavored beans known as blood beans. While Vakir tasted the beans, the cook told him that this kind of bean was very flavorful, and that just one piece could make up to 100 liters of chocolate. Barrymore didn't notice the boy's bitterness, and decided that he just liked chocolate so much that he ate the bitter beans raw. Looking at the boy, the manager thought that he was really an unusual and exceptional person for choosing only beans, although he could have taken something more valuable. The cook then asked if the beans needed to be processed for Vakir, but the boy said he would take them as they were. Fixing his glasses, Barrymore thought that Vakir had a rather strange preference for his age, since children usually liked sweet chocolate. However, the boy did not need the beans for consumption, because he was going to use them for a practical test that would take place in 5 days. Vakir already knew that on this particular day, something unprecedented before, and something no one expected would happen in the Baskerville family. The Baskerville family was known around the world as the Berserk family, because of the harsh upbringing their children were subjected to from an early age. To develop physical strength, children had to run up steep hills, and were not allowed to rest or sleep before a set time. To adapt to the harsh conditions and harsh environment, children had to fall asleep surrounded by the lifeless bodies of monsters or their descendants. When the children reached the age of 8, the hardest phase of training for young hunting dogs began, which is why they were nicknamed the Berserk family. Soon the day of the practical exam arrived, and the young hunting dogs gathered at Red Black Mountain to be tested. The mountain was at the edge of the Baskerville family's territory, and was full of horrible and cruel monsters. In front of the children stood a man who was the tutor of the Baskerville family named Pavlov Van Baskerville, and looking at the young dogs he addressed them with a speech. The man reported that the main task of those would be to hunt strong and dangerous monsters and be able to survive on the mountain for a month without injury or loss. To get 90 points, the boys need to be able to keep their lives unharmed to survive the battle with the monster and stand alone. There was also another additional way to earn points by taking a badge from another participant in this exam. However, no one can get 100 points because Hugo's teaching stated that a swordsman loses his life when he indulges in vanity. Pavlov warned the children not to go beyond the restricted area and said that the mentors would covertly observe them and evaluate their actions. After the introductory briefing, the 2 participants looked at Vakir, recognizing him as a man who had survived the ordeal in the River Styx and the attack of snakes in the cradle. They also remembered that the boy had gotten the highest score on the written test, and they were eager to see how he would do on the practical exam. Looking at the surroundings of Red Black Mountain, Vakir remembered that he had been here in his past life and had passed the test then, so he was confident of his success now. The 3 brothers were also present at the exam, and when they saw Vakir, they immediately turned away because they were afraid to even look at him after the incident. Finally, Pavlov took out a bell and announced that the exam would begin at his call and wished all participants good luck. The next second, the bell rang, and the children instantly scrambled from their positions and rushed towards the dangerous challenges. One of the participants decided to take a favorable spot right away by going to where he was last year. The other boys followed him because no one said you had to stand the test alone and you could take points away from your opponents. The brothers also set out to pass the tests, arguing with each other about everything, because their seemingly strong alliance had been destroyed by Vakir's efforts. Observing the participants, Pavlov thought that it was quite a cruel test, because eliminating rivals is not recommended, but it is not forbidden. Since points are deducted for eliminating other participants, children are likely to try to do it with other people's hands or with the help of monsters, sicking those. Mentor Pavlov looked at the departing children and hoped that there would be as few casualties as possible and that the mentors would keep a good eye on those. Soon, Vakir was already being followed by one of the mentors who noticed that the boy was heading towards the border with the Mehagim district. Looking at the boy intently, the man wondered what skills this genius who had stood out among the other children since childhood would demonstrate. Walking over to a huge tree, Vikir began to explore the area around him, and looking around, he noted that the ground was very soft. Vikir was not in a hurry to pass the tests. He was thinking about where he could enjoy his rest, and watching his mentor was surprised because he expected him to be active. However, the boy took a leisurely walk through the woods and gathered wood to make a fire to cook his meal. At the same time, other participants passed the tests and fought for their superiority, trying to show all the strength and skill. Vikir, on the other hand, was setting up camp and arranging a comfortable place to sleep while waiting for darkness to fall. Brother Trident of Baskerville was at this time fighting a huge and harsh bear that had gotten in their way. The young Vikir finished building his shelter and lay down to rest, not even thinking about heading to the trials. The mentor who was watching the boy was disappointed in his actions, for he had hoped that Vikir, being a genius, should show extraordinary skill and show himself. The man had already lost count of how many days the boy had spent in this place resting and getting only food and firewood and wasting time. Thinking that the rumors of Vikir's genius were exaggerated, the mentor decided that there was no point in guarding him any longer and left the place. However, the boy had purposely built up an image of a slacker for a man and was pleased to notice that his mentor had finally left and could get down to his business. Staring at the fire, Vikir thought of a memory from his past life that suddenly popped into his mind. This memory concerned how he was told about blood beans being the best remedy for removing meat weeds. Throwing cocoa beans into the fire, Vikir said that now that the outsiders were gone, everything was finally ready for his plan. Surprisingly, the boy had managed to prepare many traps despite his mentor's observation, and now he was ready to hunt. After a few days, the boy had reached the dangerous and uncharted territories of this forest and was rapidly heading forward. Looking around, he remembered that in a past life he had often visited these lands during reconnaissance missions. There was a smell of burning, and many of the trees were charred, so Vikir was sure he had finally found the right place. Suddenly the boy stopped because something caught his attention, and he looked in that direction and froze in place. Not far from his location, Vikir found burning feces that could only be left by one monster from this area. At the same moment, a huge flaming monster appeared in front of him, and the boy said that he was glad to see him again, because they had already met in a previous life. This monster was a dog named Hellhound, and this infernal creature exuding aggression was clearly not thrilled that we had entered his territory and disturbed him. Hellhound was known as a dangerous adversary bringing disaster to anyone in his path, and the fire of that could easily turn everything to ash. In a previous life, as an 18-year-old, Vikir had almost managed to catch this monster. But now, as an 8-year-old, he realized that their forces were unequal. This time, however, the boy knew the secret way to defeat Hellhound, for this dog had several weaknesses. As the battle began, Vikir skillfully dodged the dog's first attack, and before it could get a hold of him, he was behind the boy. This was Hellhound's first weakness, for he could only move in a straight line and had difficulty making sharp and sudden turns. Then, opening a water bottle, Vikir poured out the contents in front of him, which turned out to be a second weakness, because otherworldly monsters can't even tolerate shallow water. Under such conditions, the dog's speed is greatly reduced, and he begins to slowly approach while exposing his dangerous abilities. When the monster came almost close to Vikir, it opened its jaws, and that was the third weak point, and then the boy discreetly dipped his hand into his pocket. Quickly taking out his hand, he threw the contents of that one directly into the Hellhound's mouth. Vikir then dodged the Hellhound's attack again, and the monster flew past him without hitting its target. Suddenly stopping, the monster's eyes widened, and he realized that something strange was happening to him. Then Hellhound collapsed to the ground, and holding a cocoa bean in his hand, Vikir said that chocolate is poison to dog-like monsters. Especially poisonous was the blood bean, which could be used to make 100 liters of chocolate, which is why it had an instant effect on the dog. Unveiling his sword, Vikir smiled ironically and said that even the Hellhound himself couldn't handle ordinary chocolate. Realizing that the stomach and heart were the first to be affected, the boy said his target was the kidneys, which were weaker and not protected by hard ribs. Taking out his sword, Vikir, with a cold stare, ruthlessly pierced the already lifeless body of the dangerous monster. After that, a mysterious blue haze began to emerge from the cut on the monster's body, aiming upwards. When eliminating monsters in the body of those, accumulates experience and karma in the form of such smoke that must be absorbed to strengthen their physical strength. After absorbing the monster's karma, Vikir rejoiced and said that melee combat is easier for him now, and at this rate he'll make up for all the time he lost before he was 18. Looking at the hound again, Vikir wondered what Hugo's expression would be when he found out that an 8-year-old boy had been able to defeat the monster. The boy was sure that the first place in the practical test would definitely be for him, and the award for the first place had already been determined. The reward gave such power that Vikir could not have dreamed of in his previous life, but now he had it in his hands, so he was very happy. As the boy pondered whether to take the monster's head as a trophy and proof of his victory, A strange noise sounded behind him. He turned around and saw the same hounds as the monster he had defeated lying nearby. Vikir realized that they had come to the cries of their kin and most likely intended to avenge him. However, the boy was not afraid, and taking the monster's head in his hand, said that he was not going to stop, and said that there were enough bloody beans for all the dogs. But suddenly the hellhounds froze in fear, as if they saw before them someone far more powerful and frightening than themselves. Surprised at the reaction of the monsters, Vikir thought that these formidable creatures could hardly be afraid of an 8-year-old child. Remembering that by nature hellhounds are willing to forfeit their lives but never miss their prey, Vikir realized it wasn't him they feared. Then Vikir turned around and saw standing behind him an opponent far more dangerous than the hounds. The boy's new opponent was the creepy Cerberus, considered the most dangerous A+ level monster, who glared menacingly at him. The frightened Vikir couldn't understand what Cerberus was doing here on the first ridge, if his usual habitat was the 7th ridge. The boy looked closely and noticed that Cerberus was badly wounded, and his body was shot with many arrows, and he was bleeding. Looking at the arrows sticking out of the body of the ghastly monster, Vikir assumed that someone was desperately trying to catch it. Vikir remembered that there was a wild tribe on the other side of the mountain, and most likely Cerberus had fled from them and made it as far as the first ridge of the mountain. The boy realized that before him presented a unique chance because this strong monster was wounded, and he must eliminate it at any cost. Normally, Vikir always hid his true powers from the Baskerville family without showing that his swordsmanship had reached the expert level. The boy at his age had already mastered the 3 arts of the Baskerville family, reaching a level accessible to others only in adulthood. With his sword held firmly in his hand, the confident Vikir rushed to attack the wounded Cerberus, striking each of its 3 heads in turn. The boy relentlessly delivered powerful blows to the monster's head, hoping that his skill and physical strength would lead to victory. Battles with monsters in his past life have made Vikir an experienced fighter, and his skill has grown to unprecedented levels. The boy's body strengthened by the river, Styx gave him an advantage in stamina, and so he continued to strike Cerberus's head. However, Vikir miscalculated a bit because his sword suddenly broke and he realized that he may have miscalculated, but it was too late. At that moment, the monster attacked the boy, catching him with its claws, and Vikir's second inattention led to such a sad outcome. The very next moment, a powerful blow from Cerberus's claws threw Vikir backwards and he hit a tree, seriously injuring himself. The boy began coughing up blood from his injuries, realizing that the wounds received in this battle were too heavy for his young body. Soon after Vikir opened his eyes, he didn't immediately realize what had happened to him, and remembering what had happened, he was very frightened. Then, seeing Cerberus in front of him, the boy realized that for a while he had lost consciousness, and was now in an extremely difficult situation. Abruptly feeling pain in his left arm for a second, Vikir thought he had lost it, but looking at it, he realized it was a deep wound. Looking at the horrible Cerberus, he thought that despite that monster's wounds, he should have done more damage, and perhaps he was saved by the effect of the river Styx. At that moment, Cerberus swung at the boy, but he managed to get up and dodge the attack, realizing that he couldn't take a second blow. It was obvious that this battle would be extremely difficult, but Vikir, with his experience as a hunter, was confident that he could find a way out of this difficult situation. Realizing that fleeing would be the best option, Vikir, with all his might, rushed to escape from that, relying on Cerberus's weakened body to save himself. Shortly after the boy started to run away, he saw a fence in front of him and realized there was a safe zone beyond that and rushed in that direction. Jumping over the fence, Vikir hoped that his prearranged trap would work and victory would be in his hands, otherwise he might not come out of this forest again. Continuing to run at full speed, he desperately searched for his trap, knowing that the place he was aiming for must be somewhere nearby. Finally, the mark he left before he left appeared before Vikir's eyes, and he realized he was very close to his goal. Chased by the creepy monster that had almost caught up with him, the boy kept telling himself that there was only a little bit left to run. When Vikir was almost there, he realized it was time to act, and with all his might, he pushed himself off the ground and jumped up. With this jump, the boy managed to put some distance between himself and the creepy and enraged Cerberus. But the next second, Cerberus caught up with him, and the monster's jaws nearly closed and nearly took the boy's head off. At that very moment, the monster let his guard down, and before he could devour the boy, he felt the ground beneath him begin to fail, and he was trapped. At the same time, Vikir flew over the area, dodging this trap, and was safe, and Cerberus was caught. Looking at the angry but helpless monster, the boy realized that his trap called the Cradle of Blades had worked, and Cerberus had been disarmed. Vikir didn't expect that a trap prepared to fight a pack of hellhounds would be used to catch the more dangerous Cerberus, and rejoiced. Realizing that Cerberus belonged to the dog-like monsters, the boy knew that the bloodbean extract would be an effective poison against that as well. Seeing that Cerberus had not yet left this world, Vikir realized that he was only alive because he was a high-ranking being and took his spear and decided to end his suffering. Already in the next second, the boy threw a wooden spear at his opponent using all his agility and strength. However, when the spear reached the monster, it did not pierce the monster's body, but only damaged the skin and flew away. After the boy's attack, the formidable and merciless beast growled loudly, signaling that he could expect no mercy. When the monster climbed out of the pit and headed towards Vikir, the boy didn't even move from his seat and started counting the steps of the one. When Cerberus reached the boy, he had already counted to 7, and after taking his last breath, the monster fell in front of Vikir and left this world. With a sigh of relief, Vikir realized that the rumors about the 7 steps were true, and before him lay the defeated Cerberus. That wooden spear that Vikir threw at his opponent was a little different from normal spears. This spear had been treated with a poison stashed by Vikir as a child, and it was the poison of the blood mamba, after which it was impossible to walk more than 7 steps. Suddenly a blue glow appeared around the boy's hand, and he felt Cerberus's energy and realized that finally, all 3 monster heads had left this world. Vikir didn't know how to carry the monster away, but if he could prove that he had fallen from the spear, then his mentor would definitely confirm his success, because he had seen the spear in his possession. However, the boy has another more important thing to do, as the Cerberus guards its territory, so the dungeon with the treasure must be somewhere nearby. This dungeon was an unknown space full of treasures where various powerful monsters could occasionally dwell. Realizing that Cerberus was gone, and the dungeon was likely empty, Vikir still smeared himself with feces to avoid fighting the other monsters. The boy decided to follow the tracks and remnants of Cerberus's drool to be sure to stay on the path to the dungeon. Using such tactics, the boy soon found himself in front of a mysterious entrance to the dungeon where a creepy monster used to live. Going inside the dungeon, the boy remembered how he had been here in his past life. But since he found it 10 years later, there was nothing left inside. Now there was something of value in this postdemel. Vikir sensed it by the smell of mana hidden behind the smell of rot. Obviously, no one had been here yet. Fascinated by his thirst for discovery, Vikir was not frightened by the lack of light and the depth of the dungeon, and confidently moved forward towards his goal. As the boy continued on his intended path, he was very interested in what treasures might await him there. As Vikir descended deeper into the dungeon, he noticed that ruby veins stretched across the wall, most likely connected to a mountain called Red Shiloh. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of the boy, and he thought it was the innards of the postdemel, and he had reached the very bottom of it. As he got closer, Vikir was blinded by a bright light that made him cover his face with his hand. When the boy went inside, he saw before him a huge underground hall, where there was a mysterious glowing stone that dazzled with its light. As he approached the gem, Vikir thought that it was quite bright inside, most likely due to the mana flowing into the ruby. Standing next to the glowing ruby, Vikir suddenly lowered his gaze down and marveled at what he saw there. In front of Vikir was a human skeleton with blade marks and bloodstains on it, and a piece of paper that was completely scribbled on it. The letter spoke of a man whose name was Gain, and the script on the sheet was passed down through the generations in the Baskerville family, and apparently this man was of their lineage. The mystery man Gain said in a letter that he left this note in the hope that future generations would not repeat his mistake. This stone cave was mentioned in their family legends, and the man and his younger brother Abel discovered the place by accident and stumbled upon the dungeon. After destroying countless monsters, they reached this hall and found here the last task that bound their feet for many 3 years. Reading the letter, Vikir marveled that the thirst for treasure had kept the men here for 3 years, and apparently the last mission was indeed in this cave. Looking at the red ruby, the boy thought that this was the last task, for it was written on the pedestal that 2 will come here, and only 1 will leave. Gain wrote that he and his twin brother pondered this frightening phrase for a long time and eventually came to a unified answer. The brothers thought that being originally one and having been split in 2 at birth, they had to become one again to get what they wanted and get out. So the men speculated that it could mean that only one of the brothers would be able to get what they wanted and get out of the dungeon. Having come to this gruesome conclusion, the brothers clashed in a fierce battle, and in the end, Gain won by taking the life of his brother Abel. However, even after this terrible incident when the man was alone in the cave, he did not notice any changes. Gain didn't want to believe that by daring to commit such a cruel act and being left alone in this cave, he still didn't get what he wanted. After much regret, the man decided to leave this dungeon and leave a message to his descendants to protect them from a similar fate that befell him. Gain strongly advised to get out of this dungeon at once, because this bloody lair only mocks people who will get nothing here. Disappointed, Vikir realized that the man meant to say that he had come all the way here and was left with nothing, but he didn't have a twin brother. Then the boy thought that the essence of the assignment did not change from this, and most likely Gain and Abel did not decipher the assignment correctly. As Vikir continued to think hard about this task, He was sure that there were no impassable dungeons, and as he approached the skeleton, a shadow reflected from its body. Then he realized what the answer was and how stupid the brothers had been. Because they were two of them, they were stereotyped and couldn't come to a decision. The correct answer to the question was in the post-demial itself, where the light-colored stone cave contrasted with the dark corridor. On the way to the cave, the man is swallowed up by the darkness in the corridor, but upon entering the cave he encounters the light of the ruby and splits into two, casting his shadow. When darkness falls again, then the last level of the stone cave is opened, and recognizing that the answer was a shadow, the boy broke the ruby with his hand. After Vikir shattered the red stone, the shards of it floated up and began to emit a mysterious energy and a bright red-pink light. Looking in front of him, Vikir realized that it was the relic of the devil's lair that had caused the brothers to fight and risk each other's lives. From the shards arose a mysterious sword called Beelzebub, and on the pedestal it was stated that only a man of the Baskerville family would be able to pull it out. When he saw the sword, Vikir wondered if it was an artifact, for remembering his past life as a child, he had seen references to it in the pages of a mythical book. According to ancient myths, the voracious fly Beelzebub was an unprecedented demonic monster that invaded the continent. It was said that the world had been swallowed up by a terrible demonic constellation known to all as the Seven Great Disasters. Then, the heads of the 7 clans opposed to prevent the 7 great calamities, and each of them dealt with a demonic constellation. Demonic constellation with which faced the head of the family Baskerville was exactly the constellation of gluttony called Beelzebub. The remains of the defeated Beelzebub were kept in the estate of the Baskerville family, and based on legend, it was said that these remains could summon other demons. In the end, the legend was true, and the sword fell into the wrong hands, causing a great number of people to fall on the battlefield. Grasping the hilt of the sword, Vikir said that this would not happen in this life, for this sword would now be his property. Suddenly, the sword turned into streams of infernal energy, and having lost its physical shell, enveloped the hand of the boy who had not expected such a turn of events. The energy began to ebb and flow into Vikir's brush, and was soon completely consumed by it. Then a demonic sword that was one with his body emerged from the boy's hand. Upon reuniting with the weapon, Vikir rejoiced that this sword was made from the demonic constellation Beelzebub, and realized that he was very lucky to get his hands on it. Looking at the sword and rejoicing in his success, the boy wondered how strong one could become in this life with this weapon. Looking around carefully, Vikir realized that there was nothing else of value in the cave, and it was time for him to leave. Suddenly the boy felt something strange, for inexplicable things began to happen to his body. As he fell to the floor, Vikir couldn't understand what he was feeling at the moment, for it was like intense hunger and dizziness at the same time. The demonic sword that had penetrated the boy's hand began to make eerie sounds, begging to be fed. At last, the exhausted boy got out of the cave, but a terrible hunger continued to disturb him, and his sense of smell increased because of his appetite. Suddenly, the demonic sword possessed Vikir's hand and pointed it in the direction from where the smell of food was coming from. The boy, unable to fight Beelzebub and influenced by Beelzebub, headed down the path he had been given. Soon, the demonic weapon led him to the lifeless body of Hellhound, whom the boy had eliminated a little earlier. Beelzebub immediately pointed his blade at the monster's body and began sucking the blood of the one, and at that moment the boy's damaged organs began to recover. Vikir suggested that the soil and trees of Red Mountain might have dried up because of Beelzebub's hunger, and now it was necessary to quench his thirst because they depended on each other. Soon, Beelzebub was satiated, and one of the sword slots filled with Hellhound's blood, and the boy realized that he possessed a secret skill. There were rumors that Beelzebub Fly had the ability to absorb enemy skills, and the scale of his absorption was close to infinity. So many people were deprived of their skills. However, at the moment, the number of skills that could be acquired was limited to 3, and the first one was Hellhound skills. After realizing this and seeing it for himself, the boy realized that he could now adopt the skills of other creatures. Then Vikir looked unseeingly at the nearby lifeless body of Cerberus also fallen by his hand. In the next second, sensing the presence of food, the demonic sword reasserted itself and headed toward Cerberus's body to drink his blood. Sighing heavily, the boy told Beelzebub that he should not eat the monster whole, because if the body was damaged, it would be difficult to explain what happened to his prey. Seeing that the demonic sword wasn't going to stop in devouring blood, Vikir struck at Beelzebub and ordered him to finish his meal. Then the boy saw that all 3 slots were filled. Now one had Hellhound's blood in it, the second had Cerberus's burn skill, and the third had fast regeneration. When Vikir saw the rat lying under the monster's body, he realized that its fast regeneration had come from the demon sword that drank its blood during Cerberus's takeover. After picking up the rat by the tail, Vakir realized that the burn skill he had picked up from Cerberus was quite useful, because one of the worst kinds of pain for humans was burning. Looking at Cerberus's body, the boy thought that most likely the monsters for the test had already been prepared, and it was worth waiting for the test to be completed, since he had already done the task. Soon the practical test was completed, and all the wounded and tired young men went back to the Baskerville family mansion. But the test was not over, and some of the bodies of the monsters that had fallen during the test were turned into shields and swords and given to the participants as trophies. One of the bodies brought in by the young hunting dog horrified all the Baskervilles present. This shocking information reached Mr. Hugo Le Baskerville, who could not believe his ears. Barrymore reported to the head that the 8-year-old Mr. Vakir had crossed the boundary of the safe zone and then attacked Cerberus with a high threat level. The manager added that the monster had been eliminated as it had originally been badly injured by the barbarians and then poisoned by the boy using a strong poison. No one knew where Vakir got the poison from, and he didn't give any more details, saying that he was tired and went straight to the dormitory. Hugo smiled, thinking that at such a young age the boy already knew how to lie, but at the same time he had information, and information was a power that had a price. Barrymore was surprised that such a talented boy was born to an ordinary woman and had a prefix to the surname Van and not Law, as the head to which Hugo replied that he did not know something. Hugo said that he is different from the previous heads of the family, and when breeding hunting dogs, he does not look at the pedigree of those, because the main thing is talent and courage. Barrymore thought that the head might be so worried about his second son, who as a pureblood was not distinguished by these qualities and is already preparing for isolation training. After this conversation, Hugo ordered the young Vakir to be summoned to his office, and he soon arrived at his door. Hugo said he was aware that Vakir had eliminated Cerberus on the interim test and asked how the boy had managed to do it. Keeping calm, Vakir replied that he did it thanks to the chocolate he put down Cerberus's throat because it is poison for dog-like monsters. Listening to Hugo's speech, who realized that Vakir had asked to be given chocolate for that reason, Barrymore thought that the head was doing a bad thing by pelting his son with such questions. Looking menacingly at the boy, the head of the clan asked him why he had not answered questions about the attack on the monster earlier. Looking intently at Hugo, the boy said he would answer only to his master and no one else. The man asked Vakir who his master was, to which the boy replied that being part of the Baskerville family, he considered his master to be the head of the Hugo family. Hugo was pleased with the boy's words and said he would give him all the monster bodies from his hunt at the exam and anything else he wanted as a reward for first place. Realizing that he could get what he wanted, Vakir decided to use this opportunity and said he wanted to go to Manson's library, much to the surprise of Hugo and Barrymore. This library was a huge repository of books located in the center of the Baskerville family mansion and ranked at the top of the entire empire. Hugo asked how the boy dared to ask this, knowing that only blood relatives of the head or heads of the clan could enter. Without abandoning the thought of sneaking in there secretly, Vakir replied that he was willing to retreat if the head wouldn't allow it. Suddenly, however, Hugo agreed and sent him to the deepest part of the bibliothèque to read a book called The Six Fangs of the Baskervilles. Vakir was amazed because previously, none of the illegitimate second-rate children of the family were allowed to read this book and could not even reach the 4th level. The boy realized that he had level 6 in the past, and the head was now at level 7, but the Hugo from his past life could bear as many as 9 fangs. Vakir couldn't forget how despised he had been in his previous life because of his bloodline, so in this life, he was determined to surpass Hugo. The boy realized that he now had the opportunity to receive a study guide from the head of the rural generation of Baskervilles who had defeated the 7 disasters. Looking at his son with excitement, Hugo Le Baskerville ordered the boy not to fail his expectations, for it was he who had given this rare opportunity to Vakir. Implying that the chapter had not yet realized the value of the other books in the library, the boy looked at the man and said he would try to live up to the expectations of that one. After talking to Hugo Le Baskerville, the boy went to the Manson library, and as he approached the doors of that library, he saw 2 guards in front of the entrance. Walking through the library doors for the first time, Vakir was overwhelmed with unimaginable emotions and found it hard to believe that this was happening in reality. As he approached the bookshelves and saw the titles of those, the boy realized that here were many books he had wanted to study in his past life. The Baskervilles' policy was not to allow future hunting dogs to bare their fangs to their master, so second-grade offspring were not allowed to exceed the 4th level of swordsmanship. Finally, Vakir found the book he needed, which was chained and guarded like a treasure. Taking out the key that opens this book, the boy said that he never dreamed of such a thing in the past and never thought that Hugo would recommend a book about the 6 fangs. Turning the key in the keyhole, Vakir assumed that Hugo might think that a child of 8 would not read the entire book in a day, and so allowed it. Having studied levels 1 through 4 of swordsmanship in his past life, the boy had never been able to create a fifth fang without true knowledge of the fifth level. The sword arts of this kind were divided into levels. The first level was the first fang, and so on, and the appearance of fangs was accompanied by a black color. However, Vakir was not interested in level 6. His real purpose for coming to the Manson library was something else entirely, for he longed for a higher level. Soon the boy came to the entrance of the library where the guards were standing, and they looked at him in surprise, asking him if he was going to leave the place. Then they told him that the sword manuals were deep inside, and if the boy forgot something, they could bring him the right book. Vakir replied that he wanted to read a few more books before he left, so the guards could ignore him and go about their business. Seeing the boy heading for the second floor where there are only collections, the guards said that given the opportunity, it would be better for him to read books on sword wielding. The guards looked at him and said that the boy obviously didn't realize the value of the books yet, and Vakir was glad to hear that the guards had succumbed to their delusion. In fact, among these many dusty collections was an incredible treasure that the guards didn't even know about. Going up to the second floor and examining the books here, Vakir finally noticed something interesting that caught his eye. Pulling out an old and tattered book with intricate letters on the cover, the boy realized he had found the book he was looking for, titled Hidden Ambush. This is a book of the basics of the first level of swordsmanship that even the native children of the family won't see. But because of some torn-out pages, it's not really important anymore. Flipping through the pages of the book and smiling wickedly, Vakir looked contentedly at the one, for he knew its true value. In a past life, a squad of Vakir's hounds found a strange artifact in a dungeon that was located on the border of Red-Black Mountain. This artifact was a passage from a sword manual. One of the torn pages was written in Baskerville's handwriting. When Hugo sensed that this was no ordinary leaf, he turned over the entire Mansan library to find the corresponding book, that is, the Hidden Ambush. Perhaps this book was created by one of Baskerville's ancestors and describes a way to reach the 10th level of swordsmanship. Eager to reach the 10th level, Hugo unleashed his hunting dogs and found the location of the remaining 6 pages torn from this book. These pages were in 6 families like the Baskerville family, and Hugo declared war on these families by releasing hunting dogs to fight against their enemies. The hound dogs managed to deliver the remaining pages to Hugo, but this was possible because they sacrificed a huge number of hounds. The reward for his work was a single phrase from Hugo, who said that the hunting dogs had handled it well without regretting their losses at all. Remembering this, Vakir resented how miserable his past life had been, for Hugo had managed to move from the 7th to the 9th level at the cost of the lives of many dogs. The boy was determined not to let that happen in this life, because he was the dog who had found all the pages and knew their contents, and now he had access to the book. Reading the lines about the first step to the 10th level coinciding with the solar eclipse, Vakir thought that the person reading it would find the book pointless. However, if you put the information of the book together with what is written from the torn-out pages, the content of the book begins to add up to a puzzle, creating a marvelous masterpiece. The boy decided to reach his former strength before the age of 15, because in his past life he was a graduate of the elementary level, and now he wants to have the highest level. Studying this important book diligently, Vakir didn't notice how quickly the time flew by, and the darkness outside the windows was replaced by bright light and morning came. Abruptly closing the textbook, the boy decided that he had read enough, so it was time to call it a day and leave the Mansan library. Seeing that it was a new day, Vakir realized that he had spent the whole day reading, but he was able to read the whole book and memorize all the necessary information. Rising from the floor, the boy did not feel the presence of guards and realized that no one would interfere with him, and he could test his new knowledge. Vakir realized that he could not acquire all 10 fangs in such a young body, but at least there was a chance to reach the 5th level not available to him in his previous life. Born a bastard son in a previous life, Vakir's relatives condemned him for his lack of swordsmanship without regard to his merit. Not wanting to live such a life again, the boy opened all his fangs and concentrated all his strength to open the 5th fang and attacked the imaginary opponent. Of course, in the place of his opponent, he imagined the appearance of Hugo Le Baskerville, wishing with all his soul to dissect him with his whipping and powerful blows. Resentment and anger fueled Vakir. Thanks to this, and the new knowledge he had gained, the boy was able to increase his power level, and he struck the most powerful blow. When the boy finished practicing his new attacks, streams of powerful aura still lingered behind him. Looking at his hands, the boy realized that despite his current weakness, he had still managed to bear his 5th fang as he had wanted. Vakir was insanely happy, and was even ready to cry with joy because he finally managed to reach the 5th level of the Baskerville family. Suddenly, the boy realized that his hunting dog's fangs were growing, heading towards Hugo at a speed unprecedented in the history of Baskervilles. Now, after such success, Vakir had to gain mana, and then he would be able to rise higher than in his previous life. Looking at his hand, the boy realized that his mana amount had also continued to increase after the training, and it was most likely due to the experience he had gained. The liquid aura enveloping his hand signified the level of graduate level obtaining. The boy had reached the entry-level graduate level at the age of 8, when in the past he had only reached it at the age of 30. The graduate level differed from his past expert level, with an aura changing from gaseous to liquid form and having a higher density. Realizing that his sword level had also become higher than in his previous life, Vakir was determined not to stop and reach the limitless 10th level. Now, Vakir's attack called Piercing Fang could become much stronger and much faster, but it still had limitations in development. Compared to it, the attack called Hidden Ambush had a perfect level of swordsmanship, combining defense and attack without any limitations. Putting the book on the windowsill, Vakir thought that he could rise to a mid-level graduate with a high probability if he only decided to do so. However, there was one problem that only consisted of the need to hide the skills from the head of the Hugo Le Baskerville family for a long time. Taking something out of his pocket, Vakir realized that he must not appear too weak or too strong to get rid of Hugo's lucre. This object in Vakir's pocket turned out to be a magnifying glass with which the boy projected a ray of sunlight onto the book and set it on fire. The book flashed instantly, and the boy made sure that in this way neither Hugo nor his hunting dogs could reach the 10th level. At the moment of burning the book, the guards suddenly approached the boy, and hearing a strange odor, they asked him where the smell of burning came from. Vakir did not hesitate and replied that he had accidentally left the magnifying glass on the book, and it had burned, and if it was necessary to report it, he would tell the manager himself. Not wanting to create a conflict, the guards were happy that there were only old collections, and replied that it was their fault because they hadn't kept an eye on it. Vakir deliberately said that this collection was not useful, and suggested that Barrymore should not be disturbed by it, for he was dealing with the question of the morgue mines. The guards replied that if the boy turned a blind eye to it, they would do the same and pretend the book didn't exist in the library. Heading for the exit, Vakir apologized for the inconvenience and said it would be their little secret, and the guards readily agreed with him. When the boy left, the guards said that Mr. Vakir was a very good man because he was in their position as servants and did not want to stir up conflict. Vakir was glad at this point that the guards did not investigate the circumstances of the incident with the book and just took his word for it, not wanting to be punished. After the library, the boy arrived with his report in the head's office, and Hugo asked Vakir if he had benefited from the trip to the Manson library. The boy replied that it was probably good for him, and looking at his son with interest, the man smiled and asked how he felt being in the library. After a bit of thought, Vakir replied that he felt something sharp, soft, warm, and tiring at the same time. Hugo and Barrymore were surprised to hear the boy, for what Vakir had described looked like he might have been able to sense the aura. Aura was proving to be fully immersed in the world of blades. However, even the smartest students must constantly work to reach at least the entry level at 15 years old. Looking intently at Vakir, Hugo didn't understand what he expected from this 8-year-old and told the boy to demonstrate his skills. Smiling broadly, Vakir replied that he would be happy to demonstrate his skills to the head of the Baskerville clan. After the conversation, all the participants went to the training arena, where besides them there was a large number of spectators seated in the stands. Once in the arena, Vakir looked full of confidence, and drew his sword. He prepared for a showdown. Watching the boy, Barrymore asked Hugo how he decided to test Vakir, and the man replied that he wanted him to kill a suitable monster. Hugo Le Baskerville had prepared the hungriest and most empathetic monster for the boy, and at that moment the gate behind which the creature was held opened. A huge, sinister monster was brought out of the cage to meet Vakir, who was restrained by a large number of bulky chains. This brutal creature was an orc of medium threat level C, who looked at the boy with hatred, waiting to tear him to shreds. The students who were watching were horrified to see such a fierce opponent, because such a terrifying monster was too dangerous for an 8-year-old child. However, if Vakir cannot handle this monster, then the knights must help eliminate the orc who was half the height of the boy. When the opponents saw each other in person, Hugo ordered the orc to be released and the battle to begin. In the next moment, the large and heavy chains restraining the monster's entire body were removed, and it could move freely within the arena. When the aggressive and angry orc felt free, he became angry and looked at his opponent with hateful eyes. The next second, the dangerous monster rushed to attack Vakir, standing in front of him, but the boy was not afraid and did not run away from him. The orc swung at the boy, and before he knew it, he had used his sword and stripped him of his arm. All the students and spectators of the battle were shocked by Vakir's fighting skills, who was able to injure this monster so badly with the first strike. Even the orc himself did not expect such an outcome and such power from such a seemingly weak boy, and roared in sharp pain at the loss of his limb. Vakir himself continued to attack his opponent and struck the monster's legs with another blow. The orc's foot struck the boy with a precise kick, causing him to fall to the ground as the sinister monster could no longer stand. Looking at the fall of the monster, the boy thought that this time the orc's fast regeneration skill wouldn't be able to work. This will not happen thanks to the boy's use of the Hellhound skill from the second sword slot, which exceeds the orc's recovery power by many times. The audience was amazed by the abilities of the 8-year-old boy because such power was impossible without the use of mana, and they could not understand how he had such abilities. Obviously gazing intently at the boy, Hugo was also very shocked at his son's skills. The boy looked at Hugo and decided to show the man what he had longed for, namely the skills he had learned in the Mansan library. Vikir's newly acquired skill that he unexpectedly exposed to the spectators in the arena turned out to be the Aura Blade. At that moment, a snarling and weakened orc seeking revenge on his opponent began to rise from the ground to attack the boy. The monster's eyes burned with anger and bloodlust, and it roared loudly, alerting Vikir to the danger he was in. However, the boy without delay also rushed to attack the monster while applying his new skill called Aura Blade. Watching the fight, a shocked Barrymore remarked that Vikir was a rare genius because he had the aura of an entry-level sword expert, which Hugo was surprised to hear. The manager was sure that such a genius would not be found in any other clan, but Hugo was concerned and ordered him to stop this reasoning. Then Barrymore noticed that this orc was very strange, because with its regeneration, it couldn't even stop bleeding. But Hugo haughtily replied that that was the reason the boy was able to defeat the orc, and the manager realized that the man just didn't want to praise Vikir. As they were talking, the boy turned his gaze to them and interrupted them to make a request that surprised the head of the family. With a bright smile on his face, the boy asked if Hugo had anyone stronger than this orc, so he could show off all his skills and abilities in battle. Hearing Vikir's words, the spectators in the stands were horrified because they had not expected such results from the boy and were not prepared that he would ask a stronger opponent. As he waited for the head's reply, Vikir thought it was better to show the allowed part of his powers because someone might notice his skills and he might have a chance to get away from Hugo. The boy realized that he had a chance of being sent to a distant district or academy. Thinking over Vikir's words, tension flickered across Hugo's face. Saying that obviously orcs from faraway places were not up to his son's level, and at this age the boy's skills needed to be developed. Hugo was pleased at his son's eagerness. The head asked Barrymore about the availability of creatures captured for the barbarian subjugation experiment, and the manager replied that there was only one individual left. The manager warned that the monster had been hungry for a long time and had become even more aggressive because of it. But Hugo ordered the creature to be brought into the arena anyway. Seeing this creepy creature, the boys in the stands were horrified because they had never met such vile monsters in person before. Vikir, on the contrary, raised his head with great interest and regarded the new monster without a drop of fear. Before the boy appeared a huge, dangerous, and cruel troll shrouded in chains and 10 times larger than Vikir himself. Without taking his eyes off the monster, Vikir asked Hugo if he could proceed to start the battle, and the leader coldly replied that he didn't care and allowed him to proceed. In the next second, the troll, freed from its shackles, rushed towards the boy, and Vikir did not hesitate and attacked the monster. The aggressive creature struck first and shattered everything around it, causing a column of dust to rise. Vikir, meanwhile, used his agility and speed and dodged the blow of that one and found himself behind the creepy troll's back. But the monster didn't have time to realize where the boy had disappeared to, and Vikir had distanced himself from the boy and taken a defensive stance. The audience shouted in frustration that Vikir had missed a great opportunity to attack the troll from behind, but had hesitated and lost the chance. However, Hugo praised the boy's actions, saying that this maneuver was a good decision at that moment. Obviously, Vikir knew that trolls have excellent regeneration abilities, so inflicting light and non-fatal wounds on an enemy wastes his strength. This is the reason why hunting trolls requires special strategic skills, and the boy was quite good at it, skillfully dodging the attacks of the one. The troll soon stopped to rest, as he was already exhausted. After seeing the boy's decisive actions, the audience thought that he was really a genius, since at such a young age, he could think of tactics to fight such a monster. A bit exhausted, Vikir realized that the troll was too slow and not a threat, but at the same time he needed to put on a little show. Vikir needed to eliminate the monster as naturally as possible, because if he unleashed all his powers, he was bound to get into trouble. Thus, the best option was a way to use the troll's power against himself, so the boy did just that. The very next moment, the boy successfully executed this maneuver and remained unharmed while his opponent collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. During his attack, the boy also managed to deliver a powerful sword strike and wounded his opponent badly, and the latter howled loudly in hellish pain. Everyone watched the fight tensely, amazed that Vikir was able to wound a troll with only a first level when no other 8-year-old was capable of such a thing. When the boy heard this conversation, he thought that it was due to Beelzebub's ability, because it would have been impossible to do so with only the first level. At this point, the head said that Vikir could stop fighting and not put himself in danger, but the boy replied that he would not stop because he was almost done. Resolutely looking at his opponent, Vikir asked to wait a little longer, and soon the outcome of the battle would be clear. The boy also said that he would accept his defeat on the condition that he could not eliminate the troll during the next attack, which puzzled Hugo. After looking at the furious monster and appreciating the confidence and fortitude of his son, the head of the Baskerville family agreed to continue the fight. Raising his sword and centering his aura around that, the boy already knew how much of his power he could bear before the audience. Vikir was fully prepared for the monster's attack and wanted to show everyone the scenario of gaining enlightenment during the duel and moving to the next level. Already in the next moment, the boy had exposed the amount of power he needed in front of everyone, and he was especially interested in how Hugo would react to it. With his sword held firmly in his hand, Vikir attacked the troll with all the power concentrated in his weapon and took its head off in a second. Seeing what was the finale of the boy's battle with the troll, Manager Barrymore and all the spectators in the stands were simply amazed and speechless. The lives of Baskervilles are formed from their sword, and usually hunting dogs under 15 only reach the first level, and after 15 the sword is filled with mana and emits an aura. However, now for the first time in the history of the family, an unusual young man was born who was able to reach the second level at the age of 8, when his brothers could only reach it at the age of 18. Smiling happily, Vikir laughed and was pleased that he had managed to defeat the troll and mislead everyone about his true strength. But even this percentage of strength shown to Hugo Le Baskerville had left him shocked and horrified. Looking at his son and the monster he had defeated, the man couldn't believe that a boy with no good bloodline could achieve such success at such a young age. It had been a week since Vikir had shown himself in the arena in front of Hugo and the rest of the audience, and now he was sitting in the dining room eating lunch. Reluctantly looking at his plate, the boy thought that no matter how much he ate this chowder, he still couldn't get used to that one. Noticing how everyone was avoiding him, Vikir realized that after that day, everyone was wary of him. But for such a strong young man in the Baskerville clan, it was only natural. The boy continued to recall with pleasure the expression on Hugo's face, who for a while froze at what he saw and did not notice or hear anything around him. According to the official version, Vikir was an intermediate-level sword expert, but he was actually level 5 and is an advanced-level graduate. Looking at his hand, the boy thought that if he added the troll skills absorbed by Beelzebub to his strength, he would be much stronger than the rank of graduate. While Vikir was contemplating his increased appetite for the demonic sword, his peace was suddenly disturbed by 3 boys coming up behind him. All 3 brothers, known as the Trident of the Baskerville family, looked at the boy anxiously and uncertainly, wanting to tell him something. Thinking that they had come to bother him again, the boy became wary and clearly showed that he was not happy to see the trio in front of his eyes. Vikir immediately told the brothers that they had suffered enough in their past conflict, but he would not hold back, to which the boys replied that they had come for another reason. The brothers said that they admired Vikir, for he was able to defeat Cerberus and the troll, and hearing such unexpected words from them, the boy spit out his chowder. Frightened by this reaction, the brothers asked if the boy was all right, but Vikir at this point thought they were trying to fool him using ambush tactics. Not trusting the boy's words, Vikir sensed something wrong and began to think about how to teach the trio a lesson again. But at that moment, Superintendent Barrymore came silently up to the boy and addressed him, which distracted him from his bad thoughts. Immersed in himself, Vikir didn't notice the manager approaching him and was startled by the man's sudden appearance. Adjusting his glasses, Barrymore looked at the boy again and said insistently that the master was urgently summoning Vikir to his office. At the same time, a fancy horse-drawn carriage arrived at the Baskerville family estate and stopped at the main staircase of the building. On the flag flying above the carriage were 2 hands with red rubies in them, indicating that the guests were people of the Morgue family. Soon Hugo received the guests in his office, but it is obvious that this meeting was not a joyful and long-awaited one for him, because he was very serious and unwavering. His guest was the deputy head of the Morgue family, Adolph Morgue, who turned to Hugo and said that he had not changed a bit since they had not seen each other. Adolph said he hopes the annual event will go off without incident, because last year there was 1 wounded person on each side of the family. Hugo replied coldly that perhaps the young men of the Morgue family were skillful fakers, since to them an ordinary scratch was a serious wound. Not happy with the answer of the head of the Baskervilles, Adolphus cautiously replied that their clan was very noble and had a sense of dignity. It was obvious that at this moment there was a strong tension between the Devil Morgue bloodline and the Iron Blood Sword Baskerville bloodline that hovered even in the air. Initially, the relationship between the clans was not so bad because the previous emperor claimed that magic and sword were 2 complementary components. Based on these words, the Baskerville clan and the Morgue clan organized a joint annual training session for young men from 8 to 15 years of age. But there was a problem in the form of ruby mines on the border of the territories of the two clans, which caused discord between the heads and started a conflict and bloodshed. Looking at Hugo Adolphus, said that he had already heard about the new star in the Baskerville family and considered this event to be a great happiness for the whole empire. Hugo responded by saying that he was honored by Adolph's words, but he didn't think there was anything special about the event. Hearing this, Adolph was indignant at Hugo's strange reaction, for he did not understand the reaction of this unfeeling man to his own son's praise. Adolph invited Camus into the room and told Hugo that they also had a joyful event in their family, because a genius of this kind had appeared in the Morgue family. At this moment, a female form appeared in the open doors of the room, and a girl with long red hair stepped inside. When the girl sat down next to Adolphe, he introduced her, saying that she was his sister Lefaine's daughter, and her name was Camus. Then Adolphe told Camus to say hello to the head of the Baskerville family, but the girl did not do so, and only stared intently at Hugo. Instead of a greeting, Hugo heard words to the effect that it was he who had stolen the ruby rubrics of the Morgue family and was obliged to return all the stolen goods. It was obvious that the head of the Baskerville family did not expect to hear such words in his address, and he was amazed by the girl's rudeness and directness. Outraged at such a loud accusation, Hugo Le Baskerville's gaze filled with rage, and he glared angrily at his guests. Adolphus was horrified that Camus saying such words embarrassed him, but the girl replied that her uncle had been the first to say it when they were in the carriage. Hugo was more angry than ever to hear Adolphe Morgue say such vile words about him behind his back. Wishing to smooth the conflict, Adolphe said that there was obviously a misunderstanding, to which Hugo replied that the girl was still stupid, and he had no desire to explain that she had been badly brought up. However, Camus decided not to back down and again told her to return the rubies, because they were so few that they were not even enough for her research, and Adolphus was horrified by the assertiveness of the one. At that moment, Hugo could not contain his anger and said to stop it at once, because now he was sure that the Morgue family did not teach manners at all. However, Adolphe stopped the head's speech and asked why he was so rude to the child, because the best swordsman of the empire cannot allow himself to threaten an 8-year-old girl. Hugo replied that it was worth teaching the girl not to be jealous of other people's property, and at that moment the previously invited Vikier entered the office and interrupted their conversation. At the same moment, Barrymore entered the office after the boy and reported that the young gentleman had arrived, and the latter confidently made his way to his father Hugo. Looking carefully at the boy, Adolphe realized that this child was the new star of the Baskerville family, who despite his age had already become famous. Then turning back to Camus, the man didn't see the girl next to him, and realized he hadn't noticed the girl disappear from his sight. Camus, lightning fast, got right up to Vikier, and scrutinizing him, asked him what he had just said. Looking thoughtfully at the girl, the boy realized that he remembered her name, and realized that he had known this stroppy person in his past life. This young girl turned out to be the very same Iron Blood Empress of the Morgue bloodline, and even in such a prestigious bloodline, she was called a genius among geniuses. In her prime years, Camus hand-eliminated the demons and barbarians of Red Black Mountain, and was known for building a wall of blood and ash out of their bodies. The girl was also nicknamed the Incarnation of Power because she conquered social circles with her extraordinary beauty, and even subdued members of the imperial family. However, Vikier realized that this was all from the future, and now he was facing an 8-year-old girl who was insistently telling him about her family's ownership of the ruby mines. After listening to Camus, Vikier said that the girl had traveled such a long way for nothing, only to throw this senseless tantrum. Watching the children, Hugo and Adolphe Morgue were surprised by the boy's directness, for he was not at all shy of expressing himself freely in front of Camus. Resenting Vikier's harsh words, the girl was very angry because she thought her words were not hysterical. Finally losing control of herself, Camus awakened her magic and said that she was going to explain to this stupid boy that the ruby mines were their property. However, Vikier continued to remain completely calm and confident, and looking at Camus with a smile, he realized that this was about to be a lot of fun. Using her magic, the girl created a copy of the lands of the Morgue and Baskerville clans and said that she would explain her point of view to the inconsiderate boy. Looking at the icy sample, Vikier looked at the girl in bewilderment, as his expectations included a battle with Camus, not a lecture. However, Camus began her presentation by pointing her finger at a mine that is in the common safety zone of the two clans and where quality rubies are mined. The girl explained that the entrance to the mine is on the lands of the Morgue family and the underground dwelling under the Baskerville estate. But since the structure of the estate does not give access to the mine, the spring belongs to the Morgue family. Camus was outraged that the Baskervilles insisted on interfering with the Morgue family's ruby mining and refused offers of rent for the estate. Finishing her story, Camus reminded her that rubies are used as a magical ingredient, and the Baskervilles are not interested in such a thing. After listening to her, Vikir replied that it must be a shame to the Morgue family that no one from the Baskerville family would open the doors of their estate for a penny. Camus said that the Baskervilles claimed not to be interested in the rubies, and Vikir confirmed this by saying that their interest lies in territories beyond which they should not go. Annoyed, Camus said she would prove to the boy whose rubies were whose, and pointing with her hands on either side of the territories, she showed where each one's possessions were. Then, putting his hand on the borders of the territories of the two clans, the girl asked him who he thought the hand passing through her territory belonged to. Vikir grinned and retorted that he knew who the hand lying on the lands of his territory belonged to. Suddenly, he grabbed the girl's hand and said that, logically speaking, Camus' hand belonged to him because it was on his property. Not expecting such a prank from Vikir, Camus was embarrassed and blushed for a moment, because she didn't think he would dare to take her hand. But when she came to her senses, the girl started to resist and asked Vikir why she had to belong to him, because the very thought of it was ridiculous. Looking at Camus, the boy replied that he did not say that it belonged to him, but the girl did not understand what he meant, because earlier he had said those words himself. Suddenly after his words, Vikir lightning fast pulled out a sharp knife from his belt that was hidden behind under his jacket. Adolphe Morgue and Superintendent Barrymore clearly did not expect this from the boy and were horrified, worried that he might harm Camus. Clenching the knife firmly in his hand, Vikir gave her a threatening look and said that not Camus herself, but her hand was now his property. The girl couldn't believe Vikir's words, and terror froze in her eyes as she felt her life threatened. Even the most callous and unfeeling man in the room was shocked by his son's act for fear that he might do something stupid. The very next moment, Vikir confidently and ruthlessly raised his knife and pointed it toward Camus to threaten her with the loss of her arm. The girl was very frightened by Vikir's antics and immediately screamed and cried, asking her uncle Adolphe to help her. Adolphe Morgue appeared lightning fast behind Vikir's back, and with a menacing glare ordered the boy to release that one's hand now and step away from his niece. Taking advantage of the moment that the boy was distracted by her uncle Camus, quickly pulled her hand from his shackles and shivered. The girl immediately threw herself into Uncle Adolphus's arms, complaining about Vikir, who clearly wanted to deprive her of his hand. Adolphe shouted loudly, expressing his displeasure at the situation, because the boy's behavior was unworthy, and this time Hugo agreed with him. Looking at his son, Hugo said that he should be aware of his limits of humor, because this case goes beyond all limits. Tucking the knife into his finger, Vikir calmly apologized for what had happened, but it was obvious that he didn't feel guilty. Without much effort, he bent the knife blade with his finger and said that such jokes were quite usual and normal for him and his brothers. Until tears came down from Camus's eyes, Adolphe Morgue continued to be indignant, not understanding how children could have such silly jokes. Realizing that the conflict could not be avoided, Vikir bowed and apologized to Adolphus once more, saying that he had no intention of taking Camus' hand away. At that moment, Hugo intervened, saying that it was inappropriate for adults to interfere in children's games, but Adolphe obviously didn't like what he said. Then Hugo said that he had some thoughts about ruby mines that might appeal to the Morgue family and suggested we discuss it sooner rather than later. At the same moment, a distraught Camus turned to Vikir and said that she would not let him get away with it and would definitely strike back. But the boy listened to her words calmly and unafraid of Camus. He didn't say anything back and just smiled at her. Soon the joint training between the Baskerville and Morgue genera began, where the competitors took their places in the arenas and the spectators settled around those. Here fought young men from 8 to 15 years old, but the fights of older children were more brutal, being real confrontations, in contrast to the fights of younger participants. However, this year at the joint training, all eyes were directed in a completely different direction, because there were participants who caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the young and brilliant representative of the Devil's Morgue family, the well-known Camus Morgue. The second who attracted a lot of attention was no less important representative of the Ironblood Sword family and son of the head of the family, Vikir van Baskerville. At the suggestion of the Morgue family, a confrontation between two geniuses from both families took place in accordance with the rules of true combat. At last, the bell rang, announcing the beginning of the battle between the heirs, and those were ready to start attacking the enemy. Looking at Vikir, Camus Morgue told him to prepare for battle and warned him that she would not spare him. Already in the next second, the girl released her magic, which formed a mysterious circle, and that girl cast some kind of spell. The spectators in the stands opened their mouths in amazement, because not everyone had to meet with such powerful magic in their lives. Soon, Camus formed 4 circles of magic and 4 elements around herself and thus created a powerful quadro spell. Looking at Hugo haughtily, Adolf said that his niece had simultaneously used 4 magic spells that were beyond the reach of even 15-year-old children. Without making Vikir wait for long, the girl released all 4 elemental streams she had formed earlier towards him. The boy easily avoided every element directed in his direction, using his speed and agility to do so. In response to Camus' magic, the boy said that those attacks looked awesome, but he advised that one to focus on one spell so as not to waste her powers. The girl decided not to heed Vikir's advice, saying that he was stupid and didn't understand anything about magic. The moment Vikir rushed to attack Camus directly, the girl built a wall of sand between them in a second using earth magic. However, the boy broke through that wall in a matter of seconds, saying that calling him stupid was too much. A little confused, Camus realized that it was the boasted power of the river Styx inherent in the Baskerville family, for Vikir had easily destroyed this wall of sand. Realizing that Vikir was almost upon her, and she would not have time to repel the attack, Camus closed her eyes and realized her blunder in the fight. But without feeling the blow or the pain, the girl opened her eyes and saw Vikir in front of her, who had his hand on her forehead and was ready to slap her. The next moment the boy executed his attack, and before she could recover from the shock and realize what was going on, Camus flew backwards from Vikir's powerful slap. Watching the battle, Adolf Morg was shocked by what he saw, for he did not expect that the boy's decisive blow could be a Silban. Sitting on the floor after the blow, Camus looked angrily at the boy and said that he underestimated her strength, and she would not forgive such a prank by him. Vikir smiled haughtily and said that her forehead was obviously very sore, because there was a large bump on it. Camus was very angry because the boy had advised her to give up and accept his victory, or else the outcome could be much worse than the abrasion on her face. However, the girl decided not to admit defeat and instantly erected a double wall of sand between them to buy some time and prepare to attack. Once again, seeing the walls in front of him, Vikir heard the girl laugh and say that now he wouldn't be able to break 2 walls. Determined to refute Camus' words, the boy rushed forward to break down this barrier, and hitting the wall hard, he said he was about to catch up with the girl again. Before she could regain her senses, the girl saw Vikir's hand in front of her, which had broken through the wall, and was once again reaching for her face. Looking at Camus, the boy suddenly asked who the hand in front of her face belonged to, and the girl once again didn't understand what he was talking about. Without waiting for a response from the girl, Vikir prepared to flick Camus again, and brought his hand up to her forehead. Having hit her in the forehead, the boy replied that this hand belongs to the one who is stronger than her, and the bump on her forehead became even bigger and redder. Thus, Camus fell for Vikir's ploy again and fell to the ground with a clatter from a powerful flick. The girl was once again in sharp pain from the boy's attack, and tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked angrily towards Vikir. Screaming with anger, the girl directed a stream of fire at Vikir, but he deftly dodged, and thinking that from such pain she would give up, he realized that he was mistaken because Camus was too stubborn. As Camus dodged the attacks, the boy thought about how to calm the girl down, because if he had his way, he would eliminate her in a second. But then there would be an uproar. Noticing the other fighting students behind him, Vikir decided to quickly deal with Camus without getting his hands dirty. Behind the boy's back, a battle was taking place between a stupid fire mage wasting magic and an equally stupid swordsman trying to dissect fire magic with his sword. Suddenly, Vikir's musings were interrupted by an exasperated Camus who asked why he wasn't attacking. Angry that the boy was distracted from the fight, Camus swiftly headed towards him, ordering him not to run away and to fight her properly. It was at this moment that the fire mage behind them prepared to attack his opponent and concentrated power in his hands to create a fireball. Finally, the moment came when the apprentice directed his attack against the swordsman, and Vikir realized that this was the right moment to execute his plan. Saying the girl's name, Vikir quickly jumped up to dodge that mage's fire attack and advised to prepare the girl's protective magic. Not expecting such a turn of events, Camus froze in horror because she did not even suppose that her opponent would win in such a way. Seeing what was happening in the arena, Adolf Morg stood up abruptly from his seat and shouted, not expecting that his niece might actually get hurt in the battle. The explosion that occurred in the arena was so sudden that flames and smoke filled the entire space, and all the students became invisible. The disciples of the Morg clan who watched the battle were horrified, for their Lady Camus had disappeared into the wall of smoke and flame. Then, Adolf Morg's cry penetrated all corners of the training arena, for the man thought that his precious Camus had been hurt, and he could not keep her safe. However, the girl was unharmed, and heard her uncle's voice but did not respond to him because she was able to stop the blow with protective magic. But after that, there was another problem. The merciless fire had burned almost all of the girl's clothes, and she could not appear in such an unsightly state in front of her uncle and the rest of the people present in the arena. Realizing that soon the smoke would clear and she would be found in such a state, Camus despaired because she thought she would be ridiculed by everyone. But in her moment of greatest vulnerability, a jacket was thrown on her, and surprised by this, the girl raised her eyes to look at the man who was her savior. To her surprise, her savior was Vikir, who gave her his jacket and told her to put it on quickly, as the smoke had almost cleared. Surprised, Camus asked why he was helping her, since he was now without clothes, to which the boy replied that if she didn't need the jacket, he could take it back. The girl was in confusion, because she did not understand why her opponent helped her and saved her from disgrace while remaining in such a disadvantageous position. Then Camus noticed that Vikir's arm was wounded, and looking at that, Vikir thought that that stupid swordsman's sword had an aura left on it that pierced through his steel body. Soon out of the cloud of smoke appeared the men of the Morgue family, who were diligently searching for their precious Mrs. Camus. They saw before them a lady sitting on the ground covered by another man's jacket, and beside her stood Mr. Vikir with a bare torso. Soon the smoke cleared, and seeing his niece, Adolphus Morgue, was glad that she was not hurt, while Hugo looked on silently and intently. The people of the Baskerville family were puzzled, for the one on the ground was Mrs. Camus, but the young Vikir was bleeding, so it was not clear who had won the battle. Then they noticed that Vikir was quite strong, thanks to the waters of the river Styx, and looking at his muscles, it was immediately clear that the boy often practiced. While those present were discussing the fact that this 8-year-old boy had amazing abilities, Camus, who was in the arms of her uncle, was looking at him with bewilderment. After the practice fight, Mr. Hugo and his son were on their way to the study, and the man asked the boy if he had enjoyed the fight with Camus. Vikir replied that he was able to feel the significance of the event again, to which the head said that fights between wizards and between swordsmen are very different. Then Hugo asked the boy why he attacked at half strength, and Vikir replied that he had hesitated because he had never fought a girl before. Paying attention to his son's wounded arm, the head of the clan said that carelessness in battle leads to injuries, so this will be a lesson for the boy. When Vikir heard Hugo's words, he was surprised, because he couldn't believe that his insensitive and cruel father could care about him. From his past life, the boy remembered only Hugo's coldness and cruelty, and many said that the head had become like this after the tragic loss of his first wife and eldest daughter. Deciding that the reason for this did not concern him, and he would not forgive his father anyway, Vikir heard a sudden question about the ruby springs for which a fierce battle had been fought. The boy replied that they should give them up, to which the head was very surprised, and asked why they should give the ruby mines to the Morgue family. Vikir replied that the main goal of the clan is to expand their territories, and that the Red Fang Mine Mountain is home to creatures that are their big problem. By using the Morgue clan in the right way, the Baskerville clan can minimize the sacrifices needed to develop new lands, and hearing this, the head was pleased with this answer. On this basis, having obtained the rights to own the mines, Morgie will send their many workers who will lure demons and barbarians to themselves, and thus all problems will be solved. Hugo realized that the rubies would turn even redder, stained with Morgue blood, and then the head of the Morgue family would regret entering Baskerville territory. Such a strategy was perfectly in line with the head's plan, but Vikir knew that that was the plan from the beginning, and he had to direct all the demons to the Morgans. As they continued down the corridor, Vikir added that it was still necessary to keep an eye on the Morgue's activities, to which Hugo replied that he had been gathering hounds to guide them to the mines for some time now. Suddenly, Adolphe Morgue appeared in the corridor in front of Hugo and Vikir, and they were surprised because they had not seen him appear. Behind Adolphe's back was a hidden Camus, who was looking intently and with interest in the direction of the young Vikir. Looking at the head of the Baskerville family, the man turned to Hugo and asked for another conversation before they left the manor. Once in the office, Hugo asked what other questions the Morgue family had, and Adolphe said there was one important topic left to discuss. The man said that rent was only one of the peaceful options for resolving the mine problem, and Hugo asked what else the man could offer him. Looking at the head of the Baskervilles, Adolphe said that another possible option for a peaceful resolution to this issue could be a marriage contract between the families. The deputy head of the Morgue family proposed a contract between a man and a woman from their families, and Hugo asked who he saw as candidates for marriage. Unexpectedly for Camus, the man said that he wanted to bring together his niece and the eldest son of the Baskerville family, specifying that the girl is a beauty and has no flaws. Adolphus thought that the eldest son of Baskervilles, named Little Sunshine, would make a perfect match for his niece, but her eyes were fixed on another. After listening to Adolphus, Hugo replied that his eldest son would be 25 years old this year, and he considered it too great a difference in the age of the candidates. Camus was obviously not happy to hear this, but apparently Adolphe didn't care and said that the age difference was only 17 years and could be overlooked. Suddenly, for all notwithstanding the fact that her uncle was not interested in her opinion, Camus expressed that she would not marry a man who is weaker than her mother. Adolphus replied that the girl might not marry at all if she looked for a suitor stronger than her mother, but the girl said she saw that possibility. Camus did not want to have a chosen one with whom there would be a big difference in age, to which Hugo replied that she was not in the store to go through the options. The girl said that she is aware of the situation she is in, but she is also not going to give her consent to the first offer that she doesn't like. After saying those words, Camus immediately turned around and directed her gaze towards the young Vikir. Hugo did not immediately understand why the girl was looking at his son, but Uncle Adolphus, looking at his niece, immediately suspected what she was driving at. Looking at the morgue heiress in response, Vikir didn't immediately understand what she meant either. After revealing his niece's thoughts, Adolphe whispered in Camus's ear that Vikir was not a first-rate heir with the surname Van, so he should not be chosen to be her husband. Hearing Adolphe's whispers, Hugo was immediately angry, thinking that this was out of line and that he was humiliating his son because of his lineage right in front of their eyes. Asking the boy's opinion of the situation, Hugo firmly stated that unlike the morgue heiress, marriage was not the most important thing in Vikir's life. Pondering his father's question, Vikir looked at Camus carefully and thoughtfully, pondering what answer to give to the morgue family. Finally, the boy finished his musings and stopped keeping everyone waiting by answering that he agreed to marry Camus Morgue. The expression on Camus's face clearly indicated that she had not expected Vikir to agree to this, and Adolphe Morgue could not hide his surprise either. Upon hearing Vikir's decision, the man became visibly nervous and angry, for he had expected the boy's rejection and was unwilling to give Camus in marriage to a second-rate heir. Camus thought that Vikir didn't hate her after all, and was a shyer person than she might have thought. Then Hugo said that the purity of blood did not matter in their family, because even from the first-grade children with the surname Lee can come out fools, but Adolphe still doubted. Pondering the words of the head, Adolphe approached the boy and looked at him very carefully with an evaluating and hard look as if to assess him as a commodity. Vikir also looked at Adolphe Morgue carefully and stubbornly, not at all ashamed to look such an important man straight in the eye. Adolphe Morgue was known as the Sixth Circle Master and the strongest mage of the Morgue family, and he was also nicknamed as the Evil Nephew Fool. Appreciating the boy, Adolphus said that he should not say such things, but scornfully informed Vikir that he was too simple to be a husband for his niece. Vikir thought that this man was not liked even by the warlord of the Baskerville family, but wanted to get a first-rate son of the family to marry his niece. Putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, Adolphe immediately realized that he had a strong body like a child, and then asked why he was silent, because he had heard what he had been told. Looking intently at the man, Vikir replied that the man himself had said he shouldn't say such words to him, so he didn't listen to him. Camus was amazed that Vikir could say such barbed words to Uncle Adolphus, but Hugo was obviously amused by his son's response and audacity. Hearing the boy's impertinent answer, Adolphe laughed indignantly and asked the head of the Baskerville family for permission to speak privately with the young man. Hugo said that he didn't expect that being the best magician of the empire, he would dare to threaten a child of 8 years old, to which Adolphe replied that he was obliged to talk to the candidate for groom. The man said he was making this request not as a messenger of the Morgue family, but as Uncle Camus, to which the girl objected and asked her uncle not to do so. Holding back his anger, Adolphe laughed and ordered his niece to sit quietly, for he felt he should have spoken to this young man alone from the beginning. Then turning again to Hugo, the man asked what he thought about it, and the head replied that if it was so necessary, he would give his consent. After the conversation, all four of them were back in the training arena, because Adolphe decided to personally put the young man in his place and check what he was capable of. Hugo and Camus stood outside the arena, anxiously awaiting the start of the battle between such a strong man and a boy whose forces were unequal. Looking at the boy, Adolphe Morgue turned to him saying that he would evaluate the young man's outstanding skills so he should show everything he is capable of. Replying in agreement, the boy thought that if the man really saw all the skills and what he was capable of, he would definitely faint. Unleashing his magic, Adolphe suggested a handicap is an advantage given to a weaker contestant to equalize his chances of success. Adolphe Morgue then used his magic to create a clay jug and filled it with crystal clear water. Seeing this, Camus was amazed at how skillful her uncle was, because he skillfully and harmoniously combined the magic of fire, earth, and water. Putting a jug of water on his head, the man said that he would fight holding it in this way, and if even a drop spilled, the young man would win. After hearing the terms of the fight, Vikir thought that Adolphe was very strong. Even in his previous life, he was hard to compete with, so this fight would help to learn more about him. Looking back at his father, Vikir assumed that this was the reason he had given him permission to fight, because he wanted to see what Adolphe was capable of. Looking at Adolphe, who said to attack the young man, wondered what his chances of winning in his past life would have been if he had fought in his prime. Deciding not to fight at full strength, but only to meet Hugo's expectations, Vikir rushed to attack to finally test Adolf Morg's magic skills. At that moment, Camus was horrified and screamed, saying that you can't run straight at Uncle Adolf because it's very dangerous. In the next moment, the man had built a strong, protective barrier in front of him, and Vikir's straightforward attack was unsuccessful as he failed to penetrate the shield. Looking at the young man, Adolf said that when fighting a swordsman, the best attack is to use a shield, because that's how you can hold back the enemy's attacks. Angry and focused on his opponent, Vikir realized that it would be difficult to break this strong shield with a normal aura sword. Suddenly, Adolf concentrated his magical power and looked arrogantly at the boy, and said that now it was his turn to go on the attack. In the next second, streams of Adolf's magical fire were directed towards Vikir, and he prepared to dodge the attack. At this point, Camus got angry and complained about the attack of her uncle, who didn't even use this magic even in battle with her, to which Adolf asked whose side she was on. As Hugo watched the battle, he noticed that there was no need to stop his son, as he moved with such speed that he could easily dodge the attack. The head wondered how his young hunting dog would act in a fight with a mage, but the boy meanwhile pondered whether Adolphus Morg had all that power. Vikir realized that if he combined the experience from his past life and his stronger and stronger body and skills from Beelzebub, he might be able to eliminate Adolf. Concentrating the necessary amount of strength, Vikir once again rushed to attack the man, trying to break the man's magical shield with his sword. Watching the young man's futile and pathetic attempts, Adolf said that he couldn't break his shield even if he hit it 100 times. However, Vikir didn't listen to the man's words and persisted time after time with the same insistence on delivering powerful blows to the shield of the one. As he continued to hold the shield, Adolf noticed that the young man was aiming at only one spot, and his movements were as precise as a machine, as well as his admirable concentration and sword skills. But after a little while, Vikir's sword couldn't withstand the pressure and suddenly broke and bounced off the shield, shattering into small pieces. After the incident, Adolf smiled haughtily and said that it was to be expected, and the boy should have considered the strength of the sword and the strength of the shield beforehand. At that moment, Hugo and Camus, who were watching the fight, were shocked by what they saw, for they had not expected the boy to lose his weapon. Happy about this development of the fight, Adolf said that Vikir is not that good and he is not worthy to become Camus' husband, but he didn't notice a drop of water running down his face. Already with the next second, water began to run down the face of the man, who didn't even realize that the boy had managed to stab the blade of his sword into his jug. Adolf couldn't believe what had happened, because the boy was obviously weaker than him, to which Vikir immediately wished the man would enjoy the chill from the water and cool down a bit. Looking at the man, the boy smiled contentedly, and clarified that he had said water from the pot. After realizing that Vikir's victory may well have been accidental, Camus was embarrassed because she realized that he had proved himself worthy of marrying her, so in the future, their marriage would take place. Looking at his son, Hugo smiled proudly and thought that the sword blade was in the pot not by pure chance, but because Vikir had calculated everything. After his son's victory, Hugo began to realize that apparently Vicar van Baskerville was growing up to be a more cunning and intelligent hunting dog than he had previously imagined. 7 years have passed since the battle between Adolphus Morg and Vicar, but the action takes place again on the same Baskerville training ground. A huge and vicious monster appeared in front of the young hunting dogs of the Baskerville family, and roared loudly at those. Looking at their opponent without a drop of fear, the matured young men held their swords tightly in their hands and were in full combat readiness. Finally, the monster decided to act and rush towards the boys at full speed, wanting to tear them to shreds. The young men decided not to yield to their opponent and grouped together to attack the monster, meaning to defeat it with their team. One of the students crept up to the monster's head and struck a strong blow on one of the horns to distract its attention. Using this opportunity, in the next moment, the students all rushed towards the dangerous monster to deal more damage to it. The fight was closely watched by Stepfordshire instructor Baskerville, and turning to the young men, he advised them to avoid fighting a stronger opponent. The man also said that one should not be greedy and aim at vital organs from the beginning, because it would be effective to hit the hind legs to slow down the monster. Suddenly, from behind the backs of the students, someone rushed towards the monster with lightning speed that they did not even have time to notice who bypassed them because they were completely invisible. These hunting dogs turned out to be the well-known trident of the Baskerville family, and those without a drop of fear began to mercilessly strike the terrible monster. It was obvious that the boys had matured, and their strength and skills had increased many times over, thanks to which they were able to deal with the monster in a matter of minutes. Looking at the exhausted monster, Stepfordshire praised the brothers for their progress, and made sure that this trio was strong enough and their Baskerville aura had finally matured. After catching its breath and regaining its breath, the evil monster once again rushed to attack the students, wanting revenge and devouring them all without a trace. Eager to win, the young hound dogs also rushed to meet the ghastly creature in order to finish the fight and eliminate it as soon as possible. Soon there was loud applause from the Stepfordshire instructor in honor of the victory of the heirs of the Baskerville family. The man congratulated the young men on the successful completion of their 7 years of training and mastery of the first level, for they were now entry-level sword experts. The instructor also said that the level of this caged bear-cat is much lower than the level of a wild individual living on Red Black Mountain. Even the strongest elders can't cope with the savage monster, and compared to the actual battle experience, the experience of today's battles is simply negligible. After congratulating the young men on their graduation, the man said that they should win by natural talent or with the help of experience gained, but the main goal was to stay alive. After the battle was over, the boys sat and talked about enlisting in different orders, discussing who chose which order for themselves. One youth said he chose 3 orders, Doberman Pit Bull and Rottweiler, to which another youth said he liked the Wolfhound order the best. In the family of Baskerville, there are 7 knightly orders that were created for various purposes, namely Vigilant Search, Guarding Suppression Elimination, and many others. Continuing the discussion about orders, one of the boys asked which order a guy sitting apart from everyone else could choose. This estranged young man was Vikir van Baskerville, who was riding the breathless body of the huge and ghastly bearwolf. The students discussed that Vikir had single-handedly defeated a stronger bearwolf than they had, and most likely one with the 3rd level their instructors possessed. Not paying attention to these conversations, the young man reasoned that his progress took longer, because in 7 years he had only managed to move from elementary to intermediate level. Vikir was dissatisfied with his progress, but his musings about slow and unproductive development were interrupted by the suddenly approaching manager, Barrymore, who called out to him. Vikir turned around to greet the man and heard a message from him that the head of the clan was looking for him and was waiting for him in his office. Smiling warmly and affably at the young Vikir, the manager told him the secret that the master seemed to have finalized a position for the young man. Soon, the young man arrived at Hugo's office and greeted him, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how the head of the family was doing. Without answering, the visibly aged Hugo stared sternly at his grown-up son, who immediately noticed a new scar on the bridge of his father's nose. Vikir also looked at the man, puzzled, and stared at him. And not understanding why he was silent, he asked where did his father get the scar on his face. Running his fingers along the bridge of his nose, Hugo replied that he had been shot by a barbarian archer when the Baskervilles fought those on Red Black Mountain. The young man asked if she had been caught, but the head replied that she could not be caught, but he remembered well the foxy face of this dangerous woman. Hugo then congratulated Vikir on his graduation and told him that now his life would become even more difficult, and then the young man made sure that he would soon find out about his new position. In a past life at this point, Vikir became a trainee of the Pit Bull Order, and like an unwanted dog was sent to Red Black Mountain to engage in brutal battles. At the age of 15, the young men of the Baskerville family are divided into elite and disposable, where the former study politics and government, the disposable, meanwhile, take their own lives or help the elite. In order for the elite to catch up with the disposable by the level of swordsmanship honed by those in battles, was specially created the 5th level, which was never reached by Vikir. Looking at his father, the young man was sure that Hugo would never allow his illegitimate second-rate son to take an elite course and would send him to fight his enemies again. However, the head of the family told his son that he was appointing him to the position of a member of the lower house, which greatly surprised Vikir, who obviously did not expect to hear such words. Hugo explained that members of the lower house help to administer legislation to the court system and do outreach to local businesses. Being the illegitimate son of Vikir couldn't believe that he had been selected for the elite course, and would now be able to take charge of the Baskerville family's various affairs. Then Hugo said that the young man's achievements were at least 10 years ahead of the other students, so he was awarded the position of deputy consul of the city of Underdog. Looking at his son, the head asked if he agreed with the position, and the boy replied that he would follow his father's decree, but before that, he had some things to discuss. Vikir said he wanted to talk about the ruby mines formerly owned by the Morg family, and the head immediately knew what it was about. The head replied that he remembered the promise of his son's reward and asked if that was what Vikir was talking about, and he immediately replied that that was what he meant. Then the young man asked Hugo for a favor, which surprised Barrymore, who was standing next to him, because his request was not modest. Determinedly looking the head of the clan straight in the eyes, Vikir said that he would take a waiver from that if it was really hard for the father to do so. Outraged at his son's insolence, Hugo loudly and carelessly stamped the documents that lay before him and said firmly that he was refusing his son's request. But looking at the young man without a drop of anger or rage, the man said he believed Vikir wouldn't do anything stupid. Vikir said not to worry about it, thinking that he couldn't get used to Hugo calling him son and listening to his requests. Shortly after the conversation ended, Vakir and Barrymore left Hugo's office and headed down the hallway toward the exit. At that moment, the manager turned to the boy, telling him that Master Hugo treasured his son very much, though it might seem otherwise. Barrymore said that apparently the head has big and grandiose plans for the boy because he was not sent directly to the battlefield and even allocated a position of power. Not wanting to believe in his father's good intentions, Vakir coldly replied that it could be discussed when he had excelled in his duties as subconsul. Despite this position, the young man realized that this job was not interesting, but gave him the opportunity to safely develop his skills because he wanted to avenge the past. Leaving Barrymore alone, Vakir headed away, and he was determined to make Hugo Le Baskerville experience the same pain he had experienced in the past. Soon the young vicar's appointment to his new position was confirmed, and he arrived at the Baskerville training ground in the town of Underdog. Knowing that an important man was on his way to the city, the supervisor turned to the workers and ordered them to clean the whole area to a shine, because tomorrow the new subconsul should arrive. Looking at the boys, the man told them to pay special attention to the fact that this man was from the noble family of Baskerville, and they immediately took note of this information. When the man left them, one of the guys said he was interested in what the new subconsul would be like, and the other guy replied that he was rumored to be only 15 years old. Having come to the conclusion that they are doomed again because there is no telling what to expect from such a young subconsul, the guys noticed an unknown young man on the territory. Not understanding where the young man came from, the guy put his hand on his shoulder and addressed him, saying that outsiders should not enter this area. Turning to the employee, Vakir glared menacingly at him and ordered him to remove his hand from his shoulder now. Then the young man took out the order of his appointment as subconsul and presented it to the employees, and they were shocked to realize who was standing right in front of them. Visibly nervous, the workers said they had not expected the subconsul to arrive so early, to which Vakir immediately ordered them to prepare drinks and invite guests. Leaving the young man and heading into the building, the young man said it was time to throw a grand party to celebrate his arrival in town. The workers were bewildered, for they were very surprised at the first order of the new subconsul and were amazed at his folly. Soon, however, the order was obeyed, and all the tables were occupied with aromatic drinks and various delicious treats. The entire courtyard was filled with important, honored, and wealthy guests who were making small talk and enjoying the feast. At the same time, Underdog Town clerk Chihuahua Baskerville was extremely puzzled by what was happening while he was watching through his office window. Looking out the window, the man thought that a flighty and daring young man had arrived at their post and had immediately thrown an alcoholic party here on the first day. Remembering that all of his predecessors had been fired for bribes, Chihuahua considered this party thrown in a sacred workplace an inappropriate event. The secretary shouted, calling Vakir a petty fool and saying that at this rate he could destroy the place. It was at this point that Vakir crept up to the man from behind and asked if the man was the local secretary, which startled Chihuahua, and he froze in place. Not realizing when the young man had time to enter, the secretary immediately turned to the young man, realizing he had heard everything, but Vakir simply introduced himself, and the man gave his name in response. The boy inquired about the name of the secretary, asking if he had a second name, because that could mean that the man was from another family. In other words, the Chihuahua was not a blood relative, but a common laborer who faced discrimination in the lineage and put up with it. Realizing this, Vakir put his hand on Chihuahua's shoulder and said that the situation was working out just fine, leaving the man perplexed. The Chihuahua replied that he had been born here and was therefore familiar with the situation. Vakir was labeled as local people hard-working, so he was not going to make changes to the existing structure by lending his support. Hearing the words of the boy, Chihuahua did not believe in the good intentions of the one who was still dissatisfied with the banquet and thought that this is a new way of intimidation. Looking at the focused young man who was familiarizing himself with the documents of the city of Underdog, the man could not understand why he had come here with the party. After reviewing the records, Vakir said that there are many flaws in the judicial system, which surprised the secretary, because he, at his young age, understands such issues. Young said the problem with this city has been the growth of illegal businesses, which in turn leads to the black market supremacy over the law. Looking at the secretary, the young man said that this problem will not be solved only by shutting down illegal enterprises, and it is necessary to eliminate the main persons of the black market. Vakir said he knows what the subconsul's responsibilities are, and he respects the existing legislation, but will still introduce new legislation, and Chihuahua asked what this is about. The young man said he would eradicate the black market in a week, but for the law to take effect, he needed a reason for it, and the secretary asked why he needed a reason for it. Vakir said that he is young and also a newcomer who will only start his duties tomorrow, so he needs an introduction to make it more convincing. Then, looking out the window at the wealthy guests, the boy said an interesting phrase about spreading dung everywhere to catch dung flies. Looking at the young man carefully, Secretary Chihuahua could not understand what the new subconsul was thinking about and what he would have to endure during his reign. Soon the next day came, and a huge number of people gathered in the main street of Dortsmile in the town of Underdog. The new subconsul, in the person of Vikir van Baskerville, was introduced to the people and took up his duties as of today. Secretary Chihuahua's subjects asked why the subconsul had been standing here since dawn. The man stood silent, not knowing what to say. Looking at the citizens of Underdog, Vikir turned to them and greeted them and said that he was the new subconsul of the city. Looking at Vikir, all the residents discussed that he was a young and cute boy who was probably not capable of solving the city's problems. Then the young man said that despite the change of subconsul, the existing rules within the Baskerville family remain as strict and everything remains the same. The residents laughed, saying that the people sitting at the top were doing it themselves, and soon the new subconsul himself would be in the lobby of influential officials. At that moment, the secretary shouted, saying that those disrespecting such an important man of the Baskerville family might lose their heads. Looking at the young man, the residents kept saying that he would not be able to enforce the law, and it would be better if Secretary Chihuahua became a subconsul. After hearing the complaints of the townspeople, Vikir immediately took out a long stick and raised it in public to draw attention to it. Looking at it with bewilderment, the inhabitants held their breath because they did not understand where the incomprehensible actions of the new subconsul were leading to. In the next moment, the young man had already heaved this stick into the ground with lightning speed and agility, causing everyone to be shocked. All the inhabitants were very much surprised at the unexpected act of the new subconsul, and amazed at such speed and power of the one. Watching what happened, the secretary of the Chihuahua and his charges also did not escape this fate of surprise, and opened their mouths from what they saw. Releasing the stick left in the ground, Vikir said that in accordance with his powers as subconsul, he would promulgate a new special law. With a serious look at everyone, Vikir said that the first clause of the law states a reward of 100 million gold to whoever can pull the stick out of the ground. Hearing Vikir's words, Secretary Chihuahua and his charges could not believe their ears, for they did not understand what he was up to. The people of the city were also shocked by the first paragraph of the law announced by the subconsul, and did not understand what the young man wanted to achieve in this way. Residents began to discuss animatedly that such a huge amount of money is the salary of a simple man for 4 years, and most likely it is some kind of fraud. With a cold and serious look at the people of Underdog, Vikir asked them if they didn't want to get 100 million just by pulling a stick out of the ground. Realizing that none of the people agree to get a stick and fear him, the young man decided to make adjustments to the new law to get those interested. Now the subconsul announced that he would pay 1 billion gold coins to whoever pulled out the stick, and asked which of the inhabitants would be willing to try their hand at it this time. People became indignant, thinking that it was a silly prank and absurd, because it can't be that the nobility was giving away such big money to ordinary people. Looking at the young subconsul with distrust, the residents told him to stop this circus, because $1 billion is a huge sum not available to mere mortals. Listening to the complaints and grievances of the residents, Secretary Chihuahua bowed his head in shame and embarrassment at the young subconsul's behavior. Realizing that once again people would not agree to such terms, Vikir decided to make one more amendment to his new law. Not about to give up, the young man said he would give 10 billion gold coins to the person who could pull the stick out of the ground. Not understanding what was going on and what the young subconsul was doing, the people were once again shocked by the young man's insistence. However, after the third insistence of that one, people hesitated and were already beginning to consider trying to get that stick. But seeing the sword behind the subconsul's back, the people hesitated again, because they thought that in case of failure, this small rich man could arrange an execution for them. Nevertheless, the villagers continued to discuss how deep the stick might be in the ground and how to pull it out. Suspecting that the subconsul was obviously up to something bad, Vikir again appealed to the residents, asking if there were any takers for such a sum, intending to raise it again. But Secretary Chihuahua said there was not much money in the treasury. Suddenly, for everyone, the voice of a little blonde girl with a basket of flowers came out of the crowd and agreed to try to get that stick out of the ground. One of the inhabitants started to stop the girl, Judy, saying that she might lose her head, to which she replied that her mother was sick, and it was worth trying to get money for her. Laughing the girl, Judy asked an acquaintance to take care of her sick mom if she was doomed to such an outcome. As she approached the subconsul, the girl thought that if things didn't work out, it would be nice to get a few percent for being the laughingstock of the town. Looking sternly and coldly at the girl, Judy young subconsul Vikir ordered her to pull out the stick, since she had already volunteered to try it. Gathering her courage, Judy crouched down and gripped the stick tightly with both hands. With all her strength, the girl was suddenly able to pull the stick out of the ground. The residents were shocked that the small and weak Judy managed to do this, and in fact, the stick was not stuck too deep into the ground. Surprised that the stick came out of the ground so easily, The girl looked fearfully at Subconsul Vikir, expecting to be punished for what she had done. With a sinister and unapproachable look, the young subconsul pulled back his cloak and pointed his hand toward the sword behind his back. Thinking that her life was about to end because of her greed and disrespect for the nobility, Judy closed her eyes and begged her mother's forgiveness for leaving her. But her suspicions turned out to be false, and suddenly Vikir took out a bag of gold and brought it to the girl and told Judy to take the 100 million he was giving her first. She could not believe that she had not been punished and had been rewarded by the young subconsul who had kept his promise. Asking Judy where she lived, Vikir said he would provide her with a guard to help her keep and deliver the 10 billion safely to her home so that no one would rob her on the way. Then, stroking the little girl's head and praising her for her courage and bravery, the young subconsul said that these were the new laws and he pledged to keep his word to the people of Underdog. Because of this introduction, the Vikir law became more popular with the Constitution, for now breaking the law was punishable and compliance was rewarded. This simple logic touched the hearts of all citizens, and all citizens were now sure that the new subconsul kept his word and was different from all other corrupt and insolent rulers. After the introduction of Vikir's special law, illegal activity decreased markedly, and the crime rate in the city was cut in half. Meanwhile, a plaque was hung on the wall in the subconsul's office, and the inscription on it said that the promise must be kept without deceit. After looking at the plaque, Vikir told the secretary that he had beautiful handwriting, and after finishing his work, Chihuahua exhaled heavily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, looking at the young man, the man said that he did not expect to see such an unconventional performance, because for all 20 years of his service, this has never happened. Vikir replied that it was done to attract the attention of the people, and to make a strong impression on those, for one cannot anger the inhabitants for distrust and ignorance of the laws. Letting out a tear, Secretary Chihuahua said that all his hard work prior to Vikir's arrival had not been in vain, and he was ready to serve the young subconsul for the rest of his days. The young man thought that he had picked up this method from Camus' morgue, from the distant future when she took over as head of the family, reducing the level of offending to almost zero. Shrugging off the memories and unfolding the map, Vikir said that it was now urgent to make up for the loss of the prize money they had given to the winning girl. Marking some areas with a cross, the young man said that these places hide illegal organizations with the help of which they will return money from the black market. Looking at the map, Secretary Chihuahua was very surprised and asked Vikir how he knew that the organizations were in the specified locations. Remembering that in his past life he had patrolled in that area all the time, the boy pointed to his nose and replied that he had smelled them. Looking at the boy with astonishment, Chihuahua thought that he was an amazing and unusual person and wondered how far he could sniff out. At that moment, one of the estate workers burst into the office and said that the subconsul had received a request for an interview from the Youth Self-Governance Committee from the mayor's office. The secretary was not happy about the news, but Vikir wanted to see what kind of pathetic local aristocrats would conduct this interview with him. The secretary replied that the self-proclaimed committee was in fact a sect and had been established by the second and third generations of 7 families of the Baskerville family. The boy realized that the committee wanted to comment on his new Vikir special law, because it was obvious that they didn't like it. Looking at the secretary and the worker, the young sub-consul said that the nasty dung flies had finally smelled the dung and surprised them. Exuding an ominous aura, Vikir said that it was time to begin eradicating the lowly pests that were destroying this city. In the city of Underdog, there was a prominent club called Burning Suspense, located in a luxurious and expensive hotel. The VIP room located at the very back of this club was the venue for parties costing 10 million gold coins for 6 hours. There were 7 core committee members who had no shame in wasting a lot of money on building tall towers of liquor glasses just for fun and entertainment. These men were the second and third generations of 7 families from the Baskerville family, and these young rich men spent millions of gold for a single bottle of champagne and denied themselves nothing. After pouring the drink on the table, the head guy from the committee ordered his minions to lick up the spill, and they crouched down in front of him and thanked him and said they could get drunk on it. Sitting down on the sofa, the head of the committee said that his financial outlay did not matter, for the money did not run out, to which his friend replied that it was thanks to the Baskervilles. Then he said that the slave trade is thriving and the kidnapping of barbarians is going well, and it's all due to the Baskervilles' fixation on expanding their borders. The young men were glad that they remained unnoticed by the imperial family and were under the protection of the very Baskervilles that provided security. The head of the committee said that this is because the Baskerville family is made up of idiots who can wield a sword and that the Mescamadnaro family is proof of that. Meshimadnaro was the most loyal of all the families but was completely destroyed by the hands of the Baskervilles who were unaware of the setup by the committee. This loyal Baskerville family did not like the entertainment of the committee, so they were framed and ruthlessly exterminated, leaving only 7 families in the lineage. Then the guys started talking about the new subconsul, saying they'd heard about his illegitimate second-class background, and that they'd sent him an application for an interview. The head of the committee said that the subconsul's name was Vikir, and he was only 15 years old, so he also threw an alcoholic party on the first day he joined the mayor's office. Saying that the subconsul is obviously a fool, the head of the committee offered to play with the young man by inviting him to a big party. Then they will make Vikir, who has no money and who can't go to his family because of fear, pay for the drinks, and at the end they will say that it's a joke. The head of the committee thought that after such pressure and fright, the boy would not even dare to look in the direction of the committee, let alone make a complaint. Suddenly the doors of the room opened and a butler entered the room, announcing that beautiful girls had arrived to treat the guys. At the same moment, another man entered the room, and one of the committee members looked in surprise at the stranger who had come in. The boy asked if anyone knew who had invited the young waiter, to which the butler replied that he thought he had been invited by someone on the committee. Grabbing the young man by the hair, the butler said that he had walked in here so calmly that he hadn't even aroused any suspicion, and then asked who the young man was. Vikir clearly didn't like this attitude from the butler, and his eyes filled with anger and rage. Then something happened that suddenly shocked all the members of the committee and the invited girls sitting next to those. Before the butler had time to remember and realize how it happened, he saw his mangled hand by this young man in a matter of seconds. Supporting his arm, the man cried out in great pain, and the committee members meanwhile looked at the unfamiliar young man in horror and asked what he was doing. With a disdainful look at the committee members, the young man introduced himself by saying his name was Vikir van Baskerville. Frightened by his sudden appearance, the participants asked why the subconsul had visited them, to which Vikir replied that they had invited him themselves. Nervously laughing, the head of the committee said that he had not expected such a short visit of the young man, so he could not prepare for his arrival. Then, the guy whispered to his friend, saying it was time to tame the newcomer by first sitting him down at the table and then making him pay for all the expensive alcohol. Hearing their vile conversation, Vikir banged his hand with all his might on the table and told the boys to stop whispering in front of him. Everyone present was surprised and frozen in place, not expecting such an act from the young man and what followed. Already in the next second, the huge tower of glasses with expensive alcohol shook and began to collapse. The spray from the drinks flew on all the committee members and the girls sitting next to them like rain. The head of the committee couldn't believe that the young subconsul had blasted the champagne tower with a mana resonance with only one minor blow to the table. Glancing at the embittered subconsul standing across from the guy, suggested that Vikir might have immense power and be an alumnus. The guys began to argue among themselves about who was the strongest and who should go against the subconsul, because he was very strong. At this point, Vikir walked up to one of the contestants and putting his hand on the guy's shoulder really scared the guy. A rather nervous committee member said they would pay for all the booze that had been spilled by the subconsul earlier. Vikir replied that of course they would pay for the drinks themselves, because they were unlikely to extort money from him, but the guy replied that they had just misspoken and he had misunderstood them. All the members of the committee began to say that they would not have done such a ruthless thing to a man of the Baskerville family, and had simply decided to test the young man's mettle as a subconsul. The head said that in this way they checked the young man for temptations. For now, the city had fallen in sins, and the other fellow said that they would follow the Vikir. However, after listening to the guy's words, Vikir suddenly hit one of the guys, telling them one important truth he held. Ruthlessly holding the lad by his flesh, the young subconsul said that a master could test his dog all he wanted, but not the other way around. The boy immediately howled in sharp pain, and the young subconsul told him not to think he could fear nothing with only money in his pocket and a little power. Tossing the guy to the floor, Vikir said that he had obviously never faced real fear. Putting his foot on the guy's face and looking back at the others, the young man asked those if they understood why he had done this to their friend. Without hearing a reply, Vikir said that the same thing would happen to the others, and being very frightened, the other guys started to say that they knew what was wrong. Realizing that the boy still didn't understand the true reason for his actions, the young subconsul ordered him to behave and crushed their friend's head with his foot. Seeing the subconsul eliminate their friend, all the guys stood up abruptly from their seats and shouted, calling him a fool and claiming that he couldn't get away with it. Sneaking up on one of the guys, the young man smiled evilly and said that they obviously never made the right conclusions from their nefarious deeds. The subconsul said that he realized that all this time, the boys had been fearlessly engaged in kidnapping illegal slave trade and insulting Baskervilles. After eliminating this guy as well, Vikir said that there was obviously no way to tame these animals in the room without flogging them. Looking at the committee members with a mad look, the young man said that now it was time to punish those who knew no fear of their masters. A little later, The young subconsul found himself in a creepy dungeon, where there were cells for the criminals of this city. Standing behind Vikir's back, Secretary Chihuahua was very surprised at the sight before him, for he had never been here before. At that moment, a man shouted from the cell and said that Vikir would not get away with it, and would be punished by his father. This man turned out to be the head of the committee who threatened the young subconsul with violent reprisals as soon as he approached him. Seeing the ghastly condition of the boys, the secretary asked Vikir why he had beaten and maimed the committee members so badly. The young man asked if he was overdoing it, to which Chihuahua replied that the boy was definitely overdoing it, because you can't turn people into chops. After listening to the man, Vikir told him not to worry about it because he hadn't even started yet, and the secretary asked what the boy meant. The subconsul went to the cell and said that the mayor's office had always kept this sect under control, but now everything had changed because they were trying to take over the Baskervilles. Looking at the head of the committee through the bars, Vikir said that the lack of education was evident even in the insolent faces of these guys. Being serious, the young man said that one day everyone would be punished, and since he had taken up the case, he would eliminate everyone involved. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the committee members cried and began to beg for forgiveness, saying that they were wrong in their actions and asking for mercy for the last time. Looking at the pleas of the committee members, Secretary Chihuahua said it's unlikely the boys' families will sit idly by after learning what happened to them. Insistently addressing the young man, Chihuahua was sure that in the future the boys would not support the projects of the subconsul and would most likely take revenge on him at any cost. However, Vikir said that everything will work out and advised the man not to worry about protesting families because they too are involved in crimes. Looking at the confused secretary, the young subconsul said that if evidence of the family's crimes was needed, he would deliberately create it if it could not be found. Vikir knew that soon there would be a global upheaval in the world in which there was a high probability of his participation in the battle, and if that didn't happen, he would enter the academy and leave here. Turning to the guys, the young man remembered all their sins, namely kidnapping and trafficking in women, bribery, blackmail, contract attacks, extortion, and elimination of people. The head of the committee replied that they had not done it, and if the subconsul was provided with evidence of their offenses, they would definitely be punished. Smiling evilly, Vikir said that the guy was deluded if he thought there was no evidence in the presence of such serious crimes. Desperate, the head of the committee wanted to say something, but quickly stopped and did not utter a word because he realized that he had nothing to oppose Vikir. Watching him, Vikir realized that he was ready to sacrifice his life but would never betray his family, and at that moment a man appeared behind him and addressed the young man. The young subconsul rejoiced at the man's arrival, saying that he had finally arrived, but Secretary Chihuahua was clearly surprised at the appearance of this suspicious man. Holding a large sack with incomprehensible contents, the mysterious man said that the subconsul's customized order had been fulfilled. When he took out the contents of the bag, Vikir saw a lot of gruesome and bloody tools, including saws, knives, picks, and other sharp objects. Turning to the subconsul, the executioner said that in all his 30 years of torture, this was the first time he had seen so many gruesome tools, and Vikir replied that these things were not uncommon in the place where he lived. Then the executioner asked the young man if he had lived in hell, and Vikir replied that this place was like hell, and he could teach the executioner how to use these objects, but he politely refused. Looking at the assortment of tools, the young man thought that he had missed such tools in his past life, in the age of destruction for torturing demons. Taking off his jacket, Vikir said that the torture could begin, and then the head of the committee was finally convinced that the subconsul would not just let them go. Looking into the eyes of the guys full of fear, the boy asked where they lost all their confidence and stubbornness they showed earlier. Rolling up his shirt sleeves, Vikir ordered the boys to be silent, for he wanted to savor the old sensations of torture and proceeded to the gruesome procedures. Soon, rumors of what happened in the committee room quickly spread through the city, and the gang of 7 corrupt and violent idiots were promptly arrested. Everyone was discussing this incident, and given the character of the new subconsul, the residents were sure that the rich offspring were unlikely to be released and would definitely bring shame to their families. Many residents argued that these guys should only get the death penalty after all the atrocities they had committed, but they weren't sure that's what would happen. Some argued that the subconsul would not forgive this and would execute everyone. Others feared that the consequences of executing the heirs could be far from humorous. However, all the townspeople agreed that this incident was a power play between the new politician and the local rich, and if they bowed their heads once, it would all be over. As the townspeople had anticipated soon after, Mangblang Fiar Luobi Chanal Ferragamu Ermas and Frado Berthing Mangblang Fiar Luobi Chanal Ferragamu offered their sincere apologies to the new subconsul. Local officials also bowed to subconsul Vikir, offering him compensation for the harm he had caused. Everyone was sure that thus the 7 heirs were released safely, after listening to their fathers screaming at home. However, the townspeople thought so at first until they saw the 7 heads of the heirs of these families in the middle of the central square of Underdog City. All the heads were soaked in cinnamon and had contorted facial expressions showing the horrible, hellish pain they felt until their last breath. A warning hanging over their heads detailed all the kinds of tortures performed on those that shocked all the inhabitants with their sophistication. After finishing the case, Vakir said that this law had always existed, so there was nothing surprising in such a massacre of disorderly people. However, the very fact of punishing known aristocrats will cause changes, and upon hearing the declaration of war, the remaining aristocrats will spring into action. The secretary was not prepared to hear that if a confrontation between politicians and aristocrats began, a bloody wind would blow on Underdog in the future. Vakir turned and looked at Chihuahua and said that he should be worried because he would be taking part in his next covert operation. Soon that very moment came, and putting a mask over his face, the secretary whispered, asking Vakir if they were really on a covert operation now. Then the young subconsul, also undercover, asked Chihuahua if he didn't trust him, and the man said that wasn't the point. The man looked at the boy with a frightened look and doubted the rightness of such an action, because their task was very dangerous, and he was worried about him. Secretary Chihuahua was worried about the young subconsul being put in an iron cage like some wild animal. Soon the boy was taken to a place run by fallen and vile aristocrats who brought slaves and kidnapped people to sell. The worst part was that Mr. Vakir himself had set himself up to be sold as a slave to one of the aristocrats. Somewhere on the outskirts of the city of Underdog, there was a huge circus tent hidden from the eyes of ordinary people, near which luxurious carriages began to gather. Today was the opening day of the slave trade, which of course the Baskervilles had not been told about, and the local commodity was kidnapped barbarian nobles and commoners. In the tent, the guests of honor were greeted by a man dressed in a clown costume who solemnly welcomed everyone to a place called the circus. When he approached the clown, Chihuahua gave him his ticket, on which the purpose of the visit was indicated, and from his handwriting, the clown determined that the man was from the Mangblang family. A slightly nervous Chihuahua confirmed what was written, saying that he had come to sell the slave who was behind his back. The clown was concerned because people from this family bought slaves in bulk, thinking that someone was not to their liking, to which Chihuahua replied that he was always satisfied with the goods bought here. Upon seeing the male slave, the clown said that such a rare and unusual specimen with black hair and red eyes he would be able to sell at a great price. Accepting this bid, the clown invited Mr. Chihuahua Mangblang to come inside and wished him a fun time at the circus watching the auction. Soon the whole hall was filled with aristocrats, and positioned in the center of the stage, the clown leading the event began his performance, addressing the audience. At that moment, the guests were discussing who liked which slaves, because some wanted a slave with a tragic fate. Some wanted a beautiful slave, and some liked kidnapped people. In a loud stage voice, the clown announced that this auction featured an unusual item that had been secretly stolen from the hunters of the Baskerville family. This item turned out to be a huge hell bison nicknamed Murcielago, who had 19 hearts and was a top-level A monster. In this monster were valuable skin flesh. Flesh, bones, organs all had a high value, and the starting price of the auction was the sum of 100 million gold. Interested guests began to make bets, breaking each more and more sum, because many wanted to possess such a precious commodity. Upon hearing the largest, unbeatable sum of 250 million gold, the clown struck his hammer and announced that the lot had been sold to the man in question. Then came the next slaves for whom the nefarious aristocrats were vying, throwing their money in all directions and making bets trying to snatch their prey. Suddenly, a man came up to the clown asking to sell another lot, and upon learning what the item was, the clown was surprised and said that he did not give guarantees, but would try to interest buyers. Turning to the guests, the clown began to tell about this special and rare commodity, which was brought by slave traders from the depths of the wild jungle. This commodity turned out to be a young barbarian girl who came from a fearsome and strong fighting tribe from the jungles of the Red-Black Mountain called the Balax. The girl glared angrily and hatefully at all these vile people while the clown offered to ransom and test his taming skills on this fierce slave. Hearing the incomprehensible language and screams of this savage, the guests could not understand why to sell such goods, but the clown still risked to start the auction with the sum of 5 million. However, none of the guests were willing to bid in favor of this lot, and realizing this difficult situation, the host offered a lower bid of 3 million. Once again, not seeing the interest of the guests, the clown said that he would give them 1 million if they would make at least a minimum bid for this girl. But the audience did not give in even to such a provocation, and began to get bored and show their indignation at the lack of interesting merchandise. Realizing that the lot is not to sell, the clown told his huge assistant to get rid of the girl Varvara and to deliver to the stage only verified goods. At this point, the girl became enraged and began to shout something in her own language and try to get out of the shackles that were restraining her body. But the huge executioner and the clown's assistant quickly pacified the slave with his powerful blow, after which she instantly lost consciousness. While the executioner was carrying the girl away on his back, the clown apologized for the misunderstanding to the audience and said it was time for the next item. Then the auction with the best items began, and to the guests brought out a young Vakir who passed by the executioner and the girl Varvar. One of the aristocratic ladies present immediately caught sight of the merchandise that had just been delivered to the stage and was struck by the fact that, in front of the nefarious rich men, appeared a young, handsome young man with beautiful long black hair, with an athletic build and bright red eyes. The clown immediately approached the young man and began to tell him about the item, saying that it was very rare and initially docile, so it would not require much training. Without listening to the clown, the lady who liked Vakir immediately made a bet of 600 million, which the clown was very happy, because not having had time to specify the starting amount, has already heard the bet. Suddenly, another guest announced a bid of 800 million, and angry lady yelled at the one, because she did not understand why such a handsome young man needs a man. While the man replied that he needed the young man as a gladiator and clarified relations with the aristocrat, another guest outbid him by offering 900 million. Suddenly, one of the guests picked up the plate with his number and said that he was offering 6 billion for this slave. The clown looked at him for a moment and froze, because he did not expect to hear such a huge sum for this young slave. Catching a wave of excitement, Clown began to ask who can offer more, but all the guests were silent, turning around and looking at the man who made the last bet. The aristocrats immediately recognized that this man was Baron Gambino of Zitnitsa, with his young assistant standing behind him. There were rumors among the nobles that the vile man had recently risen by absorbing underground funds. Looking at the Baron's aide, asked if he had made too big a bet, to which Gambino replied that he would resell the young man in the capital at twice the price. Doubting the correctness of the Baron's actions, the girl said that it was too large a sum and that he would be suitable for sale as he matured. Gambino ordered Sindivendi to shut up, for he had taken the girl in when she had no place to go, so she must not look down on her master. In the end, no one offered a higher amount, and the clown said that the customer number 99 Baron Gambino gets the right to own this unique product. When Vakir was brought to the Baron, the man saw that the young man looked even better up close, and said that he had prepared a couple of games for them to try out his goods. After these words, the young subconsul raised his hands to the man's face, and Gambino was surprised, and asked the young man if he wanted the shackles removed. Replying to the Baron that there was no need, Vakir broke the strong chains with his hands in a second, and said he would gladly play with the man. Seeing this, Sindivendi standing behind Baron Gambino was frightened and surprised at such strength of such a young boy. Without hesitation, Vakir struck Baron Gambino with a powerful blow, and he flew backwards, blowing everything around him to smithereens. Landing on the floor, the man coughed and heard a question from a boy who asked if the Baron liked this game called Spear and Shield. Approaching Gambino and clutching tightly at his flesh, the young subconsul said that in this game he would be the spear and the man the shield, and if the latter held out, he would win. Tears sprang from the Baron's eyes from the infernal pain, and he screamed frantically, begging his assistant Cindy to call the guards, but she froze in place in fear. Before she could even move from her seat, the girl saw the man fall silent in an instant, and his eyes ceased to emit life energy. Then the young man slowly took off his wig and exposed his real face, and then Sindivendi immediately realized that subconsul Vakir van Baskerville stood before her. All the guests of the circus were horrified to realize that the subconsul himself had come here under the guise of a slave, and the secretary realized that the young man would again punish everyone with extreme cruelty. After looking at these vile aristocrats, Vakir said that this place was aptly named circus since it housed so many clowns. Anticipating a taste of further revenge, the young subconsul said that all present were unlikely to return home unharmed. Realizing that their secret society was caught off guard, the clown organizer decided to act quickly and decisively because he did not care that the young man turned out to be a subconsul. Pointing his finger at Vakir, the clown said it didn't matter who the boy was, and ordered his minions to eliminate him because he was completely unarmed. Immediately following the organizer's order, the armed fighters rushed to attack the young man to eliminate him as soon as possible. However, at that moment, Vakir summoned and released the demonic sword Beelzebub from his hand, showing that he was not unarmed. Ahead of his opponents, the young subconsul eliminated all 3 men in a flash, stripping them of their heads with a single blow. Upon seeing what had happened, the clown noticed the red, viscous aura exuding from the young subconsul and suspected something wrong. Immediately after the fallen trio, the executioner entered the fray, spinning his metal sphere on a chain, but Vakir didn't keep the man waiting long, rushing towards him. Sneaking up to the metal sphere, The young man immediately channeled his power to disarm this formidable big guy. In the next instant, Vikir shattered the metal sphere and eliminated the creepy executioner, thus letting everyone know that he was a graduate level. To be an alumnus at such an age, even as Baskerville, was quite unusual, for alumni are the best weapons representing the strength of a country. Realizing that with such an opponent of victory is not seen, Victory Clown decided to act more vile methods using for this next standing Chihuahua, who supported the young man. Laughing evilly, the clown turned his attention to himself and ordered Vikir to look away from the fight and look in his direction. The young man turned around and saw his secretary being held hostage by the clown, who ordered him to surrender or his employee would be in trouble. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vikir stopped fighting at that second and hid his demonic sword back in his hand. Being extremely frightened, the secretary approached the young subconsul saying he was fine and asked that the young man be careful. The clown ordered him to shut up because he was at a disadvantage, and the man replied that he would rather suffer than frame his boss. Hearing Chihuahua's words, Vikir laughed out loud and said he knew of his loyal secretary's boundless loyalty. Then the young subconsul said that in leaving the Baskerville mansion, he had received a hidden card in the form of a whistle from the head of Hugo, which was now fastened to his leg. The secretary immediately recognized this whistle and understood everything, but the clown didn't know what the object was and anxiously asked what the young man was going to do with it. Bringing the whistle to his face, Vikir blew it with all his might, and a loud, shrill sound spread throughout the tent. Not expecting such a strong and nasty sound from a small whistle, all the aristocrats instantly covered their ears to avoid hearing it. The clown and Chihuahua continued to stare at the young man and stood motionless, waiting for what would follow after the piercing whistle. Having finished blowing the whistle, the young subconsul took it away from his face and froze in anticipation of further actions that were bound to take place. Not noticing no immediate change, the clown haughtily told Vikir that this dude could only frighten others with its ugly sound. Before he could finish his speech about how the guy had failed to do anything despite the fact that he was a graduate, the clown was silent because a sharp sword blade pierced his throat. In the same second, the clown fell breathlessly to the floor at the hands of a mysterious cloaked man standing behind him. Secretary Chihuahua cried out in surprise that his assailant who had just threatened his life was no longer breathing and that the mysterious man had hidden his sword. Suddenly, one of the clown's henchmen and his accomplice rushed to attack the cloaked man to avenge his fallen superior. However, the stranger did not even budge and riddled the body of the male assailant with little effort. All the rest of the clown's accomplices froze in fear, not expecting to see such a gruesome massacre of their friend and worrying for their lives. At the same moment, a huge number of warriors dressed in the same cloaks as the man who had eliminated the clown hurriedly entered the tent. The swordsmen spread out all around and surrounded all the present nefarious aristocrats in this circus. The clown's accomplices began to suspect who all these swordsmen might be, and if it turned out to be true, they would not be spared. Recognizing the sign in the shape of fangs, Sindivendi realized that this was the most ferocious unit in the entire empire, consisting of a large number of Knights alumni. The swordsman, who had suddenly crept up behind her, was just one of the members of the Baskerville Night Squad called Pitbull. Turning around and looking at the man in horror, Sindivendi couldn't believe she was going to the other side of the world in such a creepy place. But at that moment, Vikir blocked the knight's path and covered the girl with himself, ordering him to let her live but detain her. In the same second, the man drew back from Vikir and knelt before the young subconsul, showing the young subconsul his submission and reverence. Vikir then gave orders to eliminate all other guests, but not to touch those lying still, but not to spare those at the slightest movement of the body. Remembering Hugo's words, the young man thought that he had paid great attention to military power and was glad that he had gotten a pit bull squad for his request. A squad of knights immediately began to eliminate the vile and corrupt aristocrats on Vikir's orders, and one of the guests fell to the floor and decided to wait it out and then escape. But suddenly, for the man, one of the swordsmen noticed him and immediately approached, looking at him with an intimidating, piercing gaze. Hoping for mercy from the knight, the aristocrat held out his hands to the knight and asked him to cuff him. However, the swordsman replied that they do not carry handcuffs and immediately attacked the man and stripped him of both legs so that he could not escape. Soon, a huge man with a cigar in his teeth came up to Vikir and asked him if he liked his pit bulls, to which the young man replied that he was very pleased with the swordsman. The man said that he could always ask for help, because he was Vikir's uncle and the captain of the night squad, and his name was Boston Terrier Le Baskerville. Boston Terrier realized why his brother Hugo was so interested in the young man. For Vikir, in his 15 years, was very clever and very violent in his actions. Putting his hand on his nephew's head, the man suggested that he join the pit bulls, but the young subconsul was slow to respond and said he would think about it. Before he knew it, The Boston Terrier saw the boy, who said he had urgent business to attend to and had to go. After realizing that the young man had the guts to ignore his uncle, the man realized that he really wanted to get Vicar into his pit bull collection. After escaping from his annoying uncle, the young man went into a room where there were many cages in which slaves were kept until they were sold. Soon, Vicar saw a huge safe with nobleman's money that he was going to return to the mayor's office for tax security. Reasoning that he didn't feel like contributing to the Baskervilles' property, the young man noticed a cage that was covered with a thick cloth. Realizing that he had come to the warehouse for another, the boy was still overcome with interest and removed the cloth from the cage to see what was there. In the cage lay a barbarian girl who had never been able to sell at auction and who was covered in sedinas and was in a semi-conscious, exhausted state. Looking at the victim of the vile merchants, Vicar realized that the girl had been badly beaten and was not in the best condition. Taking out a vial of red liquid from his belt, the young man said that the girl was very lucky because he would give her a restorative potion. The young subconsul opened the vessel and began to pour the potion into the girl's mouth so that she could drink a little to heal and regain consciousness. Soon, the girl's body was saturated with the potion and began to radiate life energy, which was a good sign. Suddenly opening her eyes, the girl didn't realize what had happened because her last memory was of standing at an auction in front of aristocrats. When she saw the young man in front of her, she recoiled, fearing for the safety of her life, and not expecting such a reaction from the girl. Vicar asked her what she was so afraid of. After opening the cage, Vicar stepped aside and turned to the stranger and spoke a phrase in the barbarian language, telling her to get out of here as soon as possible. The girl looked at the young man with apprehension and misunderstanding, for it was surprising that a man not of their kind knew the language of the barbarians and opened the way to her. Remembering that he had learned the language of the barbarians at a basic level while fighting those in his past life, Vicar once again ordered the girl to get out of here. Unexpectedly, the girl looked him in the eyes with confidence and began to tell him something in her own language, but he replied that he did not know their language at that level. Then, leaving the cage, the girl headed for the exit while continuing to look with interest at her savior. Then she paused for a moment and uttered one last phrase in her own language. Obviously not quite understanding the meaning of these words, Vicar looked after the stranger and said that he would consider her words as gratitude. Finally left alone in this room, Vicar continued his search, and finding what he had come for, he removed the cloth from this important commodity. Beneath the cloth was the breathless body of Murcielago, who, for the boy's benefit, had not yet been butchered and thus could take whatever he needed. Releasing Beelzebub from his hand, the young man said that it had been a long time since they had had a top-level monster, and that it was time to start eating and savoring the monster's blood. Soon, everyone was talking about the young subconsul who instantly crushed criminal organizations, whose members were stripped of their limbs and taken to prisons. Also on that day, the burning mansion that housed the huge devil's lair of the fallen aristocrats of Underdog City was burned to the ground. The heads of all the VIP visitors to this creepy lair were put on display in the town square, and people became more vigilant about criminal activity. At the same time, 7 families who had previously lost their heirs wrote complaints to the government, whose response was categorical. As the head of the city's government, Vicar replied to the 7 families that the only consequence for all criminals involved in the slave trade would be execution. The families' protests stopped when all their accounts came to light, which were handed over for investigation to the Baskervilles, who had implicated the imperial family in the affair. As a result, the heads of the families personally went to the government, where they had to beg for forgiveness from the man who had previously eliminated all their sons. Looking at the heads of the 7 families, Vicar said to those that all the black ledgers from the burning mansion had already been searched thoroughly. On this basis, all 7 families, without exception, would be subject to requisition of property under the constitution of the Baskerville Dominion. At last, the young sub-consul looked angrily at the heads of families and said that the 3 families who had committed treason against the Baskervilles were sentenced to execution. Since these harsh reforms, the city of Underdog has bathed in the blood of traitors and has come to a prosperous place where Vicar's good reputation among the citizens has grown day by day. On one such workday of the young sub-consul, Secretary Chihuahua entered the young man's office and suggested that he take a break and have a cup of coffee. Vicar replied that it was not necessary to do so, but the secretary said that he expressed his personal gratitude because he had saved him on the day of the covert operation. The young man jokingly said that coffee was too small a price to pay for salvation. He smiled and replied that he had added 2 spoonfuls of cream and 2 lumps of sugar. The secretary then asked how the young man's manuscript training was going, and Vicar asked to see it. Chihuahua looked at the young man's manuscript and said that despite his recent start in training, he was making great progress and writing beautifully. Then the secretary thought that the young man was an incredible person because only after learning the letters he had already managed to write new laws with excellent legal knowledge. Looking at Vikir, Secretary Chihuahua concluded that if the young man stayed here, the city of Underdog would become even more developed and prosperous. Finishing his workday late in the evening, the young sub-consul decided to visit one interesting place. This place was the prison where the man Vicar needed to communicate with was being held. Looking at the shackled prisoner, the young man apologized for not coming at once, because he had been busy with important matters lately. This prisoner turned out to be Sub Rose, who had been rescued by the Sindivendi sub-consul, and the girl immediately asked why he had spared her. After removing the blindfold from her eyes, Vikir replied that he saved the girl because he wanted to ask her a few questions he was concerned about. Glaring angrily at the young man, she asked if that was really the only reason she was saved. Moving away from the girl, Vikir said that thanks to that lowly Baron Gambino, was able to increase his power in a short period of time. Taking the chair, the young man said that the girl had good earning skills and would make a fine merchant or financier if she weren't on the dark side. Sitting down in the chair in front of Cindy, the sub-consul promised to let her go if she answered all his questions. The young man also specified that if the girl resisted to cooperate, she would regret her choice very much, and Sindivendi decided to answer the questions. Then, Vikir asked how the girl thought he knew about law enforcement, and with a smirk, she replied that he had reached the level of magistrate. Hearing the falsity in the girl's words, the young man said that he would not be able to keep his promise if she continued to lie to his face. Unexpectedly, Cindy told him that she thought the sub-consul was doing something very wrong, which made him very angry. Hearing the girl's comment, Vikir instantly got up from his chair and came close to the girl. Taking Sindivendi by the chin and directing her gaze straight to his face, the young man asked what exactly he was doing wrong. The girl looked at Vikir with a confused look, thinking that he was going to hurt her. But the very next second, the young sub-consul let go of her face without hurting her. Once again, moving away from Cindy to his chair, the young man asked what was wrong with his actions. The girl replied that since long ago in government, beneficence has been a major factor in moral principle. Vikir has strengthened his authority with his own methods, but if this continues, he will have to eliminate many more in the future, which will cause resentment of the people. Also, the Baskervilles would not approve of the young man's influence on Underdog if it was greater than that of the head of the clan, and then the young man realized what Cindy meant. The young man looked at the girl with interest and asked how to proceed in order to avoid these undesirable aspects. Cindy replied confidently that it was necessary to turn over all authority to the Baskervilles and return the town to its master. Afterwards, the young man will need to travel to the plains of Red Black Mountain or to the Central Academy of the Empire and develop while being as inconspicuous as possible. Vikir replied that her advice sounded like she was telling a pitiful hunting dog to tear its master's throat out. Looking with complete seriousness at the young man, Cindy replied that it was the only way to avoid trouble. With a slightly disheartened look, Vikir replied to the girl that he was pleased with the girl's advice. The young man appreciated her offer of a solution to the problems, saying that their thoughts on the matter were very similar, and then pulled out the key to the shackles. Saying that Cindy was now free, the young man released her from the shackles as promised earlier. The girl was surprised that the sub-consul was actually letting her go, and Vikir said he always keeps his word. Leaving the prison cell, Cindy said that Vikir might regret this decision, but the young man asked if she knew the Mesimadnaro family. There were actually 8 families in Underdog. The Mesimadnaro family was the richest merchant family of all the others. Hearing no response from the girl, Vikir said that there was an accident in this family, and Sindivendi froze in place. At that time, the youngest son of the head of Mesimadnaro was to demonstrate his sword skills at his birthday celebration. After the demonstration began, the members of the Baskerville family present, they were simply amazed at what this young man had shown them. The young man's skills were the Baskerville sword style, which was secretly learned only in their family. Upon hearing this, the Baskervilles decided that there was a level 1 secret leak and unleashed hunting dogs that ruthlessly eliminated the Mesimadnaro clan on the same day. But the real intruders were the heirs of 7 families who stole a book with secret knowledge and taught the son of the Mesimadnaro family with it. After listening to the sub-consul's words and making a nonchalant face, Sindivendi asked what the 8th family had to do with her. Vikir replied that there was still one person left of the family, and that was a 1-year-old girl secretly kidnapped by these devilish heirs of the 7 families. The young man told her that because of her unprecedented beauty, this little girl had to go through cruel and shameful tortures, the details of which are even hard to pronounce. Not wanting to listen to the young sub-consul anymore, the furious girl quickly headed for the exit to leave this creepy place as soon as possible. But Vikir did not rush to stop Sindivendi, and persisted with his speech saying that this story has a sequel. The story continued with the arrival of a new sub-consul, who brought out all the old vices of the heirs of the 7 families and punished those severely. The new sub-consul mercilessly tortured the heirs, forcing them to pay for every sin, and then leave a will begging for forgiveness for all they had done, and Sydney Wendy stopped. Not holding back her emotions, the girl shouted and asked who they were apologizing to, and the young man replied that Cindy obviously knew who they were apologizing to. Crying, the girl heard them apologize to the only remaining person of the family, namely the girl Cindevendi St. Rose. Looking at Vikir, Cindevendi asked how she could trust the young man that he had actually tortured, and made those begging for forgiveness based on words alone. Taking the torch, Vikir said it was better to make sure with his own eyes by looking at the evidence, and turned the girl's gaze to one of the prisoner's cells. Looking through the bars of the cell, Cindy saw that all the walls of the cell and the floor were written in blood with pleas for forgiveness and confessions to the destruction of her kind. Also, in the cells were left rotting bodies of these heirs deprived of their heads that threw the girl into the deepest shock. After what she had seen, Cindevendi fell to the floor without strength, for she felt sick and vomited from the gruesome sight. Then the young man said that these were not all the culprits she should hate, for she also had every right to hate the family of Baskervilles. Looking angrily at Vikir, Cindy asked why he was helping her since he was a member of the Baskerville family. Smirking, the young man replied that this family was not the only reason she was harmed, so the girl was asking stupid questions. After listening to the sub-consul, Cindy stood up and walked towards the exit, saying that she would not be indebted to the young man by providing him with money for whatever he did. Looking after the departing Cindevendi, Vikir said that he had memorized the girl's words, so she would have to keep her word if necessary. Soon that day ended, and a new one began, and earlier in the morning there was a loud knock on the door of the young man's room. Opening the door, the Chihuahua's secretary called Vikir a sleeper, telling him to wake up and wishing him a good morning. But before he finished his speech, he was frightened by what he saw, for the young master was lying in his bed, and the room was strewn with dead bodies and blood. Then the young man woke up and, rubbing his sleepy eyes, said hello to the secretary, to which the Chihuahua immediately asked what those bodies in his room were. Vikir replied that he didn't remember, because he had probably eliminated those in his sleep. But the man was amazed at the boy's calm answer, because it all looked very creepy. Soon they left the room, and Chihuahua's secretary asked what kind of childhood the boy had had in his parents' home, and he replied that it had been very merry. Ignoring the man's concern, Vikir hesitated and said that he had been getting a lot of trouble with these attacks lately. The young man remembered that first they shot poison arrows at him, then brought poisoned drinks 4 times, and then doused him with sulfuric acid. So were attempted arson and shooting, and then followed by a carriage run over and many other threats to the sub-consul's life. After a little thought, the young man said that he was obviously attracting a lot of attention, to which Chihuahua replied that he was rather crazy if he thought it was a sign of attention. At the auction, with the help of Beelzebub, Vikir obtained a very useful indestructible life skill from a hell buffalo that proved to be quite effective. Now the young man's body was strengthened by the waters of the river Styx, and had the skill of indestructible life, for which there was no trace left on him during yesterday's attack. Suddenly, a fancy carriage arrived in the courtyard of the estate, surprising the young sub-consul and Chihuahua's secretary with its arrival. On the roof of the carriage, the flags of the Baskerville family were flying in the wind, which could not be confused with any other flags in this empire. Upon seeing these identifying marks, young Vikir realized that someone from the main house of Baskerville had arrived. Soon the carriage doors opened, and before them appeared an arriving man who clearly shocked Secretary Chihuahua. This man turned out to be Superintendent Barrymore, who immediately bowed and said hello to young Mr. Vikir. The young man then said hello in return, and said that the manager had looked better in the time they had not seen each other. During the conversation between Barrymore and Vikir, they were being closely watched by Chihuahua's secretary. He looked at the manager with interest and surprise. Barrymore was a top CEO and 4th-generation manager working for the bloodthirsty Baskerville family, where you could lose your head for one mistake. The Chihuahua was insanely happy and excited to see the idol of all the Baskerville laborers with his own eyes. Vikir then told Barrymore that apparently the reason for his arrival could only be one thing, and the manager confirmed the young man's words. Barrymore said the Hugo chief praised his son's accomplishments and was pleased with the success of the one, and ordered him to be brought to the home. Imagining the haughty look on Hugo's face, Vikir couldn't believe that he could genuinely be happy about his success. Obeying their father's orders, Vikir and Barrymore soon arrived at the chapter where Hugo was at this time studying something intently. In the edition of the newspaper wrote about the new sub-consul of the city Underdog, who quickly eliminated crime, then won the love of the citizens and the hatred of villains. Hugo told Vikir that with such reforms, the Baskervilles could rid themselves of the image of fools who only know how to wield swords. Then the head praised his son for the work he had done, and the young man bowed and called him master, and replied that he was only doing his job. After Hugo said that the reward and punishment must be received without fail, so the young man will enter the academy because he really deserves it. The Colosseum Academy was the best in the empire. The students here were children of nobles and royalty, and Vikir was very happy to have this opportunity. The head said that he was going to send some more guys to the academy and asked the young man which of his close brothers he would like to study with. Intending to take them with him to use as a punching bag, Vikir replied that his closest brothers are Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow. The head replied that he would send his brothers with him to the academy, and then asked if he remembered his strategy developed at the age of 8. The young man replied that his plan was to lease the ruby mines to the Morg clan to use them to eliminate the barbarians. Hugo looked at his son and said that the plan had worked and was as successful as the young man had previously thought. The young man asked what the words of the head meant, to which the man replied that the Morg were the first to offer joint submission, which was quite malleable on the part of those. Hugo then asked Vikir if he would like to take a walk around the area before he left to see if the laws were being followed. The young man obediently bowed before Hugo and said he was obeying his master's orders. Sometime later, having finished all business in the city, underdog Vikir was leaving the estate and Secretary Chihuahua escorted the young man on his way. With tears in his eyes, Chihuahua said goodbye to the young subconsul to whom he had time to attach all his soul. Looking after Vikir, the man told him to be careful and that he would take care of the administration in the young man's absence. Looking back at the Secretary Chihuahua young man, thought that soon will have to say goodbye to the man, and he was sad at the thought, because he also befriended that. Leaving Underdog Manor, Vikir headed for the diamond mines to the Morg family, passing through a forest grove. Suddenly the young man turned to someone and insistently told them to stop hiding behind the trees and come out to him. After Vikir's words, the mysterious people in dark cloaks instantly emerged from the forest and showed themselves in front of the others. Then the young man turned to the man who had approached him and said that they had done the right thing not to come out all this time because he did not want to make a fuss. The man turned out to be a Stepfordshire Baskerville who said that a loyal band of pit bulls would escort the young man safely to the Morg fortress. Vicar asked the man how Uncle Boston Terrier was doing, and the Stepfordshire man replied that after the auction, the man states that the young man should join the pit bulls squad. Remembering the behavior and character of his Uncle Boston Terrier, the young man thought that he was a very unpleasant person, and he did not like to cross him. Soon Vikir and a band of pit bulls reached the lands that had been leased to the Morg family. Looking at the hard-working people, the young man said that looking at all this, you can't say that illegal activity is going on here. Stepfordshire said that supposedly this delegation was a territorial inspection, but without listening to the man, Vikir replied that he knew it was a squad to subdue the barbarians. Then Stepfordshire said that here are gathered 2 deputies from the Morg family, 30 members of the House of Representatives, and about 100 wizards who are not members of the Legislative Assembly. Unlike the Morgs, Hugo brought only a member of the House of Representatives, Vikir, and a dozen knights to these lands, while the elite remained in ambush on the other side of the ridge. At this point, the young man thought it would be a good idea to investigate the way of life of the barbarians as the head of the Baskervilles had advised him earlier. After a little while, they reached a castle surrounded by high walls and a deep moat, with human skeletons hanging from huge spikes. Looking at these breathless human remains, it was immediately clear that this was the work of ruthless Morg mages. Looking at this sight, Stepfordshire said it was a very cruel and forceful warning to the barbarians from the Morg family. The whole sight reminded Vikir of the ruthless and calculating Camus Morg, for such were the imprints of memories of that one from his past life. Suddenly, 3 female silhouettes appeared on the high wall, and one of the girls asked who the travelers in front of the castle walls were. As the 3 girls approached the edge of the wall, they said that no one could enter the castle without their permission. Looking closely at those, Vikir thought they looked very familiar, but he couldn't figure out who the girls resembled. These girls were known as the 3 flowers of the Morg family, and these sisters were named Hysis, Middlesex, and Lowes. Everyone knew that the sisters individually were insane, and when gathered together, their madness pierces the sky. And looking at those, the young man said that a delegation of the Baskerville family had arrived. Informing them that they had arrived for a tour of the area and a friendly exchange, Vikir heard back that it was necessary to wait for the person in charge to allow entry. Hearing these words, the young man said that the landlord himself came here, and they have no right to stop him, to which one of the girls asked if he ignored them as a landlord. Continuing to unnerve Vicar, one of the sisters told the young man that he obviously didn't know the tenant protection law, despite it being the law of the Baskerville family. The young man replied that he had already made some changes to the law to evict the current tenants, and Stepfordshire noticed an ominous aura emanating from the irritated Vikir. Not wishing to wait any longer and have meaningless conversations, the young man said that he was warning the sisters for the last time and ordered them to open the gate. When the 3 sisters noticed Vicar's aura, they realized that the young Baskerville was obviously not joking and might attack them. But not holding back her temper, one of the sisters unleashed her magic and replied that she had heard that the city of Underdog was run by some juvenile idiot. In the next instant, the girl released a warning stream of water right under Vikir's feet in an attempt to scare him, but it only scared the horse he was sitting on. Then, calling the young man an ill-mannered swordsman, the sisters ordered him to wait as they had been told before, for one must not enter the lands of the Morg family without asking. Suddenly from behind Vikir's back came voices that turned to the sisters and asked how dare they behave like that in front of this important man. When Vikir heard this and turned back around, he was very surprised to realize that he had heard very familiar voices. Enraged, the sisters called the strangers henchmen and asked how these reckless idiots dared to stand up to them. At this moment, the three knights boldly stepped forward of Vikir, preparing for the approaching battle with the Morg family sisters. After taking off their hoods, the boys revealed their identities to everyone as Trident kin, and one of the brothers pointed at the young man and said that they, like Vikir, were members of the Baskerville family. Turning around and looking at Vikir, the three brothers said to trust them because they want to be helpful and have the power to deal with the sisters. The young man was obviously not happy about the help of his brothers, because they irritated him madly since his previous life, and these emotions were read on his face. Looking at the brothers, Vikir couldn't understand what the three were doing here and what was wrong with them, because before they wouldn't have thought of helping him even for a reward. Then one of the brothers came to the young man and asked him to trust them, because they wanted to thank him for the recommendation to enter the academy. Now Vikir realized the true intent of the triplets, for the brothers do not do anything for nothing, but they had no idea that he had taken them as his punching bag. Looking at them closely, the young man thought that later they would become his strongest weapon, because despite the fact that they are stupid, they can cope with the instructions perfectly. After thinking about taming them and making them useful for his own purposes, Vikir told his brothers that he would trust them this time, and the boys were very happy about it. The sisters then turned to Trident Baskervilles, calling them idiots and saying that they can't do anything without each other. The brothers did not choose their expressions either and called the sisters helpless idiots in response, which further fueled the conflict between them. Watching what was happening, Vikir remembered that in his past life, the Morg triplets were known as the Three Sorceresses, and each possessed their own element. One of the Morg sisters possessed a powerful element and the element of water that could easily descend upon the enemy and swallow them up. The second sister skillfully wielded the element of indestructible earth element, which also gave the enemy no chance of escape. And the last of the sisters possessed an element of a creative, benevolent, yet cruel and ruthless nature. The combination of three elements perfectly combined with each other enhances the magic of each of the sisters tenfold. And for this, they were nicknamed the Three Flowers of Morg. Through a combination of their elements of magic, the sisters immediately put up barriers in front of the brothers on the way to the castle, saying that they wouldn't be able to get through it. Taking his sword out of its scabbard and preparing to attack, one of the brothers said that these herbal sticks would not be an obstacle in their way. Possessing the first level of Baskervilles, the young man deftly cleaved the barrier in front of him with his sword without much difficulty. When Staffordshire saw this, he said that the young man was good at his skills because he had dealt with it with only one blow. But Vikir disagreed with that man's opinion. However, after that, one of the tree vines whipped back at the young man, but he managed to block the attack without injuring himself. But the shockwave from the plant was so strong that it threw Highbrow back and he was once again next to his brothers. Meanwhile, the sisters standing above those on huge tree shoots smirked haughtily and said that the brothers' pathetic swords wouldn't even be able to hurt them. Enraged by the girl's words, the brothers began to emit a sinister aura and prepared to attack those in full force because their ego had been hurt. Staffordshire asked Vikir if he was having fun watching all this, but the young man didn't immediately understand what the man was talking about. He reasoned over who was stronger than mages or swordsmen, because with the help of mana magic can reproduce the elements more strongly, and swordsmen use mana as fuel to create explosive power. Staffordshire was interested to see the potential of these young men and how they performed on the battlefield, as they would soon be leading families of swordsmen and mages. Thinking that it would be better if all 6 of the troubled triplets disappeared, Vikir said that he should get this over with quickly, as there was still much to discuss with the manager. Suddenly, there was an unknown voice asking what the brothers were doing in foreign territory, and a blob of fire elemental formed in that person's hand. Disregarding this warning, one of the brothers finally almost managed to get to one of the sisters and almost managed to attack that one. But in the rush of anger and excitement, the young man did not notice the powerful stream of fire magic that was directed in their direction. Staffordshire was horrified at the whirlwind of flames that engulfed all 6 of the boys, but Vikir smiled, hoping that all could be eliminated by this powerful attack. When the flames dispersed, the slightly burned brothers stood next to the young man, which he was not at all happy about, and they stared ahead, not understanding where the fire magic had come from. Thinking that one of the triplet sisters had done it, the brothers asked what she was doing, since they could all be eliminated because of the fire. However, all the sisters were also shocked and shed bitter tears, saying that they could have been badly hurt, and they were scared. The girl who had unleashed such powerful fire magic without listening to the complaints of the guys once again asked what was going on here and why they were making such a ruckus. At that moment, Vikir lifted his head up and looked at the girl standing on the edge of the wall with bewilderment and interest. This person turned out to be his longtime acquaintance Camus Morgue, who was clearly unhappy with the ongoing mess. With a contemptuous look at everyone, the girl said that she would not forgive anyone who makes a mess on her territory. Jumping off the wall, Camus heard the sisters complaining that they didn't start it. They were only trying to stop the uninvited guests. Hearing that one of the sisters addressed her by name Camus, ordered her not to address her that way, and being frightened, the sister immediately corrected herself by calling her sub-superior. Threatening her sisters to end up on one of the spikes surrounding the castle, the girl told them to be careful with their words, and they immediately apologized for their transgression. Then turning to look at the uninvited guests, the girl immediately noticed among them a young Vikir sitting on a horse ahead of them all. A little embarrassed and smiling sweetly at the young man, Camus said that they had not seen each other for a long time, because it had been about 7 years since the last meeting. Recognizing that little harmful and stroppy girl in this girl, Vikir smiled and said hello to Camus Morgue. Having looked at the grown-up Camus, the young man realized that it was a girl famous in the past life for having stolen the hearts of all men of society, getting into scandals. But for some reason in this life, there were no such rumors about her. Without giving the matter much thought, Vikir told her to open the doors, since the triplets didn't want to negotiate. Not approving of the young man's indifference, Camus was outraged that those were all the words he wanted to say to her, despite how many years they hadn't seen each other. Totally unaware of what the girl was talking about, Vikir asked the one what else he had to tell her. Camus was inflamed by the lad's anger and stupidity, and Stepfordshire thought that at this rate there might be a bout of the strongest birthing children after the triplets' bout. Pointing a finger at Vikir, Camus shouted that she gave him 0 out of 100 points for his inappropriate attitude towards his future wife. All the triplets made a sour look on their faces after hearing this, because they obviously didn't want to hear this and participate in their lovemaking. Vikir was surprised and embarrassed because he had actually forgotten about the promise between them in the past, and the fact that Camus was his fiancée. Soon, Vikir and Camus went to explore the territories, and the girl said that apparently the Baskervilles knew little about the barbarians, but the young man replied that they knew more than the Morgies. Hearing the lad's answer, Camus asked why then Baskerville had sent such young and inexperienced hunting dogs here. After answering that, it had already been agreed with the Morgues that the main part of the mines would be located in the mountains opposite. The young man asked why she was asking such questions. The girl smiled and said that she was checking him out, because he could have been just a loser thrown out of his family, to which Vikir replied that he was in charge of the delegation. Then, Camus asked which of the wild tribes was the most troublesome and squinting at him. Vikir realized that she was still testing him by asking such tricky questions. The young man replied that the most dangerous are the tribe of Rocococo shamans and the tribe of Balak warriors, who have a level of archery far better than the Imperial. When Camus heard the answer, she said that she gave him 8 points out of 100 for good knowledge, and being indignant at such a low score, Vikir asked why she gave him so few points since he had answered well. After listening to the young man, the girl replied that she did not like smart men, because they should be stupid, and since Vikir was smart enough, that's why he got such a low score. Then, having evaluated Vikir from head to toe, Camus gave another 6 points for riding 4 points for style, because his clothes were boring, and deducted 1 point for the guy's taciturnity. But smiling warmly, the girl added 99 points for the young man's handsome face, but deducted 1 point for his displeased expression. After hearing the assessment in his direction, Vikir said to stop doing nonsense, and Camus replied that it is not nonsense, because she should be strict with her future husband. Looking at Camus, the young man asked why the girl considered him her husband, to which Camus replied that he had passed her uncle's test about 7 years ago. Vikir immediately recalled Adolphus Morgue's test from 7 years ago, and was surprised that the girl still remembered the incident. Angry at Uncle Camus, said that she should not choose her husband on such a principle, because now, because of this promise, she would have to marry, which she did not particularly want. Turning to the girl, Vikir said that she could forget about the promise, and he too would pretend that nothing had happened, and thus their engagement would be null and void. Not expecting to hear such cold words from the guy, Camus became furious and threw a cloth in his face, saying that she would not forget about this promise. Taking offense at the young man and heading on to her destination, the girl said that she was a genius and just wouldn't be able to forget it. But Vakir ignored her words and asked what she had thrown at him. The young man realized that it was his jacket that he had given to Camus after their battle at the age of 8, so that she would not be embarrassed in front of everyone. Embarrassed, the girl did not answer what this thing was, and called the young man an insensitive fool for forgetting such an important moment. Finally getting there, Camus began to fill the young man in on the situation, telling him that the barbarians were attacking the ruby mines, stealing local slaves, and plundering the crops. Approaching the high wall, the girl told the guy that this wall was built by mages of earth and iron for a month. Vakir replied that the morgue mages were incredible because they had done in a month what it would have taken ordinary people a year to do, and Camus was pleased to hear her family praised. Then turning his attention to the wall, the young man saw the marks on it, and inquired whether they were marks from the arrows of the Balaks, to which the girl confirmed the conjecture of the one. Balak's arrows have a powerful aura, even penetrating walls 2 and 3 meters thick, and during night patrols with their help, the barbarians eliminated a lot of people. Adolphus Morgus received a serious chest wound from such an arrow that pierced the magic of the shield, but fortunately his life was saved, just as Hugo was wounded on the bridge of his nose by the night fox. Vakir wondered who was such a genius among the barbarians, and Camus replied that it was most likely a girl, but it was hard to recognize because of the painted faces of those. At this moment, the man from the Morgue clan quickly approached the girl, addressing her as a sub-captain. Coming closer, Camus was told that the search party had caught Varvar the scout, and that she needed to go there to interrogate him. When they arrived, they saw a viciously bound barbarian covered with necklaces and beads, his body covered with tattoos. Vakir realized that he was from the Rococo shamanic family, and Camus asked if she had already managed to get some information, but she was told that the barbarian did not want to say anything. Then Camus asked if mind magic had been used, and she heard that it didn't work because of the powerful spells that made it impossible to read minds. Afterwards, Camus came closer to Varvar and asked if he remembered the recent attack on the Morgue estate, where several people had been kidnapped, but the prisoner did not answer the girl. Looking into the eyes of Varvar, Camus said that among the kidnapped was her third cousin, Rose, and asked what had been done to her, to which the man replied in his own language. Without understanding a word, Camus asked her employee where the barbarian defectors were, but the girl replied that all had been eliminated or stolen during the barbarian attack. Camus realized that no one would be able to translate Varvar's speech now, and at that moment, Vakir joined the conversation, saying that he knew a little of the Rococo language. The girl was very surprised that the young man had such a skill as well, but Vakir replied that he wasn't very good at it and only knew basic vocabulary. Camus then asked the young man to find out from Barbarian where her sister was, a red-haired girl of 12 with red eyes, and he asked the man in Rococo. With a distraught look and a sinister appearance, the Rococo barbarian replied something to the young man in his own language. Vakir immediately understood what the man had told him and realized that these words would cause Camus terrible pain, for this information would not be comforting. Without turning to the girl, the young man said that her sister was no longer in this world, and Camus obviously did not expect to hear such terrible words. Coming to a frenzy, the girl said that all the higher officials were now absent, so being a sub-captain, she herself would make a decision regarding Varvar. Looking at the man, Camus said that her sentence would be the immediate and brutal execution of that one, and unleashed her fire magic. Burning in the infernal flames of the girl, Barbarian shouted something in his language, but the girl was ruthless and indestructible in her actions, saying that nothing else will save him. Watching the man's gruesome suffering, Camus Morgue said she would make sure that when the war was over, the barbarian language would only be spoken in hell. All the other captured barbarians were horrified at what they saw and at the cruelty of this young girl, for they did not suppose that this imperial beauty was capable of such a thing. Not waiting for the flames to die down, and only ashes left of Varvar, Camus headed for the exit and told everyone to leave the place. Looking at the girl, Vakir immediately realized that she wasn't well and was going through a great emotional turmoil because of the loss of her sister. The young man decided to follow Camus, and leaving the tent, he saw that she had not gone far and was close by. The girl was crying quietly, trying to hold back her emotions, but Vakir realized that she was pretending to be strong despite her young age, and said that Camus was obviously close to her sister. Camus answered the young man that it was so, and her sister imitated her in many ways, because Rosa was a pure and kind child, not like the other members of the Morgue family. Then Vakir said not to be sad, Camus, because now Rosa rests carefree, that the girl replied that she is a genius and not a fool, because she herself understood all the words of Varvar. Hearing these words, the young man thought that the girl could really guess what the Rococo tribe man was talking about. Then that mad and savage barbarian answered the young man that he would gladly eat Camus Morgue's sister. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Camus cried with all her might at the realization of what a terrible fate had befallen her poor little sister. She couldn't stop sobbing and apologizing to Rosé for failing to protect her, and Vikir looked pityingly at Camus as if feeling the pain of her loss. For a moment he brought his hand up to comfort the girl, but then changed his mind and took his hand off her shoulder, not wanting to stop Camus from venting his accumulated pain. Vikir decided to give the girl a chance to let out all her emotions while standing behind her and not leaving her for a second to help her in case of an emergency. Soon Camus let out all the accumulated grief in her soul and calmed down and began to come to her senses and wipe the tears from her face. Realizing that Vikir had been with her all this time, the girl said that he had done the right thing in not feeling sorry for her, so she quickly stopped moping because now she had to act. Looking at the girl, the young man saw that she was serious about revenge and eliminating all barbarians on her way. Thinking that the girl was being heroic by not letting the grief consume her completely, the young man held out his hand for her to get up. However, the moment Camus held out her hand to Vikir, there was a sudden loud clang that took them by surprise. Rising from the ground, Camus angrily said that this signal warned everyone of a barbarian attack on Morgue territory. This call was indeed an alarm, for the barbarians had already come close to the walls of the Morgue mines. Ahead of all the barbarians stood a mysterious young archer on a huge white wolf, preparing to fire her first arrow at her opponents. Making the first shot, the girl's arrow flew lightning fast towards the wall, splitting the air. At that moment, there were two guards on the wall who didn't notice such danger and continued their conversation. In the next moment, the archer's arrow pierced the stone wall and struck the guards, scattering stone blocks and shards everywhere. Then the girl shouted to the other barbarians some words in their language, and they instantly rushed to attack their opponents. The wild barbarians quickly infiltrated the territory and attacked the guards and mages there, eliminating them without a shred of pity. At that moment, Vikir arrived on the scene and saw the horror and mayhem going on around him. Observing the actions of the barbarians, the young man thought that they had penetrated the territory very quickly, which spoke of the considerable strength and agility of those. Suddenly, Vikir's musings were disturbed by a lasso heading in his direction. Before he knew it, two girls from the barbarian tribe had thrown a pommel around his neck and began to tighten the ropes. Talking in their Baloch language, the girls discussed the extraordinary beauty of this young man and suggested that their hunt for a husband had been successful. Not wanting to be held hostage, Vikir put his hand firmly around the ropes and, realizing what they were talking about, assumed that the Balochs were hunting brides and grooms here for good offspring. Abruptly pulling the ropes with his hand, the young man threw the girls off the wolves on which they were sitting and said that he would not become their husband because it was not part of his plans. The huntresses fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, surprising their kin, for they could not stand against one young boy. The archers of the barbarian tribe who were watching this realized that the guy was not so simple and, mistaking him for an enemy, aimed their arrows at him. Vikir immediately grasped the hilt of his sword and remembered Hugo's admonition that the young man not engage the barbarians until the main army had joined. Deciding not to wait for reinforcements and having exposed his sword, the young man quickly and deftly reflected all the arrows fired in his direction. Seeing how the guy repelled all the arrows with his sword, the barbarians were shocked, saying that he had done the impossible. At this moment, there was the voice of Camus, who released her fire magic and said that it was time to finish with these pathetic savages. A moment later, Vikir was faced with an impenetrable wall of flame, engulfing their opponents and burning them to the ground. Burning in that merciless fire, the barbarians screamed in pain, saying something in their Baloch language. With a wary look at Camus, the young man thought that she had set up a sea of fire here, and the girl realized that Vikir possessed a liquid aura and had the power of a graduate. Camus then said that Vikir was the only man she could accept as a husband, and the young man said that the leader had ordered that they not engage until the army arrived. After listening to the boy, Camus replied that it was an order from the Baskervilles, which she didn't obey, and so she would deal with it herself, without Vikir. Releasing the Quadro spell, the girl directed her hellfire forward, which consumed everything in its path and burned out even the Zesla itself. Looking at it, Vikir thought that the girl had become noticeably stronger, because her Quadro spell was so powerful that it absorbed everything in its path. Telling the barbarians that they would be held accountable for what they had done to her sister, Camus concentrated her powers again and created a blob of flame in her hands. But suddenly for the girl, one of the barbarians outran her attack and shot a poisoned dart at her. The dart hit Cammy's neck, and she felt a sharp burning sensation in her body from the poison the dart had been treated with. The barbarian who had shot the Morgue heiress sat on a huge wild wolf, waiting for the effect of his attack. After a moment, Camus fell motionless to the ground, telling Vikir that her body was paralyzed, and she could no longer move. After waiting for the desired effect, The guy from the barbarian tribe took out a rope going to harness the paralyzed girl. But at that moment, Vikir interrupted the savage warrior by grabbing the rope with his hand and ordering him to stop now. Then looking at Camus, the young man said that it was worth retreating until the Baskervilles' army arrived, but the girl was indignant because the prisoners and workers had to be rescued. Camus then said that she owed it to the barbarians to avenge her little sister and make those suffer. Continuing to hold the hunter's rope and resist him, Vikir told the girl to think rationally in this situation because the situation was heating up. Suddenly, the young man felt danger approaching and felt an arrow fly at the back of his head. Thanks to his agility, Vikir miraculously managed to dodge the arrow but let the enemy's rope out of his hand. Looking at his opponent, the young man saw a young girl from the barbarian tribe who was an archer exuding a strong aura. Thinking about this girl with the destructive power that Camus was talking about, Vikir didn't notice the barbarian coming up behind him and shooting Camus. However, the guy's target was not Vikir himself, but Camus Morgue, who he quickly grabbed by the scruff of the neck and took away with him. Looking at Vikir, the girl called out to him as she was immobilized and clenching his teeth in anger. The young man looked at them, trying to think of a way to get Camus out of this situation. Looking at Camus' frightened face, Vikir remembered that she had been captured by the barbarians in a previous life, but after eliminating them all with her own hands and returning, she had been named the Black-Red Queen. Before he could rush to Camus' aid, the young man was attacked again by the girl Varvara, who had almost approached him. The huntress attacked the boy with a powerful blow with her archery bow, but Vikir miraculously managed to dodge it. Without delay, the girl began to strike the young man, disconcerting him by first attacking him with a battle bow and now turning to hand-to-hand combat. Taking advantage of the effect of surprise and confusion of the guy, the huntress was able to deliver a strong kick with her foot right into the young man's stomach. From such a powerful blow, Vikir was thrown back and realized that this girl moved differently than the rest of the barbarians, so he had to make an effort. But at that moment, the young man was suddenly surprised, for the huntress spoke to him and he recognized her voice at once. Looking at Vikir, the girl said that she had already known from their last meeting that they would meet again, and eventually they did. Behind the painted face and dangerous gaze was that poor and beaten barbarian girl whom the young man had released from the cage at the slave auction. Recognizing the girl, Vikir was very surprised, for she looked different now, having a healthy and strong appearance. At the slave auction, she was badly exhausted and beaten, so she looked intimidated and weak. Then the guy asked the girl why she was repaying his kindness at the auction, and she replied that she had been enslaved by the Morgue family and was now taking revenge on them. Jumping on her wolf, the huntress said that she had already caught the leader of the Morgue, and if he wanted to save his girlfriend, he should follow them. Vikir hesitated as he thought of how to resist the barbarians without exposing all his strength, but at that moment, Adolphe Morgue and his mages were approaching them, and the young man could not reveal himself. Hearing the news of the attack on Camus, Adolphus immediately ran to save his niece and rushed to attack the opponents. Ordering the barbarians to release his niece, the man unleashed his earth magic, and the entire cover under the feet of his opponents began to crumble. Thanks to her fast and wild wolf, the barbarian archer bypassed all the obstacles in her way and escaped from the scene. The rest of the Balacs also managed to escape Adolphus Morgue's attack and got out of sight of that one, for their wolves were very strong and fast animals. Looking after them, the enraged man shouted and cursed those who could not save his favorite niece from being kidnapped. Vikir didn't expect Balak's offense to end 3 minutes after the alarm. Apparently, the situation was exacerbated by Camus's lack of practice and inattention. At that moment, one of the mages who had approached Adolphe informed him that the barbarians had apparently fled to the uncharted region of the Red-Black Mountain. The man was horrified because this area was a place of unbridled and uncharted dangers, so the chance of Camus being rescued was minimized. Turning to Adolphe, Vikir confidently said that the Balacs could still catch up, which surprised the man and the mage standing next to him. Remembering the experience of search and submission from his past life, and knowing most of this dense forest, the guy said he had been there as a child and could help in rescuing the girl. Grabbing the guy by the shoulders, Adolphe Morgue asked if the guy was really serious and willing to help save Camus. However, the subordinate mage turned to Adolphus saying that it was very dangerous to go into this territory at night, but the man replied that he could go without. Adolphe Morgue was sure that this young man was special, and in this situation he was the only hope of saving his niece. Without wasting precious time, Camus' rescue parties soon reached the dense forest of Red-Black Mountain located near Baskerville Manor. This forest concealed a lot of terrible secrets, creepy and dangerous creatures, mosquitoes, mutants capable of sucking out of the human body, everything down to the bones. Huge venomous spiders move silently through their webs, and a normal person would not be able to stay here for an hour. Also dangerous to humans are poisonous thorny vines, and this place has been nicknamed as the forest that consumes life. But despite all these dangers, Vikir rushed ahead of the whole squad without a drop of fear, paving the way to safety. Following the young man, Adolphus asked Stepfordshire if all the sons of Baskerville were so special, to which the man replied that it was not possible for all to be so. Suddenly, two giant wild wasps appeared on the guy's path, which were not friendly and wanted to attack the young man. In the blink of an eye, Vikir chopped those without stopping in his tracks, making it clear to all of Reflection that he was an exception to all the rules and a special young man. Following brother Trident, Baskerville marveled at Vikir's skills, and all the brothers said that he was a very cool person. Suddenly the young man stopped and lurked behind a powerful tree, signaling to the group not to move on. Pointing the way forward, Vikir said he'd heard information that the Balacs sprinkled dry leaves on the ground to hear their pursuers. Realizing that he had to move carefully, Adolphe Morgue cast a silence spell on the young man so that he would not be noticed by his opponents. The man looked at the boy and explained that this magic would help him move silently. Adolphe then said he would go on alone and would never forget the kindness of his son-in-law, but Vikir didn't expect to hear the man call him that. The lad had indeed found the location of the Balacs, where they were resting after the hunt, gathered around the fire and rejoicing in their success. Meanwhile, Camus, tied to a tree, kept screaming, calling the barbarians hurtful and rude words, and saying that she would kill them all as soon as she got out. Without listening to the screams of the captive, the tribal girls continued to talk about Vikir, for they liked him very much. But the hunt for her husband was not successful. Tired of shouting and recognizing some of the girls' words, Camus realized that they were talking about some kind of hunt for her husband. Reflecting on this, Camus assumed that she and the others were captives captured for the sake of producing good offspring, as those wanted to dilute their blood. At that moment, the hunter who immobilized her and scrutinized the girl said in his language that the males of his tribe would like her very much. The girl suspected something wrong and shouted that he did not come to her, but the guy did not understand what she said, but looked at her with interest. After answering her that he didn't understand a word, the hunter grabbed Camus' face and said that the girl's eyes showed that she was a rebel. Taking out a sharp arrow and ominously looking at the girl, the guy said that this insolent slave girl should be taught a lesson. At that moment, the head archer approached them, and calling the guy by the name of Ahun, ordered him to get away from her slave girl. Addressing the girl as Chief Ayan, the hunter said that it was he who had caught the slave girl, to which Ayan replied that he should not lie to her, for she had seen everything for herself. Ahun became indignant because it was he who shot the girl with a dart and put a noose on her, but the chief replied that he had done it thanks to her because she had saved her from a dangerous young swordsman. Camus was watching the barbarians, not realizing that they were arguing about her and figuring out whose property their slave was. Ahun said that Ayan is a girl, so this slave girl should not be of interest to her as breeding, but the chief replied that it did not matter. Camus realized that this girl was a leader and that she was so strong that she could resist even a Vikir with a graduate level. Not wanting to give Camus to the chief, Ahun said that her stubbornness is unforgivable, and hearing this, Ayan became furious at his stubbornness and threatened to kill him. The girl replied that since the guy is so insistent, she will not hold back and will wipe him in the powder right at that moment. Realizing that Chief Ayan was angry and he might actually get hurt, the hunter immediately backed off, saying he no longer insisted on getting this slave girl. When the disgruntled Ahun left the girls, Camus, who had been watching their conflict, realized that the girl Ayan had won their argument. Then looking at the prisoner, the chief said that the future leader of the Morgue family had a good physique and a good pedigree, but Camus didn't understand what she was saying. Not expecting danger from the archer, Camus was kicked in the shoulder, and then Ayan continued her speech, saying that the Morgue family had captured her and sold her into slavery. However, at that moment, the girl was very lucky because she was rescued and released from the cage into the wild by a young swordsman unknown to her. Without removing her foot from Camus' shoulder, the chief said that she would not have such luck, because she would slowly and leisurely take the soul out of the slave's body. Not understanding all the words of the girl, Varvara, Camus realized that the girl is very hostile towards her and she is in great danger. Suddenly, at that moment, an unexpected explosion sounded behind her back, illuminating everything behind her and sending her into a state of shock. The confused leader quickly turned around to see what had caused the explosion, and Camus looked just as closely to determine what was wrong. The barbarian who had been hit by the explosion and engulfed in flames screamed in terrible pain, while the surviving hunters from the tribe warned everyone of the attack, preparing to defend themselves. Then a silhouette of a man appeared from behind a wall of flame, saying that he had come to repay his debt to the barbarians and take revenge on them. When Camus heard this voice, she immediately rejoiced because she recognized that this man was her uncle Adolphe Morgue, who had come to rescue her. Creating a blob of flame in his hand, Adolphus intimidatingly ordered the Balacs to let his niece go, or they would see no mercy. Not expecting such visitors and an attack at such a late hour, the barbarians were shocked and confused. The mages who followed Adolphus began to attack and eliminate their wildling opponents without pity. Vikir at this time climbed up a tall tree and lurked to start stealthy action. Watching the fight, the young man wondered why the hunters who periodically attacked the fearless Balaka were so frightened at this moment, for they had been quite assertive earlier. The girls from the tribe, who had jumped on their wolves to escape from here, were outraged that their enemies had caused such a commotion at night in the dense forest. Seeing that the barbarians were trying to escape Adolf Morg, ordered the mages and swordsmen to catch up and mercilessly eliminate every last one of them. Rejoicing at the unexpected appearance of the backup and their clear advantage in strength, Camus said that the vile Balacs were sure to get what they deserved. Immediately after her words from behind the tree, there was a crunch of twigs that frightened the girl, and the smile disappeared from her face. It was Vikir, who looked out from behind a tree and gestured for Camus to be quieter, but she shouted his name. In the next instant, the guy cut the ropes restraining the girl's body and freed her. Overjoyed at Vikar's appearance, Camus asked if he had come for her. But ignoring the question, the young man said that the girl had to keep quiet so as not to attract the attention of the opponents. It was at that moment that Ayan noticed the young man's appearance and snuck up on them, telling Vikir that she was sure the skilled swordsman would come to rescue the Morg heiress. The archer said that a young man with such physical data and willpower to go through the darkness of the dense forest is clearly willing to sacrifice his life for his beloved. With a smile looking at Vikir, Ayin said to the one that they would leave the past events in the past, because now the guy had definitely passed. Cautiously looking at the archer, the young man did not understand what she meant by saying that he had passed. Then the chief looked at Camus Morg with dislike, and she looked back at Ayin with anger, as if a spark of hatred had passed between them. Supporting the weakened Camus, the guy didn't understand why he didn't have any memories from his past life of Chief Ayin, and wouldn't be able to unleash his skills now. Looking at the girl, Vikir speculated that she might be the same Balak archer called Night Fox who had injured the bridge of Hugo's nose and left a scar on his face. As he continued to speculate, the young man thought that she might still be a relative of the Night Fox because she was too young, and at that moment he didn't notice the danger creeping up from outside. The released poison dart flew at Camus again, but Vikir reacted in time and fought it off with the demonic sword in his hand. The shocked Akun's shot at the girl was shocked by the actions and agility of the young man, not understanding how he managed to repel such a precise and silent attack. Without waiting for the next blow, Vikir said that the situation was already getting complicated, and lifted Camus in his arms and prepared to run away. The young man asked the girl to be patient a little, because now he will take her to her uncle, and embarrassed by his unexpected actions, Camus blushed and obediently agreed. The next moment, Vikir, with Camus in his arms, disappeared from the gaze of the Ayan chieftain, but the archer did not stop him or block his path. Sighing heavily and lowering her head, Ayan got a little upset and said that she really wanted to take this guy for herself. Leaving the scene, Vikir asked Camus if she was poisoned, and the girl said that the poisoning was really strong. Suddenly, their conversation and escape was interrupted by the Balaka girls shooting their arrows at them to prevent them from escaping. Vikir reacted instantly, and supporting Camus with one hand, fended off all the arrows with his other hand using his sword. Then Ayan regretted letting the Morg heiress go so easily, and pulled the bowstring and released an arrow, determined to get rid of her. Continuing to run away with the girl in his arms, Vikir clearly sensed danger and an approaching arrow behind them. Turning around sharply to prevent the attack, the young man realized that the arrow was flying purposefully towards Camus and not at him. The girl also turned to look and realized that the arrow was about to catch up with her and they wouldn't be able to dodge it. However, suddenly, the arrow froze right in front of Camus's face because it was stopped by an ice wall in which it froze and hovered just centimeters away from the girl's face. Adolf Morg was the one who stopped the arrow in time to save his niece from it at the last moment. Fearing for Camus' life, the man shouted and asked if she was okay, and the girl responded, letting him know that she was okay. After Vikir delivered Camus, and Adolf used healing magic and told the one that this paralyzing poison in her body was very powerful and getting it out of her system would be difficult. Continuing to heal his niece, the man said that when they returned home, they would visit the sacred Quobadist family to heal her completely. Suddenly, Camus took away her uncle's hand and stopped the healing process, telling him to wait a bit. Feeling better, the girl instantly stood up and made her way to Vikir's neck, thanking him for saving her again, and Adolphus was taken aback by her niece's action. Trying to draw the girl's attention to himself, the man said that he too had done his best, but not hearing him, Camus began to complain about the young man for coming so late. While the girl was showing her displeasure and whims to the young man, A rope was thrown around Vikir's neck again, which he was very surprised at, because he thought they had gotten away from the Balaks. The attacker was once again Chief Ian, who had managed to tighten the noose around his neck, thus harnessing the boy. Realizing that the guy was very strong because the rope didn't stretch at all, the archer told him to give up quickly because she had no time left. Outraged, Kamyu said that again this girl had appeared in front of them, and Vikir meanwhile broke the rope with his hands and wondered why she had no time. The very next moment, the boy realized that the Balaks had good reason to hurry and get out of this part of the forest. Seeing the birds fly away from someone and sensing danger coming, Ian said that they had been spotted. Even the powerful demonic sword Beelzebub in Vikir's hand sensed the eerie and dangerous atmosphere around him. Looking deep into the forest, Chief Ian said she had come, and Vikir immediately wondered who could have come into this forest and who the barbarian girl was so afraid of. Suddenly, from the forest arose a huge column that soared upward, piercing the heavens, and the archer said that the eight-legged lady had come. The other Balaks and even the huge wild wolf were frightened by the coming of the eight-legged mistress, and grimaces of fear froze on their faces. Camus was also horrified at the sight of this huge column, and Vikir, looking at this sight, already had his suspicions about who might have appeared in this creepy and dangerous forest. This powerful column then branched into 8 thinner ones, and took on an even more intimidating appearance spreading across the forest. After that, all 8 columns sank to the ground, forming the limbs of a huge monster that still hadn't shown its face. All present could not believe their eyes, and Adolf said that he could not imagine that such a monster was hiding in a dense forest. Tensing at the imminent danger, Vikir thought about the fact that he had no idea he would meet this monster in a place like this. Relying on his memories, the young man realized that they had met the eight-legged mistress, who was one of the most dangerous monsters in this world with the highest level. Leaving its hiding place, the huge spider showed itself fully and bared its fangs, angrily howled, directing its piercing scream at everyone present. Camus was frightened and started to scream, asking what kind of monster it was, but Vikir immediately covered her mouth, whispering that she shouldn't scream because it would attract the mistress's attention. It was impossible to shout because the eight-legged mistress could not see well, but her hearing was acute, and she could sense everything. The young man still remembered the words from his past life from a local who said that there was a legend of a horror that inhabited the forest wilderness called the eight-legged mistress. After that, even in the Imperial Dictionary of Monsters, the name of the eight-legged mistress was added so that people would know about the existence of such a terrifying monster and be wary of it. The monster capable of destroying the entire country howled once again, spewing a thick green slime from its mouth everywhere. This slime turned out to be a poisonous acid capable of instantly poisoning and destroying anything it came across. Realizing the consequences, Vikir skillfully dodged all the slime flying in his direction, while Adolf covered himself and Camus with a magical shield to keep the slime out. At the same time, the poisonous slime got on Ahun's hair and he screamed at the top of his voice in fright. Suddenly, his long scythe was split by a sharp blade, and the part of the scythe sprinkled with poison fell to the ground. After helping the tribesman, Chief Ian aggressively whispered to the one to shut his mouth and not dare to shout in front of the eight-legged lady. Fearing that after screaming they might be spotted by a huge spider, the girl thought that if the guy wasn't the shaman's grandson, she would personally eliminate him right now. Realizing that the mistress had heard the boys scream and was heading in their direction, Ian ordered all the Balaks to quickly retreat and get the hell away from here. Picking up his niece in his arms, Adolf in a muffled voice also addressed his squad, ordering everyone to run away from the monster. Not hearing the loud noises, the eight-legged mistress sharpened her senses to see where the intruders had gone and to take revenge on them. However, the slight difference in the fugitives' retreat helped the mistress decide who she would pursue, and she set off in pursuit of her prey. They were being pursued by the Camus Morgue rescue squad, and running away from the creepy monster, Adolf asked why it was following them and not the barbarians. At that moment, one of the morgue mages expressed his desire to confront the spider, telling Adolf to rely on him because the insect monster's weakness is fire. Releasing his magic, the guy directed a powerful stream of flame directly into the mouth of the creepy monster, and there was an explosion. Satisfied with his bravery, the arrogant mage thought he had succeeded in stopping the eight-legged mistress with such a minor attack. Before Adolphus could boast of his success, he was silent, for the mage standing next to him was pierced by one of the spider's paws and lifted up. After seeing the guy froze in fear and tears appeared in his eyes because he saw his comrade brutally eliminated by the monster. Not stopping and continuing to run away from Mistress Adolf Morgue, never stopped wondering how such a creature could even exist in this world. Vikir, who had been following the man, thought for a moment and realized that he had to finish this or the monster would not leave them. The young man stopped abruptly and turned towards the eight-legged mistress, shocking everyone with his action. Stopping Stepfordshire asked what the guy was doing, and Vikir replied that if they kept running away like this, they would all be eliminated, so someone should tie the monster's legs together. The man replied that he would stay, but the young man said that with his powers it was unlikely that he would be able to bind this powerful monster. Disappointed by his decision, Vikir said that they could not bring the mistress to their territory, and the best solution now would be to bind her feet. Taking his sword out of its scabbard, the guy said he would stop this dangerous monster, and pointing to Adolphus Morgue for lack of time, ordered the squad to flee. Once again, hearing Vikir's order for them to flee, Adolphus with Camus and the squad rushed away, and the man said he would not let his son-in-law's sacrifice be in vain. When Vikir stopped hearing Camus' cries for him to return to her and run away, the young man let go of the hilt of his sword and sighed heavily. After thinking that the lady was clearly not interested in destroying the Baskerville lands and that a united army could stop the underdeveloped monster, the young man realized that this was his chance. Vikir thought that under the pretense of being eliminated by the eight-legged mistress, he would be able to disappear from Hugo's supervision and have time to learn the 10th level of the Baskervilles. The young man decided that when he gets this power, which even the head of the family does not possess, he will learn to control and hide it, and then return to his family. Realizing that if he didn't use his full power, he might actually be eliminated by the Lady Vikir released Beelzebub and all the skills absorbed by him. Soon the eight-legged mistress caught up with the young man and was ready to tear him apart. But Vikir was already ready to bravely take the fight. At this point, Vikir possessed a strengthened body from the waters of the River Styx, wielded the more powerful swordsmanship style of Baskervilles, and had the demonic sword Beelzebub. Combining all these powerful attributes, the young man was going to put everything he had into his punch so that he would not come out of this fight a loser. Having developed lightning speed, the guy began to push off from tree to tree in order to gain altitude and attack the monster from the air. Pushing off the last tree and soaring upwards, Vikir concentrated, ready to deliver a crushing blow to his dangerous opponent. Seeing the huge and intimidating eight-legged mistress in front of him, the guy rushed towards her creepy mouth with huge fangs. Putting all his strength and power into this strike and applying the 5th level of Baskervilles, Vikir swung and attacked the monster. A powerful stream of aura and energy pierced the mistress, and from it came a huge shockwave that spread throughout the entire area of the dense forest. Also, after the guy's attack, there was a bright and piercing beam of light that illuminated the entire forest and pointed to the place where a powerful explosion had just occurred. A wall of purple acrid light reminiscent of blood engulfed the forest grove, signaling to Camus and Adolphe Morgue that it was all over for either of the two fighters. Looking into the distance at the ashes and the glow that had just appeared, the girl cried and shouted Vikir's name, realizing that she would never be able to see her fiancé again. The next thing that arose in Vikir's mind was the moment of his execution, when the sharp blade of the guillotine hovered over his neck and mere seconds separated him from being. Before his eyes stood the ruthless Hugo le Baskerville and his retinue, who stared coldly at him and awaited the execution of judgment. Then the man raised his hand and made the sign that meant he could proceed with the execution of his hound dog, Vikir. When the execution was complete, and Vikir's soul had not yet left his body, the last memory was of Hugo turning around and walking away. Soon Vikir opened his eyes and regained consciousness, not realizing what had happened. After looking around him, the young man realized that he didn't know the place and didn't know where it was. As he began to remember a little, the guy reasoned about how long ago his fight with the mistress had happened and how amazing it was that the monster had not been able to eliminate him. Vikir realized that if the mistress hadn't slowed down at the most crucial moment because of the striking light, he would most likely have already gone to the other world. As he stood up, the guy realized that he had surprisingly gotten away with shock and some minor muscle and vascular damage, but the bones were fortunately intact. Noticing the rope around his neck, the young man realized why he got sick during the battle with the creepy spider, but thanks to that he managed to survive. Remembering the members of the rescue squad and Camus, Vikir thought that he had managed to hide from Hugo's eyes and that his plan had worked because there were many witnesses. After thinking over everything that had happened, the young man went outside the dwelling, and the bright sun blinded him for a moment. Seeing barbarians everywhere, the young man realized he was in a village of the Balak tribe. Observing their way of life and daily routine, Vikir guessed that the Balaks had taken over. Without noticing what was going on behind his back, the guy thought that in such a state with a wounded body, he would not be able to escape from here. Vikir heard a scream and saw a tribeswoman leading the slaves away, ordering them to move quickly if they didn't want to become dinner for the wolves. Covering his face to remain unseen, the boy saw that among the slaves were warriors of the Morgue and Baskerville clans. When he saw them pass by him, he wondered why he had not been taken to the verdict, and at that time someone approached him from behind. A hunter from the Balak tribe addressed the young man, asking if he knew their language, and Vikir turned around to see who had spoken to him. When he saw Balak, he recognized him immediately, for he had fired a poison dart at Camus Morgue several times. Noticing that Vakir was watching the captives closely, Akun told the boy to be thankful that he wasn't treated the same way. Then, leaning over to the boy, Balak suggested that he watch the execution of his comrades, for with such a wounded body it would be impossible to save them. Akun grinned wickedly and said that if the guy wasn't the commander's favorite dog, he would have been boiled in a cauldron long ago. Hearing that he was called a dog, Vakir remembered his old nickname from his past life, when he had to be a hunting dog. And the worst of his past life was remembering Hugo Le Baskerville, who had shrouded his life in chains and ultimately betrayed him. Suddenly anger enveloped the young man, and with eyes glowing with anger he glared menacingly and shrilly at Balak. Unable to bear such insolence and stubbornness of the boy, Akun immediately slapped him in the face. Then the guy turned around and walked away from Vakir lying on the ground, telling him to look for his master at the other end of the rope. Rising from the ground, the young man said he had memorized Ahun's face and would get even with him when his health was fully restored. Vakir then went in search of the man at the other end of the rope, wondering why the rope was so long. As he continued on his way, the young man kept wondering who his master was among the Balaks and how long it would take to get there. Soon the noose around his neck tightened, and the boy saw the man in front of him holding the other end of the rope. It was the now familiar Ayan sitting in a small pond submerged almost completely headfirst in it. In the next instant, the girl dived slightly out of the water and approached Vakir, who was at a loss for what was happening. Ayan told the guy to bend over, but he was surprised at the girl's request and didn't budge. Seeing no submission from the young man, the girl pulled the rope sharply, and Vakir had to bend over against his will. Suddenly, there was a noise and an arrow slammed into a tree near the lake, disrupting their conversation. It was the Balak children who had been ordered by the girl to train elsewhere, and Vakir, falling to the ground again, was clearly not happy about the circumstances. Ayan then turned around and looked at the young man and thanked him for saving her at the slave market, reminding the young man that for kindness they repay twice as much, and for evil they take revenge 10 times as much. The girl said she was saving him for the second time. Ayan said to thank her for her persistence, because if she hadn't gone back for the guy, he might not have been there, and Vakir asked the girl if she was the one who tied him up. Looking at the smiling girl, the boy wondered why she had saved him. Tightening the rope around the young man's neck, Ayan replied that she thought he was an important man in her circles. Continuing to pull on the rope, the girl said she wondered how much the young man might be paid. Vakir thought his plan was a failure, for if hostage negotiations with the Baskervilles began, all plans to avoid Hugo's oversight would fail. But smiling slyly, the girl made it clear that she had deceived the lad about the negotiations by saying that he would not return to the Baskervilles again. Cutting the rope, Iane announced to Vakir that he would now be her slave, and he must obey her every command. Pointing the blade of the dagger at the young man, the girl said that now it was necessary to sort out the form of address, and he should call her mistress. Vakir didn't like the idea, but laughing the girl replied that she liked the young man's defiant and passionate look, and that he would make an excellent slave. Ayan then said they needed to go somewhere, and for the young man to follow her, and Vakir asked where they were going. The girl replied that when you come to a foreign land, you should be sure to say hello to the main person to show your respect. This person turned out to be the head of the village, a woman with a strong physique and incredible strength and authority among the Balaks. Jan and Vakir made their way to the head, and as they walked through the village, the young man carefully observed the way of life of the Balaks. The girl told the young man that according to their laws, they could turn at any time to their tribesmen to ask for help and borrow something. She also added that, although they are generous to their own people, they are ruthless to outsiders, so Vakir should get used to the local customs. At last, they reached their destination, and before them arose the chief's house, which had an intimidating appearance because of the animal skulls adorning it. Ayan said hello to the chief, calling her mother, and Vakir was surprised that she was the chief's daughter because he had thought she was the chief. The chief said that her daughter had finally brought the imperial mail she had always told her about, and Ian, embarrassed in front of the young man, denied her mother's words. Looking at the leader of the Balaks, Vakir realized that this strong and formidable woman was the same night fox who had managed to wound Hugo Le Baskerville himself. This Balak warrior is the reason why the Baskervilles can't cross the red-black mountain border and take these territories for themselves. For a moment, the young man wondered what the outcome might have been if he had fought this dangerous woman in his past life. If it was a one-on-one melee, the probability of it succeeding would be 0%. Perhaps he would not even be able to approach the warrior, because she is skilled in archery, thanks to which she would instantly eliminate him. However, if Vakir had decided to run away from the woman, he might have had a 20% chance of success. Then looking carefully at the young man, the chief said that perhaps she had seen him somewhere before, for he had a very familiar face. Vakir thought the woman might have sensed his blood connection to Hugo, but the woman replied that it was probably because all Imperials were alike. The woman looked at her daughter and asked why she had brought the invalid to the village, and Ian replied that he had attacked the lady and would be fine once he recovered. The chief replied that it didn't matter what condition the boy's body was in, because the most important thing was his seed, and embarrassed by her mother's words, Ian immediately tried to stop the conversation. The girl said that she had brought the boy as a slave, but the chief replied that she had spoken of something else earlier, but Vakir was distracted, so he did not hear the conversation. Stroking her daughter's head, the chief said that only she would decide for what purposes she would use her new imperial slave. Soon, Ian and Vakir left the chief's house and went to the village of the Balaks, and turning to the girl, the young man said he had one question for her. Saying he wasn't going to call the girl mistress, the guy asked her name, and embarrassed, she replied that slaves shouldn't ask their masters anything. After calming down and looking at the guy, the girl timidly said that her name was Ian. After giving his name, the young man addressed the girl by name, asking what they would do next, and Ian angrily replied that slaves dare not call their masters by name. Pointing her finger at the young man, the girl said that he should build himself a house to live in. Thinking that Vakir was a very brazen slave, the girl decided that this imperial youth would be unable to build himself a dwelling. Looking at the young man, Ian realized that a slave determines the power of his master, so she decided to give him hard work to determine his rank. After a little while, Vakir called Ian to show her the work he had done and the house he had built, and the girl was surprised. Saying that Ian's first order had been carried out, the young man invited the girl to look around his dwelling. Looking at Vakir's tent, Ian couldn't believe that he had managed to make such a good shelter, despite his poor physical condition. Looking at all the materials for the tent that she had brought, the girl realized that there was no need for that since the guy had already handled everything himself. Looking at the work he had done, Vakir smiled as he was pleased with the result, and remembered that he had done similar things in his past life. In the Age of Destruction, swordsmen were not enough just swordsmanship skills, so they had to learn different skills to survive in extreme conditions. Interrupting the young man's recollection, Ian said that even the guttering that he had done was perfect. Looking at the girl, Vakir said that when he was in the chief's house, he noticed that he was in a dangerous state, and Ian was surprised at the guy's observation. Having specified that in the rainy season the situation would be especially dangerous, the young man said that he could make bricks to strengthen the house, and the confused Ian agreed to this proposal. Vakir then set to work, and the first step was to mix limestone water with stone powder, and the girl meanwhile watched the work of the one closely and intently. Next, the young man poured the mortar into a brick mold and burned them so that they would take their shape and harden. At the end of this stage, Ian and Vakir arrived at the house with the finished material and explained to the chief the dangers of the situation with the house. Soon, Vakir had done his work and provided the chief with an estimate of the one inviting the woman into the house. After looking at the result, the woman said that no matter how many times she repaired the ceiling, water was still constantly leaking in. But now this problem has been solved thanks to Vakir. Looking at the young man, the chief praised him and said that her daughter had brought a really good and worthwhile male into their tribe. The woman then ordered the young man to go through the village and fix other tents with similar defects, and Ian looked worriedly at Vakir, worried about the condition of the one. After their conversation, the young man took up the remaining uncompleted work and was doing laundry by the river, and at that moment, Ian came up and called out to him. She asked him if he was tired of doing only slave labor and wanted to become an official employee of their tribe. Thinking that life here was much more peaceful than at Baskerville's an underdog, the young man replied that this slave work was not so bad, and he could continue to do it. Noting that the boy had good manners, Ian said that he couldn't complain and choose to be her slave, but Vakir replied that he was fine with it. Not leaving her idea, the girl said not to be stubborn to the guy and follow her, then she will help to adapt to the tribe and survive here. And to make the young man interested, Ian said that she might even take the rope off his neck, and after the girl's words, Vakir replied that it already sounded tempting. Having agreed to the girl's proposal, the guy asked what to do, and Ian answered that he had to go hunting and catch big game. Recently, the tribe has been having problems because the hunters can't catch enough game to feed all the inhabitants, and even the children can't eat enough meat. Looking at Vakir, the girl said that he would gain a reputation as a local deity if he brought a large piece of meat to the village of Balak. Unexpectedly pushing the guy, Ian decided to tease him by saying that he could carry a light load without any problems, and he would only need to help her in the hunt. Seeing the unhappy grimace on Vakir's face, the girl said that he should be grateful to be able to help the leader of the Balak hunters. With a heavy sigh and a look at Ian, the young man reluctantly replied that he agreed to go hunting with her. The girl smiled and said that they would go hunting tomorrow. As they continued their conversation, Vakir and Ian moved on without noticing that someone was lurking and watching them at that moment. This man turned out to be Akun, who clearly disliked the young man from the very first meeting and considered him a vile fool and an enemy of all the Baloks. Soon the day of the hunt arrived, and a Balak shaman named Achaman invited all hunters to come to him for a blessing for the hunt. Saying that without his blessing, the hunters would be beaten and hurt, the shaman lined up a line of Baloks in front of him. Ian explained to Vakir that the Baloks feel guilty about eliminating their prey, so they hide their face with charcoal before doing so. The young man realized that even the warlike Baloks had their own shaman, but the hunters were discussing the grumbling shaman who was trying to strengthen his position in the tribe. Then they said that the predictions of the shaman are too wrong, because if there are earrings in the ears or nose of a person, he guesses on them, thinking that in places where people live everything is the same. Vakir realized that the position of a shaman is quite useless, but at the same time, very prestigious. Soon after Ian returned from the shaman's blessing, the young man saw her and said that the patterns on her face didn't look very pretty. Wiping her face, the girl ordered the young man to shut up and explained that she was painted like that because she was on bad terms with the shaman Achaman. Then handing the boy a collar with large spikes, Ian ordered him to put it on. Vakir asked why it was worn, to which the girl replied that the collar was worn to prevent the prey from biting the hunter's neck. Taking a close look at the collar, Vakir decided that while he was here, he should blend in with the crowd by adopting the customs of the tribe. After completing their preparations, Ian and Vakir climbed up on the huge white wolf, and the girl ordered him to hold on tight to her, and the young man agreed. In the next second, they started up sharply, and Vakir, who had said he would stick to Ian, did the opposite and fell to the ground. With a smirk, Ian stopped and said that was exactly why one had to hold on to her well. The girl said that if he just touched her, he would fall again, and the boy thought that in his current state, one fall was enough. Lying on the ground, Vakir noticed Ahun, who had suddenly appeared and was looking at him prissily. Ahun then turned to Ian, saying that she was obviously flirting with her slave, and the latter seemed quite free with such a disadvantageous slave status. After the guy said that he would bring good prey next time, becoming the leader of the hunting group, and restore the honor of his grandfather, to what Ian replied that his grandfather is not good at anything but shamanism. Angry at the girl's words, Ahun suddenly kicked Vakir on the head and screaming Ian called him a fool, asking what he was doing. From the guy's strong blow, Vakir flew off and fell to the ground again, and the evil smiling Ahun replied that it was not allowed for a slave to wear a collar. Ian said to her that if she was going to use the spoiled male as a helper, he would only hinder her in the hunt. The girl said she thought otherwise and advised Ahun to look at her waist, from which Vakir was able to remove the arrow sheath during the strike. Then Vakir turned to the hunter, telling him to treat his weapon with care and trepidation like a girl. Hearing the slave's words, Ian Ahun was angry at such insolence, but the girl watching quietly laughed at her tribesman's foolishness. Calling Vakir an insolent and disobedient slave, Ahun once again rushed to teach him a lesson. But at the very last moment, the guy was stopped by Ian, who ordered him to stop this outrage. Blocking Ahun's path with her bow, the girl asked how dare he attack her slave. The boy replied that he was just a slave who dared to insult a Balak warrior, but Ian said that Ahun was the first to show his pathetic side and hurt Vakir. Achen asked Ian if she was having an affair with her slave, but the girl looked at Balak with a sarcastic look. Agreeing with Ahun that Vakir was a slave, the girl said that he should be held accountable for his mistakes. Ian looked at the young man and said that Ahun had no right to punish her slave, and Vakir looked at the girl in bewilderment, not knowing what to expect. In the next second, Ian slapped the unsuspecting Vakir in the face with all her might, punishing him for his transgression. Ahun was shocked by such a decision and a very strong blow from the girl, because he thought that she would not take it so seriously. Once again, Vakir was on the ground in such a short period of time, and then the girl asked if Ahun was now satisfied because she had punished her slave. Clenching her fist tightly with the young man's blood on it, Ian said that she knew that Balak hated the slave because he could not get the red-haired girl as a slave. But despite this fact, the girl warned Ahun that if he dared to touch her slave again, she would personally destroy the tribesman. The guy realized that this time he was out of line, and Ian would not tolerate his antics anymore, so he accepted the girl's words. After that, Ian and Vakir finally went hunting, and the girl looked at her companion with frustration and pity. The young man was not in the best condition, for before he could recover from the injuries inflicted by the mistress he had received from Ahun and then from Ian. The girl asked Vakir if he was angry and hurt, but the guy was silent in response. Without hearing a word from the boy, Ian said that she had no choice, because Ahun was very stubborn, and this was the only way to stop his hatred. Hearing the girl's words, Vakir replied that he kept silent because he was really in pain, which surprised her. Suddenly, Ian got up from the wolf and turned around and put her hands on the animal and turned to face the young man, and seeing this, Vakir had not expected such skill from her. Wrapping her hands around the young man's face, the girl anxiously asked him if he was in great pain. and if there was a threat to his life. Frustrated and hurt looking at Ayan, the guy replied that it hurt him to even talk. Before he could finish saying that he had many such injuries, Vakir was surprised that the girl came closer and began to lick his facial wounds. Realizing what she had done, Ayan quickly turned away from the guy, assuming her original position and embarrassed by her impulsive actions. Wiping his face, Vakir thought that if the barbarians were always licking each other's wounds like this, it was possible to get infected. Then, turning to the guy and feeling her guilt, the girl asked him if he needed anything, because she would do her best for him. The young man asked if he could really ask for anything, and Ayan replied that he was free to ask for anything he wanted. Hearing such an attractive answer, the young man thought seriously and was silent, thinking about what to ask of the girl. Ayan was alarmed and wary of the boy's prolonged silence, for she was worried that he might ask. Having driven the girl to despair with his silence, Vakir said that he wanted her to teach him archery, and not expecting such a strange request, Ayan agreed. Going further into the forest, Ayan said that tomorrow they would begin archery training, to which the boy readily agreed. The next day, Vakir began training by shooting arrows into the trunk of a tree, and watching him, Ayan said that her slave did not know how to handle a bow at all. The girl ordered the boy to pierce the arrow, but nothing came out, and Vakir was even a little angry at Ayan, because he had just started training. Then Ayan leaned against Vakir to adjust his rack, and he asked if she had to do it being so close to him. With a sly smile, the girl replied that he had asked to be trained and said that the young archers of Balak were also trained that way. Strongly arching Vakir's back, Ayan told him to study hard to get game and raise his status, to which the young man replied that his joints were not rubber. Hearing the noise from the bushes, the girl accidentally twisted the young man's back, and he was horrified by the piercing pain, and from the bushes the wild she-wolf companion of Ayan looked at them. Turning to the she-wolf Bakira, the girl asked if she had found what she had asked for, and Bakira signaled that she had. The young man, meanwhile, curled up from the pain in his back. Then, tired and exhausted from the sudden pain in his back that Ayan had given him, the young man heard her order him to get up and follow her. Smiling, the girl said that they had a lot of important things to accomplish as soon as possible. Soon the boy and girl reached a place where there was a small waterfall, whose water flowed over many sharp and dangerous rocks. Ayan explained to Vakir that this is the place where the river and the sea meet, so seawater flows here, and sea creatures live here. Ayan's grandmother used to say that if a salmon could climb a waterfall, it could turn into a big beast. However, most of the salmon cannot climb and fall down and are pierced by sharp rocks as punishment. Then, those fish that were pierced by sharp stones and suffered an unenviable fate become the prey of the bears. Upon seeing the beast, Vakir said that this one was different from the ones he had seen before and was obviously of a different species, and the girl confirmed that speculation. The unusual individual before them was of the highest rank, being the result of surviving in the disordered chaos. The young man asked if the girl wanted to catch that monster, and Ayan said she didn't want to, because she had asked Bakira to find a strong female, not to hunt that one. Then when the female was approached by several other bear snakes, Ayan said that the hunt would be for the male that would come to the female. After the girl's words, the female bear snake began to attack the males and chase them away, which surprised Vakira. The female mercilessly delivered strong blows to each of the males without giving them a chance to resist her. Watching the battle, Vakir said that she was refusing to mate with her partners, looking for the strongest male. But Ayan replied that the young man had misunderstood, for it was the other way around. The girl said that the goal of the female is not the strongest male, but on the contrary, the weakest among all comers. Vakir was very surprised that the female had chosen the weakest male as her partner, and Ayan replied that she needed a partner she could control. In the circles of bears, strong males are not popular because in the state of excitement can harm the female, so they prefer weaker and smaller individuals. Then Ayan said that the Balaks have about the same criteria in choosing partners, and young men with good semen are considered the most popular among the girls of the tribe. Glancing at Vakir, the girl added that those weakened by wounds were the most valuable, and the young man assumed that in the end they only needed their partner's seed to reproduce. Watching the bear slayer move away from them, Ayan said that all they had to do now was wait, for the female would drain the male of his strength. After a while of observing the beasts, Vakir grew tired of hearing their growls and other sounds of their mating season. At the end of 3 days of the mating period of the bears, the young man and the girl stopped hearing the moans of those in the cave. Looking at the fish and fruit brought to the beasts, Vakir thought that it was pointless, because the situation did not change. Then Ayan came up and asked the young man if he had left the loot for the bear snatchers, and Vakir replied that he had done as the girl had instructed. For the past 3 days, the guy and girl had been constantly providing the hungry beasts with food so that they could continue to mate and deprive themselves of their strength. Taking one berry in her hands, Ayan said that these fruits have a short-term stimulating effect, but have a bad effect on health. Even the most stupid females and males understand the intentions of the hunters, but the males have to eat everything to satisfy the females, and now the young man also understood the girl's tactics. When they sat down to breakfast, Ian told the young man to eat better to heal faster, and in thought, Vikir said that beasts mate like crazy. The girl asked if it was not a common thing, and from these unexpected words, the young man almost choked and spit out his food. Continuing to embarrass the guy, Ian said that all the Balaks mate at the same pace, and obviously Vikir, being from a weak imperial country, is unlikely to be able to do the same. Then becoming clearly flirting with the guy, the girl said that maybe he could still be able to keep up this pace. Suddenly, the girl stopped teasing Vikir when she heard some suspicious sounds. Ian grabbed her bow and ordered the boy to get ready, for the bearsmen had obviously finished all their business, and now it was time for them to take decisive action. Finally, the moment came when the female bearcat was sure of conception and got everything she needed from her partner. The female growled threateningly and informed the male that it was time for him to leave and leave her cave, because she did not intend to tolerate his presence any longer. Not daring to disobey this formidable lady, the male quickly left to avoid getting himself into trouble. Vikir asked why the female had chased the male away, and Ian replied that after mating, he was just an imposter invading her territory. Then the young man said that Bearcat was very exhausted from the last 3 days, and the girl replied that this was their chance to track him down and catch him. Taking the arrow in her hands, Ian added that when the beast was fast asleep, they would hunt it. Following the wild beast, Vikir and Ian eventually made it to a cold, mountainous, and rocky area. The young man said that despite his fatigue, the male had traveled a great distance, to which Ian replied that he was looking for a safe place without flesh-sucking mosquitoes. Vikir asked how the beast could know this, and the girl said that bears are highly intelligent creatures governed by consciousness rather than instinct. Giving in to the cold temperature, the young man realized that he was starting to feel cold due to his poor physical condition. Noticing this, Ian said that if he was cold, he should cuddle up to her, but Vikir refused, saying he was fine. Turning to the young man, the girl said that the drop in temperature stiffens the whole body, which interferes with the hunt. And if he does not want to interfere with her, he should listen to her. After listening to the girl's words, Vikir realized that it was a logical enough reason to do as she said. In the next moment, without a word of warning, the boy hugged Ian tightly and pressed himself against her, embarrassing her with his surprise. Blushing with embarrassment, Ian thought in her head that it was just a matter of taking care of her slave, because that's what a good master should do. Suddenly, the she-wolf Bakira stopped, for she sensed the danger that could overtake them. Then Bakira growled menacingly, signaling that something strange was going on and caution was needed in this place. Ian realized the reason for her companion's alarm, for the tracks of the bearcat had broken off abruptly on their way. As the girl pondered where the beast had gone, she didn't notice the glowing eyes glowing with anger as they stared at them from deep within the cave. Already in the next moment, Ian felt something wrong and sensed the danger looming over them. The bear cub jumped out of the cave and rushed to attack the girl, and with a swing of his paw, he almost reached the girl's face. At the same time, a joyful event happened in the settlement of Balakov that brought smiles to the faces of all residents. Everyone greeted Ahun with joy and rejoiced at the huge boar the boy had brought. For now, everyone would have enough to eat. The tribesmen thanked the guy because it was the best catch of that, and this amount of meat is enough to feed not only the children, but all the adults of the Balaks tribe. Ahun was very proud of himself and was happy that from the next hunt the team would be led by him because his prey was the biggest. Looking at the boy, the Balak said that even though Ian was the commander, the rules about the biggest catch should be followed, so Ahun should lead the hunters. Hearing that the tribesmen were also talking about Vikir, Ahun replied that he would only hinder Ian's hunting, and they would not be able to catch even a hare. Returning to hunt Ian, the girl was frozen in place by a surprise attack from a bearcat leaping out of the cave at them. Suddenly wrapping his arms around the girl, Vikir pulled her back sharply, thus dodging the paw of the dangerous beast. However, because of such unexpected actions of the young man, they did not keep their balance and fell to the ground, but were still saved from the attack of the beast. The angry Bakira immediately rushed to defend her mistress and attacked Medvedabik. Vikir meanwhile asked the girl if she was okay, and Ian said she was fine, and thanked the young man for saving her. Then looking at the beast, they realized that it had led them astray and trapped them, realizing that they were chasing it. Vikir said that there was no way to avoid a fight without casualties, but Ian did not answer him, musing that her greatness as mistress was shaken because she had been saved by a slave. With her pride hurt, Ian prepared her bow and arrow and ordered Vikir to rest for now, for she would show him her greatness. The young man doubted the girl's words because in his opinion it was inappropriate to show his pride during a battle with such a dangerous beast. Saying that the slave should rest and the mistress work hard, Ian soared up the cliffs with her companion Bakira in pursuit of the beast. Observing the girl's actions and not guessing the girl's sympathy, Vikir came to the conclusion that the Baloks had a rather unusual attitude towards slaves. Stalking and attacking the beast, Ayan shouted that he had made her look indecent in front of the slave, for which he would have to pay dearly with his life. Not having time to get another arrow in his back from the girl, Bearslayer ran into a cave in the rock and hid there. Finally angry, the girl said that he would not be able to hide in the shelter because she would get him anyway. Preparing another arrow, Ayan said that if a good arrow wants to pierce something, it will pierce even steel if it doesn't. It won't touch a leaf. When the girl released her arrow, it reached a huge rock and bounced off, but the impact force from it penetrated through the rock. The bear cub hiding behind this rock was also stunned by the girl's attack and roared loudly in hellish pain. Following the girl and watching the battle, Vikir was amazed that Ian was able to hit the beast through the huge block of stone. The waves of aura that Ayan transmitted to her arrow clearly passed through the clump and hit the target just as she had planned. Ayan archery can be called a true art because the technique of hitting the target is very accurate and without any errors. Looking at the girl, Vikir thought that perhaps she could surpass even Camus Morgue in terms of talent. Suddenly, the wounded bearcat jumped out of the cave and went to attack the girl, unwilling to admit defeat in front of the pathetic human. Ian, who had expected this to happen, immediately continued to shoot arrows at the beast, without fear of the beast's anger. Preparing another arrow for the beast, the girl said that the arrows she puts her soul into pierce even the fortress walls. Then Ian released an arrow that, with its speed, pierced the air and emitted a bright blue glow around it. But somehow, having gathered the rest of his strength, Bear dodged the arrow and it hit only the horn of the beast, shattering it to pieces. The girl was horrified and could not believe her eyes that such a wounded beast had managed to dodge this powerful attack. In the next moment, the beast counterattacked and knocked down Ayan, and with her the huge she-wolf Bakira. From such a powerful and unexpected blow, the girl flew a great distance away, badly injured in the process. At this moment, lying on the ground with no strength, Ayan suddenly remembered her mother's wise words from earlier. The chief said that a beast that feels it is about to leave this world can see even the anger of a man, which is obviously what happened now. Trying to get up, Ayan realized that she was blinded by the prideful thought that she had cornered the beast, then made a huge mistake, and ended up in this situation. Raising her head, the girl saw before her a ferocious bearcat who was determined to eliminate her right there on the spot. Realizing that there would be no quick escape or reaching for her weapon, the girl resigned herself to breathing her last few seconds and closed her eyes to avoid being scared. But at that moment, the suddenly appeared Vikir asked her if she was done showing her greatness as a mistress, and adding that it was his turn to attack the beast. Guy unleashed the demonic sword Beelzebub from his hand and aimed its destructive power at his opponent Bearcat. The shockwave from the young man's attack swept the ferocious beast off its feet and enveloped it in flames, thus resolving the outcome of this fight. A wounded Ayan watched in rapt attention as Vikir and the power of the one he had shown in saving her once again. At last, Bearsnake let out his last growl and fell silent, letting everyone know that he had already left this world. On Vikir, who was watching the last breaths of the beast, all the bandages had been burned off, exposing his already almost limp body. Ayan could not tear her gaze away from the young man who attracted her so strongly with his heroism and extraordinary strength. But in the next moment, Vikir was already falling to the ground, saying that he guessed that in such a state his attack could have a traumatic effect on his body. Thus, before Ian on the ground were the defeated Bearcat and the exhausted Vikir, who had lost consciousness from the severe overload of his body. Soon the Balak hunt was over, and it was late evening, and the tribe had built a huge fire around which all gathered. Everyone rejoiced and celebrated because today they had managed to get a good booty, which could be enough to feed all the inhabitants of the tribe. Cooking a delicious meal in a huge cauldron, the Balaks shared their food with each other and enjoyed good company and a warm atmosphere. Ayan, sitting next to Vikir, asked what it was like to be a hunting hero, and the young man said he didn't like it and the girl said he was very boring. The girl was glad that today she and her boyfriend were the main heroes of the festival, because bears are considered an honorable prey not only because of their strength but also because of their high intelligence. Then Ian said that these beasts are slow and fearful, so they are very wary of hunters, and are different from boars, which are spoiled when escaping. Looking at Ahun, who had just arrived, the girl, wanting to show her superiority for better prey, asked if her statement was true. Not wanting to answer the girl, the guy held out a plate of food to Vikir, saying it was his share. Vikir asked why there was so little meat in his plate, but a furious and disgruntled Ahun replied that it was exactly what he deserved. Ayan explained to the young man that it was their tradition to give the least meat to those who contributed the most to the hunt, and it was considered a great honor. Looking down at his plate, Vikir thought he didn't care about the honor. and would rather be given more meat, at which Ian laughed at the disgruntled expression on the young man's face. After a bit of reflection, the boy realized that the main worthwhile harvest of this hunt was not meat, but the reinforcement skill Beelzebub had taken from Bear. This skill was useful in that when holding his breath, Vakir could now increase his body mass by up to 1,000 pounds. Looking at his body, the guy noticed that after absorbing this skill from Bear, his body had fully recovered. Suddenly, the girl distracted the young man from his thoughts and told him to look at the plate she presented to him. Holding out a plate of meat to Vakir, Ayan said she had taken this portion from the shaman as chief hunter and was giving it to the young man. Saying that he already had food, the young man refused, but the girl replied that it didn't matter and he should definitely eat this portion too. Ian said to eat the organ of the beast that humans have problems with, and thinking it was the guts in the plate, the young man assumed he looked like a human having problems with it. The tribeswomen immediately embarrassed the girl because they realized what organ she was trying to feed the young man, saying that her intentions were too frank, but Ayin ordered her to keep silent. As he began to devour this portion, Vakir began to chew the meat that was in the plate, thinking it was very tough. When the guy chewed and swallowed it, Ayan was very happy because her secret plan had succeeded. The girl smiled broadly and said that now the boy would be able to do his duty properly. As he continued his meal, the young man thought he had done his duty on the hunt and wondered what else Ian might want from him. When the festival was over, all the tribe went to rest, and soon a new day came and the sun rose high above the mountains. Vakir woke up before anyone else and went to a huge felled tree trunk that was not far from the Balak settlement. Seeing the damage on the stump, which was still smoldering, the guy realized that what he had said earlier was true. Remembering the previous night, Vakir had also approached the place when he saw that good meat had been left here, and Ayin, standing next to him, had replied that it was an offering. The girl explained that this offering was for the eight-legged mistress, for through this custom the Balaks are granted permission to live in this forest. Remembering the power of the mistress he had miraculously survived the encounter with, Vakir realized how foolish he had been, and why the Balaks were so serious about her. Then the young man returned back to the Balak settlement, and his attention was attracted by some noise. Noticing the huge line of Balak girls, Vakir thought they were having some ridiculous ceremony again. All the girls were discussing one topic. They were talking about someone who might be promoted after his achievements, and that he was very strong, which made him very attractive. Suddenly, the talk about some cute guy was broken by a girl suddenly approaching the crowd. It was Ian who said that even though she had fed all those people yesterday, they were trying to steal from her the one who belonged only to her. The girls became indignant, saying that she should rather use the male and give him to them, to which Ian replied that they should catch one for themselves. Hearing from the girls that they tried to find similar ones even on the border of the empire but failed, Ian became furious at their insolence and encroachment on her treasure. The girl did not restrain her anger and chased them away, saying that in this case they could look for such males in hell, and the girls ran away from her in terror because they realized that she was not joking. Sighing heavily, the girl said that after feeding the young man with the genitals of the bear cat, she expected him to do his duty as a man, but until he fully recovered, someone might steal him. Sensing the presence of someone behind her, Ayan quickly turned around and noticed a disgruntled Vakir standing behind her. Realizing that the young man could hear the conversation, the girl asked what he had heard, but Vakir looked at the girl with horror and disgust as he realized what she had fed him yesterday. Trying to avoid the topic, Ayan immediately said that after holding the meeting, her mother decided to fulfill any request of the young man as an honorary hunter. A glance at Vakir Ayin convinced the one that she had already thought of everything and advised the guy to ask her mother to fulfill this particular request of his. Soon that moment came, and Chief Balak invited the young man to her home to fulfill one wish. All the honorable and respected elders and the shaman of the Balak tribe were present at this meeting. There was also the daughter of the Chief Ayin, the grandson of the shaman Ahun, and some other tribesmen. When Vakir went inside, he walked up to the leader and kneeled before her, showing her his respect. The young man greeted the woman sitting valiantly on her throne, who was watching him intently. Akila said that thanks to the young man's efforts, the whole tribe was able to fill up on delicious meat, and Vakir replied that he was only doing his job. The woman ordered Vakir not to be modest, for he had done very well and had been of great benefit to their tribe. Looking intently at the young man, the chief said that he had recovered quickly, and he replied that it was due to the good care he had taken of him. Looking at Akila, who made the whole empire afraid of the Balak tribe that barely numbered 300 people, Vakir realized that she was as majestic as Hugo, but she was a very gentle person. Then the chief said that for such merits, the lad was to be rewarded and freed from the title of slave, saying that from now on, the young man was no longer a slave and was part of their family and tribe. Akila heard the shaman's displeasure again. Looking at the shaman, Vikir remembered the words of Ayen, who said that the elders were very unhappy with the boy's promotion, thinking that he should be a slave. Remembering that Akun was the grandson of that nasty old man Akemen, the young man was not surprised that he disliked him. Standing up from her throne, Akila said that by becoming officially part of the Balax, the young man could ask one favor. Saying that she was unable to give birth and raise him the chief made Vikir realize that he had become part of the family after all, so she was willing to do something equal for him. Akila added that if he wanted a beautiful wife and children, she would provide the best candidate for him if he did not want. She would give him a slave, and Ayan in the meantime gestured to the young man's attention and reminded him of her words. Looking at the sign submitted by Yain Vikir, confidently said that he had one request for the chief. Noticing that her daughter was gesticulating too vigorously, Akila realized that she liked the young man too much and told him to tell her what he wanted. Vikir then replied that if the chief would allow it, he would very much like to take a dip in the fountain of courage. Not expecting such a request from the young man, the shaman and the tribal elders were shocked by his insolence. Akun and the other guests of the gathering were similarly surprised and displeased at such a request from Vikir. Ayan smiled widely, happy that the boy had listened to her advice and asked her to fulfill this wish. With a menacing look at the young man, Chief Akila asked if he even knew what this source of courage was. Then, unable to contain his anger, Shaman Akaman shouted, asking how Vikir dared to ask such a thing in the presence of honorable elders. Turning to the chief, the old man said that she was not obliged to fulfill the wish of this impostor, because since ancient times, only honorable warriors of the Balax could wash in this spring. Akun supported his grandfather by saying that only heroes who have shown superiority can enter the source, to which Ayan replied that Vikir had already proved his strength to everyone by capturing Medvedobik. When everyone had spoken, Vikir finally replied that he knew it was a spring located on the holy land of the Balax that could heal any illness or injury. However, according to Ayan, the spring takes a long time to fill with water, and only those warriors who have made a great contribution to the tribe can enter. The chief seriously considered this request. One of the elders replied that it was not worth sending a stranger to the Holy Lands, while another said that the young man had a promising future and should be allowed to go. The chief thought she wanted to let the young man use the source, but the problem is that the shaman and some of the elders are against it. A sudden sound distracted Akila from her musings, and she immediately turned her attention to it. The loud ringing of the bell echoed through the village of Balakov, announcing an important event for everyone. Vikir asked Ian if the ringing was a warning of an invasion, but the girl said it was a visitor, for there were no madmen in this forest willing to set foot on Balak land. Heading for the exit, Chief Akila told the young man that they would return to their conversation, but now it was time to go greet the guests. At that moment, the shaman looked angrily towards Vikir, realizing that the chief was going to discuss the topic further and perhaps approve of the request. Soon Vikir stepped outside and stood behind the tribesmen, observing what guests had come to this wild land, to this tribe. Then he asked Iyen if these were the guests they were waiting for, and the girl said that they were waiting for them. Unexpectedly for the young man, the guests were traders from the empire who brought many different goods to the village of Balax. Ayan told Vikir that they were waiting for these traders because they brought them goods that could not be obtained in the forest, and the young man immediately saw the familiar pattern on the trader's flag. This flag belonged to one of the 7 imperial merchant families, namely the bourgeois family. Vikir wondered if the bourgeois family would have to pass through either the Baskerville mansion or the morgue lands to get to this forest. Looking at the main man among the merchants, the young man realized that both families would never miss the bourgeois family, so they were definitely smugglers. Soon the chief merchant began to beckon to the Balax, offering to trade their goods for what they needed. The merchants offered various goods such as cosmetics products, cereal products, glass balls for a good and sound sleep, and many more. Vikir warily watched the trade, realizing that those brought essential goods from the empire that were exchanged for very rare items from the forest. Offering a disproportionate price to the Balax, the young man realized that the merchants knew the exact value of the items from the forest and were simply deceiving and taking advantage of the barbarians. Not wanting to be exposed and draw special attention to himself, Vikir decided not to act rashly and interfere with the trade between the Balax and the merchants. But soon the young man heard the loud cry of Ayan, who rebuked the merchant for deceiving her by holding a single cob of corn in her hand. The girl was indignant because she didn't want to trade her diamond for just one measly corn, and watching this, Vikir thought that at least Yain realized that the trade was unfair. However, the young man was wrong, because continuing to argue with the merchant, the girl shouted that she should get at least 2 corn for the diamond. When Ayan got what she wanted, she glowed with happiness, and Vikir realized that the girl also did not understand what was going on and let herself be cheated. Then other villagers also became resentful, trying to get more goods for their rare gifts from the forest. The chief merchant was obviously not happy with what was happening, because he wanted to cheat and get as much as possible from the Baloks without losing his goods. Deciding not to cause a conflict, the man agreed to the null demands of the Baloks and gave them each a second unit of the goods they wanted. Thinking that the locals are stupid and don't know the value of their things, the merchant didn't notice that a little girl came up to him and asked him to sell her one glass ball for sleeping. After looking at her, the man asked what she had brought in return, and the girl showed the merchant a larva of sundung, saying that it was very tasty and useful. The man immediately looked at the girl and the insect in her hands with contempt and disgust. Getting angry and slapping the girl's hands, the merchant knocked the insect out of them and said in imperial language that this nasty thing was impossible for a normal person to eat. Leaving the girl, the man said that although the girl was stupid, she had a rather attractive appearance. But the upset girl, meanwhile, rushed to pick up her insect. Not noticing the man behind her, the merchant said it would be a good idea to sell the girl at the slave market. However, that person turned out to be Vikir, who called the man over and said that the trade of that one was considered invalid. At that moment, Ayin turned her attention to Vikir and the merchant. Realizing that the young man understood the imperial language, the merchant told him that there had been a misunderstanding. The young man said he heard what the man said about selling the Balak child into slavery and ordered the man to cancel all of today's unequal deals with the tribe. The merchant pretended not to understand what the young man was talking about, but Vikir persisted, saying that the man was not taking things at the real price of those. Realizing that the young man was the only one who understood his language, the man said it was a sacred trade approved by the shaman of the Balaks in the name of the forest god. Without listening to the merchant and pointing to all the corn, Vikir told the tribesmen that it was worth 100 gold pieces, and the diamonds given for it were worth about 2 million gold pieces. With a smirk on his face, the young man continued to educate the Balaks on how much their goods were worth, which they traded for next to nothing to the merchants. The merchant was shocked that this guy knows all the prices of goods despite being a barbarian. Then, taking a glass ball in his hand, Vikir told that this ball promising restful sleep is a dangerous poison that promotes human drowsiness. In this balloon there are small holes through which seeps cheap poison, which with prolonged use destroys the body and is illegal in the empire of the drug. Crushing this ball with his hand, the young man affirmatively said that the merchants were selling illegal and harmful goods to the Balaks who did not even realize it. Then one of the traders asked in a whisper what had happened, and the chief trader replied to the one that a guy from the tribe had found out about their machinations and was telling everyone about it. Using the barbarian language, Ayin asked Vikir if she had misheard what she had heard earlier, and the young man confirmed his words again. Enraged, the girl realized why there had been so much sickness among the Balaks lately and who was to blame. Thinking of leaving the barbarian settlement quickly, the chief merchant again said that there was a misunderstanding between them to divert the attention of those. Without listening to the man's excuses, Ayin instantly attacked by shooting a bow at the man's shoulder. The girl impulsively snatched a bow and arrow from a passing tribesman and wounded the man without a drop of regret. The merchants were horrified because they didn't expect their scam to be exposed and punished, and then Ayin screamed, asking how they dared to cheat the Balaks. Realizing that the situation was turning bad for them, the chief merchant ordered his men to flee and leave the settlement now. Jumping on their horses, the traders left all their goods and rushed away while they could, for the Balaks would not get away so easily. Vikir asked Ayin if she would just let the merchants go, because she had injured a merchant from an aristocratic family who would not forgive her and would take revenge. The girl replied that of course she would not leave it like that, because for a beast hunting a pack, wounding and releasing it is one of the methods of hunting. Speculating about the escaped merchants, Ayin said that when beasts are wounded, they have a habit of returning to the pack, and the merchants, meanwhile, had returned to their own. Upon reaching the merchants, informed everyone that the Balaks had looted all the merchandise, and everyone should prepare to attack those to avenge it. Meanwhile, a wild but loyal eagle flew over the forest, scouting the situation for her. Having flown all over the territory and having calculated the necessary information, he returned to his mistress and sat on her arm. Standing on the edge of the cliff and waiting for her bird, Ayin said that people who dared to touch her tribe would be subjected to total merciless destruction. When the darkness completely engulfed the forest, the traders and their mercenaries headed towards the Balak settlement to strike at them. Turning to the chief merchant Lord Smarglow, the mercenary said that negotiations with the savages are useless, and it is necessary to either eliminate all of them or take them as slaves. The lord replied that this was the first time he had encountered damage in this forest, and although he knew a little about the Balaks, he was certain that it was almost impossible to defeat them in battle. The mercenary then asked the man why he had called the mercenaries with him. Wasn't it because he had originally planned to defeat the tribe? Intending to light a cigarette, The mercenary said that they had a contract for half of the nail for their escort, but since they were robbed, the rest would go to the mercenaries. Without arguing with the mercenaries, the Lord told them to do as they pleased, and the mercenaries said that there would be no problem with the Balaks if they attacked suddenly and set fire to them in the night. While the chief mercenary was talking to the merchant, his comrades began to argue over a match that one of them wanted to put out without letting the other one light it. One of the men said there is a superstition that you can't light a match 3 times on the battlefield, but the other man put a match to a cigarette and said he didn't believe it. In the next second, the mercenary was hit in the head by an arrow, and he never had time to light his cigarette. Then his comrade was also eliminated with an arrow, and even the main mercenary had time to be approached by an arrow that would cut off his breath in a fraction of a second. Before he knew it, Lord Smarglow was unable to finish his conversation with the mercenary, as he and his companions were eliminated by the barbarians in a matter of seconds. Realizing that they were under attack, the man ordered everyone to put out their cigarettes, for it was because of them that they had been discovered by the Balaks. At the same moment, Ayan ordered her warriors to shoot exclusively at their heads, wanting to show them that it was not worth messing with the Balaks and deceiving them. Watching this, Vikir was amazed that the Balaks could start shooting at just the slightest light from a cigarette. Then a man from the tribe came up to the young man and told him that he had prepared what he had asked for and showed him the barrels. While suffering from the arrows, one of the mercenaries ordered all mages to block the arrows with shields and the aura wielders to prepare for a counterattack. Suddenly, the mercenaries saw the Balaks using arrows to suspend barrels of unknown contents high in the trees. Not understanding the barbarians' plan, the mercenaries did not immediately realize why they had hung the barrels and were now starting to hit them. But in the next moment, the Balaks launched fiery arrows aimed at those barrels and they began to explode. The contents of the barrels caught fire from the explosion and began to rain fire down on all the mercenaries standing underneath them. Taking cover behind a distant tree, Lord Smarglow realized that the Balaks had deliberately set up this rain of fire to set fires and eliminate everyone. Pondering the fact that the Balaks were much smarter than he expected, the man didn't notice Vikir sneaking up behind him. When the Lord turned around, he was frightened by the young man who had stealthily approached him and immediately recognized the one. The newly minted Balak who appeared before the merchant was blazing with rage, and his gaze exuded hatred and anger towards the man. Realizing that the young man had come for him, Lord Smarglow frantically shouted that he would be greatly regretted if he eliminated him. Presenting the young man with the document, the merchant said that the trade had been officially approved by the new subconsul of Underdog, and if the young man touched him, the Baskervilles would get him. The lad then asked the man if he was talking about subconsul Vikir, and the Lord confirmed that he was talking about that particular scoundrel. Furious and looking menacingly at Lord Smarglow, the young man said he didn't remember giving the man such permission to trade. Not recognizing that guy as Vikir, the Lord said he had a different, darker skin and simply couldn't be a subconsul. But as soon as the man looked closer and realized that Vicar van Baskerville himself was standing in front of him, the young man fired arrows at him, punishing him for his heinous deeds. Having eliminated the lowly Lord Smarglow, the young man said that forging the seal of Baskerville was punishable by execution, which he eventually found. Then Ayan came to Vikir and told her slave to hurry up. It was time for them to get out of here, but the young man answered her again that he was no longer a slave. At the same moment, the mercenaries who were defending themselves with shields from the Balak's arrows realized that they had stopped firing and were very surprised by this, because they could not retreat so easily. Thinking that the barbarians were not sure of the advantage of their forces and rushed to flee, the mercenaries decided that it was worth pursuing them and giving them what they deserved. However, blinded by anger, the mercenaries didn't notice what appeared behind their backs and what a terrifying monster was ready to devour them all. Soon, as Vikir was moving away from the battlefield, he heard the screams of the mercenaries who had fallen into this skillful trap and realized that the plan had worked. Joyful Ayan turned to the guy sitting behind her and said that he was now a great Balak having planned such an elaborate revenge. After all, when the Balaks reached the village, Vikir met again with Chief Aquila, who allowed the young man to enter the source of courage. Looking at the young man, the woman said that he had solved the issue of famine, the rampages of merchants, and the epidemic caused by the glass balls of poison. Placing his hand on Vikir's shoulder, the chief recognized the latter as an outstanding warrior of the Balak tribe. Aquila turned to her daughter and told her to lead the young man to the spring, for today the full moon was just rising. Looking at Achaman, Ayan said that he was obviously unhappy with the decision, for he had falsely claimed that the Balak warriors were sick because of the curse, which he was wrong about. Looking back at the old man, Vikir remembered the Lord's words saying that the shaman of Balakov himself had blessed the trade and suspected him of being involved in the mess. Soon Vikir reached the spring and plunged into its sacred waters. in which wild forest animals swam just as peacefully. Being in the water, the guy felt the purification of mana and restoration of his health, and apparently that's why the shaman was so opposed to wanting to take a dip in the spring himself. Vikir thought that this water was weaker than the waters of the river Styx but had no age limit. But the young man was concerned with a completely different question. He looked at Iane sitting in the source and asked if her presence would have the effect of the source, but the girl replied that the real Balak didn't care about such trifles. Ian then told the young man not to ask stupid questions, but to thank the great Adonai for discovering this source, and Vikir asked who it was. The girl told about the best warrior of the Balak tribe who had become a legend, because among the forest dwellers only he could fight the terrible eight-legged mistress. After Ian said that since the young man had become a full-fledged Balak, he was also obligated to honor Adonai, to which Vikir replied that if the legend was true, he really deserved respect. Then the girl fell silent, thinking seriously about the words her mother had said to her before the meeting. Then Aquila said that Vikir's status in the village had risen, and if he fully recovered at the source, he could be a good husband for Ian. After looking at the attractive and strong Vikir, Ian decided that today she would definitely make the guy hers. The girl decided to start seducing the young man with a simple conversation about the merchants, saying that she knew about their machinations, but let the guy prove himself. Ian went on to convince Vikir that if he hadn't exposed them, then she would have resolved the matter herself. But smiling Vikir didn't believe the girl's words. Ian ordered not to mock her, for she knew for a fact that in the Empire diamonds were worth much more than corn, saying that roughly 10 cobs could be given for 1 diamond. Then Vikir told her the true value of diamonds in the Empire, telling her how many things could be bought with them, which shocked the girl. Calling Vikir a slave again, Ian said that she suspected that everything was strange in the Empire, but still she didn't understand where they put all those gems. Looking at the girl, the guy replied that he wasn't interested in that, but he was curious as to whether Ian still wanted to call him slave or by name because the guy didn't like uncertainty. Suddenly the girl moved closer to Vikir and once again asked him if he really didn't like this uncertainty. After embarrassing the young man by touching his face, Ian told him to watch carefully. The girl said that she didn't want to call the boy neither slave nor vicar because she wanted something else from him. But at that moment, the girl's speech was interrupted by the Balak children, who began to dive into the holy spring without letting Ian complete her confession to Vikir. When they noticed the boy and the girl, the kids came over and said hello to Commander Iane and Vikir, and the confused girl asked how they got here. While the girl was talking to the children, Vikir thought about her words, not understanding what her intentions were or what she wanted to say. Angry that her confession failed, and trying to chase the children away, the girl said that because of them, the effect of the source would be halved. To make fun of Yain, Vikir reminded her that she had said a little earlier that the real Balak was not interested in such trivialities. Then Akun appeared and said that it was the chief's order that the children who had fallen ill from the poisonous medicines should dip in the spring of courage and be cured. Hearing this, the girl was angry, thinking that her mother had played a joke and tricked her without even giving her a chance to get close to Vikir. Akun then moved closer to Vikir and turned to him wanting to say something important. A little embarrassed, the boy thanked him for helping his little sister, and the girl herself thanked Vikir the same way. Akun also apologized for all the misunderstandings that happened earlier, and after listening to that, Vikir said only one word good in response. Not realizing the young man's overly calm reaction, Akun became angry again, resenting the way he answered him, and eventually Vikir said that he was getting too angry. Sighing and looking at the young man with a smile, Ayan thought that she still had plenty of time to confess her feelings to Vikir anyway. Then with a hearty smile, the girl called the young man over and solemnly welcomed him with the title of full Balak, and everyone congratulated Vikir. It's been about 2 years since Vikir's dive into the source of courage, but Akun still hasn't rivaled him. From such a strong attack of the young man, Akun fell to the ground, which greatly surprised his comrades standing behind him. Already the 17-year-old Vikir had delivered the blow, and standing in front of Ahun, had told the boy that he was a skilled pretender. While Ahun was being helped up by his friends, he told Vikir that he demanded a rematch. But the young man replied that their sparring was over for the day, and he was going about his business. Akun shouted after Vikir not to run away from him, to which the guy replied that he was just going for a walk. Then Akun said that when the young man recovered, he turned into a beast, and his friends also said that even in archery, Vikir was as good as Ayan. Then one of the Balaks said that he too could punch Ahun in the nose so that he would bleed, but wiping his face, Ahun replied that Vikir had not hit him at all. With a serious expression on his face, the guy said that Vikir stopped his fist in front of his face, which meant that just one stream of wind from that fist caused bleeding. Meanwhile, Vikir, who supposedly went for a walk, was obviously not just walking in the woods, looking at the half-destroyed stone wall, The guy thought that finally he could use his power to the fullest and unleash the 8th Fang of Baskerville. Reasoning that he still had a long way to go before the 10th Fang, Vikir still recognized that having a level 6 at 17 was a phenomenal level of development. Along with that, the guy already had 6 circles of mana, allowing him to become an advanced level graduate. After hiding Beelzebub, Vikir thought that the effect of the River Styx demon sword, as well as the archery skill from the Balaks, would help him become a top-level graduate. Vikir looked around and said that it had been 2 years since he had come to the forest, so he would soon have to say goodbye to the Balak tribe. Hearing a noise behind him, the boy turned around and faced Bakira, who was enjoying the warm, sunny day, and accordingly her mistress, Ayan. Later, looking at the deep ditch in the ground, Vikir told the girl that this mark was left by the forest snake Mushihushi. The guy went on to say that apparently the snake is very big and old, and if you catch it, the tribe will be fed for at least 4 days. But Ayan, standing next to him, obviously wasn't listening to Vikir. Glancing suspiciously at the girl, Vikir asked why she was in the clouds during the hunt and not listening to his words. Confused by the unexpected question, Ayan replied that she had been thinking about what he had told her about the snake. Trying to evade the young man's question, the girl said that the other team asked him to clarify something, and Vikir immediately realized that Ayan was hiding something. Showing the boy the dagger, the girl said that they had brought the dagger of a suspicious man from the Empire who had invaded the forest, and asked if Vikir was familiar with the pattern. Looking at the beautiful weapon, the guy immediately replied that this pattern was very famous throughout the Empire. It was the coat of arms of one of the 7 great families along with the Baskervilles, namely the famous Leviathan family. Iane said that she suspected the mercenaries who might have survived 2 years ago, because then one of them had managed to pour red liquid into the river water and escape. As they fled, one of them was caught by a team of Balak hunters, but he immediately took the poison hidden in his mouth and all that was left of him was a dagger. The girl then decided to ask Vikir one question that worried her while looking very worried. As if guessing at the young man's plans, Ayan asked if he wanted to return to his homeland, and Vikir also asked why the girl was asking such questions. Saying that she didn't like to lie or hide anything, Ayan replied that it was actually a girl from the Empire who came to the forest. And it is quite possible that the target is Vikir, and the young man was very surprised to hear these words. Apparently that girl was Camus Morgue herself, looking for any trace of the guy after the incident with the 8-legged mistress. After Iane confessed that after the young man's battle with Mrs. Camus, a search party had been going around the forest every day for 2 years looking for traces of him. Obviously upset, the girl asked Vikir if he would leave with Camus Morgue after learning the truth. Looking at the young man, Ayan wondered if he would hate her for hiding the truth, and what to do if the Imperial girl took Vikir away, if it would be worth it to stop her. After a little thought and a silent pause, the boy replied that he wasn't going back. Ayan asked if he was really telling the truth, and Vikir confirmed his words. After hearing this, the girl glowed with joy without having the strength to contain her emotions. Not paying attention to how excited Ian was, the young man reasoned that perhaps the Empire knew he had survived, but apparently that was not the case. Vikir was determined to return to the Empire as soon as he learned to fully conceal his powers so as not to draw Hugo's attention too much. He was also interested in Camus, because the guy was wondering why she was looking for him, either because of diplomatic duty or because she felt obliged for her rescue. Realizing that the Baskervilles had allowed the Morgue to enter the forest, Vikir concluded that the alliance of those still in force, and most likely his false death, had strengthened the bond between the two families. As the guy was thinking about the need to find out what was going on outside the forest, a huge fish suddenly jumped out of the river in front of him. Ian and Vikir were shocked to see it, for they had not expected such a creature to appear in front of them. The fish landed on the ground, not being in the best condition, and upon examining it, Ian said it was a double-breathing fish. Approaching the fish in close proximity, the girl said that if such a fish jumps out of the river, the rainy season will soon come, and judging by the size of that season, will be very long. Then Vikir stopped the girl's story, noticing something unusual about the body of this river creature. The body of a huge fish was damaged by an arrow that was fired at it, allegedly from inside. When they cut into the flesh of the fish, Vikir and Ian were amazed, for they had not expected to see such a thing. Inside this creature's body was a human skeleton clearly belonging to the forest barbarian tribe. Looking at the one, Ian said that it was the clothes of the Rococo tribe, and assumed that he was very frightened when the fish swallowed him, so he used the arrow that way. Then the girl said that these fish only feed on remains or carrion, so the situation was strange, and Vikir replied that perhaps the man was weak, and the fish mistook him for carrion. Suspecting that things are not going well in the Rococo tribe, the young man said that it was necessary to investigate the situation, because perhaps something terrible had happened in the forest. After that, the guy and the girl went on a reconnaissance trip to the Rococo tribe and were shocked by what appeared before their eyes. The lifeless bodies of tribesmen covered in strange red stains lay everywhere in the tribe's territory. Examining one of the Rokokoro warriors, Vicar immediately noticed the red stains on his body, signs of vomiting and diarrhea, but suddenly he was called by Ayan pointing at something with his hand. Pointing to the Rokoko settlement, the girl said that they should have had dinner long ago, but there was no smoke from the fire visible from the village. By the time they reached the village, it was already dark outside, and the boys were convinced that there were no signs of life. As they passed the houses of the barbarians, the boy and the girl did not see anyone who would meet them on their way. Noticing the large amount of weeds on the ground, Vikir concluded that no one had been here for a long time, because the whole area was unkept. The girl, meanwhile, opened the entrance of one of the huts and suggested that the tribe might have moved somewhere else. However, as soon as the hut was ajar on the girl, a swarm of flies suddenly flew out of there. Looking inside, Ayan saw a man sitting on the ground who was clearly not showing signs of life, exuding an eerie smell of decomposing body odor. Turning to Vikir, the girl told him that there was a breathless body in the hut, and the young man replied that he too had found another body elsewhere. Noticing that these bodies had the same red spots on them, the guy remembered that at this time in his past life, a plague epidemic had spread throughout the forest. Back then, this infectious disease had wiped out almost all the barbarians in the forest. But now it was very strange that the infection had spread so quickly to the borders of the empire. Scared and saying it was the curse of the god, Ayan ordered the guy to leave immediately. But Vikir replied that it wasn't a curse, but an epidemic which was much worse than the former. Trying to calm Ayan, the young man said that the disease is not transmitted so easily, to what the girl replied that if he is cursed, she does not allow him to leave this world. Having concluded that the tribe had left the sick and gone, Vikir decided to look in all the huts and take the useful things that were left there, telling Ian to rest in the meantime. With a puzzled look at the guy, the girl thought that he does not care about everything, and he is not afraid of anything in this life. Left alone among the huts waiting for the young man, Ian heard some suspicious sounds and turned around to look. The next moment, Vikir heard Ian's loud cry, thinking that she had gotten into trouble again. Back to Ian, the guy asked what she had done again, and the girl who had fallen to the ground screamed in fright that a curse had appeared in front of her. Pointing her finger forward, the girl said that a cursed child stood before her. Listening to Ian's cries to get out of here quickly, Vikir looked at the child carefully. Because her leg cramped up, the girl couldn't stand up, and the guy walked past her to where the child was standing. Vikir realized that she looked nothing like Rokoko and was about 5 years old. Noticing a small tombstone behind her and a flower lying nearby, the boy realized that the girl was mourning someone. Then, looking at the frightened child, Vikir asked who she was. The girl replied that she was Rokoko's slave and cook, and the boy thought she had been kidnapped into slavery. Vikir then asked her name, and she said her name was Pomerian. The young man realized that it was an imperial name, and obviously the girl had been captured there. Then the little girl gave the young man her surname as Pomerian La Baskerville, which shocked the boy very much. Without taking his gaze off the girl, Vikir asked what she had just told him. Pointing a finger at herself, the girl repeated once more that her name was Pomerian La Baskerville. There are only 3 kinds of middle names in the Baskerville family, namely Van is assigned to extramarital second cousins in the collateral line. The prefix Lee is given only to direct male blood relatives of high status in the family. And the last type of La is rarely seen in male members of the Baskerville family and is the middle name given to female blood relatives. Just such a rare member of the Baskerville family was this girl standing right in front of Vikir. While the boy pondered the fact that even within their family there were almost no people with such a middle name, Ian told him to turn his attention to something else. Around the girl's neck was a family jewel, namely a pendant with the family symbol of the Baskerville family. Seeing this, the guy sharply grabbed the pendant with his hand, which surprised and frightened the little girl. Opening the pendant, Vikir saw a family picture of the 3 of them and just couldn't believe his eyes. In the picture was a girl woman and Hugo Le Baskerville himself, which could well mean they are related. Angry, the young man pulled sharply at the pendant, not realizing what Hugo was doing in this picture. With an angry look, Vikir asked who the man in the picture of Pomerian was. However, Ian stopped him at once, saying that if the guy asked in such an intimidating manner, the girl would definitely not answer him. After the girl's words, Vikir realized that he had snapped at the little girl out of shock, despite the fact that it was not her fault. Calming down and looking at Pomerian, the young man asked who the man in the picture from the pendant was. Vikir looked very different now. He was friendly and smiled warmly at the girl. Ian asked if the slave could smile, but Vikir remained silent, unhappy that the girl had called him that again. Realizing that she was in no danger, Pomerian replied to the young man that this photo was of her mother's grandparents, and Vikir was surprised that Hugo was the girl's grandfather. Remembering Barrymore's words, the young man realized that it could be true. because the manager said that earlier Hugo had been a very kind family man. The head was very fond of his first wife, Roxanne, who left this world because of a serious illness. But not this case was the reason that Hugo so dramatically changed. The reason was the only blood connection between him and Roxanne, namely his daughter Penelope, who was kidnapped by the barbarians. Then Hugo became desperate to find his daughter, that even personally declared to the emperor about crossing the border, directing Baskervilles from the capital to the Red Black Mountain. But no matter how many hounds he sent, there was no news about his daughter, and in the end, Hugo never knew what happened to his precious child. After that, the man hated those so much that he turned into a cold-blooded machine for eliminating barbarians and monsters. After thinking over these words of Barrymore, the young man realized that earlier he had not given it much importance, because he did not believe in these stories. Now, before Vikir stood living proof of Barrymore's words in the person of this girl, for Penelope was the daughter of his favorite Roxana, and the daughter of that was Pomerian. If this chain of logic is to be believed, then Penelope Pomerian's daughter is the birth-granddaughter of Hugo Le Baskerville. Vikir thought about the fact that now Hugo saw his children as weapons because of his hatred of the barbarians, and what would happen when he found out that Pomerian had barbarian blood. Stroking the girl's head, the guy said it was obvious that she had been mistreated in the Rococo tribe and offered to go with him. Pointing her finger at Vikir, the girl said he had the same eyes and hair as her mom, to which the young man replied that all Baskervilles look alike, and maybe he was her uncle. Looking at the young man carefully, and after a bit of thought, Pomerian eagerly called him uncle. Then turning around and looking at her mother's tombstone, the girl remembered her mother's admonition. In the last days of her life, Penelope told her daughter that if she met a man with red eyes, she should follow that man. Thinking that she had met such a person now, Pomerian took one last look at her mother's tombstone and said her goodbyes. Walking over and taking Vikir by the clothes, the girl said she would go with her uncle. And in this unexpected way, the two stray dogs left outside the Baskerville family met. Soon the girl found herself in the village of Balak under the care of Vikir, and one day, when the young man left his hut, Pomerian followed him, asking where he was going. The boy replied that he was going to Chief Achilles' meeting, and not wanting to be alone, the girl ran after him, saying she would go with her uncle. Taking the little girl in his arms, Vikir realized that she was afraid to be alone, and he was glad that the girl trusted him, but at the same time, it was more difficult than expected to look after her. Having put the girl on his back, the young man thought that now he had no other choice, because he had already pledged to take care of her and won her trust. On his way to the meeting, Vikir was thinking that he could not raise the little girl with the Balaks, but that he should raise her in the Empire without Hugo knowing about her. Watching the sleeping Pomerian, the young man came to the conclusion that he would have to leave the forest and head to the capital to ask Secretary Chihuahua for help. Soon Vikir came to Chief Aquila's hut to attend a meeting of the Balak tribe. The meeting discussed a very important matter, for the chief had already been informed of the spread of the epidemic in the forest. Aquila said that the rainy season would be coming soon, and if the epidemic spreads during that time, there will be more casualties among the forest dwellers. After her words, Shaman Akemen immediately shouted that it was not an epidemic, but the curse of the gods that had fallen upon them. Continuing to insist on his old man, said that it is only necessary to break the curse, and then everything will be fine, and for this, it is necessary to make a huge sacrifice. In response, Iain said that it couldn't be a curse, and to save themselves, everyone just needed to leave the village. All the elders were outraged, saying they could not leave the sacred land where the Balaks had lived for over 200 years and where the ashes of their ancestors were buried. The young Balaks said there was no point in keeping the ashes of their ancestors if the plague spread and took all their children. There would be no future. The two camps of old and young Balak could not agree on what to do in this difficult situation. Then all turned their eyes to Chief Aquila, saying that she must make her decisive choice. The woman, meanwhile, looked at Vikir carefully, as if realizing that he obviously knew the right thing to do now. Now the scale of this plague was comparable to the black sickness that had struck the entire empire in the past, as it had already spread its networks throughout the territory. Then the empire was saved from the black sickness thanks to Camus Morgue, who lit her flames everywhere, thus stopping the spread of the black sickness. Likewise, Saint Dolores of the Quobadist religious family ended the epidemic through her unique and powerful divine power. However, this protection was only in effect within the empire, and most of the native forest dwellers fell from the disease, which benefited the Baskerville family. In the past, the disappeared barbarians played an important role in the ecosystem of the forest, so after an abnormal number of monsters appeared and increased damage in the circles of civilians. With the support of the Empire, the Baskerville clan guarding the borders suppressed all those creepy monsters and dangerous beasts. The Baskervilles were able to successfully defend the borders, which gave Hugo Le Baskerville the opportunity to increase his political influence in the Empire. Realizing that the chief was relying on his advice, Vikir raised his hand to call attention to himself and saying he knew how to stop this epidemic. Soon the people of the Balak tribe began to test methods of fighting the epidemic by dunking creepy forest monsters in contaminated water. After the dive, when the goblin was pulled out of the water, the Balaks were convinced of the truth of Vikir's words, for they saw proof of it. After placing the monster in the contaminated water, it developed red spots on its body indicating that it had contracted the plague. Seeing this, Ian turned to Vikir saying that he was indeed right, and the contagion was spreading through the forest through the water. The young man replied that this was indeed the main cause of the spread, and if you boil the water before drinking it, there will be no problem. Looking at the remaining captive goblins, the girl decided to experiment with boiled water as well. Then she said to drop one of the monsters into a vat of boiling water, and her order was immediately carried out. When he was taken out of the water, he certainly didn't show any signs of life, which Ian pointed out to Vikira. The young man replied that it was necessary to dip the goblin in the cooled water. The monsters were then dipped in cooled boiled water, and even after a time the goblins were not infected, and thus a way to overcome the disease was found. When the experiment was successfully completed, Chief Aquila praised Vikir for his resourcefulness. The woman said that it was only thanks to the young man that the disaster was avoided. Vikir replied that there was more to come and that he should not relax. The guy said that the infection should not be allowed to get on the mucous membranes because it could spread through the respiratory tract. Ian, meanwhile, was making fun of the shaman for his bullshit. Eager to maintain his authority, Akemen said that this could not be a solution as the rainy season would soon begin, and all the water could not be avoided. In response, Vikir agreed with these words, saying that these measures would be too little, because the rivers would overflow and boiling would not be enough. Then the young man said that it was necessary to leave the village, and shocked the shaman Akemen. Some of the Balaks began to resent this proposal, because the young men did not want to leave their ancestral lands, and it contradicted the words of the Council of Elders. In response to their outrage, Vikir replied that there was one way to leave the village without leaving the sacred lands of the Balaks. Soon the rainy season hit the neighborhoods of Red Black Mountain, and the rivers were so overflowing that even the plains became flooded swamps. Even the oldest inhabitants of the forest had not seen such heavy downpours, and eventually the entire forest was submerged in water. The only village of Balaki remained intact, the inhabitants of which did not stop working even on the rainiest days. The Balaks managed to escape, for they erected their huts on the same spot, but at a higher altitude, setting their houses on huge and mossy trees. One hut was erected on each of the tree trunks, and they were connected by ladders to move around the village. Watching the raging weather, the two Balaks were glad that the village had not been flooded even in such a heavy downpour, and all thanks to Vikir. The young man, meanwhile, watched the downpour, glad that there were many tall and sturdy trees in Balak territory. Then looking at the Balaks thanking him for such a wise decision, the guy noticed that behind them in the water there was a huge, dangerous monster. In the next moment, a huge, creepy fish jumped out of the water and aimed at the two guys, wanting to devour them. But before it could reach the Balaks, the monster was shot by someone's sharp and accurate arrow. The archer who saved the boys was Ian, who ordered the huge catfish away. When Vikir saw the girl, he asked her if it was Musihushi. Ian replied that it was him, who had been the local king for the past few decades. Then the girl said that in the village of Balak, this terrible catfish is called by the name of Ka. Suddenly the catfish decided to continue attacking, despite being wounded by an arrow, and destroyed one of the huts, where two of the Balaks were standing, who happened to be the target of that one. Angry that the monster had destroyed one of the houses he had been working so hard to build, Vikir rushed down to remove the monster and help the villagers. Releasing the demonic sword from his hand, the guy said he would fix the catfish's bad habits right away. In the next moment, Vikir used the sixth breaking fang of Baskervilles to deliver several powerful blows to the monster. After getting a good beating from the young man, the creepy catfish retreated and hid in the depths of the waters that swallowed the entire forest. The two Balaks were also saved, as they managed to grab onto a tree trunk, and with Vikir's help, the creepy fish was defeated. Other tribesmen came out of their homes and watched the battle, thanking the young man who had once again saved the Balak people. The shaman, meanwhile, hated the boy even more, for he was destroying his authority. Akun just stared at Vikir anxiously, not saying a word. Ian, meanwhile, glowed, proud of the boy's deed, for he had once again confirmed his position in the tribe, and the chief was also pleased with Vikir. After the incident, the young man went to his hut from which the wonderful aroma of the food he had prepared soon began to emanate. Vikir's specialty was stuffed baked snails. Satisfied, Ian and Pomerian enjoyed their meal, radiating pleasure from such a fine and delicious meal. Pomerian praised Vikir, saying that it was very tasty. Ian confirmed her words, saying that the girl's uncle was a very good cook. Then the young man said that he did not invite Ian, to which the girl replied that it was impossible to pass by such a fragrance, and everything that belongs to her slave is also her property. Watching another argument between her uncle and Yen, Pomerian was silent for a moment, thinking. Stopping the conversation of those little girl, said that Uncle and Ian looked very much like a couple in love. Not holding back her joy at Pomerian's words, Ian picked her up in her arms and began to hug her, saying that it really seemed to be true. Vakir watched them and wondered when they had managed to become so friendly and close. Suddenly their warm and friendly atmosphere was broken by a man who came to the entrance of the young man's hut. Recognizing the man, Ian warily asked why he had come here. This man turned out to be Akun, soaking wet in the cold and pouring rain. Turning to Vakir, Ahun said that he had saved their village many times before, so he came to him. With tears in his eyes, the boy begged for help from the young man because he thought he could only turn to him. Balak earnestly asked to save his younger sister who had the plague and was feeling extremely ill. Soon Ahun brought Vakir and Ayan to his hut to examine his little sister. Vakir asked how long ago it started, and Akun replied that it happened yesterday around the time he went to the swamp to get wood for the construction. Telling the young man that Ahul is very kind and always helps people, Ayan asked if it was possible to help her in any way. At that moment, their conversation was disturbed by a man entering the hut. It turned out to be Ahun's grandfather, the shaman Akaman, who said it was only because they didn't listen to him. The old man said that the Balaks had fallen for the words of an imperial spy and were now paying the price. Akun immediately asked him to stop talking about it like that. But in response, the shaman slapped his grandson, telling him to shut up and saying that he was as useless as his parents. Then heading for the exit, Akaman ordered not to defame the name of the Balaks, and since it was a divine curse, the only way out was to make a sacrifice. Finally, the shaman added that if the situation was such that the chief would probably be willing to sacrifice. Ayan was angry at the old man. After Akaman left, Vakir sitting over Akul said that there was one way to cure the girl after all. The young man looked at Ahun and told him to disinfect the girl's dishes with boiling water and burn wormwood to drive away insects and bats from the house. Saying that this would buy time for Ahul and fight the disease, Vakir asked a crying Ahun if he could handle it. After wiping his tears and gathering his strength, the guy said he could handle it and would do whatever was necessary. Ayan then approached Vakir and asked if he could really save the girl, and the young man confirmed his words. Then the boy said that he would need Ian's help to save him. The girl replied that she would do anything he asked. Looking at Ayan, Vakir asked for help to get out of the forest, because only then could he get a cure for infectious diseases. In response, the girl said that it was impossible because even though he was recognized as Balak, there were certain conditions for leaving, and the chief would not allow it. Looking at Ian, Vakir said he knew the chief was a principled man, but if he kept it a secret, he could get away unnoticed. Seeing the girl's confusion and despair, the young man once again asked if she would lead him out of the forest. Soon, Vakir was secretly fleeing the forest in the pouring rain, which meant that Ian had made concessions and showed him the way. However, suddenly the guy stopped and turned around asking why the girl was following him. Ian looked at the young man confusedly and sadly and then suggested that they go together. Vakir replied that the girl would only get in the way. Then she asked where he was going, but the young man said that he was not allowed to disclose it. Seeing Pomerian sleeping behind the guy's back, Ian asked why he was taking the girl with him, but Vakir never answered the question. The girl said she didn't dare to ask questions when the sword came out of the guy's hand or when he already knew about the epidemic and how to prevent it. She did so because from the very first meeting with the young man, she already knew that she would devote her life to him. Remembering the first meeting when the young man had saved her and all the moments that followed, the girl could never ask him anything. Even when the guy was able to withstand the fight with eight-legged Mistress Ayin, didn't ask a single question for fear that after answering, the guy might disappear. But right now, Ian only wanted one question answered. She asked if the boy was going back to the Empire. Vakir replied that he would be back and left the girl continuing on his way, as time was short. Soon, the young man reached a place he already knew, namely an estate in the city of Underdog. Chihuahua's secretary, who was sitting at his desk and sorting out the papers that were still pending, finally noticed that it was already dark outside. Walking over to the window, the man remembered that the subconsul liked this time of year, and although it was difficult to deal with, it was still a fun time. Looking up into the night sky, the secretary said that he still couldn't believe that such a subconsul was gone, and he missed him very much. Vakir suddenly appeared in front of the secretary asking if the man had called for him. The Chihuahua, who couldn't believe that subconsul Vakir had appeared before him, seemed to go crazy and screamed. Landing on the windowsill, the young man looked at the man with a smile and asked how he was doing. When the secretary came to his senses, they sat down to talk and drink tea. Chihuahua learned that the young man had encountered a monster and had been rescued by the girl Vavrava, to whom he was now repaying a debt. The secretary found it hard to believe what was happening and asked if the subconsul was a ghost. Vakir understood why he was so shocked. The young man replied that the man had not changed at all, and the man cried at the realization that the young subconsul was indeed alive. When the secretary calmed down, he looked at the girl and asked if she was the child of Vikir's connection to the barbarians, for she looked very much like the young man. The guy replied that they were related, but it wasn't his child. The Chihuahua became even more interested because he did not understand their relationship. Saying that the girl's name was Pomerian, Vikir asked the secretary to look after her while he was away and teach her the basics of etiquette and other sciences. Then, looking at the stacks of papers on the desk, the young man said that if the secretary needed help with the documents, he could contact Cindy Sen Mesimandaro. Chihuahua remembered that this delinquent had been specially abused by a young man 2 years ago and asked how to find her. Vikir said she's probably with a flower girl named Juji, who won a large sum by pulling a stick out of the ground. The girl is defenseless, so Cindy probably joined her. The young man also said that if she refused to cooperate, he should reveal to her that he was alive because she owed him a debt. The man said he would. After looking at the young man, the Chihuahua asked when he planned to return. Vikir replied that he would return when he had finished all his business. Remembering the sad Ayen who had trusted him again, the young man said that he must definitely fulfill one promise he had made. It was also necessary to help Ahul. The disease that afflicted the girl could easily be cured by a drop of holy water. Thinking that the plan was ready, and it was time to go to the religious Quobadist family, the young man did not notice that Pomerian woke up and tugged the secretary's beard playfully. Soon Vikir reached the gates of the city where a religious family lived. In order to get in, the young man had to make a ruse and hide in a wagon with barrels, which the guards were going to check. When the guards met Mr. Joseph, the manager of the oil company, they asked him what was in the wagon. After showing his papers, the man replied that the barrels contained oil. One of the guards said he would check the contents. Mr. Joseph, afraid of being discovered, said he didn't understand the reason for the inspection, as he often came to town. The guard replied that it was necessary for his superiors, who demanded that the rules be observed, and approached the barrels, choosing which one to open for inspection. When he chose one of the barrels, Mr. Joseph realized that Vikir was hiding in it, and became wary because they might be discovered. When the guard opened the barrel, he scrutinized its contents. But to the merchant's surprise, he said that everything was all right, because apart from oil, nothing was found in the barrel. The guard welcomed in the sacred Mecca and told the man to pass, and he breathed a sigh of relief because their secret had not been revealed. As Mr. Joseph made his way into town, he pulled into a less crowded alley and stopped to avoid being seen. Turning back to the barrels, the man said the young man could come out. The very next moment, the lid of the barrel flew off and a human hand emerged from it. A man in a mysterious suit and mask rose from the barrel with oil dripping off him. The tense man said he had brought the boy to the city and asked if he could go now. Vikir Kama, hidden under a mysterious guise, told him to stop. Handing Mr. Joseph a small pouch, the young man said it was his promised payment in the form of a bear fang. Confused, the man thanked him. Then the mysterious stranger disappeared into a deep tunnel, leaving the man alone. Looking after him, surprised, Mr. Joseph thought that the guy was not a human being because he had been sitting in a barrel of oil for more than 2 hours. Soon, Vikir had almost reached the location he needed and climbed to the roof to survey the area from high above. Removing his mask, Vikir exhaled and said it was the first time he had been in liquid for so long after being in the waters of the river Styx for a full 7 minutes. But despite such a difficult journey, the young man managed to reach Quobadist territory. This central city of 160,000 people was a sacred Mecca. Lust and greed are strictly controlled here for religious reasons, and order and security are maintained thanks to the conscientiousness of the citizens. When he heard the bell in the clock tower ringing, Vikir remembered that this was the moment when the townsfolk always stop and start praying. But since the young man was not a city dweller and did not understand so many limitations in life, he paid no attention to the ringing and followed his path, passing people. As dusk fell, the lad reached the right place and approached the street well. Taking out of his cloak a vial of some kind of liquid, the young man opened it. Vikir then knocked over the contents of a vial containing infectious plague bacteria collected from the tears of blood and sweat of Achul, from which the people using the well would be charged. In doing so, the young man realized that it was a radical method, but it would help in saving Ahul, because the Quobadist family would take action before the townspeople left this world. Suddenly, boys walking in the street sneaked up on Vikir and asked who he was. Not confused, the young man decided to frighten the children and help spread the word about the well by addressing them and telling them to listen carefully. Vikir said that the well is cursed, and those who drink from it will be tortured and leave this world in misery. Frightened by the mysterious stranger, the boys rushed to escape, calling him the devil who had put a curse on the well. Seeing how frightened they ran away that they even threw their ball, the guy realized that this would be enough to warn children not to consume this water. Vikir then pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the ground next to the well. The young man deliberately left there the dagger of the Leviathan family, famous for their poisons, because judging by the situation, the spread of the plague in the dense forest was done by their hands. Vikir knew that since ancient times, relations between the Quo Vadis and Leviathan families had been strained, and this gesture would lead them into a violent fight. Now it was time to meet the one who pours the holy water, so the guy arrived at the house of this man, near which stood a crowd of people. In this house lived a girl named Saint Dolores who poured holy water. Around her family's mansion, a huge number of people gathered around the door of the house. At the threshold stood young men and women saying they wanted to greet Saint Dolores and asking for help and healing. One young man introduced himself as the master of the province of Dortsmile, being the eldest son of the Jonathan family who had trained knights for generations. The other introduced himself as an honorable knight serving as squire to the Earl of Boston, Terrier le Baskerville, and leading the Evison Guild Association. A third man offered to give Saint Dolores all his fertile land, a carriage and a villa on the coast if she would cure all his chronic diseases. All those who came wanted to receive holy healing from the girl, but she refused them, saying that their status and wealth would not make her open the door at such a late hour. Saint Dolores then asked everyone to leave the courtyard, and the saddened people who had not achieved their goal soon dispersed. In this crowd of people was also Vikir watching, and remembered that in his past life he often had to meet a girl on the front lines. Saint Dolores, being drenched in the blood of the wounded, always persevered in treating those without sparing her strength. In the young man's recollection, the interests of the saint were always far from money or power, and trusting to this, he remained standing at that door. Noticing the remaining man at the door sitting on his knees, Saint Dolores asked who he was and why he had come. Vikir replied that he was just a lamb who had lost his way, and continued to wait meekly for the doors to be opened, and soon they opened before him. When the young man went inside, he was faced with a beautifully decorated manor, with a beautiful fountain in the center of the hall. Heading toward the fountain, the boy heard a question addressed to him as to how he had lost his way. Hearing this, Vikir realized that the girl was unlikely to come out to him in person because his questionable costume did not inspire confidence. Putting the flask on the fountain, the young man replied that he came from the slums where the plague was spreading and brought water from the infected wells so that the saint could feel the evil energy. But in response, the young man heard Dolores shouting that he had lied. After the girl's words, the knights immediately surrounded the guy, and the main one of them said that he was too persistent for a lost lamb. The head knight, holding the book in his hands and looking at Vikir wearily, asked him who he really was. Looking at the knight, the young man realized that it was a man he had seen for the last time in his previous life, and his name was Pietro Quo Vadis. In a past life of fighting, Vikir and Pietro often covered each other's rear dot. This man never puts up with injustice, and from him the young man learned sophisticated torture. Looking at his old ally from his past life, the lamb-like Vikir said he didn't expect to see him here. Pietro did not understand the stranger's words. The knight said that he looked suspicious for a messenger and ordered him to take off his mask to be able to see the saint. The young man replied that he couldn't do it, but that he was leaving here after completing his mission. Suddenly a page of a book flew past the lamb's head, catching his mask and blocking his path. Holding his hand over the glowing book, Pietro Quo Vadis said the guy wouldn't be able to get away that easily. Vikir realized that the knight had infused the piece of paper with divine power using his special weapon as in his previous life. Jumping down from the second floor, Pietro said he could feel the evil energy from the water and assumed that the lamb was the one who had spread the plague. Thinking that he was telling the truth, the young man replied that it was a false assumption. The knight said it was probably a trick to lure Saint Dolores out. Not wanting to hear another word from the stranger, Pietro directed his divine power at him, saying that he would now testify in the dungeon. Holding on to his hat, Vikir managed to dodge all the pages aimed in his direction and avoid injury. Realizing that if he used the aura, he would reveal his identity as Baskerville, the young man decided to act differently and pushed off the wall with his foot to accelerate. The very next moment, the guy headed towards the knight at full speed to attack him. After reaching his goal, Vikir kicked Pietro with all his might, but he managed to block the blow with his hands. Holding back the lamb's attack, the knight felt how heavy it was and couldn't understand how such a small body could exude such power. Finally, Pietro Quo Vadis deflected the guy's punch and he did a somersault in the air. During the flight, Vikir thought that the reinforcement skill acquired 2 years ago from Medvedevich had been used for the first time and was quite useful. Only after landing on the floor, the young man did not delay and immediately rushed to attack the knight again to disarm him. As he approached, Pietro, Vikir unleashed the Cerberus burn skill and struck his opponent. The book with which the knight blocked the blow at the same moment burst into flames and burned the man's hands. Pietro immediately cooled his hands in the water of the fountain and glared angrily at the stranger who had asked if they would continue the fight. Rushing to attack the young man again, the man said he would not let him get away, especially after this unbeliever even resorted to spells. But the obstacle in his way was the burning book he had missed before, which he had tripped over without noticing. After a kick, the burning book jumped up and the stumbling Pietro practically fell on its face. But at the last moment, he was saved by a stranger hitting him right in the body and thus throwing the knight away from the burning book. However, from the powerful blow of the young man, Pietro flew back to the fountain, shattering the sculpture with his body. The knights waiting on the second floor and watching the fight could not believe that Pietro Quobadiste had been defeated by this lamb. In a moment, they had already descended and surrounded Pietro, trying to protect the one wanting to fight the stranger. Vikir, who did not want to fight them, said that if they did not value their lives, he could fight the other knights. But at that moment, St. Dolores appeared and came out on the second floor balcony and ordered the mess to stop. With an attentive and indifferent glance at the guy, the girl asked if he was the lost lamb. Hiding behind the mask, Vikir looked at Saint and replied that he was the lamb. In response, the girl said that the guy looks more like a young puppy covered with wounds, to which the knights replied that she was not mistaken because this young man is a bloodthirsty wolf. St. Dolores then ordered the knights to bring them tea, much to the surprise of her subjects. The girl said she would talk to the lamb and invited him to come upstairs. Soon the young man went up to St. Dolores's room, where she was guarded by the already awake Pietro Quobadiste, and they began to have tea. The knight was wary of the lamb, for he did not trust it and had experienced the power of its strength. Looking at the girl, Vikir guessed that she was about 16 years old now. During a future war with demons, Dolores will be on the front lines treating the wounded and saving huge numbers of people. The young man, like the other warriors who had passed the age of destruction, also had great respect for St. Dolores. Taking a sip of tea, the girl said that she was studying at the Colosseum Imperial Academy and was currently on vacation. Vikir had not expected such small talk. However, as the boy could already notice, merchants and aristocrats come to her both day and night, disturbing her peace. Among these people, there is not a single really seriously ill person, because they ask to cure venereal diseases or addiction to drugs. With a heavy sigh, Dolores said that God's will should be justice, righteousness, and equality, but most people are blind and don't realize it. Suddenly, the girl heard the words of the lamb that struck her. He said that the essence of theology is the ability to understand man, which is inevitable. Dolores looked at the boy and was surprised that he knew such an ancient passage from the Old Testament of Asmos, from the 6th chapter of the 9th part. Then Vikir said that a plague was spreading in the slums of the holy Mecca. The girl asked if he was sure, and the boy said he had brought a vial of water from the well. Dolores looked menacingly at the lamb and asked if it had anything to do with the contamination of the water. Expecting that suspicion would not be avoided, the guy confidently replied that he had nothing to do with it. To convince St. Dolores to help and believe him, the young man decided to use a trick and started moving his right hand. Noticing a suspicious movement with his hand, Pietro became wary and told the girl to stay behind him, expecting that the lamb might attack her. But Vikir still raised his hand from under the table with a beautiful glow coming from it, saying that he didn't like innocent people to suffer. Then a stunned Dolores looked out from behind Pietro's back to get a better look at the divine power emanating from the lamb's hand. Then the girl asked if he was a follower of the Church of the Moon, and realizing that she believed the young man said that a group of suspicious people had poured some kind of liquid into the wells of the slums. Saying it sounded plausible, Dolores asked who could have done such a thing. Taking a scroll from his cloak, the lamb replied that this could be beneficial to those who wished to overthrow the Quobadiste family and those who would benefit from it. Opening the scroll, the guy showed Dolores and Pietro on the map that the nearest families to benefit were the Leviathan family and the rich bourgeois family. The Leviathan family was known for their poisons, and with the help of the epidemic, they will be able to study the biomaterial of the sick and will be only too happy to see the downfall of the Quobadiste family. The bourgeois family will be able to get real estate at a low price, because the working class will be gone, the landlords will go bankrupt, and all the buildings will be empty. Remembering the dagger he had found, Vikir was convinced that the plague had been spread by the Leviathan, and if they were not stopped, the tribes of the forest would be to blame. Based on the information given, the guy said that's why he thinks they're guilty, although that's nothing more than a hypothesis. Hearing the guy's words, Dolores thought that it sounded very plausible, and maybe he was able to predict the future situation quite accurately. The girl continued to wonder who the man was and asked about it when he called himself the Night Hound. Dolores replied that his nickname sounded rather sinister. Pietro also said that the nickname fit the guy's appearance. With serious thought, the girl said that however the words spoken by the lamb made sense. Turning to Pietro Quobadiste, St. Dolores said that they would go to the slum to clarify the situation and then inform her father about it. Hidden beneath the mask, Vikir was glad that he was lucky enough to meet St. Dolores, for this way the problem would be resolved more quickly. The girl, who did not take her eyes off the stranger, reasoned that this man who had defeated the knight Pietro was somehow sympathetic. Dolores saw that the guy's soul exuded the smell of blood, and its color was like the color of hatred and anger, and in the depths of the maelstrom of emotions, there was a bottomless sadness. They soon reached the church in the slums. The saddened nuns met them with tears in their eyes, for they no longer expected the salvation of these innocent souls. The nuns immediately welcomed Saint Dolores to come to their aid. After showing the girl the number of people who had fallen ill with the plague, one of the nuns began to beg for the salvation of these poor people. Seeing this horrifying picture, Dolores was convinced that the night hound had not lied to her, and the plague had indeed spread. Fakir saw the sick in his thoughts and asked for forgiveness, for he had to involve these people in the epidemic because of the catastrophic lack of time. After examining all the sick, the young man made sure that fortunately there were no children among the infected, and that the threat at the well had obviously worked. Seeing that the disease was in its early stages, the guy realized that he only had to give everything to Saint Dolores. Taking one person by the hand, the girl told all the sick people not to worry because the divine prayer of the moons would heal them all. Folding her hands in prayer, Dolores began to recite the words that would be used to take care of these unfortunate people. Saying her prayer from the bottom of her heart, a blessed tear rolled down from the girl's eyes and dripped to the floor. The very next moment, a radiant glow erupted around Saint Dolores, illuminating the entire church. The poor sick man lying at the feet of the saint was also illuminated by this light. When the glow went away, everyone saw that the red spots and symptoms of the disease were gone, and the man was healed of the plague. The nuns marveled at the divine power of Dolores, who was able to heal a seriously ill man and several others with a single prayer. Fakir saw this miracle with his own eyes and was convinced that it was the same power of Saint Dolores that he had seen in his past life. The young man looked at the girl and made sure that he could bring the holy water she had created into the forest. When Dolores went to take a break after the hard work of treating sick people, she still didn't sit idle, but calculated the number of infected people. The girl realized that the treatment with divine power was a temporary measure, and there would be new cases of infection because the water in the wells of the slums was contaminated. Looking at the vial on the table, Dolores thought that judging by the bodily fluids of the patients, the incubation period was short, but then the person was in agony for a long time. To completely eradicate the plague, one must find and purify the deepest well if one is able to concentrate all the divine power in a single drop. With a heavy sigh, Saint Dolores said that it was not the time to think about it, because it was time to go on treating the unfortunate sick people. But suddenly the girl felt bad. She got dizzy and fell to the floor. Feeling weak and dizzy, Dolores realized it was the effects of excessive force. Picking herself up, the girl headed for the exit of the room because she was determined to cope with the difficulties for the sake of a speedy recovery of the sick. When Saint Dolores came out of the manor, she was surprised, for she had not expected to see those who were waiting for her. The aristocrats who had been here before were in front of her again. They said they would support the saint so that she would not worry about anything. The girl asked why they came to her house, and the aristocrats said they wanted to help her. Looking at the saint, the men said they could not let her go alone to this filthy place, and they also brought 3 carts with donations and humanitarian aid. Dolores knew that the aristocrats were not pure in their thoughts and had previously spoken ill of the slum dwellers, but she did not prevent them from following her. Turning to the aristocrats, the girl decided to trick them by saying that she understood their feelings and asked them to try to help people. Stunned by the girl's smile and kindness, the young men felt their hearts beating faster and thought they had fallen in love. Soon this company reached the infirmaries where people sick with the plague were staying. Entering inside, all 3 aristocrats changed their faces, not expecting there to be such a heavy atmosphere of disgust. Passing by sick people complaining that the place stinks and is filthy, and they've muddied their limited edition boots. Without noticing Dolores behind them, the aristocrats reached the priest, asking him to cure them and get them out of here quickly. A glance at them convinced the girl of her suspicions that they came from selfish motives, and they were not inherent in sympathy and empathy. These aristocrats clearly did not understand what absolute goodness and selflessness, sacrifice and courtesy are concepts close to God's grace and love. Deciding not to pay attention to these fallen people, the girl went further where there were seriously ill people who are very difficult to treat. Having reached her destination, the girl resolutely opened the curtain to rush headlong into the rescue of suffering people. But what Saint Dolores saw before her shocked her. The girl saw how the place continued to treat people in her absence, and one of the patients was about to make an incision on his body with a scalpel. Watching this action, the priest could not believe that it was possible to treat patients alone for so many hours in a row with the help of divine power alone. When the incision on the body was made, the hand of the healer touched that and sealed the cut with divine power, eliminating the disease. When the priest saw this, he realized that with this treatment, the blessing did not remain on the surface of the skin, but was absorbed into the affected area. And this divine healer tirelessly helping the sick and suffering was the night hound. Looking at the boy, Dolores was amazed at how skillful he was at healing and spells. Not noticing the appearance of the holy Vikir, continued to diligently treat the sick, feeling guilty for what was happening and wishing to relieve the suffering of those. Divine power is given in answer to the clergyman's prayers that have reached God. Its power depends on the degree of devotion and is proportional to the number of miracles, where one manifestation of divine power equals one miracle, and so on, according to this principle. But there is also a way to create 10 miracles from one phenomenon of divine power, and 100 miracles from 10 phenomena of divine power. In the Age of Destruction, the priests were surrounded by hordes of monsters, but there were even more sick people around, and with a single display of divine power, the disaster could not be stopped. Because of the wavering faith and desperation of the clergy, God had to change the equation of miracles. He first performed the miracles and then judged the consequences. Despite the fact that it took longer to recover, the priests used an excessive amount of divine power, and this phenomenon is called divine power advance. Once the very elimination of monsters was considered a religious activity, and anyone could use the power even if they weren't a priest. Thus, because of the past karma accumulated in his soul, Vikir is able to exert divine power in a sacred place. Seeing a crying little girl next to her sick mom, the young man calmed her down, saying that the little girl's mom would soon get better. Nighthound approached the girl and gave the girl a coin, saying that her mom would need food and warmth after she recovered, and that she would take care of it. Seeing this, the priest shouted orders to the guy not to give any material help to the sick and their relatives. The man said that this way the guy would not get away from the beggars and he would have to give all the available funds. Vikir asked the priest why he said so, and said that although there was a limit to the money in his pocket, he would give all the money easily. Then, looking at the sick woman, the young man apologized to her. Saint Dolores froze with surprise. She heard that the Nighthound had just apologized to the sick woman. The girl remembered Lamb's words about theology, that the essence of it was the ability to understand man, and that it was inevitable. Dolores wondered if the guy was apologizing for the same reason she was, namely because he couldn't cure more people. Realizing this, the very young and immature girl felt her heart beating faster because of the man whose face she had not even seen. After a long treatment of the sick as night turned to day, Vikir decided to take a break by sitting down on a wooden fence and removing his mask for a drink of water. When he heard a noise behind him, he was wary, for no one could see his face. Noticing Dolores standing behind him, Vikir quickly put on his mask and asked the girl what was wrong. The girl came and sat down next to the guy and asked if he had a free minute because she wanted to talk, and he said he was free. Dolores looked at the lamb and thanked him for his support, because everyone was alive. The boy replied that he could not do otherwise. Clutching her dress in her hands with excitement, Saint Dolores said that it was strong people like Nighthound who should be born with divine power. Saying that her body, mind, and faith were weak, the girl said that she was so weak she was lucky to be chosen for the role of saint. Dolores didn't understand how it was that she had been granted such a title, despite the fact that many other people without powers have an unshakable faith. Hearing the girl's reasoning, the lamb replied that she was carrying on her shoulders the suffering of anxiety and guilt. Hidden beneath the mask, Vikir said with a smile on his face that the world needed a beam to light up even its darkest and most horrible places. Hearing such touching words in her address, Saint Dolores could not hold back and let a tear fall. Not stopping crying, the girl asked the guy if she would ever be able to find the same heartfelt words, and he said that she would. Soon, the priests of the Quo Vadis family offered prayers, and the creation of the holy water was successful. One drop of the divine extract could heal all the sick. This divine extract was called de la Vierge, which translates to tears of the saint. Then Saint Dolores herself offered her prayer before this holy water to fill it with divine power. Being in the sacred hall and bending her knee and head before God, the girl recited her sacred prayer with the help of which everything was illuminated with radiance. Saying that her heart was filled with anguish from the suffering of people, the girl blessed the extract and gifted that with the power of healing. When the prayer was finished, Dolores handed over the 3 vials of divine extract to the knights for safekeeping. The knights thanked Saint for her labor and said they would keep de la Vierge on the bottom floor. After saying goodbye to the knights, the girl remembered that she had one more unfinished business that needed to be done urgently. Finally, the moment came to report everything to Father, and the girl came to him saying that she had to tell him about the plague epidemic. Calling the girl to come closer, Father put his hand on her shoulder and told her that she had done well. A father known as Cardinal Moon of the Church of the Moon, named Humbert Moon Quo Vadis, said he had no doubt about Dolores because it could not be otherwise. Bowing her head to the man, the girl said that he was too merciful to her and started her story about the situation. Dolores said that first, the waters under the sacred Mecca must be purified. Humbert asked if the source of the disease had been found, and she said it was a well in a slum. The local children said that the well was cursed by a spirit. The degree of contamination of the well is unbelievable, and a vial with remnants of contaminated liquid was found nearby. The girl then said that other suspicious items had been found in the vicinity and showed them to the man. They were a button and a dagger, and when Humbert saw them, he asked where they had been found. Dolores replied that they had been found in a well. The man got angry when he recognized the symbols of the Leviathan and bourgeois families on the objects, and asked how they had managed to create an artificial virus. Enraged, Humbert said that the colluding families dared to defame the divine power. Unwilling to endure such shame and offense, the man said he was declaring a holy war. When Humbert had calmed down a little, he told Dolores that in his opinion the Night Hound was a very suspicious fellow. Then, with an intimidating expression on his face, the man ordered the girl to grab the man and make him confess to everything. But against his orders, Dolores resisted and said that the Night Hound was innocent of the situation. Looking at the stubborn and insubordinate Dolores, Humbert asked what she had just dared to say. Remembering how the guy did not leave the sick, the girl said that he did everything possible for the sake of healing people, and only thanks to him, everyone is alive. With her hand on her heart, Saint Dolores said confidently that such a man could have no evil intentions. Looking at the girl, the father replied that he realized that his daughter, who had never crossed him, was now going against his word. Releasing the divine power from his hand, Humbert said he would interrogate the guy himself. Immediately after his words, the man released a powerful stream of light and energy upwards that greatly frightened Saint Dolores with its power. The very next second, a stream of light seeped through the roof of the building and into the sky. When it reached its limit, it burst into flames and illuminated the entire city. Then Humbert told the girl that it was pointless to try to stop him, because with the help of this light, all the paladins had already received orders to search for the lamb. Soon, all the paladins had gathered together and set out to find and capture the young man. When they found Nighthound's temporary shelter, they unceremoniously kicked down the doors and broke into the guy's place. Once inside, the paladins shouted that the lamb had been arrested as a suspect in the case of the plague spreading in the slums. But the room was empty, and the guy wasn't there, only the curtains on the window developed in the wind through which he had obviously escaped. At the same moment, a priest was approaching Cardinal Humbert and Dolores to announce the trouble. He said that something had disappeared from the ground floor where all the holy relics are kept. This disappearing item turned out to be one of the vials of divine extract. After hearing this, Saint Dolores was shocked because she didn't want to believe that the Night Hound had betrayed her faith, and from the beginning, he had only wanted this. Vicar, meanwhile, was looking at the holy water he had stolen from the bottom floor of the sacred vault. Putting the vial in a bag and tying it tightly, the young man gave thanks for the divine extract, though his gratitude was not heard by anyone. Then, taking one last look at the sacred city, the young man fled and left the place. As Vakir headed back to the Balak village, Ayan's thoughts were flooded with the past when she was much younger. Standing on the edge of the cliff and not lowering her bow, little Ayan looked straight into the eyes of the terrible berserk whom the Balaks were hunting. The hunters behind the beast tried to call out to the beast with shouts and noise to help the girl move away from the edge of the cliff. But not responding to the tricks of those Cerberus continued to approach Ayan, depriving her of any chance of escape. Without noticing the edge of the cliff, the girl's foot slipped and she lost her balance. Already in the next second, little Ayan was falling down the cliff without having the slightest chance to hold on. The next thing the girl saw when she opened her eyes were two imperial men scrutinizing her and talking in their own language. By some miracle, Ayan managed to survive the fall from such a height and was found by imperial merchants traveling along the path. After the Imperials took the girl with them, they turned her life into a nightmare of misery and suffering by forcing her to participate in fights without rules. Merchants regarded Ayan as a toy for fun and put her in fights with the most dangerous opponents for the amusement of spectators. In one of these battles, the girl's opponent was a powerful and sinister warrior surpassing the girl in size and strength many times over. The man immediately attacked the girl without feeling any pity or compassion for her. Surprisingly, Ayan managed to dodge and even struck her opponent with her sword. With her attack, the girl wounded the formidable warrior in the shoulder from which blood flowed. But failing to dodge her opponent a second time, Ayan was caught by her leg. The girl had no time to react and was already thrown with all her might into the fence. The spectators cheered and enjoyed this cruel spectacle. Seeing the Balak girl spitting blood and suffering, the merciless imperial onlookers mocked and laughed at her. A ruthless warrior and adversary, Ayan similarly enjoyed his victory and the suffering of the little savage as she lay in agony on the ground. Hearing the screams of delight from the audience, Ayan decided to rise up in spite of the pain and destroy her opponent at all costs, because the Balaks don't give up so easily. Remembering all the pain that the supposedly educated and not wild imperial people had inflicted on her, the girl rose up to do her justice and take her revenge. Painting her face with her own blood, Ayan was ready to attack her opponent. Fiercely glaring at the ghastly warrior, Ayan decided to never back down in her life and fight for her freedom to the last. But in spite of her victory, she was not able to find freedom and spent several years in prison, participating in battles and auctions for the amusement of the Imperials. In her moments of caged confinement and temporary calm, the disillusioned girl never stopped thinking of her mother and her tribesmen. And when she completely lost faith in her free life and was ready to leave this world, the vial with the miraculous liquid brought her back to consciousness. Coming to her senses and pressing herself against the cage with fright, the girl saw the young man in front of her. The guy's face seemed to glow with a divine radiance, and he looked at Ayin carefully. Using the language of the Balaks, this young man told the girl to leave, freeing her from years of imprisonment of oppression and humiliation. Suddenly, Ayin opened her eyes with tears in them. She woke up from the heavy memories that haunted her in her sleep. Chief Akila asked her daughter if she had had a nightmare. Patting Ayin on the head, the chief said that the girl had called out for Vakir in her sleep. With a heavy sigh, the girl replied that she had gotten worse because her body was burning and her chest was tearing from the inside, and she suggested that maybe it was the plague that had consumed her. Akila replied that it was unlikely that the disease had overcome her daughter, to which Ayin replied that such pain made her want to leave this world. Then the chief told her daughter that a long time ago, she and her father Ayin created a small seed. Her father planted it, and she watered it every day. Soon, the seed sprouted and grew into a beautiful flower from which Ayin later emerged, but then her father committed an unforgivable act and was banished by her grandfather. Hearing Ayin's words that her body was fading, Akila replied that no one knows what fate has in store for her, so all she has to do is live. As she continued to comfort her daughter, the chieftain told her to wait a little longer, for Vakir would soon return with the antidote, but Ayin was already disbelieving it. Remembering how the guy quickly left the village without explaining anything, the girl said that he would not come back. But as if by heaven's command, the next moment a cry went around the village that Vakir had returned. The chief told his daughter that he had kept his promise to return and bring the cure for the plague. Before Akila could finish her speech, she saw Ayin instantly rise and rush to meet Vakir. With a grimace of displeasure, the woman realized that the disease that her daughter was supposedly seriously ill with was instantly gone as soon as she heard about the young man. Heading towards the young man, Ayin remembered being rescued by the one from the slave auction when she was terribly scared and lonely. She remembered how Vakir had fearlessly stood before the eight-legged mistress without a moment's hesitation. The girl recalled how the young man, even after receiving severe wounds and mutilation from his mistress, showed how he faced his fears. And when she pulled him out of the creepy monster's clutches, the girl finally realized that thanks to Vakir, she was able to get back on her feet. When she reached the place where the young man was, Ayin stopped next to the tribesman and looked at him carefully to make sure he wasn't dreaming. When he saw Ayin, he was surprised that she had come, for the Balaks had told him that she was ill with the plague. But without saying anything in response, Ayin threw herself into Vakir's arms at full speed, knocking him to the ground. As he fell to the ground, he said that if he hadn't used mana, he would have broken his spine from the blow. Then he asked how Ayin was feeling, and she said that as soon as she heard about him, her condition had improved. Not holding back tears of joy and continuing to hug the guy, Ayin said that she was very happy to have him back. Vakir smiled warmly and said in return that he was glad to be back too. Soon everyone went to the hut to Ahun and his sister Ahul to heal the girl. Gathered at Ahul Balak's bedside, they anxiously watched Vakir, for they all wondered what medicine he had brought. When the young man untied the pouch containing the medicine, a bright glow appeared from it. The boy then brought the small shining vessel to Ahul, and the latter showered the girl with divine light and grace. The very next moment, the spots on the girl's face disappeared, and her frequent and rapid breathing stabilized. A crying Ahun immediately ran up to his sister, happy that the sores on the girl's body were gone. All the Balaks were delighted, for the glow from the potion alone could cure Ahul. After Vakir asked Ayin how many infected there were in the tribe and in the forest, the girl answered that there were many and some tribes might even disappear. Assuming that there were about 10,000 sick, the young man asked Ayin to gather them all in one place and asked if there was enough medicine for all of them. Vakir replied that there was enough medicine. Looking at the girl, Vakir spoke of the swamp monster Ka, who had already attacked the village of Balak. The young man said he had eliminated the monster when he returned to the village and asked that it be brought here so that there would be food for the tribe. When they heard what Vakir was talking about, the Balaks were horrified by his strength and admired him at the same time, for he had gotten both medicine and food. Reminding everyone that time was short, the young man once again said to hurry up and gather all the tribes by the river bank. As Vakir had commanded, all tribes were told to gather at the river basin surrounded by mountains. The remaining members of the Rococo tribe, led by their chief, were present. So were many other members of the barbarians, warrior, and hunter tribes. Leading the way was the Balak tribe, led by Chief Akila and her indispensable assistant daughter, Ayin. When everyone was gathered at the riverbank, Vikir stepped forward holding the divine extract in his hand. Looking at the miraculous remedy, the young man opened the vial of tears of the saint. The very next moment, the guy knocked over the vessel and poured the entire contents into the river. Just because of a few drops of medicine, the waters of the river suddenly shone with divine light. The radiance then spread along the entire length of the river, curing that one of the plague infection. When this process was completed, Vikir appealed to the chiefs to direct their men to the river to drink some water. All the barbarians who had fallen ill went to the river and fulfilled the order of the chiefs by drinking the water. In a matter of seconds, people were healed and regained their strength. They could not believe that they were rid of such a severe disease. Then Vikir said that soon the healing effect would spread throughout the river basin, and the chief replied that he should be made shaman of the tribe, but the young man refused. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a barbarian coming toward them and breaking the ground beneath his feet with his powerful body. With a menacing and intimidating look, the man looked at them intently and asked them to answer his question. The barbarian asked loudly what the name of the hero who saved the entire forest and its inhabitants was. Some of the barbarians unanimously replied that the man's name was Vikir. Then other representatives and tribes joined in, saying that it was Vikir who had saved their families from a terrible disease. Finally, all the forest dwellers began to praise the guy and chant his name because he gave the forest a hope for tomorrow. One young man, not even old enough to save all the people of the forest and win the trust and support of all the barbarian tribes. Listening to the praise in his direction, Vikir thought that only one bad deed of the Leviathan family had led him to such a favorable environment and success. Thinking about the fact that if now all the tribes could join him, the young man realized that he would have a good chance to bring all the Baskervilles to their knees. The mere thought that an alliance with the barbarians could deal a powerful blow to Hugo had Vikir absolutely ecstatic. When everyone was healed, Chief Aquila announced the start of the great feast and ordered everyone to get ready, but Vikir said there was one more thing left to do. Aquila and Ian looked at the young man in surprise, not knowing what he was talking about. Vikir meant that it remains to find the main culprit in the spread of this epidemic through the forest, who was hiding in his cave. Shaman Akemen, meanwhile, reasoned that the plague had already spread through the forest, and it was time to come with a cure, thus earning honor and respect. The crazy old man thought that infecting his granddaughter Ahul was a great idea because no one would even think that he could poison his own kind. Deciding that his plan was perfect and it was time to appear before everyone as a savior, the shaman headed for the exit of the cave. But when he reached the village of Balakov, the old man did not see what he had hoped for. The tribesmen were quietly going about their routine business. All the Balaks were healthy and cheerful, although according to the old man's plan, they should have been barely crawling on all fours by the time the birthing rites began. Then Akemen noticed his healthy granddaughter, Akul, and was confused as to what could have happened here. After seeing this, the shaman went to the river to see what condition it was in, and was very surprised that the water was already uncontaminated and clean. The fish in the river were still alive, and the waters of the river were so clean and clear that its condition was better than before. Clutching his head, the old man couldn't understand how this had happened, and realized that his plan had been ruined. At that moment, Vikir crept up behind him and asked if the shaman had noticed that the water in the river was crystal clear. Pulling away from the young man, Akemen called him an imperial brat, realizing that he was the one who had eliminated the water contamination. Then the old man noticed the Balaks surrounding him and looking not at all friendly towards him. Akemen turned out to be the one who really spread the plague about this elder, even rumored in Vikir's past life that he poisoned the river, but overestimated himself and ruined most of the tribe. Looking at Vikir and the tribesmen, the shaman thought that the young man did not know the truth, and obviously everyone had come to worship him. At that moment, Chief Aquila came up and asked the old man if he had successfully performed his ritual. The shaman replied that the ritual was successful and that the disease would now recede. The woman then said that she had heard of a battle in the empire over the artificial creation and spread of the plague. Looking at the old man, the chief asked if such a coincidence was strange, since there was no connection between the tribes and the empire. Akemen replied that he knew nothing about it, for he had just returned from performing a ritual that would restore the tribe's well-being. The chief looked at Vikir and said that the shaman had not returned to the village, but had come to the river as the young man had thought. The old man did not understand what she was saying. Then turning to the old man, Aquila said that they would now check out the rest of Vikir's suspicions. The shaman asked what the woman meant. The chief remembered the young man's words that Akemen hoped to become a hero of the tribe with the help of the epidemic, and he would certainly have a cure for the plague. On that basis, Aquila menacingly ordered the old man to show the contents of his bag. From what he heard, the shaman froze in fear because he did not expect that his secret and monstrous scam will be revealed. Prior to these events, on his return to the village of Balakov, Vikir had questioned Ayen about Ahiman's origins. The girl told him that the shaman was not a blooded Balak, and it was unknown where he was born. A long time ago, he had been a slave of the previous shaman, thus ending up in their community. Achaman then eliminated his master, who was plotting a coup, and stole his powers. As a reward for this favor, he was given the status of a new shaman. Rumor has it that after that, Achaman did all the dirty and hard work, even cleaning toilets to show off to the Balaks. The shaman also often served as a decoy for especially dangerous prey on the hunt. However, Achaman was only recognized as part of the community when his hair turned gray and he himself grew old. After Iyane's story, Vikir was sure that in his declining years, the shaman wanted to experience the pleasures of life that he had missed in his youth. Thus the old man, with the help of the spread of the epidemic, decided to surpass the power of the chief and subjugate the entire forest. Not wanting to wait any longer, Akila once again ordered Achaman to show her what was in his bag. Trying to remove his bag from his belt, the old man said that it contained the remnants of flour after the ritual. When the shaman took off the bag, it slipped out of his hands as if by accident. The bag with all its contents then fell into the waters of the river in which all the contents dissolved. The shaman immediately began to justify himself by saying that he was overcome by tremors and could not even hold a bag with his old hands. Then Chief Akila said that the young man was right in implying that the old man would throw the bag with its contents into the river. Vikir replied that unfortunately, there was now no way of knowing what was in the shaman's bag. Hearing the young man's words, Achaman continued to play his role, saying that he had not hidden the medicine and accused the boy of false suspicions of involvement. Then the shaman turned to the chief and told her to punish the impudent man who had violated his honor. Akila said you can't accuse anyone without proof. Then, confident in his impunity, the shaman heard the chief's words that she would help him defend his good name. Being serious, Akila said in a menacing voice that they would resort to Iliad. The shaman could not believe his ears, for he had expected a condescending attitude to himself. The Iliad was a contest between tribesmen when there was an irresolvable conflict, with the Balaks taking the side of the winner and the loser being recognized as guilty. When Achaman wanted to oppose the chief's decision, Akun approached him, saying that he had always taught him that tradition was paramount. Mentioning that the Iliad is a custom of the Balaks, the lad asked his grandfather to show everyone how to protect their traditions. Clenching his teeth in anger, the shaman was clearly not happy about the request of his negligent grandson. Then, pointing his finger at Vikir, the old man said he was officially summoning him to the Iliad in 4 days on the night of the full moon. Relying on tradition, the young man replied that the deadline should be chosen by the one who was challenged, so he did not want to wait 4 days. Smiling evilly and glaring at the shaman, Vikir was glad that he had managed to stump Achaman and provoke the Iliad that was in his plan. Soon, all of Balak gathered to watch the outcome of the Iliad between Vikir and Achaman. As serious and formidable as ever, Chief Aquila announced the beginning of the Iliad. The woman ordered the Balaks to enclose the participants in a circle, and if any of them tried to escape, the coward would be punished mercilessly. Turning everyone's attention to Warrior Mountain behind her, Aquila reminded everyone that their ancestors' graves were there. So while the ancestors are watching the Balaks, the chief will forgive no one for disrespecting tradition. The ancestors will judge who is right and who is guilty in this situation and choose the winner. Participants of the Iliad who are warriors of the Balaks are obliged to prove their case. After listening to the chief's speech, everyone began to support Vikir, and Yan wished him to win with the first blow. Nervous that all the Balaks had defected to the Imperial boy's side, the shaman bit down hard on his finger. But it was not done for nothing, because the old man remembered that in Iliad you can use more than just weapons, and released drops of his blood from his finger to the ground. The very next moment, skeletons animated by the shaman appeared from the ground. He ordered them to watch the blind spots and warn of danger. The old man was confident of his victory, for he had spent the last 7 years in the forest, while Vikir had been here only 2 years. However, being so confident, Achaman didn't even notice that he was already in the crosshairs of a young man who was hanging from a tree behind him. Vikir meanwhile realized that the skill of Silent Heal, taken from the master of the swamps, was extremely useful because it allows you to sneak up on the victim unnoticed. Looking at the animated dead, the young man realized that he was indeed a shaman, and most likely comes from the Rococo tribe of shamans. But deciding that it didn't make a difference, Vikir silently jumped down from the tree and landed between the skeletons. In the next second, the guy unleashed his demonic sword and destroyed the 3 skeletons in one blow. Achaman, who hadn't noticed the slightest noise from the young man's new ability, thought he was scared and afraid to go into battle. But the young man suddenly caught up with the shaman and ruthlessly stabbed him with his sword from the back, taking him by surprise. Not realizing when Vikir had managed to sneak up without making a sound, Achaman fell to the ground, lost in the Iliad. With an angry look at the defeated old man, Vikir hid the demonic sword Beelzebub back in his hand. At that moment, Ayan was already coming towards the young man, hurrying to congratulate him on his victory. The Balaks were amazed that the winner was decided so quickly, and the ancestors didn't even see fit to listen to the ramblings of the shaman Akemen. Akemen himself was still conscious at this time, and heard the enthusiastic shouts and congratulations of the Balaks toward the young man. Convulsing in raging pain, the shaman thought that he still wanted to live. He recalled how he had had to serve and humiliate himself for years to survive in the Balak tribe. Akemen sincerely thought it was unfair that he did not have the recognition and honor enjoyed by this imperial impudent. Clenching his hand tightly and raking the ground with it, the shaman decided he would not forgive or allow that little brat Vikir to take what was his. Looking at all of them, Akemen hated the Balaks who looked down on him, and remembered the Rococo tribe who had abandoned him and wanted revenge on them all. At the same time, Vikir asked Ahun if he wanted to finish the job, but the guy refused. Then Vikir said that the shaman should leave this world in agony. Angry Akun replied that he had almost lost Akul to the plague, and even though it was his grandfather, he could not forgive him for such an act. Looking at Akemen, the boy wished he was in misery because he didn't deserve pity. However, despite the terrible pain, the old man was still able to draw a magic sign on the ground that would turn the situation to his liking. As soon as he drew the last line, the tomb of the Balak ancestors glowed with a strange purple light. The very sky above Warrior Mountain darkened, indicating impending danger. Alarmed, Akila and Iane looked up at the mountain and felt the ominous energy stinking from it. Akun, who was talking to Vikir, saw his grandfather rising from the ground and was horrified, for he thought that he would soon lose his last breath. Vikir turned and looked at the old man, surprised because he was sure he had pierced the shaman's lungs. The Balaks were outraged that he had dared to rake the graves of their ancestors. Hearing the tribesman's question that he was not afraid of the ancestors' anger, Akemen laughed loudly in response. The shaman looked at Balaks with mad, non-human eyes, and replied that it was not he who should fear the ancestors' wrath. Realizing what Akemen had done and the dire danger Vikir was in, he was horrified. In the next moment, the guy rushed towards the shaman, saying that it was necessary to eliminate him now. However, Vikir's path was blocked by an arrow that fell a few centimeters away from him and threw him aside with its power. When the dust cloud from this attack cleared, Vikir angrily said he was too late. Turning to the Balaks, Akemen said that those themselves had talked about leaving the decision to the ancestors. Now, with the help of his sorcery, the ancestors have come to life and decided to participate in the verdict. Before the Balaks appeared the Night of Doom, one of the ancestors forcibly subjected to revitalization and transformation by Akemen, and willing to bring about a great judgment. Iane was horrified when she saw her ancestor come to life. Vikir realized that Akemen was not an ordinary shaman who could resurrect ancestors. The young man looked at the old man and realized that the shaman had turned into a living dead man himself. Akemen, meanwhile, was resurrecting the skeletons, saying that he had a few aces up his sleeve. The mad shaman has told all the Balaks that there is far more than one grave on the mountain, so his show is just beginning. Saddling the skeletons and trying to escape from this place, the old man ordered the tendrils to fight the Balaks and didn't notice his grandson sneaking up on him. Shouting that Akemen had fallen so low, Akun was about to shoot at him, but his arrow was shattered by another arrow at the last moment before the attack. The guy immediately looked back from where the enemy arrow flew and saw that his opponent had fired from the mountain. This was another female ancestor of the Balaks forcibly animated by the insane Akemen. Suddenly, from the other side, an arrow flew out, cutting through the air, and hit right at the head of this progenitor, eliminating that one. The man who fired the arrow was Chief Akila, who ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The woman said that the creatures before them were just puppets of Akemen, so there was no need to be ceremonious with those. Looking at the Balaks, the chief said that their main goal was to survive this battle. After listening to their leader's instruction, the Balaks clashed in battle with their ancestors who had come back to life. There came moments when it seemed that the ancestors would triumph, for their strength was wild and fierce and the Balaks were already wounded and exhausted. The resurrected Balaks knew no fear or pain and viciously snarled as they continued to acate their followers. But even in the most desperate moments, salvation has come to the Balaks, eliminating their opponents and helping them to continue to suffer. And that salvation was the unrivaled Chief Akila, giving hope to her tribesmen. Without stopping his battle, Vikir watched the leader, noticing that she eliminates the resurrected knights with a single arrow even though they are high-ranking warriors. Akila, being the night fox, was indeed the protector of the forest that was rumored in the empire. Turning to Ian, Vikir said that as long as the chief was here, there was no need to worry about the rest of the Balaks, and told the girl to follow him. Their main task was to catch up with Akemen, who was trying to escape from the Balaks, saying that they would regret rejecting him. Turning to one of the resurrected skeletons, the old man said he had a task for the one. Giving the skeleton orders, the shaman thought that even though he had resurrected the forebears while Akila was here, he could not relax. Anyway, it was common knowledge that the talented Akila was the strongest chief of the Balak village in the history of that village. Akemen smiled evilly and said that no matter how talented a woman was, she could not have foreseen such events. Soon Vikir and Ian caught up to the shaman and hid behind the trees watching him. Suddenly, an ominous aura appeared around Akemen, emitting a purple glow that meant the old man had begun his sorcery. Feeling the urgent need to stop, Ian drew her arrow and said she would eliminate Akemen here and now. The girl's fired arrow flew lightning fast towards the shaman, cutting through the air and heading straight for the target. But obviously the old man was already aware of the presence of the boy and the girl, and without moving from his seat angrily said that the ritual was complete. A second before the arrow was about to pierce Akemen, a hand burst out of the bowels of the earth to stop the attack. Vikir and Ian couldn't believe their eyes because they were sure of their success and didn't expect such a turn of events. Screaming that he had succeeded, the old man said that according to the legends, the ancestor before them was sleeping alone deep in the forest. The man who crawled out of the bowels of the earth instantly began to regain his human form, regaining his flesh and skin. And that resurrected ancestor turned out to be the heavenly archer Adonai himself. Ian was surprised to see him, for she was not sure if the man from the legends had lived in reality and was now standing in front of her. Vikir was also surprised to see him. However, the very next moment, the legendary archer Balakov took aim at the guy and the girl and released his arrow. Adonai's arrow with incredible power flew forward, but was repelled by Vikir, who had Ian's back to him. By some miracle, the guy managed to release the demonic sword Beelzebub and managed to deflect the arrow created from the aura with destructive power. Then, hearing Ian's scream, the young man turned around to look at that one and saw that the girl had been hit, injuring her leg. Feeling the sensation of standing with her foot in a fire, Ian saw that the arrow had grazed her thigh and was poisonous. Looking at it, the girl realized that the myth of Adonai's battle with the eight-legged lady was true, and the man's bow was made from the remains of that one. Without giving Ian and Vikir a chance to recollect, the resurrected ancestor continued to continuously attack those, but the young man managed to repel all attacks. After some time and countless attacks by Adonai, deep craters appeared around Vikir and Ian due to the reflected arrows of the ancestor. Seeing that the guy was already exhausted, Ian put her hand on his shoulder and told him to leave her here and run while he had the chance. When Akaman heard their conversation and laughed madly, he said that he would not let anyone escape because they would be eliminated right there and gave orders to Adonai to do so. The very next second, the ancestor aimed his arrow at the boy and girl who had no chance to dodge or escape. When the arrow was almost in their faces and they realized that in a second they would leave this world, the deft hand of the chief intercepted the arrow and prevented it from piercing them. The shaman froze in horror, not expecting Akila to come here and save his daughter and the imperial boy. Ian and Vikir were just as amazed to look up and see that their savior was the leader. Such a powerful and merciless arrow from Adonai was only stopped by the hand of the unrivaled Akila. She shattered the arrow in her hand, enraged beyond measure. With a non-perturbed look, Akila told Ian and Vikir that she felt strong mana from here, that's why she came. Akaman, standing behind the resurrected Adonai, was horrified, for he had not counted on the chieftain getting here. Worried for her mother, Ian told her that the arrows were poisoned, so she had to take the antidote immediately. Hearing this, Akila looked at her hand carefully. The very next moment, the woman clenched her fist with all her might and let a powerful stream of energy flow through her hand. Seeing this, Vikir realized that the woman had gotten rid of the infected blood with a sudden release of mana flow. Then glancing at the excusing shaman who said it was her fault, Akila interrupted his speech and said she wasn't interested in the reason for the betrayal. The chief wanted an answer to only one question, and that was whether the ancestor standing before her was the celestial archer Adonai. Hearing Akila's question, the old man angrily replied that this was the same Adonai she would never be able to handle. Receiving the desired response, the chieftain praised Vikir and Ian and ordered those to stay behind her. Turning to Adonai, the chief said that she was honored to meet him, even under such circumstances, and she was ready to find out who was the best warrior. The moment came for Akila and Adonai to battle. They stood opposite each other and were ready to mercilessly destroy their opponent. Without waiting for the ancestor's attack, the woman crept up on him from the side and launched 5 arrows at him. Without much effort, Adonai dodged all the arrows fired by Chief Akila. In response, Adonai gathered his dark energy and created an arrow that he launched at the chieftain. But Akila was not behind her ancestor either, and deftly dodged the attack by doing a somersault while standing on one arm. The opponent's forces were equal, and they relentlessly continued their battle, causing many explosions through the forest from their attacks. Vikir, meanwhile, carried the wounded and worried mother Ian to a safe distance, thinking about the fact that he was a spectator of a battle between master-level mana holders. Simultaneously, the shaman Akemen watched Adonai and Akila battle, using one of his tricks to pull his eyeball out of his eye socket. Thus, the old man could observe the finding at a distance from those. Realizing that the chief was as strong as ever, he said that Adonai would not yield to that one in strength. The shaman laughed wickedly and said that he was sure that she had no chance of winning, because Adonai had an unlimited supply of demonic mana. After failing to evade one of the ancestors' attacks, the chieftain was wounded in the shoulder and realized that ranged combat was not her option. Looking at Adonai, the woman recognized that he was an impeccable archer due to his speed, strength, and agility. As she prepared her arrow in response to Adonai's, the woman realized that there was something missing. In the next moment, the opponents released their arrows and they flew straight towards each other, about to touch each other. The collision of these two arrows, completely filled with the mana of their wielders, caused a powerful explosion, the shockwave of which traveled through the entire forest. Aquila didn't hesitate to immediately burst out of the cloud of dust and smoke to suddenly attack Adonai's celestial archer. Sneaking up on her ancestor, the woman swung her leg to strike at his neck and face, but not before Adonai had already created a new weapon in his hand out of mana. He instantly responded to the woman's attack by shattering the trees surrounding them with his blade, but not Aquila, who was also able to dodge the blow. Switching to close combat, the woman also drew her blade from its scabbard and pointed it at her opponent. Throwing her blade at Adonai's hand, the chieftain was able to knock his weapon out of his hand. The woman then delivered a powerful kick to the ancestor's knee with her foot, and he lost his balance. And at the conclusion of her series of attacks, Aquila aimed an arrow full of her mana at the celestial archer and released that one. Following this attack from the chief, an explosion sounded and a stream of violent energy burst out from the forest, piercing the sky. Aquila was knocked backwards by her own attack and sped across the ground and stopped. Raising her head, the woman looked at the great ancestor of the Balak tribe and wondered why he wasn't fighting at full strength. Perhaps the reason for this was that Adonai had long since left the world of the living, or perhaps he didn't want to hurt his own offspring. However, the chieftain decided that the reason was not so important, and now she could only free the one from the oppression of Akemen's shackles, and fired her arrow at the ancestor. But at the last moment before the arrow was about to pierce him, the great Adonai stopped it with his hand. Suddenly, demonic energy began to come out of his body, filling all the wounds and repairing the torn body parts. This energy was like another person sitting in the ancestor's body and wanting to devour him. In a matter of seconds, the demonic energy engulfed Adonai, merging with him into one. The reason for this was once again the tricks of Akemen resurrecting the ancestor again and revealing all of his true power. Gritting her teeth in anger and rage, Aquila realized that Akemen was involved once again. The recovered monster, which was hardly Adonai anymore, roared at the top of its voice, indicating imminent danger. Looking at the creature, Aquila realized that there was no trace of her ancestor left. Unexpectedly for the chieftain, an additional danger appeared behind Adonai's back in the form of a huge turtle-like monster. Two more huge monsters came out after that, heading towards Chief Aquila. Watching from a distance, Akemen was surprised that the top-ranked forest monsters had appeared, obviously sensing the surge of mana. However, Adonai, standing with his back to them, did not feel fear of the ghastly monsters even for a fraction of a second. The very next moment, he turned around lightning fast and fired arrows at those creatures, eliminating them with the first shot. Aquila was horrified that when attacking the monsters, Adonai's arrows were not visible at all. The watching shaman laughed, for the chief was about to see the true power of the great Adonai and fall at his hands. Using his magic, Akemen ordered the ancestor to eliminate the woman who was across from that one. Without giving the leader a chance to escape, the great Adonai immediately rushed to attack the one firing his invisible arrows at her. Dodging shots, Aquila realized that the more often she was hit by arrows, the more poison penetrated her body, and she weakened. Deciding not to aggravate her condition, the woman stopped abruptly and put 2 arrows on her bow about to finish off her opponent. Filling the arrows with her mana, Aquila fired them at Adonai and they headed straight for the target. Dodging one of the arrows, demonic Adonai did not have time to dodge the arrow that flew straight at his head. But at that moment, the ancestor conjured the semblance of a small portal right in front of the arrow. Thanks to the portal, the arrow was defeated and did not do the slightest damage to the man. Aquila was amazed by the strength and power of her opponent, but he had not considered one point. Watching her other arrow, the woman said that the first arrow might miss the target, but the second arrow would hit the target accurately. In the next second, the chief's arrow pierced through Adonai's neck. For the moment, the enemy blocked the second arrow. The first one flew straight into the back of his head. It was Aquila's personal technique in which the arrow first spins in the air at maximum speed, and then, after reaching its limit, returns and strikes the enemy. However, this was not the critical and decisive wound of the ancestor, for he tore the arrow from his throat with his own hand. Chief Aquila was horrified, for she thought she had finished off her adversary. With magic, Akemen turned to the leader, saying that it didn't matter how strong she was because even she had never fought a resurrected undead. Since Adonai is not of the world of the living, some unfortunate arrow in his throat cannot destroy him. Hearing this, the chief prepared to fight again. Meanwhile, the wounded Ayan stood on the mountain watching and worrying for her mother as the battle continued. The girl prayed that she would hold out a little longer because Vikir had promised to resolve the situation soon. At that moment, the young man was rushing as fast as he could through the forest in search of Akaman to eliminate him and destroy the resurrection spell. Vikir knew that the shaman was terribly afraid of Akila, so he hid behind Adonai's back because that was the only way he could stand up to the woman. Feeling the demonic magic, the young man looked away and realized he had found his target. The shaman stood hidden behind a tree and continued to perform his magical rituals. Vikir braked sharply and turned towards Akaman, rushing towards him at full speed. Approaching the old man, the guy was determined to destroy him with a single blow. But this was not destined to happen, because another resurrected ancestor of the Baloks jumped out to meet the young man and wanted to eliminate him. The woman delivered a crushing kick with her foot under which the hard ground shattered. However, Vikir managed to dodge and jumped back to a safe distance. Noticing the scuffle behind him, the shaman shouted angrily, saying that once again this spawn of hell in the form of an imperial boy was trying to ruin his plans. Akaman looked at the young man and said that he had foreseen that someone would come to stop him, so he had called the resurrected knights here. Ordering the ancestors to attack Vikir, the old man said that those are strong and were worthy to lie in the crypts of warriors, but now must obey and eliminate the young man. At the same time, the stalwart Akila was seriously wounded by Adonai, her body already weakened by the poison contained in the enemy's arrows. Experiencing sharp pain and weakness, the woman fell to her knees before her ancestor. The shaman, who was watching this, laughed evilly, for he was glad that the woman had finally surrendered and would soon be destroyed. Thinking that soon the whole forest would fall at his feet, Akaman said that the fall of the guardian of the forest, Akila, would be a fitting payment for the injustice done to him. Hearing the old man's words, Vikir thought that he would have to work harder to resolve the situation and applied the 6th level of Baskervilles. Using this power, the young man eliminated all the resurrected ancestors surrounding him in an instant. Seeing this, Akaman was horrified because he had eliminated all the high-ranked knights with one blow and realized that the guy was stronger than all of them. With a merciless glance at the shaman, Vikir asked if he had had time to voice all his wishes. Realizing that the imperial youth was about to reach him, the old man shouted at the top of his voice, calling upon the great Adonai for protection. The resurrected ancestor heard his master's call and for a moment was distracted from his battle with the chief. Taking advantage of this, the weary but resilient Akila delivered a powerful kick to her opponent's body. She decided to make the most of this chance as the last of her strength was leaving her body. Gathering all her willpower, the woman put the remaining strength into her attack and hit her opponent so powerfully that he rose into the air. Vikir also kept up with Chief Akila and continued to attack the shaman to end all this madness sooner rather than later. Akaman kept calling out to Adonai, realizing that he couldn't escape the young man, and the ancestor was his only way to escape. But before he could wait for help from Adonai, the old man was stripped of his arms. The next thing Vikir separated from the old man's torso was his head. Realizing that his head was falling down and the young man was victorious, the mad Akaman screamed in despair. In the meantime, the other Baloks continued to fight the resurrected ancestors. Akaman's puppets, who feel no pain or fatigue, have already begun to gain the upper hand over their descendants. It seemed to the Baloks that there was no longer any chance of salvation, and right now their end would come from the demonic weapons of the ancestors. But at the last moment, salvation came, and the Balok ancestors began to turn to ashes because Vikir managed to break the resurrection curse. The bodies of the ancestors began to break apart and turn into piles of ashes right before the eyes of the Baloks, who had already given up on their victory. The great Adonai standing before the chief Akila suffered the same fate. At the last moment, Adonai regained his true form and consciousness, and with regret from his actions, handed his bow as a gift to the chief, recognizing the one and asking for her forgiveness. Touching her ancestor's hand, Akila did not hold a grudge against him, because it was the shaman's tricks, and wished the soul of the great Adonai to rest in peace. The mad shaman's head, meanwhile, kept screaming that once again this imperial scion had prevented him from conquering the forest and cursing him. Vikir looked at the talking head and thought that Akaman was stronger than he thought, because he not only turned undead, but also controlled all the resurrected knights. Suddenly, the shaman laughed, saying that this was not the end, and soon the young man would regret chasing him away. But before he could finish his vile speech, Akaman would get an arrow right in the forehead and was finally defeated. The man who fired the arrow was his grandson, Akun, who did not want to listen to the ravings of a mad old man who betrayed the whole tribe. Then turning to Vikir, Ahun apologized to him for not listening to the guy right away and ending his grandfather at the Iliad. The young man patted his tribesman on the shoulder and said that Akun was not guilty of anything and praised him. Finally, the finale came for the shaman Akaman, whose flesh began to disappear, scattering ash to the wind. Having survived this battle, Baloks were overcome by different emotions who rejoiced at the victory. who were saddened by the departure of their ancestors, who rejoiced that they managed to survive it. Vikir sighed heavily, as he did not think that the situation would take such a turn and he would have to lose many tribesmen. Finally gathering together, everyone headed back to their village of Balakau. However, the exhausted and wounded Balaks clearly did not expect to see what appeared before their eyes. They saw a completely destroyed village with not a single intact hut left and no other inhabitants in sight. Horrified by this picture, everyone immediately wondered what happened to the inhabitants who did not go to the Iliad. At that moment, a crying Ahyul came out to them and said that the eight-legged mistress had come here. Everyone was surprised that the mistress had come here, as it had never happened before, and Akun ran up to his sister and asked if she was all right and if she was hurt. Looking at the aftermath of the monster's arrival, Vikir didn't understand why it showed up during the battle with the shaman, since it was passive by nature. Then, pointing her finger, Akul went on to say that before the mistress came, there was smoke coming from Grandpa Ahemon's ritual tent. After the smoke spread, the spider crawled out of there and swiftly headed for the village. Deciding to investigate the situation, the Balaks arrived at the site and found the skeleton of an orangutan run by Akamon and the remains of some grass. Picking up the grass, Vikir realized that it was the shaman's prank of ordering his puppet to set fire to the grass that attracted the bugs. Having found out the reason for the village's pogrom that Akamon had provoked, the chieftain got angry and slammed her hand against the rock with all her might, shattering it. Akilla said they would rebuild the village and prepare new food supplies, and ordered the uninjured warriors to pull the survivors out from under the rubble and dismantle the destroyed huts. While dismantling the ruined huts, Ayan faced another challenge for herself and became desperate. In front of the girl lay whimpering and wounded by Mistress Bakira's poison. Realizing her condition and how badly the she-wolf's paw had been injured, Ayan snuggled up to Bakira and begged for forgiveness for leaving her alone. Watching Iyain and Bakira and all the consequences after the arrival of Mistress Vikir, realized that she is a curse for all the tribes that they are unable to fight back. However, the young man did not want to put up with the invasion of this monster and decided to find a way to defeat it and came to the cave where the leader was. After disturbing Akila's peace, Vikir approached her with a request. The woman asked what he wanted. With a serious look at the chief, the young man asked her to tell him about the eight-legged mistress. Akila asked the one that he wished to hear the legend of this terrible monster. The young man replied that he had records that he had found in Rococo village that included the monster's hideout, her poison, and battles with other monsters. But even after reading all these entries, Wakir still had one more unanswered question. The young man wondered why the tribes were so afraid of the mistress, and no one even tried to fight back. Akila told of Adonai's Legedna, who had managed to wound one of the mistress's legs and subsequently deprive her of that limb altogether, which was the beginning of the desolation of despair. Her legs could be wounded, but the new ones grew stronger than the previous ones, and it ended up that each of her opponents was poisoned by her venom. Akila finished her story, and said that she could only imagine the power of the mistress, and the wound on her body from the poison arrow was proof of that. The chief guessed about the boy's plan and told him not to even think about attacking the lady, because she did not intend to lose any more of her family. But the guy had already decided that he had enough experience in fighting monsters, because in his past life he had often encountered monsters of the mistress level. Vikir was sure that no matter how strong the mistress was, she was still just a monster with her own habits and weaknesses. Then he said goodbye to the leader and headed for the exit of the cave, thinking that he would not let this monster continue to rampage. Vikir was determined that if he could find out what her weaknesses were, he could eliminate the eight-legged mistress. Soon the young man put his plan into action and went to reconnoiter to the lair of the mistress, who was just getting out of that one. Throwing its legs out of the gorge of the mountain, the monster was about to go outside to hunt. The eight-legged mistress came out and roared at the top of her voice, splashing her venom all around her. Vikir ambushed the one watching and thought mistress was being very loud when she woke up. After several days of searching for the lair of the mistress, the young man found out that she comes out to hunt at a certain time. After watching Mistress Vikir roughly calculated that, judging by the speed of her movement, she would be back in 2 hours. Taking this chance, the lad shortened his distance to the den and made his way to it. Climbing up the mountain, the young man landed and gingerly looked around him. The lad then approached the entrance to the eight-legged mistress's lair, shrouded in her web. Looking inside, Vikir was convinced that this lair may look like an ordinary mountain from the outside, but inside it was hollow. Releasing the demonic sword from his hand, the young man decided to test the strength of the mistress's web. After taking out a small sample, the guy noticed that the web's cross-section was very strong, and it would be difficult to cut it with a graduate-level mana. Putting the sample in his pouch, Vikir thought it would be possible to use the web to lower himself down. The next moment, Vikir rushed inside the lair, thinking that the entrance was quite narrow, but the deeper you went down, the wider the cave became. Remembering the size of the eight-legged mistress, the young man realized that this was the perfect lair for her. Descending deeper and deeper, the guy saw a terrible sight because her prey are both humans and monsters, and the bodies of some were not touched at all and just decomposed. Vikir realized that the eight-legged mistress obviously understood her position in the food chain of the forest. Gathering his thoughts, the young man realized that there was no time to look around, and before the Spider-Woman returned, he needed to gather as much important information as possible. Then Vikir's attention was drawn to a strange formation on the cliff wall. Deciding to find out what it was, the guy approached and plucked one thing out with his hand. Looking closer, he realized it was Mistress's balls. Vikir now understood where in his past life the darkness of the spider demons had come from when the world was on the brink. Deciding to take this egg with him, the young man didn't immediately notice that the mistress had returned to the den, hovering over the entrance. However, the next moment, the monster began to crawl away without noticing anything suspicious. Vikir miraculously managed to hide on the back of the web thanks to his silent heel skill, or he would have been caught by now. Sighing heavily, Vikir thought that the mistress's instincts might have told her that an intruder had gotten into the den and should be finished here soon. While the young man was scouting the village, work was in full swing and new huts were being built. The Balaks wondered why Vikir was missing and where he had gone. However, the main problem in the young man's disappearance was that he began to avoid Ayin by hiding in his tent. Not daring to go inside Vikir's tent, the girl said through the curtain that she had heard from her mother that he was interested in the mistress. Saying that she was a monster beyond the control of any warrior, Ayin asked the young man if he was going to fight her. Then the girl reminded her that tomorrow Bakira's leg would be amputated and she probably wouldn't be able to run like she used to. Tears came to Ayin's eyes in despair, and she said that if anything happened to Vikir, she couldn't bear it. But suddenly the young man turned to the girl, inviting her into the tent because he had something to discuss with her. Ayin opened the curtain and saw a guy standing at a table, concentrating on something important. When she got closer, she was surprised at what she saw and asked the guy what it was. Vikir replied that they were records of the eight-legged lady made by different tribes of the forest. On the table was the mistress's egg, and Vikir had also managed to get his hands on the web and skin samples he was now studying. Ayin was horrified that the boy was in the monster's lair and asked if he was serious about fighting the mistress. The girl said she would go with him, but Vikir replied that she had not yet recovered from her fight with Adonai and would only be a burden. Then, without looking at Ayin, the young man said that he was going to leave the forest soon. Vikir explained that he still had unfinished business there, so he'd have to go back to the Baskervilles. Ayin replied, saddened by the young man's words, that she knew this moment would come. However, the young man did not finish his speech, saying that he wanted to go back to Balak when he was done. Turning to the girl, Vikir said that before leaving, he would do everything to protect the place and people he held dear. Then the boy told Iane that the plan to hunt the mistress was ready, and remembering Bakir said that he would not let such a thing happen to him. Hearing this, the girl replied that it was presumptuous and foolish to use the word hunt in relation to the mistress. Taking Vikir's hand, Ayin mentioned that whenever he faced problems that seemed impossible to solve, the guy always came out victorious. Smiling warmly at the young man and a little tearful, the girl said confidently that she believed what he said. Holding hands tightly, Ayin asked if everything would work out the way he expected. Vikir replied that everything would go according to plan. A little later, the young man continued to put his plan into action and went out to fight one monster. Without waiting to be attacked, the huge lizard pounced on the guy, swinging its paws around. But Vikir didn't hesitate and dealt his opponent a devastating blow. With only one blow, the guy separated the lizard's paw from the lizard's torso. However, in a matter of seconds, it recovered, and Vikir realized that the rumors that while the lizard's head was still in place, the regeneration of the body did not stop, were true. Realizing this, the young man said that the final touch was left to deal with the eight-legged mistress. Preparing her demonic sword, Vikir told the salamander lizard that it would have to give up its regeneration ability. Meanwhile, Akun sighed heavily, wiping his face with sweat, having finished his hard work. Looking at the beautiful cabin he built, the guy told his friends that it was finally ready. The boys were surprised that Akun knew how to build a hut, and that it was for Vikir. Akun replied that the young man was like a brother to him. His friends began to make fun of him, because Akun used to hate Vikir. When he heard this, the boy ordered them to shut up, because now their relationship had improved. As they looked at the newly rebuilt huts, the boys were glad to see that the village had regained its former appearance, and it was all thanks to Vikir. Deciding to call Vikir to look at the new hut, the boys approached the tent and were surprised. When they opened the curtains, they did not see the young man there and assumed that he might have gone for a walk. Ian, standing behind the boys and watching them, realized that since Vikir wasn't there, the day had come. Looking up into the sky and turning to the spirit of the forest, the girl asked him to bless the great warrior who intends to face the embodiment of terror. Vikir, meanwhile, arrived at the appointed place to stop the mistress's atrocities. Looking at the gloomy sky, the guy realized that it would start raining very soon. Thinking that the mistress was probably asleep right now, Vikir decided that there was no better time to take her by surprise. Remembering his plan, the young man thought that he had thought over many variants of events that could happen during the hunt, and to each of them he had thought of a solution. Jumping into the mistress's lair without a drop of fear, the young man decided that it was time to turn words into actions, and the hunt was on. Inside the cave, a creepy sleeping mistress was waiting for the young man hanging from her web. To create the effect of surprise and not wake the Spider-Woman before time, Vikir moved lightning fast and stealthily through the webs. As he got closer to his target, the guy unleashed his demonic sword and prepared to charge into the attack. The very next moment, Vikir had already sliced the mistress's leg in two using the 6th Baskerville technique. The monster's eyes opened quickly as it experienced a sharp pain. Before she could respond to the first blow, the mistress roared in pain again, for Vikir had managed to injure her second leg. Looking at Gospoja's recovered limbs, Vikir thought that Adonai's testament that 2 new legs would grow in place of a damaged leg was true. Dodging the monster's attacks, the young man decided that he would follow his plan A. Vikir began to deliver blow after blow to the mistress's legs, sparing no effort. Unable to keep up with the guy's lightning-fast attacks, the monster released a poisonous slime at him. The young man dodged the slime using his speed and the webs he traveled through. However, a single drop of poison managed to get onto Vikir's arm and began to burn and peel away his flesh. The spreading of the mistress's poison happened instantly, consuming the young man's arm more and more. He sighed heavily, thinking that he didn't want to resort to such a thing, but gathered his courage and decided to take a desperate step. The very next moment, he used his demonic sword to strike and separated his poisoned arm from his body. But by some miracle, Vikir's arm began to recover and his bones, muscle, and tissue regenerated. Seeing this, the 8-legged mistress was astonished, for she had expected to quickly dispose of her prey. Clenching his almost recovered hand into a fist, the guy said that it was expected since he now possessed the skills of the salamander he had defeated. Then Vikir rushed to attack the mistress again, for their fight was not yet over. As he continued to chop the monster's limbs, the young man had to dodge the poisonous slime. But thanks to his physical fitness and skills taken from the monsters, Vikir continued to strike the monster. However, the mistress did not yield to the lad, and with her sharp claws, she grabbed the man's leg and separated some of the flesh from his body. Losing his balance, Vikir began to roll down mistress's body, unable to steady himself on one of her legs. As he fell, he managed to catch his hand on his mistress's leg and slid down that leg before reaching the ground. Using his demonic sword afterward, Vikir chopped another limb of the creepy monster. As the battle progressed, more of the mistress's shattered limbs fell to the ground. However, the young man also suffered great losses, having lost more than one arm and leg in battle. Regenerating his arm and leg again, Vikir had already lost count of how many times he had lost limbs and realized that regeneration took a lot of energy. The 8-legged mistress opposite grew her legs in a matter of seconds without losing any strength. But it was this fact that brought a smile to the guy's face, because everything was going according to his plan. Finishing regenerating his limbs, Vikir jumped back onto the web to get closer to his mistress. Jumping from spiderweb to spiderweb, the young man came closer and closer to the monster. When he reached the monster, he hit it with all his might, and it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Smiling wickedly, Vikir said that at last the mistress had been caught, for he had wanted her to grow as many legs as possible. It would seem that such an ability to grow 2 legs in place of 1 lost leg is a gift from God, but in fact those elementary hinder movement. But the mistress did not give up on gathering herself and immediately shot her tenacious web at the young man, which he dodged. Vikir had foreseen this as well, that after the monster was unable to move, she would begin attacking with her web. Then the boy said that by studying the composition of the web, he had discovered its one fatal weakness. Ordinary fire was no match for it. But the violet flames of the underworld, which Vikir possesses, can burn this web to ashes. Since there were so many bodies of monsters and humans in the lair, the whole cave was full of corpse gases. Climbing on the head of the defeated Lady Bearcat, the young man said it was the best environment for the flames to spread. Facing the 8-legged mistress, Vikir said that she was finally going to pay the price for her obsession with power and authority. After that, the young man immediately pierced the flesh of the bearcat with his sword enveloped in demonic flames, causing a huge explosion in the monster's lair. Even before the battle with the mistress, when Vikir was preparing his plan and gathering information, he was interested in one question. Back during the practice test when he met Cerberus, the guy wondered why the tribes of the forest were going outside their lands and chasing away the monsters from Red Black Mountain. The answer was simple, namely territorial expansion. 8-legged mistress was pushing the tribe toward Red Black Mountain. Then Vikir realized what she was up to. In fact, the mistress was cleansing the forest of monsters like Cerberus by the hands of the tribe. Burning the monster's web with hellfire, the young man realized that the mistress was thus driving all flame wielders away from her. It turned out that finding the eight-legged mistress's vulnerability wasn't that hard. When the young man created an explosion in the monster's lair, her web, her laid eggs, and the mistress herself surrendered to the flames, burning in that agonizing and unhurried manner. Consumed by the flames of the underworld, the Pahicha roared in pain and terror, unable to escape from the one. The demonic fire continued to consume everything around it, and most importantly, it slowly destroyed the monster that had enslaved the entire forest. In time to get out of the den, Vikir walked down the mountain, watching the flames burst out of that one. Now that the mistress's weakness had been discovered, the only task left was to prevent her from escaping from the cobweb-shrouded shelter. No matter how strong this spider was, the hot air of the hellfire would burn its lungs and skin along with its shell. Without taking his eyes off the mountain, the young man reasoned that he should wait until she left this world, and then he would take her ability with Beelzebub's help. But Vikir's musings were interrupted by a sharp jolt coming from the mountain that shocked him. Looking at the mountain, the guy tensed up because he felt that something bad would follow. The very next moment, the entire mountain shook, and a crack erupted from within, shaking the entire rocky cover. Shards and blocks of stone scattered in all directions as if a volcano had erupted. Watching what was going on, the young man was horrified, because he realized that his plan had failed. From the depths of her lair, the eight-legged mistress emerged, breaking an entire mountain with her body. Looking at the monster, it was obvious that she was in a bad mood and ready to destroy everything around her and avenge the attack on her. Opening its mouth, the spider spit up a huge amount of vile and poisonous saliva. The liquid substance spread across the sky as if a firework and then began to rain down on the dense forest. The slime instantly ate and destroyed everything it hit, and the fumes from it poisoned the air around it. To escape the poisonous rain using his skills, Vikir took cover under the mistress's torso and noticed something interesting. Looking at how the monster is spinning on the spot without a word trying to find his assailant, the young man realized that the monster does not see him at all. When the guy looked closer, he saw that the demonic flames had burned out the mistress's eyes and all the hairs on her body, which made her unable to orient herself in space. The young man also noticed that by breaking the mountain with its body, the monster had damaged its shell, making a small hole in it. Realizing that this was not the end, Vikir began to climb up the mistress's torso to do as much damage as possible. Carefully and deftly moving along the monster's limbs, Vikir decided to target the crack that had formed on its body. Applying the 6th level of Baskervilles, the guy attacked the mistress at her vulnerable spot with all his might. From the sharp pain, the spider let out a nasty squeal but did not even stagger, though Vikir wanted to crack the shell with the first blow. The guy clenched his teeth in anger and thought that he'd be able to do it the second time. However, the next moment, there was a loud crunch as the mistress's shell began to crack and split. Right before the young man's eyes, the spider dropped its old shell like a snake and glared viciously at its opponent. Looking into the monster's eyes, Vikir was horrified, for it had regained its sight and armor. The mistress's retaliation didn't take long, and a second later she attacked the guy, knocking him back hundreds of meters with her foot. After traveling such a long distance on the ground, rubbing his body against the rocks and soil, the injured guy finally stopped. Sighing, Vikir realized that he was wrong not to assume that the mistress could regenerate other parts of the body. Because of this, he was now without legs, because the exhaustion had slowed his regeneration. Looking at the enraged spider, the young man urged himself to recover as quickly as possible. But at that moment, the guy heard a question in his address. He was asked why he went to fight this monster. Vikir was told that he should have left the forest long ago and returned to fulfill his true purpose. The only thing the young man had to worry about was Hugo Le Baskerville's revenge. The scarred and exhausted lad was being stared down from above by his own phantom from his past life. The phantom of Vicar van Baskerville said it was the only wish he had to match in both lives. Then the phantom head separated from the body and was next to the lying young man, saying that he had become stupider and slower while living in the Balak tribe. Suddenly screaming, the adult form of Vikir ordered the young man to remember all his hatred for Hugo. He kept insisting that the current Vikir remember what it was like to lose his head and be betrayed. In the past, Vikir's sole reason for existence was to run his master's errands. Duty to Hugo Le Baskerville was always above and more valuable than his own life. The guy was taught this from birth, otherwise there was no need for anyone else in his life. However, when Vikir was stripped of his head at the execution, he realized that he had led an outrageously insignificant and flawed life. It was for this reason that he wanted Hugo to experience the same thing, namely injustice to himself. However, as the current Vikir was distracted by other things, his phantom kept saying that he had messed up. Shrouded in invisible shackles, the young man kept hearing a voice in his head telling him to eliminate Hugo and trample on all the Baskervilles. In the past, only once in the past had Vicar van Baskerville dared to go against Hugo's will. Looking out into the impenetrable forest grove at the back of his mind, the thought of leaving his troop and walking away flashed through his mind. Vicar did not do so, however, and putting the thought out of his mind followed his squad along the path indicated. The guy stayed true to his chain like so many of Hugo le Baskerville's other chain dogs. All because he was a well-trained dog with no purpose in life other than to serve his master. But the current Vicar was a different person. Not listening to his own phantom voice anymore, the boy shouted that he wouldn't let it happen again. The young man realized that he had to regret his choices stretching from his past life, but now everything had changed, and he was a different person. Finally, the current Vicar was able to let go of his obsessions with only Hugo's revenge, and his phantom doppelganger left his thoughts. But ahead of the young man awaited a severe test in the form of the approaching mistress who wanted to devour him. Vicar's limbs continued to recover, but he was not yet in formation, as the monster's leg loomed over him, intent on impaling the guy. Raking the ground with his hand and making efforts to get up, the young man thought that he had thrown off the shackles, and now he only wanted freedom. As the mistress struck, Vicar miraculously managed to push himself off the ground to avoid being hit, and the shockwave from the attack knocked him aside. From such a power, the guy somersaulted a few meters, although he felt a hell of pain, but he managed to get some distance from the mistress. Remembering Hugo's face at that moment, Vicar was finally convinced that revenge was not the main reason for his life. Now the young man had a place he longed to return to and people he wanted to protect. Trying to get up, Vicar realized that in this life, he wholeheartedly wanted to live as he wished. Being again in the crosshairs of his mistress, the not yet fully recovered boy tried to stand up, forcing himself to fight so that no one else would dare to tell him what to do. As the monster was about to catch up with the young man, an arrow hit him in the leg, saving Vicar. In the next moment, 2 arrows with incredible power flew into the lady. Vicar froze in place at what he saw. He just couldn't believe his eyes. To the side of the mistress, at a considerable distance, was a mountain elevation on which the archers attacking the monster stood. Those arrows turned out to be Chief Aquila and Ayin, ordering the nasty spider woman to stay away from her fiancé Vicar. Shouting at the top of her voice, the girl turned to the young man, saying that they had come to fight that side by side. Behind the chief and Ayin stood all the warriors of Balaka, willing to support the young man and fight alongside him against the 8-legged mistress. Ahun then called Vicar a brother and said that the latter had taken the heaviest burden without saying anything to him. All the Balaks rushed to attack and shoot the monster because they all wanted to help the hero of the forest. In the next second, dozens of arrows flew at the mistress and she screamed in anger and pain. In that time, the young man's legs had time to recover, and he climbed up the monster's body, asking Ayin what she was listening to when he ordered him not to come. As he released his sword and prepared to attack, Vicar thanked the girl for once again keeping him alive. After his words, the guy attacked the spider, striking at its vulnerable spot where a crack in its shell had formed. However, the young man was thrown back by the shockwave and failed to penetrate the shell the first time. Determined to win, Vicar said that if it didn't work the first time, we should try again. But after this attack by the young man, the mistress became enraged and began to smash everything around her with her feet. Surrounding the monster, the Balaks began to dodge its attacks and informed the others to beware, for the mistress was furious. Iane replied that Vicar had obviously gotten to the spider's weak spot and was trying to defend herself, then ordered her not to retreat and to fight as hard as she could. At this moment, Aquila continued to stand on that mountain watching the infuriated 8-legged mistress. Experiencing the throbbing pain from the wound inflicted by the monster's venom, the chieftain realized that she had blindly believed in the inviolability of the mistress and would not allow the thought of eliminating her. However, the young warrior Vicar showed her how to overcome her fear and confront the terror deep in her soul. Now Aquila was determined that even if her wound opened up, she had to help the guy at all costs. Drawing an arrow and putting all her mana and power into it, the woman said that her attack would open the way for a fighter willing to do anything to save them. Aquila then released her arrow, which struck the lady, blinding her with its radiance and striking her with its power. Losing her vigilance and concentration from the leader's attack, the spider did not notice that her main opponent was approaching her at that very moment. Concentrating all his strength and anger, Vicar aimed a decisive blow at her. Finally, when she noticed the young man, she shrieked at the top of her voice, warning him of imminent danger. But the guy wasn't afraid of that, and after reaching his full fighting power, he used the first Baskerville technique and attacked it with a piercing fang. Everything around Mistress and Vicar flared red, blinding everyone in the vicinity. But the very next moment, Iane and Ahun saw that the guy had fallen right into the 8-legged mistress's mouth. However, Vicar was alive and continued to use all of Baskerville's techniques inside that one, tearing her flesh, causing the spider to spit up her blood. Denying his past, the young man finally recognized himself as a free man instead of a chained hound, giving him the strength to defeat the monster. In the next moment, using the sixth Baskerville technique, the young man riddled the mistress's eye inside her. Using the breaking fang, the young man did irreparable damage to his mistress and shattered the chain collar he had chained himself in. From the hellish and unbearable pain, the creepy monster squealed so loudly that the whole forest heard the screams of that one. Immediately after, there was a loud clang and the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh from one spider's eye. A second later, Vikir burst out of that eye, tearing through it with his powerful attacks from within. All of the Balaks froze in place with amazement. They couldn't believe the guy was able to break right through the mistress's eye. Already in the next second, the great eight-legged mistress began to fall, breaking all the trees underneath her with her body. Next to the defeated and fallen spider lay an exhausted Vikir on the ground. When he realized that the mistress's blood was poisonous, he was writhing in pain as the poison spread through his body. But managing to shift his attention to the monster, Vikir raised his gaze and looked at the one. The mistress lying next to him seemed to be on her last breath. Realizing that he had to hurry to get rid of the poison, Vikir began to faint. However, the blood-hungry Beelzebub didn't let the guy down and managed to awaken and head in the right direction. The demonic sword dug into the flesh of the fallen mistress and began to suck the blood of that one, slowly eliminating the poison from the body of its bearer. Once in Beelzebub's slot, the blood and soul of the mistress met up with the rest of the monsters defeated by Vikir. Unwilling to obey and give her skills and soul to her new master, the spider began to resist, but the demonic Cerberus immediately began to decorate her temperament. In this way, Beelzebub was able to consume the lady and cleanse the young man's body of the poison dot. Then Vikir saw a crying Ayin coming towards him, begging him not to leave her. But suddenly, to Ayin and the rest of the Balak, the young man spoke, turning to that one. Looking at the girl, Vikir said he was fine and asked her not to yell because she was disturbing his rest. Hearing those words, Ayin cried and continued to shout loudly, calling the guy a fool and saying that she was worried about him. The demonic sword, Beelzebub, who had absorbed the soul of the mistress and added the poison attack skill at this time, rather rumbled being fed up and began to hide in the young man's hand. After the victory over the mistress, the village of Balaki threw a great feast and celebrated the event in a big way. The other barbarian tribes were similarly invited and shared this joyous occasion with the Balaks. However, Vikir did not look as joyful and full of vigor as his tribesmen. The young man had lost count of how many days this holiday had been going on and was clearly exhausted from it. Deciding to walk, the boy reached Bakira and asked the she-wolf how she was feeling. Noticing that Bakira had found a mate even without a paw, Vikir praised and petted her, saying he had avenged his mistress for her. Then the guy looked at his hand, remembering that after eliminating the mistress, he was able to open the seventh technique even though he was not yet leveled up. Perhaps it was the result of Vikir defeating the strongest opponent he had ever fought. But nevertheless, the head of the family remains the most dangerous enemy because his seventh Baskerville technique is perfect, which cannot be said about the technique of Vikir. Realizing that compared to himself from his previous life, he had grown a lot in his strength, the young man said that here his mission was accomplished. Tearing the festive wreath of flowers around his neck, Vikir made the decision to return to the Baskervilles. While Bakira watched the young man in bewilderment, Ayin, who had been hiding from him, heard that he was about to leave the village of Balak. Soon Vikir was ready to leave the tribesmen, and after gathering himself and changing into his imperial clothes, he came to say goodbye to everyone. He turned to the chief and thanked her for allowing him to leave. Akila replied that she had no reason to interfere and block his path. Smiling warmly, the woman said that once a part of their family, the young man would stay with her forever and distance would not break their bond. Looking at the boy, Akila said that he would forever be the commander of the Balak hunters wherever he went, and Vikir thanked her for her kind words. He looked at the Balaks and was surprised that there was no Ayin among them, but realized that she might not come because she had always been against his leaving. Looking at everyone, the young man said it was time to leave and said goodbye to them. The Balaks responded by saying goodbye to Vikir, wishing him luck on his journey and saying that they would always be happy to help if needed. Even Akhun, who had long disliked the young man, tearfully bade him farewell, saying that he would always be glad to see him back. The entire village of Balak chanted his name, calling him the hero of the forest. The boy listened to their wishes with gratitude, for the Balaks had grown fond of him, and during this time he had become attached to them. Coming out of the forest and into a wheat field, Vikir suddenly stopped, surprised at what he saw. Ayin appeared before his eyes, obviously expecting the guy to be here on purpose. The young man was amazed to see the sad girl in front of him, because he had not expected that she would come to say goodbye to him. Looking at Vikir, Ayin asked if he had really decided to leave them, but she didn't hear anything because his loud silence answered for him. The girl quickly approached the young man and handed him the package she held in her hands and told him to take it with him. At the sight of it, Vakir guessed that it was the famous Anubis bow belonging to Adonai. Blushing, Ayan said that she had fixed the bow and it was now safe to use. Looking at the girl, Vakir realized where she had been lately and why she hadn't come to see him off with the rest of the Balaks. Then Ayan put a collar with a broken chain on the guy, which surprised him very much. The girl said she made this collar because the guy keeps mentioning hound dogs even when he's asleep or passed out in battle. Saying that his actions were not those of a hound dog, Ian insisted that Vakir was not the hound dog of the Baskervilles. Looking at the young man, the girl said that he looked more like a wolf, and it was strange that he was restrained with a collar. Vakir replied that she had interesting methods of support. Before he could hear the young man's words of gratitude, Ayan grabbed the man by the chain on his collar and pulled him to her. With the sound of the wind amidst the scenic nature, Vakir and Ayan merged in a sensual kiss. Soon, without releasing the chain on her collar, the girl pulled away from the young man and looked him in the eye. Tears of sadness welled up in Ayan's eyes as she didn't want to say goodbye to the young man. Heading back into the forest, the girl said she had heard that this was how they said goodbye in the Empire, and added that Vakir had grown considerably in strength. Leaving the young man standing alone in the field with his bow in his hands, Ayan wished him luck and told him to take care of himself. Smiling, Vakir replied that this was the first time he had ever heard the Empire say goodbye like that. Looking at the girl, Vakir told the one that they would see each other again, make her stop with her words. Unable to leave the guy unanswered to his phrase, Ayan turned around to look at him once more. Not hiding her tears, the girl smiled brightly at Vakir as she said goodbye, letting him know that she would always be waiting for him. Vakir soon reached his first goal of reaching the Morg family's domain. Looking at the Red Fang castle, the young man thought that he hadn't been here for a long time. Noticing the flags of both families, the boy realized that the Morgs were still mining rubies here, somehow working with the Baskervilles. Remembering Camus Morg, Vakir wondered where she was now. Imagining how the girl would reprimand him when they met for his shenanigans gave the guy a headache. He immediately jumped down from the high wall and found himself inside the Red Fang castle. Putting on his hood, Vakir thought it was getting late and needed to find an inn to sleep in until tomorrow. Suddenly, the young man saw something that caused him surprise and confusion. In front of Vakir stood a huge golden statue that had not been here before. Looking at the monument, the young man reasoned that it required the permission of both families, and suddenly he was approached. Behind Vakir was a guard telling him not to touch the hero's monument, because he could be punished for it. Vakir was surprised that the monument was dedicated to a hero. The guard was astonished that he didn't know about the hero and took him for a stranger, saying that he had directly witnessed the hero's feat. The guard said that there was not a man in the entire empire who was not familiar with the name of that man. According to the guard, this hero possessed unprecedented power, with which he could eliminate hundreds of barbarians with a single sword. He also mentioned the hero's chivalrous courage when he rushed to the aid of the daughter of the Morg family, sacrificing his life so that the rescue party could leave in time. The hero fought fearlessly with a terrible monster but unfortunately lost in this unequal battle. The guard finished his story by saying that the Morg family had erected a golden statue to thank the hero. Vakir guessed who the false tale was about. Pointing to the statue, the guard ordered to listen to him, for this monument was erected to a great hero who lived among them only a couple of years ago. And this great hero who was immortalized in gold was named Vakir van Baskerville. While the guard marveled at the hero statue, the real live Vakir turned away to avoid revealing himself and marveled at the delusional fables that were being told about him. After that, the young man left the guard and headed to the inn to finally get some rest from the road. After settling in, Vakir found himself in a noisy inn where drinks were flowing and everyone was discussing something heatedly. There were also 3 Morg sisters who told false tales about Vakir, who they had liked the first time they met him. Attracting the attention of those around them, the girls boasted that the heads of the fortress themselves would now tell them about Mr. Vakir. The first of the sisters said that Vakir is very charismatic and she would like to get close to him, but it is not easy to approach such a guy. The second sister said that although they had talked to the young man when they met him, the 3 Baskervilles kept interfering with them. With a heavy sigh, the third sister said that it was only when Vakir's gaze crossed hers that her fatigue was lifted. Hearing the 3 girls praise him, Vakir thought he didn't recall anything even remotely similar to what the 3 were saying. Even though he had opposed the mistress, the young man was surprised that all the laurels went to him, despite the fact that Adolf Morg and the rescue party had distinguished themselves at the time. However, from the gossip of the triplets, it became clear to the boy that after his disappearance, Hugo had been tearing up the Morgs to make a scene. Then the Morg family paid a huge compensation to the Baskervilles, which did not cool the rage of the head of the family one bit. Thinking about it, Vakir thought that Hugo had lost a capable hound dog, which was why he was so angry. The sisters then began to argue amongst themselves about which one of them Vikir would be with if he were alive right now. Tired of listening to all the nonsense coming from the triplets, the young man paid for his drink and went up to his room. But suddenly, one of the sisters was staring at the bartender and Vikir hiding behind a cloak. As soon as the young man followed from the inn, the girl shouted, ordering this suspicious ragamuffin to approach her. Vikir looked back at the girl but didn't follow the girl's orders, thinking she was just drunk. However, the sister, seeing the disobedience of her order, became furious and asked how dare he ignore her. The very next moment, the girl applied her magic to Vikir and tried to envelop him in the branches of the plant. But the young man instantly reacted and jumped high up, holding his hood up, and was able to dodge the attack. The two sisters who were watching were amazed at the stranger's agility, for not everyone could resist their magic. The other guards and mages were just as much surprised by the skills of the guy hiding his identity. Soon, Vikir landed easily and effortlessly on the floor, causing even more suspicion in his direction. The young man was then surrounded by all the warriors present, who imprisoned him in a circle with their spears and magical powers. Looking angrily at the stranger, one of the guards ordered him to remove his hood and answer who he was. Realizing that he was going back to the Baskervilles anyway, Vikir decided to reveal his identity and removed his hood. Seeing the guy's face, the triplets were surprised and frozen with embarrassment. Looking at the face hair image and in general appearance of the guy, the girls thought that in front of them stood a very attractive stranger. But looking closely at the stranger's face, one of the guards began to guess who stood before him and was horrified. The expression on the young man's face was almost the same as the statue in the square, and he had dark hair and red eyes. And at that moment, the triplets realized that Vikir van Baskerville was indeed standing before them. After the young man's identity was revealed, he spent the night in an inn, and a new day dawned. Early in the morning, Vikir got ready to leave for his family, and the triplets saw him off. The girls flattered Vikir by saying that they knew he was alive and were glad that the boy had come to them, and reported that they had sent a post owl with news at his request. The guy said he was just asking to contact the Baskerville family. Thinking it was happy news, the triplets said they had informed everyone. Then the sisters offered to accompany him, but the boy refused, saying that they were very busy, but the girls denied it, saying that they were only sleeping. Thinking of reporting the morgue triplets' slothfulness, Vikir turned to them and asked where Camus' morgue was and how she was doing. The triplets replied that Camus is in closed training. For some unknown reason, she left her uncle's Hall of Light and spends all her time in the Hall of Darkness studying magic. Hearing this, the young man was very surprised, because in his past life, the girl had a terrible relationship with the head of the Hall of Darkness, and then he realized that once again, he changed the future. Vikir then asked the triplets for a favor, telling them to tell Camus that he wanted to see her, and that the girl would definitely leave the Hall of Darkness. The sisters were surprised that he had only said those words, since Camus was his fiancée and they had not seen each other for the past 2 years. The hero of Red Fang Mountain had returned, and the news quickly spread throughout the empire. Baby Pomerian's guardian Chihuahua's secretary received a joyful letter that Mr. Vikir was returning. News that Vikir van Baskerville was alive has also reached the Sindivendi. The letter with this news reached Adolphe Morgue, who was confused because he was sure that the boy was no longer in this world. Even St. Dolores herself was informed of this wonderful news, not realizing that during this time she had personally met the young man in the guise of a lamb. And at last, this message reached the head of the family himself, Hugo Le Baskerville. When he heard that Vikir was alive and returning to his family, Barrymore was amazed, but not as amazed as Hugo was. The head of the Baskerville family was shocked because he barely said goodbye to his son 2 years ago, and now he hears that he is actually alive. Vikir himself soon reached the place he needed and looked around carefully. After gathering his thoughts, the young man headed into town saying that he was finally back. Soon, Vikir was talking to the secretary, who told him that last time the young man appeared through the window, and this time he deigned to enter through the door. However, the guy was clearly puzzled about something and didn't respond to Chihuahua's words. Vikir was concerned about one very annoying thing he decided to ask his secretary about. Subconsul Vikir was interested in the crowd of people outside his windows and why they were gathered here. Chihuahua replied that news of the young man's return had spread throughout the empire and people had come to greet him. Tired of the crowd yelling, the guy said he was really annoyed with the situation. However, Vikir was not destined to be in silence because a loud Pomerian ran into the office and called him daddy. Stroking the little girl's head, the young man said he was her uncle and not her daddy. And then calling him uncle, the girl said to look at what she brought in her hands. In Pomerian's hands lay the body of a breathless mouse. When the young man saw it, he told the girl to be careful not to catch any disease from it. Vikir then asked the secretary about the state of the town's affairs, and the man replied that the excellent worker Sindivendi had figured it all out. But after opening a desk drawer and looking at some documents, Chihuahua said that there was something left that even this adorable girl couldn't do. Putting the envelope with documents on the table, the secretary said that in recent years, children from disadvantaged neighborhoods disappear, but they are not considered kidnapped because they do not demand ransom. On the black market, the disappeared were also not seen, so there are no assumptions and children disappear without a trace, so monsters cannot be invoked. While Vakir was studying the documents, the secretary suggested that one person might be behind this, even though there was no physical evidence. After reading and listening to Chihuahua's words, the young sub-consul became furious. Guy realized that the case of the disappearance of the underdog children was very similar to his case. Remembering that in his past life it had happened a few years later, Vakir still couldn't deny that these cases might be related. However, Pomerian interrupted his reasoning and asked him to pay attention to her. He turned around and wanted to say that he was busy, but stopped in surprise. The girl showed the mouse sitting on her hand, saying that it was now alive again. Vakir and the Chihuahua's secretary were amazed that the until recently breathless animal had regained life in the hands of this little girl. Looking at this miracle, the young man asked Pomerian if it was her doing, and she said that she had done it. Looking closely at the little girl, the young man realized that it was really her, and assumed that Pomerian was like a voodoo witch drawing mana from another dimension. Vakir then asked when she learned of this ability of hers, and Pomerian replied that she learned it about 3 years ago by following the people of the tribe. Remembering that the little girl was taken in by someone from the Rococo tribe, the young man thought that they might be practicing black magic and summoning evil spirits. Pomerian can be considered a unique child because she takes mana from another dimension at the age of 5, when geniuses from the Baskerville and Morgue families can use magic at the age of 8. Vicar wondered how Hugo would react if he learned that the girl was a gifted sorceress with a touch of barbarian blood. Stroking the little girl's head, the boy was glad that Hugo had not met the girl, for it could be dangerous for her. Suddenly, a pigeon landed on the window which brought unexpected news and surprised the secretary of the Chihuahua very much. Looking at Vakir, the secretary said he had some unexpected news, and the young man asked what it was about. Pointing to the letter, the man stammered in fear and began to say something about the main chamber and the head of the family. The letter stated that Hugo Le Baskerville himself would arrive at Underdog, and he was soon on the doorstep of the consulate. When the head arrived, he was immediately invited to a tea party with his son. A bewildered Chihuahua stood behind Vakir and was extremely startled by this sudden arrival of Hugo Le Baskerville. Despite the fact that Vakir was alive and suddenly appeared in the Empire, Manager Barrymore was as restrained and calm as ever. The young man himself was just as calm and dignified in front of the head of the family without showing any excitement. Hugo, as always, was extremely cold-blooded and showed no special feelings about seeing his son again. Then the head broke the silence by asking Vakir if he was back. The boy replied that he was back. The young man was a little worried about Hugo showing up unannounced and had to quickly hide Pomerian in the next room. Hugo then asked what the young man had been doing for such a long time. Vakir answered that he had been living in the forest among the barbarians while he healed his wounds. The young man said that he had to pretend to be a friend in order to gain the trust of those, and at the same time thought over the plan of their destruction. The head asked what the boy's solution to the barbarians was. Vakir replied that they could easily be controlled with imperial products. He told me that the barbarians find imperial goods cheap, so they can organize everything competently and easily take over the tribe. Hugo responded to his son's words that this was trade, not suppression. Vakir denied it, because in the process of trade, all barbarians could be eliminated. With a satisfying grimace on his face, the young man said that in exchange for the food, he would demand to get rid of the creepy monster of the 8-legged mistress. After thinking over his son's words, Hugo realized that in this way they could bring the monster and the barbarians together and protect their own territories. Realizing the full benefit of this plan, the head smiled and said that his son's actions were smart enough and worthy enough. Secretary Chihuahua, meanwhile, was still tense, for he did not understand how this could be a dialogue between father and son who had not seen each other for so long. Then Barrymore saw the smile on Hugo's face and realized that in the 2 years Mr. Vakir had been gone, he had never once seen even a hint of a smile from the head. Vicar took a sip of tea and thought that he would not tolerate the suffering of the Ballocks because of the foolishness of the Baskervilles. The young man planned that for the Baskervilles, it would look as if the barbarians would be eliminated by the monsters, but they would simply return to the mistress's former hideout, which would interrupt the feud for a while. Hugo, unaware that the mistress has been defeated, will think that the barbarians are being eliminated by the monsters, but they will build up their power in the meantime. After listening and thinking about Vakir's ideas, the leader said firmly that there would be no trade with the Rococo tribe. The man wanted to settle a score with them and eliminate those men. The young man agreed with Hugo's choice, realizing that now he should not introduce him to Pomerian, who most likely has Rococo blood in her. Then Hugo said that they were talking about the barbarians a lot, even though they hadn't seen each other for such a long time. Looking at his son, the head said he didn't want him to stand on the front lines, much to Vikir's surprise. Under the sound of rain, Hugo told that after the young man's exploit and disappearance, he had received diplomatic support from the morgues, and the story had reached the imperial family, who now held the Knights of the Baskervilles in high esteem. But then the head said that it was nothing to him, for he had lost his son and was grieving over that. Looking at Vikir, the head ordered him not to take any more risks, for it was impossible to recoup the loss of his own child with any compensation. When he heard these words, he thought he was lying because he remembered the events of his past life and the night he escaped after being framed. Vikir remembered the feeling of a knife stabbed in his back, the icy stares of the hounds with whom he shared joy and sorrow, and the sense of betrayal of his own master. At the sound of the thunderstorm, the young man remembered how Hugo had not let him explain himself, so his pretense would not stifle his hatred for him. Looking coldly at his father, and not wavering from his principles, Vikir thanked him for his concern. Suddenly, their tense conversation was interrupted by Pomerian, who burst into the study and started calling for her uncle Vikir. The secretary of the Chihuahua and the young man were horrified that the girl had burst in on them because she was supposed to be sitting quietly hiding in another room. Bypassing Barrymore and Hugo, the little girl rushed toward Vikir, screaming that she was scared of the rain and thunderstorm outside the window. The frightened little girl jumped into her uncle's arms, begging for a hug and protection from that terrible thunder and lightning. Fear and excitement showed on the young man's face, for he did not want to allow Hugo to meet Pomerian. However, it was too late, and seeing the girl in front of him, the head immediately jumped up from his seat. When she saw Hugo, she stopped talking and looked at him carefully. But the man was alarmed and simply amazed. Looking at the girl, he realized that her face was familiar to him. The head of the Berserk family, Hugo le Baskerville, was known for driving the barbarian tribes far from the borders of the empire. He is also considered the strongest swordsman in the empire, as he has eliminated hundreds of monsters, and having an unwavering opinion, was nicknamed the Man of Iron Blood. But now Hugo's face was contorted with doubt at the mere sight of the Pomerian. Looking at the crying baby that sat in Vikir's arms, the head mistook her for his daughter Penelope. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears as she was frightened by this scary mustachioed man. Putting his arm around Pomerian, Vikir shouted, asking his father to calm down. The young man said he brought the girl here to keep an eye on her, and despite the red color of her eyes, she turned out to be a child of one of the border tribes. Looking at a worried Hugo, Vikir said that it was unlikely that Baskerville's blood flowed in this girl. Clutching his head, the head replied that he had imagined it for a moment, for if it were his daughter Penelope, she would look much older than this girl. After telling Vikir that he was very tired, Hugo and Barrymore headed for the exit and left the office. Wishing a happy journey, the young man could not understand how a man with such a callous soul suddenly lost his temper at the sight of Pomerian. Suddenly, before Hugo disappeared from the young man's sight, he turned around and invited his son to attend the big banquet to be held tomorrow. The secretary realized that it was a banquet to which only the closest descendants were allowed. Vikir accepted the invitation and said that they would see each other tomorrow night. One last glance at the little girl before leaving, trying to make sure it wasn't Penelope. Soon the rain outside stopped, and it was a quiet and peaceful night. Vikir lay in his room on the floor as a large and comfortable bed stood next to him. Lying on the floor, the young man thought about the fact that the hot shower and soft bed had become so unfamiliar to him during this time that now he couldn't sleep in this comfort. Thinking back to the Baloks, Vikir realized that it would take some time to get used to such a comfortable life again. However, Hugo was more concerned about Hugo's reaction, and he didn't know if he should reveal the truth about Pomerian and her pendant, because it had been easier to judge his actions before. Realizing that Pomerian could be the key to Hugo's overthrow, Vikir decided that after the banquet he would get information from him. Thinking that the most important thing in all this is the safety of the little girl, the young man finally relaxed and sleep began to overtake him. However, the guy was not destined to rest, because through his open window sneaked a stranger hiding under the hood. The girl nudged her dagger and it glinted in the light of the moon looking in the young man's window. Then the stranger approached the bed, hoping that the young sub-consul might be under the blanket. However, the silence and her cold-blooded calculation were broken by Vikir's words, who said that not even a day had passed since news of his arrival had already spread. Suddenly, the young man jumped out from under the bed and leaned on it, heading towards the girl to strike. Kicking the stranger's arm with his foot, the guy knocked her dagger away from her. The sharp weapon immediately slammed into the wall from such a sharp and strong blow. Vikir then prepared to eliminate the girl, but she turned to him and asked him to stop. Then the girl began to laugh, and the young man immediately recognized who the voice belonged to. Recognizing the interlocutor, the guy ordered not to come without warning, because a second more, and that would be eliminated. In response, the girl said that he has a strange habit of sleeping on the floor. Opening his face, the familiar Vikir said that he hadn't changed a bit. Taking off her mask, Sindivendi greeted the guy and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. In response, Vakir told her to stop joking around like that, but obviously the girl didn't take his words seriously. Then Sindavendi replied that he himself had sent the secretary to fetch her, and the young man said that despite all her merits, she continued to behave childishly. Sitting down on the bed, the girl called Vakir a rude man and said she only gets a commission for her job as finance manager. Cindy also recalled that if it weren't for her efforts, Judy, the flower girl, would have been left without the money he had given her. But the young man replied that that was why he had given the girl a guard. The girl replied that stupid guards couldn't handle such a task, but Vakir said that there was a financial expert among them. Cindy wondered why he hadn't contacted her. Turning to the girl, the young man replied that he had ordered the guards not to even approach her. Hearing this, the girl realized that she hadn't realized anything from the beginning and had been dancing to Vakir's tune. He asked Cindy if she had any progress on his request, and she said she had. She handed the package to Vakir, who said that she had changed a lot, and asked him to prepare the reports in a folder for next time. Looking at Sindavendi, the young man said he would keep his promise and let her join the trade with the natives. Opening the bundle, Vakir saw the lists of guests invited to tomorrow's banquet and their dossiers. The first on the list was Hugo, and the young man did not read the information about him because he knew him well enough. Next was his uncle, Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, who was Hugo's half-brother and captain of the Pit Bull squad. Also on the guest list was Brohomer Le Baskerville, Hugo's half-brother and captain of the Mastiff squad, who disliked Boston Terrier very much. Cindy replied that they wanted to meet the now-living legend of the Baskerville family. Then the girl said that the young man's uncles wanted to lure him into their orders, and Vakir realized how tedious tomorrow would be. Hearing from the young man that Osiris himself was invited to the banquet, the girl said that her eldest son was doomed from childhood to resemble Hugo and to master weapons perfectly. Remembering his past, Vakir thought he had only seen Osiris a couple times from afar, who was cold, reserved, and never said hello to anyone. Cindy asked the young man who was the strongest in the Baskerville clan, aside from the head and earls, and he replied that it was none of the girl's business. Vicar next saw information about Setter Le Baskerville and said he had heard that he was in closed individual training. Setter, in comparison with his older brother Osiris, was behind in swordsmanship and had poor health and also differed in character, being soft and kind. In his past life, Setter was the only one who mourned every hound dog and the only one of the family who could earn Vakir's respect. The young man rejoiced that he would be able to meet Brother Setter in person and in this life. Flipping through the following guest files, the young man stopped reading the names of those aloud and fell silent. Saying that the following names were unexpected, Vakir set the papers aside on the dresser. Angry, Cindy replied that she had struggled to get the list, and the young man had only glimpsed it. The guy said he did it because he knows the other guests, because he knows the three brothers well. Looking at all the collected dossiers of the invited guests, Vakir smiled wickedly as he realized that tomorrow's banquet would be a lot of fun. Soon the evening of the banquet arrived, and the young man went to the Baskervilles to honor them with his presence. When he approached the doors of the hall, he saw 2 guards guarding the closed event. Then the doors were opened before the young man and the members of the Baskerville family appeared before him, seated around a huge table. The arrival of Vicar Van Baskerville was announced to all present. The setter greeted the young man with a smile, but Osiris was as cold as ever in his display of affection. Trident Baskervilles greeted his brother with a slightly nervous smile and slight apprehension. Uncle Boston Terrier smiled broadly when he saw the boy, and Uncle Brohomer was pleasantly surprised at the young man. Vakir bowed to greet everyone and thanked Hugo for the invitation. In response to the young man's words, calling him son, the head told him to come and sit down at the table. Soon everyone was silently eating, and the only sounds in the room were the clinking of instruments against plates. The sepulchral silence was broken by the Boston Terrier saying that the meat was badly fried. Hugo asked if the man didn't like the meat. The man replied that he liked everything and that he meant something different. Pointing to his neighbor Broholmer, Boston Terrier said there's clearly trouble at the next plate. Afterwards, Squad Captain Mastiff asked the neighbor what he was unhappy about. The Boston Terrier replied that he merely remarked that the meat of that one was undercooked, and it was not permissible to feed such to his favorite nephew. In response, Broholmer said that Vakir is also his favorite nephew, and he wants him to choose the right path for himself. Then the men began to argue about which unit would be better for their nephew to join, for each of them was seriously targeting the young man. Listening to their inane arguments, Vakir immediately realized that they had come here to get their hands on him. 2 of the 7 Baskerville squads offered the young man to join them, and before the rebirth, Vakir would have seen it as a sign of respect. But in this life, he thought otherwise. As he continued his meal, the young man thought that his 2 uncles looked like stupid idiots arguing over him. At the same time, Barrymore, pouring wine into his glass, noticed that Hugo was in a good mood, and the usually silent brothers suddenly showed their concern. Noticing the manager, Vakir thought that he always looks for the good in all situations, but Hugo hates his brother's squabbles. Suddenly, the Boston Terrier turned to the young man, asking how he had lived on Red Black Mountain, how many barbarians he had eliminated, and asked him to demonstrate his skills. Broholmer also asked how his nephew had survived the dangerous forest and how much he had grown in his skills during that time. At this point, Hugo intervened and said to leave the young man alone. But his brothers continued to say that they were burning with curiosity. But the head got angry and ordered it to stop for all present, were well aware that the man does not repeat himself twice. Boston Terrier and Broholmer immediately bowed their heads and apologized for the inappropriate conversation at this table. However, Vakir abruptly stood up from the table and said that he had no problem demonstrating his skills in front of everyone. Hugo asked if he was tired after such a long and exhausting journey, but the young man said he was fine. Placing his index palette on the table, Vakir said that every day is a training session, and to prove yourself, the time is always right. The young man looked at Uncle Boston Terrier and said that he seemed to have poured too much wine into his glass. The boy noticed that his Uncle Broholmer's steak was really undercooked. The very next moment, Vakir used his power and emitted it through his finger on the table. Suddenly, to everyone, the young man's strength traveled across the table and reached Boston Terrier's glass and Broholmer's plate. As if by a miracle, the steak was well cooked and exuded a delicious flavor. The wine glass began to bubble and a certain amount of the drink evaporated. Taking a bite of meat, Broholmer marveled at how the young man was able to grill the steak without a fire with his strength. The Boston Terrier was similarly amazed at the change in the amount of drink in his glass and mused loudly. Everyone realized that Vakir had skipped mana across the table and found himself a mid-level graduate at the age of 17, when normal people achieve such accomplishments at the age of 33. Looking at Hugo, his brother said that he had something to be proud of because his son had mastered serious techniques, but the head was silent in response. Looking at his father, Vakir thought that such a calm reaction from Hugo was quite strange. The young man thought that he had shown a decent level of intermediate-level graduate 2 years ago when fighting the mistress and was surprised that no one had told Hugo about it yet. Looking at the triplets, Vakir thought they must have known about it and wondered why they hadn't reported it to the head. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by one of his brothers saying that the young man had worked hard on himself. This was praise from Osiris, who wished to keep Vakir developing in the same vein. The young man thanked his older brother and was surprised that he finally recognized him. Vakir was hesitant to recognize the first contender to replace Hugo in the Baskerville family and presumed that he might just rate him as a good fighting specimen. Then Setter entered the conversation and said it was the first time he had ever heard Brother Osiris praise anyone, much less smile. Looking at the young man, Setter said that Vakir had the same stony and unemotional face as Osiris, and asked if he remembered him. The young man said he did. The Setter replied that he was happy about it, because he spends most of his time in the hospital wing or in a separate training room due to his poor health. Then Setter said that he would visit Vakir to hear stories about life in the forest. The boy thought that he was not like Baskervilles because he was kind and open. In a past life, Vakir was fortunate enough to serve for a time as a setter who, in the turmoil of battle alone, mourned all the hounds and even managed to support him. Even after the false accusation, Brother Setter tried to defend Vakir until the very end. Looking at his brother, Vakir thought that he was the only one of all the Baskervilles he wanted to see in this life. But the young man was confused by one unpleasant factor, because from the very beginning of the banquet, he felt an unbearable odor spread throughout the hall. This smell was the same as the horrible stench that had permeated the entire fall of the world in his past life, and it was the smell of demons that simply could not be forgotten. Smelling the stench again, Vakir realized at once that there was a demon among those present. Glancing around at everyone present, Vakir tried to figure out who was the source of this ominous stench. And looking at his brother Setter, the young man had a suspicion that he might be a demon. As Vakir watched, he realized that his brother was trying to lighten the mood at the banquet with his talk. Setter even takes an interest in the affairs of the servants who come close to pouring wine into the glass. The guy was exactly as he had been in his memory, but now he reeked of demon stench. Setter then looked at Vakir and said that he had heard of his position as subconsul in the city of Underdog and that he was respected by the citizens. Guy told his younger brother that after his return, he hoped to cooperate with that, and Vakir accepted the offer. The brothers then raised their glasses to each other to seal their pact. Looking at his glass, Vakir saw something very strange that doubled his suspicions. Brother Setter was not reflected in the glass when Osiris was seen in what could mean that Setter was no longer there, and his body was a shell for the demon. Realizing this bitter truth, Vakir thought about informing everyone present. However, the guy decided not to talk about it now, because all will require evidence that he decided to collect in the near future. Then Setter, continuing his conversations, asked the young man which order he was going to join. Without hearing a reply, the boy said he used to think Dobermans were the most beautiful uniforms, but Osiris told him to stop talking to him because they hadn't finished eating yet. With a menacing glance at Setter, Brother Osiris ordered him to stop pestering Vikir with his idle talk and get on with the contents of his plate. Hugo then turned to Vikir and asked him if he liked the food. Hugo then turned to Vikir and asked him if he had enjoyed the food. The head was happy to hear this and asked his son to come to his office after dinner because he wanted to discuss something with him. Soon dinner was over, and Vikir left the banquet hall heading for Hugo's office. On the way, the young man reasoned that this 5-hour dinner had been quite tiring and that the enrollment papers for the academy should have arrived by now. Thinking that Hugo had called him into his office for that very reason, Vikir didn't notice the man with the gun standing behind him on the wall. Already in the next second, a powerful attack was directed towards the young man. Feeling it, the young man immediately realized that it was the 6th Baskerville technique and began to think about whether it was worth reflecting. Grabbing his sword, Vikir decided that he would not do it, as he had shown everyone that he was a mid-level graduate and would pretend that this attack was beyond him. Applying the 4th Baskerville technique, the young man tried to plausibly repel the enemy's attack so as not to give himself away. Vikir realized that those blows he could not handle would not be able to do damage, for they would be absorbed by the blessing of the river Styx and his aura. And when Vikir expected those blows to catch up with him now, he noticed how those stopped and that attack was called back. Surprised at this turn of events, the young man froze in place and heard the laughter of the man who had attacked him. This man turned out to be a Boston Terrier who said that his nephew had grown so much because he was able to stand with his weaker technique against his attack. Going down to the young man, the man said that his instincts never failed him and asked him what he thought about joining his squad. But at that moment, Broholmer was behind Vikir's back, saying that only Boston Terrier had the nerve to bare his sword within the walls of the main house. The man went on to say that such an attack was pathetic, and if Hugo had found out about it, he would have been exiled for a few months at best. The Boston Terrier replied that he had calculated his attack to scatter right in front of his nephew, who didn't have a scratch on him. Watching his uncle argue over which squad he should join, Vikir hid his sword in its scabbard. Then the men left the subject concerning the young man and had already turned to personal reproaches and rebukes of each other. The men drew their swords to decide who would take the young man. Vikir, meanwhile, left them, for they had had enough of him. Moving away from his uncles, the young man thought that Boston Terrier's technique was rather weak. Heading towards the chapter, Vikir reasoned that he had actually already mastered the 7th technique, and also had a demonic sword and power from the river Styx. The young man realized that with such a set of advantages, he could easily stand against the 2 counts. Suddenly, Vikir's path was blocked, and he looked at his opponents in surprise. In front of the young man stood the Baskerville triplets, looking at him intently. All 3 brothers began to simultaneously draw their swords in front of Vikir. The young man was surprised by such an act, for he was sure that they were well aware of their overall difference in strength. And just when Vikir thought he would have to eliminate these insolent hounds who had forgotten their place, the triplets kneeled before him. Then the young man noticed one strange detail in their posture, for the swords of the brothers stood on top of their feet, resting on their shoes. Not fully realizing the triplets' intentions, Vikir thought it looked like a vow. This vulnerable stance was a sign of honor when one puts one's life entirely in the hands of another, for if one pressed the sword, it would go through the foot. Looking at the triplets with a cold gaze, the young man asked what they were up to. All 3 brothers answered in one voice that they wanted to pay back Vikir. Then one of the brothers told the young man that he had been terribly afraid of him since he was 9 years old, and their common incident. However, after hunting the most dangerous Cerberus, he recognized Vikir as a strong and worthy fellow. When Vikir ruthlessly eliminated the troll, he couldn't believe his eyes. Finally, when Vikir went up against the forest monster, fear and reverence for him came together. The brothers said that they survived that day because of the young man, and from now and forever they want to become the trident of Vicar van Baskerville. Looking at their brother, the triplets asked Vikir to become their master, whom they hound dogs would serve until their last breath. After their words, the young man remembered that in the past it was the brothers who had captured him when he escaped after false accusations, and then those were nicknamed Trident Hugo. Vikir realized that like all hounds, they were simply following orders, but that would not change the feelings of the young man, who walked past the brothers, swearing their loyalty. The brothers realized that Vikir did not recognize them and were upset because they were ready to serve him to the last. But not before leaving the triplets, the young man told them that he didn't need their oath, but they would talk next time, because now he was busy. Rejoicing that Vikir had not rejected them, the brothers replied that they were glad to have even met him and that they would not make any plans from now on. The young man did not answer them, for his thoughts were occupied with more important matters at the moment. Vikir had a hard time accepting that Setter's body had been taken over by a demon and decided to have Cindivendi look into the matter today. The young man was serious because he was determined to eliminate this demon by all means. But before that, the young man had another serious conversation with his father, Hugo. This conversation turned out to be quite heated and horrified even Superintendent Barrymore, who was present. After the young man had asked a disconcerting question, Hugo thought he had overheard, and once again told the boy to repeat his words. Vikir mentioned the chapter's first wife, Roxanne, and her daughter, Penelope, and asked her father to tell about those. Angry at the young man's question, Hugo asked how the man knew about his wife and daughter. Vikir reacted calmly to his father's aggression, for he was ready for it and had long wanted to begin the first act of his revenge. However, their conversation began with another topic, namely the letter from the academy, which Hugo gave to the young man. While Vikir was familiarizing himself with the contents of the documents, the head said that he had kept his promise as they had agreed and that he had been accepted into the academy. Holding in his hands the papers with the notice of admission to the academy, the young man realized that he was right in his assumptions about the topic of their conversation. Coliseum Academy was the largest institution of the Great Rock Empire, graduation from which allows you to build a career in an elite environment. In the past, Vikir had only been at the academy as a servant of the triplets. Even then, his face was covered with scars, and he had a limp, which made him despised by every noble scion. Looking at his son, Hugo asked him to take care of the triplets because the boy had insisted on enrolling them and asked if he needed anything else. The young man took the opportunity to ask about his reward for the Morgue family, paying Hugo a large compensation for his disappearance. In response, the head of the Baskerville family asked what exactly Vikir wanted, and he asked to share the information as a reward. Hugo asked what exactly his son was interested in, and the young man replied that he viewed his father's question as an endorsement for later uncomfortable questions. Looking at Hugo, Vikir asked him to tell him about Mistress Roxanne and Penelope. The head was roused by his son's question and asked again what the young man had just said. Vikir again asked Hugo to talk about first wife Roxanne and their daughter Penelope. Rather nervously, the head asked how the young man knew about his wife and daughter. But before he could get an answer, Hugo was angry and continued to pester his son with questions, for he did not understand why he was asking for this information. Calmly responding to his father's attacks, Vikir said that in order to explain the situation, he first needed to hear a response because it was not just a matter of interest. The young man was sure that once he knew the truth about his wife and his daughter, who had been stolen by the barbarians, he would know if he should reveal the truth about Pomerian. Based on the information that Barrymore once told, one might think that it was all a fairy tale, and then it was not worth introducing the chapter to the girl. After gathering his courage, Hugo began to tell that his dear wife Roxana was his only love, and his daughter Penelope was his only treasure. Hearing the head speak affectionately to his departed wife, Vikir was surprised that such words could come out of his father's mouth. The man admitted that the marriage with Roxana was not by calculation, because she was an ordinary girl from the common people. Hugo still remembered the day they met, and that it had been love at first sight. This relationship was complicated. The girl tried to distance herself from her status, but Hugo dropped everything and followed her. For Roxanne's sake, the man was ready to sacrifice anything, not only his soul, but also his body. Not expecting to hear the full story of their life, Vikir thanked his father for his trust, but asked to move on to his transaction question. Hugo did not hear him, however, and went on to tell him that their feelings had been tested again, for after their escape, the Baskervilles had set the trackers upon them. No one accepted this alliance, and so Hugo had to fight hard to keep Roxanne safe. But still, they were able to endure everything because they loved each other. Despite the protests of parents, the young people got engaged, and soon the long-awaited daughter Penelope was born. Hugo told Vikir that he tried his best to keep his happiness in the form of his beloved wife and daughter. However, after giving birth, Roxanne began to slowly fade, and eventually heaven took the girl, and then the man was left with little Penelope in his arms. Fortunately, the daughter grew up a beautiful child who pleased all the Baskervilles and who got a strong character and a pure heart like her mother, Roxanne. Penelope's well-being alone was already a blessing for Hugo, but one incident changed everything. While walking through the forest, the girl was stolen by the Rococo tribe, who eliminated all the accompanying guards of that one. With anger and pain, Hugo said he still doesn't understand how these barbarians ended up in the Baskervilles' domain and were able to steal his daughter. Looking at Vikir, the head continued to tell that, citing an interest in expanding the empire's borders, he had taken up the search for his daughter while eliminating the barbarians. Since this proved to be a difficult task alone, man blinded by anger forcibly married others to increase his offspring. So decades later, Hugo managed to create a powerful family on the frontier that no one dared look down on. Using such low and dirty methods, the man started a distinguished family dubbed the Ironblood family. It turns out that behind the cold-bloodedness in the name of creating a powerful family and working for the good of the empire hides a heart wounded by the pain of loss, Hugo Le Baskerville. Vikir is convinced that every villain has his own tragic backstory, But from this atrocities of those nowhere disappear, and the head is a terrible man treating his children as cattle for slaughter. But now the young man realized how dear his wife and daughter were to Hugo, who, after his story, immediately ordered him to explain the reason for the matter. The young man did not answer immediately, but went into his pocket to get something to show his father. Placing the gold pendant on the table, Vakir offered Hugo a look at the piece. This gold pendant was engraved with the Baskerville family crest. Taking the pendant in his hands, Hugo immediately recognized this jewelry because he made it for Roxanne, and after that it was worn by Penelope. Upon opening the pendant, the man saw a picture of him with his wife and daughter. Heading towards the front door, Vakir asked how Hugo would act if he found out that Mrs. Penelope had a child who was now alive. Not believing his ears, the head once again asked what he said. Barrymore was also shocked by the information he heard. Approaching the door, the young man repeated that he was speaking of Mrs. Penelope's daughter, or, in other words, the man's granddaughter. Opening the door, Vakir let a small and living confirmation of his words into Hugo's office. Once inside, Pomerian told Uncle Vakir that she was waiting quietly outside the door as he had asked, and the head immediately recognized the girl he had seen earlier. The young man admitted that he had lied to Hugo because he had met this girl on the territory of the Rococo tribe who showed her pendant and said that her mother was in the picture. Looking at the little girl hugging Vakir's leg, the head asked if Penelope was really the mother of that one. Holding the picture pendant in his shaking hands, the man kept comparing his daughter Penelope to this girl. Wanting the head himself to realize that it was his granddaughter and accept that fact, Vakir continued to remain silent and wait for a reaction from the one. Watching Hugo get up from the table, Vakir realized that he was torn in doubts, for the girl had the blood of the man he loved and the hated barbarians. The young man was very curious if his father would be able to keep his composure in front of Pomerian. Looking at the little girl, the man pondered that she had been found in the territory of the Rococo tribe. Then, with an angry look, Hugo asked Vakir if there was a good chance that the girl was born from his daughter's union with Varvar. Wanting the head to burn with rage, the young man replied that he was thinking in the right direction. Hearing the answer to his question, Hugo's hand involuntarily reached for Pomerian. Watching this, Vakir was secretly glad that his revenge for Hugo was finally beginning. After this incident, a new day came, and Vakir, along with Osiris and Barrymore, stood in the garden watching the nice conversation between the head and Pomerian. Sitting in Hugo's arms, the girl playing with his beard called him grandfather, and the man couldn't believe his ears that Pomerian addressed him that way. Looking at this, Osiris said that although he hasn't been in this world that long, it's the first time he's been so surprised. Barrymore said that although he's been in this world that long, he absolutely agrees with that. But Vakir, looking at Hugo's attitude toward the girl, still had no way of understanding what was going on here. Right before the young man's eyes, the image of the Hugo he had always known about cracked, and he turned into a different person. The heartless and cruel man was only glad that little Pomerian called him grandfather. Not even imagining that he could ever be a grandfather to anyone, the man cried without any embarrassment. Confused and bewildered, Vakir continued to stare at his father, not understanding why he had changed so much in the blink of an eye. The young man's soul was racked with anger and resentment, for Hugo's face was adorned with joy, and his revenge with the Pomeranians was a losing proposition. He remembered the moment after his rebirth when he was 15 years old, and stood in front of Hugo, wondering if he could eliminate him. The answer was unambiguous and obvious at that point. There was no way the guy would have made it. Vakir would not be able to take his father by surprise, for he had reached the level of swordmaster and was also gifted with a heart as cold as ice. 2 years later, having already forgotten about the elimination of his father, the young man suddenly met Pomerian, who turned out to be the granddaughter of that. The girl turned out to be the only mention of his favorite daughter, Penelope, and the appearance of her awakened the man's long-dormant feelings. At the same moment, all this time, Vakir had been honing his combat skills and had gotten hold of the mistress's poison with Beelzebub's help, greatly increasing his success rate in eliminating the head. And on today's day, the young man wanted to proceed with his revenge, but his plan went awry. For some reason unknown to Vakir, a happy smile never left Hugo's face that day. The boy was in despair, for he did not understand why his father was not torn by the inner turmoil of the fact that the blood of the Rococo barbarians flowed in the little girl. Remembering how the man brought his hand to Pomerian's, Vakir thought the man would not be able to hold back his anger knowing what kind of background she came from. However, Pomerian was not frightened by the head and held out her hands to him, saying that her mom often looked at the photo in the pendant and always wanted to meet her dad again. Then the girl asked the man if he was her grandfather, which immediately melted his heart. Hugo's memories immediately brought up his favorite daughter, Penelope, who was so similar to his granddaughter, Pomerian. When he remembered his daughter, the man immediately became cowardly from the overwhelming feelings and grief because he could not find her. Bitter tears gushed from the man's eyes, releasing him from years of accumulated heartache. Falling to his knees, Hugo cried unceasingly at the explosion in front of the little copy of his daughter. At this point, Barrymore distracted Vikir from his musings and reminiscences by congratulating him on such a great success. The manager said that the young man had managed to make the head smile as wide as ever, and now the man was finally happy. And all of this was made possible and real through the efforts of young Mr. Wicker. At this moment when Hugo was first exposed and so defenseless, the only thing the young man felt was his own powerlessness. Soon the day came to an end, and the clear sky was enveloped by the dark shroud of night. Despite the eventful day, Vikir couldn't sleep and lay on his bed continuing to reflect on what had happened. Hugo from his previous life was a different person, because when Vikir asked him to listen to him, he did not make any concessions. When Vikir asked why all the sins were hung on him, the head replied that he did not want to listen to the words of a sinner. Looking at his son, Hugo despised him for collaborating with demons, and especially for selling children to them. But Vikir continued to deny his involvement. Unwilling to listen to the words of his despicable son, the head decided to do a terrible deed and drew his sword and slashed Vikir's face and mouth so that he would not speak again. Looking at the guy clutching his scarred face, Hugo told him not to dare open his rotten mouth in front of him. Vikir vividly remembered the moment when his father called him a rotten brat, looking at him with all the hatred one could look at a man with. Then Hugo Le Baskerville was the man who pinned the blame on Vikir and summarily executed him. Now lying on the bed, the young man continued to wonder why he was so opposed to revenge, but his musings were disturbed. Sindivendi said that he had called out to her, but would not even sit down properly in front of her. Without getting out of bed, Vikir asked the girl why she had come. Sindivendi answered rudely that she had brought what the boy had asked for. Throwing a folder of papers right in front of the young man's face, the girl said it was the complete file on the Setter Le Baskerville case. Taking a seat next to Vikir, Sindivendi said that she had a lot to do and needed to get right to the point, and then inquired about the young man's mood. Hearing no answer, the girl said indignantly that she had been working for the last few days to find information about his brother Setter. Sindivendi said that Setter anonymously made donations and placed orphans in foster homes. However, no information about the families and the fate of the children has been found, so if Setter is really a demon, things are very bad. Nervously, the girl said that everyone knew perfectly well for what purpose the demons could steal children because their goal was to devour the unfortunate ones. Studying the documents collected on his brother, Vikir realized that he may well have been involved in the disappearance of the children in Underdog. As he began to crumple the sheets of paper with anger, the young man realized that he had missed something very important. If the current Setter is a demon, then he was also a demon shell in his past life. In a previous life, Setter was the one who told the young man that Hugo intended to slander him in order to eliminate him. Standing in front of Vikir's prison cell, Setter expressed his pity for him by covering his face with his hand. Regretting that he couldn't help his little brother Setter didn't really hide his grieving face, but his sinister smile. Thinking back on it, Vikir finally realized who really was the main and real villain in their family. At the same time, two people were walking somewhere, and one of them asked his lord patron where they were going. The person who inquired about the direction was a little boy who was told they were going to look at his future home. Wary of the sight around him, the boy replied that the director of the orphanage said he would be taken in by a good family. However, in front of the boy was an ordinary cave that clearly did not look like a new, comfortable home for a child. Accompanying the boy was Setter Le Baskerville, who said there must have been some misunderstanding. The very next moment, the man told the boy that the cave was not quite home, and his face began to reveal something terrible beneath. Setter's face kept opening, and the demon lurking there said the boy would have to stay in that cave forever. Having completed its transformation, the child was faced with a creepy monster with many teeth, and an eye in the center of its mouth looking at its victim. Without a shred of sympathy, the demon began to devour the unfortunate boy, without even giving him a chance to escape. Soon, Setter resumed his former appearance and said there was nothing tastier than these little people. Licking the remnants of blood from his face, the 10th Agil Andromalius of the demonic 10 devils said that he could not stop devouring children. The demon then entered his cave and sat on a stone throne musing on his sinister plans. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, Andromalius said that he missed having so much of the children's blood. The 10th Agil seriously considered breeding people as they breed cattle for slaughter. Then the demon in the guise of Setter turned to the three-eyed Raven and called him the 8th Agil and asked him what he thought about it. Raven replied that he was against it, for people might suspect something wrong, and reproached Andromalius for spoiling himself by eating children. Raven warned the demon to watch out for the scent, for the Baskerville hounds have a keen sense of smell. But Andromalius replied that he had prepared a trap that would make it impossible to get into the cave. Setter said that at this rate the gate would have to feed on human blood for another dozen years to open, to which the Raven again ordered him to be careful among the humans. Then the demon in the form of a raven asked if there was any more news. Andromalius replied that things were going smoothly and asked how he was doing with the morgues. Raven replied that with those everything goes according to plan, because not for nothing they are representatives of the demonic 10 of the devil wishing to open the gate to begin the fall of the world. The Raven then mouthed an oath for the fall of the world and praised the demonic 10 devil disappeared, leaving behind a black, liquid slime. When he disappeared, Andromalius said that the decision not to talk about the old senile Hugo, who had gone mad after meeting his granddaughter, was the right one. The demon realized that the Baskervilles would be easier to defeat if the head retained his steely composure, so he should continue to treat the hounds as trash. Andromalius was out of his mind as his original plan began to fall apart, and it was all because of the unfortunate scum of Vikir van Baskerville. The demon was angry that Vikir had come out alive as an infant from the fight with the snakes he had ordered to be thrown into his cradle. Then Andromalius rejoiced when the young man did not return from the forest during the rescue of Camus Morgue, but he not only returned, but brought Pomerian with him, which disrupted all plans. The demon in Setter's body realized that he was right when he said he had to get rid of all the parasites at once. At the same time in the Baskerville mansion, Hugo and Vikir were walking down the hallway together. The young man did not understand why they were walking in complete silence, because his father had summoned him, and obviously he wanted something. Looking at the head from the side, Vikir realized that he was now completely open, and this was the best moment to eliminate the man. But the young man dismissed the idea because it had previously occupied all his thoughts, but now everything was completely different. Suddenly, Hugo stopped and turned to his son and said that he was aware that he hated him. Vikir didn't expect to hear that from the head. The man said he always realized how much his children despised him because he called his sons hounds and put them in constant danger. The head knew that he had been cruel to Vikir despite all his successes, and the reason for it all was the desire for revenge against the barbarians that had completely consumed him. The young man could not believe that his father would admit his own guilt and suggested that he might be testing him with his confession. However, Hugo was serious in his repentance, and bowing his head before his son, he apologized and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The head learned about his daughter's life from Pomerian, who said that she was happy to the last, and then he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did the man let go of the past and felt as if he had been rescued and freed from his shackles. Without raising his head, Hugo said it was all thanks to Vikir, for he had brought Pomerian to him, and now he could demand anything he wanted, for it was his thanks to his son. After the rebirth, Vikir was constantly haunted by a vague suspicion. For example, when Hugo wished him luck at the midterm evaluation, or when the head warned the young man of the dangers of fighting on the training ground. Also alarming was the moment when the man worried about his son's injury after practice, and even when he praised Vikir and said he believed he wouldn't do anything stupid going into the morgue's domain. These two Hugo differed in his past life. The one was cold and soulless. After the rebirth, the head became softer, which only confuses the young man more. Vikir did not know if he could forgive his father, because for the last 17 years he had lived with the desire to take revenge on him, because it was Hugo who did not listen to him in the past and ordered his execution. Looking at Hugo crouching in front of him, the young man thrashed and didn't know whether to choose forgiveness or revenge. Deciding to finish what he had started first, Vikir asked the head to raise his head. The young man asked again if he could ask for anything he wanted, and Hugo confirmed it. Then Vikir voiced his wish to his father, deciding that he would figure out what to do about it later, because now he had more important things to do. In the garden at this time was Pomerian, who was having her hair braided and asked if she liked the mansion, to which the girl replied that she was glad to be here because her grandfather and Uncle Vikir were here. Then the man who was with the little girl asked her a question about whether she had forgotten his name, and the girl hesitated. Pointing her finger at him, Pomerian remembered that this uncle's name was Setter. Suddenly, the nanny came up to them and asked Setter why he wasn't going to practice. The man replied that he wanted to see his niece beforehand. The woman then reported that the head had ordered that no one be allowed near Pomerian, to which Setter replied that he was aware and they would keep the prank a secret. Holding the girl's hair in his hands, Setter said she had very pretty hair. The man said that the baby's hair looked a lot like Penelope's sister's. The nanny was surprised to hear this and asked again what the man had just said. Looking at Setter, Nanny said that he could not have seen Penelope, for as far as she knew, he had not yet been born when the head's daughter lived here. At that moment, the demon in the guise of Setter realized that he had seriously misspoke and answered the nanny that Hugo was looking for him. Then the demon opened the back of Setter's head and, hypnotizing that one with his eye, ordered the woman to hurry up, for the head does not like to wait. Even under hypnosis, tears welled up in the woman's eyes and she made a sound of fright. Pomerian heard the sound and realized that something had happened behind her back. However, when the girl turned around to look, there was no longer a babysitter behind her, only Uncle Setter. While the man was telling the little girl that the babysitter had some business to attend to and left, The demon sitting in him almost engulfed the woman and hit its maw on the back of her head. Setter then asked if Pomerian loved Grandpa Hugo, and she said she did and thought Grandpa loved her too. Looking at the little girl with an ominous gaze, the demon Andromalius thought that Pomerian looked a lot like Hugo's daughter and wife. Intent on eliminating the little girl, the demon began to split his flesh on his arm to quickly and stealthily consume her. Andromalius wondered how much the head of the Baskervilles would suffer if he got rid of his granddaughter right now. But the demon's plans were interrupted by the sudden appearance of Osiris, who asked Setter why he was here and where Nanny Pomerian was. Andromalius was extremely unhappy with the appearance of that one because he had almost managed to get rid of the girl. Setter answered Osiris that when he came here, the nanny wasn't around, so he decided to look after the baby. Saying that his father would be furious if he knew about it, Osiris suggested not to disturb him and keep it a secret. Setter supported this idea. Osiris then told his brother that he needed to go back to closed practices, to which Setter replied that he had put it off until next week. After his brother's words, Osiris was silent for a moment and looked intently at Setter. Taking his brother's hand, Osiris said that he was not sparing himself at all, and that if he needed his help, he should let him know at once. When Osiris took his hand and said those words, Setter couldn't believe that he cared for him. He thought that if it weren't for Osiris, his life would have been perfect, because his father was always comparing them and pressuring him. Seeing that Setter didn't react to his words, Osiris called his name, trying to understand what was happening to him. Covering his face with his hand, the demon Andromalius realized that the echoes of Setter's soul remaining in this body had plunged him into memories of the past. After apologizing, Setter walked away from Pomerian and Osiris, saying that since his brother had come here, he could leave now. Osiris sighed heavily as he looked at his brother and caught the girl's attention. He told Pomerian that for the first time in his life, he told Setter that he was worried and concerned about. Osiris was raised as the first in-line heir after Hugo, and so he was made to believe that he should be like his father and become emotionless. However, when he saw that the head could express emotions, he wondered if he would be able to express all the feelings that had been overwhelming him for so long. Stroking Pomerian's head, Osiris thanked his niece profusely. Due to the fact that the baby appeared in the Baskerville mansion, family members finally began to change and began to show their true feelings. The demon in the guise of Setter, meanwhile, had returned to its lair in the cave. Sitting on his stone throne, Andromalius could not calm down after what had happened recently. The demon realized that getting close to his granddaughter would be a difficult task. And here was the perfect chance to eliminate the girl and destroy Hugo for good. But Osiris thwarted the opportunity. The demon sighed heavily, thinking that there was still plenty of time before the gate opened, so there was no need to rush it. The demon in Setter's body decided it made sense to wait for Hugo to become more attached to Pomerian, and that's when he would devour the girl. Andromalius longed to wait for that wonderful day when he could get rid of this little girl. Remembering what he had done to the head's wife, Roxanne, the demon thought it might be possible to poison Pomerian as well and make it look like an incurable disease. His other option was to recruit and use barbarians, because that's what he did to Hugo's daughter Penelope. Determined to ruin Hugo le Baskerville's life for good, Andromalius said he would deal with the girl in the cruelest way possible. However, his infernal plans were decided to be thwarted by Vakir, who was already standing at the entrance of the demon's hideout. Using the demonic sword, Beelzebub, the young man struck to destroy the trap hiding the passage to the cave. Already in the next second, Vakir had made a breach in the cave, and it was immediately noticed by Andromalius, who turned around at the noise. Frightened that a crack had appeared in the trap, the demon rose abruptly from his throne. Soon, the silhouette of a man who had entered the cave appeared in front of Setter. Coming out of the semi-darkness, Vakir turned to Setter, saying that he had come to visit him as they had agreed earlier. Looking at the young man standing in front of him, the demon was horrified, because he could not understand how he could get in. Using the silent heal skill, Vakir said that he was following Setter all the time, but he didn't notice him because he was hovering in the clouds. After realizing that the young man was only a mid-level graduate, but was able to damage the trap, the demon was afraid that he could also reveal his true identity. Looking around the filthy cave with many human bones, the young man said that Setter was obviously not expecting visitors and asked why he was sitting here. Looking at Setter and his surroundings, Vakir said that one would think he was the same demon that kidnaps children in Underdog. Hearing the words of the young man, the demon immediately showed himself, because he realized that he had guessed everything. Glaring angrily at Setter, Vakir was a little surprised that the man was no longer willing to play his part and reveal himself so quickly. Reaching for his sword, the demon replied that there was no point in hiding it any longer, especially since the young man was the only witness. Revealing his blade, Setter asked Vakir why he was so sure of himself for daring to enter the cave alone. Quickly drawing his blade and without waiting for a response, the demon swung before striking and said that Vakir had made it easier for him to do so. In the next second, Setter attacked the young man, striking him with his blade at the level of his neck. Confident of his success, the demon in the guise of Setter smiled broadly. However, seeing the look on Vikir's face, Andromalius realized that something strange had happened. Lowering his gaze and seeing the bloody shirt, the demon finally realized that he was the one who lost his arm, and the young man was unharmed. Feeling a sharp pain, Setter immediately screamed and bowed to Vikir, who stood with the demonic sword in his hand. Realizing that the young man had a voracious sword in his hand, Beelzebub the demon couldn't understand when he had exposed it or how he had managed to get it. Setter asked how Vikir had gotten hold of the remains of the Lord of the Flies, and the young man replied that the demon was good at touching and similar things. Vikir looked at him and asked if he should address his brother as one of the 10 demons who had come to open the gates to the Aegel. The demon shouted and asked how he knew about it. But looking more closely at the young man, Andromalius noticed something strange in the reflection of his soul. The demon saw that Vikir's young soul was soaked in the blood of his fellows. Looking into the young man's eyes, Andromalius thought he might be in hell. Vikir's anger grew as he realized that Setter was actually the one who had framed him in his past life while playing the savior. Nor did the dastardly demon miss the opportunity to torture Vikir before his last breath. Looking at the frightened expression on the demon's face, the young man told the one that he could start praying. Mad with anger, Vikir said that Andromalius could not even hope to leave this world quickly, for he would suffer painfully and for a long time. Before the rebirth of Vikir, a terrible age of destruction had descended upon the world, taking all of humanity by surprise. The gate that is the passage between the kingdom of demons and the world of men tore the vault of heaven and began the invasion, which was then called the Fall. The celestial space was split by the hands of a horrible demon who looked at the pitiful humans with his mad eyes. The first to reach the ground were 10 high-ranking demons who were responsible for opening the gate, and they were called the demonic 10 devils. During a fierce battle, Vikir was confronted by one of the demons, and the consequences were irreparable. All who faced this merciless creature lost faith and hope for salvation, and fell at the hands of it, giving their last breaths. Of the 671 people involved in this battle, 666 warriors were eliminated by the hands of demons. At the same time, 4 people lay unconscious on the battlefield, so that in fact there was only one living member of the human race left. This man turned out to be Vikir, and he survived only because the demon wished to stop at a beautiful number, namely 666 people whom he eliminated. The power of this demonic creature was the true embodiment of destruction and disaster in this world. Now, looking at the demon occupying his brother Setter's body, Vikir realized that he had never expected to meet one of those representatives in this life. Looking at all the remains of human bones lying in the cave, the young man realized that this demon had long ago subdued Setter and was doing its dirty work. However, Vikir's musings were interrupted by Andromalius's loud laughter, which brought an obvious look of contempt to the young man's face. The demon mocked at the sad expression on Vikir's face when he noticed the large amount of children's bones piled up in this cave. Showing some parts of children's bodies in his hand, Andromalius said not to worry about it, because all are alive in his belly. Making pleas for help in the children's absorbed voices, the demon asked the young man if he wanted the children to return. Such a cruel prank was not to Vikir's liking, and he glared angrily at his opponent with hatred. The very next moment, in a fit of anger, the young man attacked and struck at Andromalius's other arm. The demon cried out in sharp pain, but the young man ordered him to stop his antics, because people who left this world do not come back to life. Ignoring Vikir's words, the demon began to moan and lament that the young man had robbed him of both his arms. But in a second, Andromalius regenerated and grew back his lost arms and smiled maliciously, mocking the boy. Rising from his knees and shaking the dirt off his pants, the demon said that apparently Vikir had as many secrets as he did. Andromalius said that Osiris was hailed as a genius for becoming a mid-level graduate at the age of 30, but Vikir achieved such success at the age of 17. The demon also mentioned that the young man had somehow managed to get his hands on Beelzebub, which would cause him a lot of problems in the future. Based on all these factors, Andromalius turned his hand into a sword and decided to finally eliminate Vikir here and now. Raising his sword, Beelzebub, and signaling his readiness for battle, the young man replied that in this cave, the one to be eliminated would be only a demon. Thus, the 2 strongest opponents were ready to clash in a fierce battle in this lair that held many children's souls and remains. Vikir rushed to attack Andromalius, striking him with his demonic sword with sharp, whip-like blows. But the demon was not inferior to the young man, and with a smile on his face, deftly repelled the blows, being confident in his superiority because he was a pure-blood and the young man was a third-rate descendant. In the Baskerville family, there is a rule that sideline and illegitimate children can only master the first 4 techniques for battles. Using the 6th Baskerville technique in attacking the young man, the demon was sure that Vikiru would not be defeated, because he only had 4 techniques to master. But the lad was not caught unawares. and with a cold and cruel stare, he stooped to fight back against his adversary. Also using the sixth Baskerville's technique, Vakir struck back at the Agile Andromalius, and their swords clashed. For a moment, the demon was confused because he didn't think that this pathetic guy had also mastered this technique. But fearing that the young man would pull another trick, Andromalius immediately split his face open and let out a sharp blade made entirely of blood. That bloody blade reached Vakir's face with lightning speed, and in the next second was ready to pierce that man's eye. But the young man was not afraid of the approaching danger, and having infused the demonic sword Beelzebub with his mana, he began to suppress the sword of his opponent. Using the seventh Baskerville technique, Vakir shattered Andromalius's sturdy sword, much to his surprise. From such a powerful attack and a strong flow of mana exuded by the young man, the demon was thrown back a few meters by the shockwave. Not expecting Vakir to use the seventh fang, Agile Andromalius was seriously injured and began spitting up blood from internal injuries. Looking at the approaching young man, the demon could not understand how he was able to master the seventh technique if it is available only to the head of the Hugo family. But before he could come to any conclusion, Andromalius was struck again by the powerful and merciless attack of Vakir van Baskerville. Having pierced through the demon's body, the young man said that underground creatures always look down on people and think that the whole world revolves around them. Looking straight into the face of the wounded and ravaged Agile of the Devil's 10, Vakir angrily said that putting those in their place was a lot of fun. Remembering the past, the young man realized that even the heroes who had closed the gate and stopped the fall had not been able to get even with all 10 demons. But keeping the demon on the hook, Vakir realized that now everything is different because the fall has not yet begun and the weakened 10 demons are forced to hide, which is a great chance. Approaching Setter's ear, the young man asked the demon inside if they were really going to open the gate between the human and demon worlds. Vakir warned Andromalius that he could disrupt all their plans and eliminate him and all his demon friends. Looking with hatred at his opponent, Guy was interested in one question. Can he feel relief in his soul when he destroys all 10 demons? Listening to the young man's words, Agile Andromalius thought that he was only trying to intimidate him. Suddenly screaming at Vakir, the demon said he was only human and began to emit streams of blood and sinister energy from his body. By some miracle, the guy managed to bounce away from him, and the demon in a split second closed his body with a shell of blood resembling a mace with spikes. Such a torrent of sinister energy caused the young man to be thrown backwards, and he skidded across the ground with his hand. Before Vakir's eyes appeared the bloody thorns that covered the wounded and exhausted 10th Agile Andromalius. However, the thorns soon dissipated, and demon hooves instead of human feet appeared where the demon lurking in the guise of Brother Setter had stood. Looking at Vakir, the demon said that he didn't think that he, the great Andromalius, would ever have to appear in his true form in front of some pathetic human. A chimerical and oddly demonic creature with human-like hooves and strange horns piercing its head stared back at the young man. Looking at the young man, Andromalius said he recognized that Vakir had surprised him with his strength and skills. But after releasing many dangerous snakes from his body, the demon said it was not enough to defeat him. The very next moment, Andromalius ordered the snakes to eliminate the guy and directed those to attack the one. But Vakir reacted lightning fast and mercilessly chopped apart all the snakes that were aimed in his direction. Once again, sending a myriad of dangerous, cold-blooded creatures towards the young man, the demon told him to try and fight off these as well. But Vakir did not give in to fear and despair for a moment, and continued to deftly and tirelessly dodge attacks and eliminate the creeping creatures. However, in the endless stream of incoming snakes, the young man did not notice how he missed one, and it came up from behind, about to sink its teeth into him. The snake sank its sharp teeth into Vakir's shoulder and bit what was to be expected, for he would not have had time to eliminate it. Realizing that he had made a mistake and allowed himself to be bitten, the young man immediately cut the snake apart with his demonic sword, Beelzebub. Seeing what happened, Agile Andromalius was not a bit upset and smiled broadly and sinisterly because he achieved the desired result. The demon said that it was enough to eliminate the young man, but Vakir replied that he did not understand the joy of that man, because he could not be destroyed by such a wound. Showing the boy his hand on which appeared a mouth with teeth, Andromalius said that he possessed the technique of infinite blood absorption. The very next moment, 2 trickles of blood began to emerge from the bite site on Vakir's shoulder, leaving his body. Andromalius began to slowly draw all the blood from the young man's damaged body to saturate himself, and at the same time to kill the annoying enemy. The demon was insanely pleased with himself because his ability to control blood gave him the ability to be invincible if his enemy was alive. However, as soon as Vakir loses all the blood filling his body, he will leave this world immediately, and Andromalius will be left in a favorable position anyway. Infinite blood absorption is the unique power of the 10th Agile Andromalius, granting him immortality. Withdrawing blood from Vikir, the demon said that as long as there was a living organism around, it was enough to inflict even a small wound on it, and it would become immortal at the expense of its victim. After hearing the demon's story about his unusual ability, the young man grinned back at him without even a shadow of fear. This hurt Andromalius' ego, and he asked why Vikir was smiling, because with the loss of all his blood he would soon leave this world. The young man replied that it was hilarious to watch a demon who didn't even realize what blood was being absorbed from his body. The next moment after the young man's words, Andromalius noticed how his eyes began to blur, and he felt a sharp indisposition. Having stopped sucking blood from Vikir's body, the demon himself began spewing blood from his mouth, not realizing what was happening to him. Bending over in hellish pain, Andromalius asked the young man what kind of unusual blood flowed in that one. Vikir replied that he would tell him now and brag a little. In addition to telling the story, the young man decided to visually show his opponent his unusual and rare ability by slashing his hand with the demonic sword. The blood from Vikir's hand gushed out, and when it soaked into the ground, a poisonous haze appeared on the spot. The demon immediately realized that the boy's blood was poisonous. However, this was not all the surprises the young man could surprise Andromalius with, and showing his hand, he said he had super-fast regeneration. Watching the guy closely, the demon didn't understand how an ordinary person could have a regeneration ability of such a high level. It was also strange that Vikir possessed a poison capable of poisoning even a demon, for such venom is only found in such creatures as the spider of the red-black mountain and the nine-headed serpent of the land of the Titans. Another rare and unusual carrier of such poison was a huge jellyfish that lives at the very bottom of the Black Sea. Suffering from the poison spreading through his body and eating away at him, Andromalius kept trying to figure out how Vikir could have gotten such power. Watching the suffering of the demon, the young man asked why he stopped consuming his blood, and assumed that it was not to his liking. After licking the remnants of blood off his finger, Vikir said that he had made sure that the eight-legged mistress's poison was a danger even to a demonic 10. Feeling the resentment of the mistress's soul in the demonic sword slot, the guy realized that she obviously wasn't a year old, because Andromalius was still alive. However, Vikir now has no doubt that he is a top-level graduate, for he possesses the 7th Baskerville technique and the power of Beelzebub. Realizing that with such skills he could definitely defeat a dozen demonic aggles, the young man continued to mercilessly attack the demon Andromalius. Receiving more and more injuries and wounds, the 10th aggle realized that he was facing a very strong and dangerous opponent indeed. Looking at the brutal Vikir, the demon could not realize how he had acquired such overwhelming skills to become such a powerful warrior. But soon Andromalius realized that the main task now was to survive, and to do so he needed to restore mana at the expense of the barrier hiding the entrance to the cave. The very next moment, the aggle dissolved his barium and replenished the reserve of his lost strength in the battle with the young man. Turning around, Vikir immediately noticed that his opponent had removed the barrier and was up to no good. With his mana restored, the 10th aggle turned to another of his skills and commanded the water in the cave to turn to blood. Suddenly, the water in the cave rose up and froze above Vikir's head, gathering water currents and bubbling it concentrated into a large water bubble. After that, the crystal-clear liquid began to turn red in color, gradually turning into blood at the demon's command. Seeing this, the guy realized that the 10th aggle had such an unusual ability, and even being exhausted was still a demon of high rank. Once again, Vikir cut his arm and released the poisonous blood into the demon's bloodstream, telling him to stop, because no tricks could help him. However, Aggle was not frightened by the words of the young man, and replied that he had to disappoint him because nothing would happen if he poisoned the converted water. Looking at Vikir, Andromalius said that he had no intention of consuming all that converted blood, and that it was created for a completely different purpose. Testing his depleted body, the 10th aggle raised clots of blood into the air and gave the order for the blood knights to rise. Already in the next moment, blood clots began to fall to the ground, shattering to pieces. From the places where the blood had penetrated the ground, Andromalius's minions began to emerge. Creepy blood knights. One by one, the knights rose up and surrounded the young man like locusts, clamping him in a vice and preventing him from leaving. After enlisting the support of his minions, the demon said that they still possessed the 6th Baskerville technique, and the young man's 7th technique would not save him from all of them. The aggle Andromalius, looking angrily at Vikir, said that he would first destroy the young man and then eliminate everyone he loved one by one. Then the demon ordered the guy to repent for challenging a dozen aggles, and heard back that he really wasn't ready for that. But then Vikir remembered his conversation with Hugo when he had offered to ask for anything his son wanted, and he had taken the opportunity to do so. The boy held in his hand the whistle that his father had given his son to use in gratitude for Pomerian's return to the family. Looking at the demon's frightened face, Vikir said that he could obviously guess what the whistle was in his hand, since he had lived with the Baskervilles for many years. Andromalius's eyes filled with fear as he realized what whistle the young man had in his hand, for he had not expected him to possess such an important item. Sensing the 10th Aggle's fear, the guy smirked slyly and put the whistle to his lips to finally signal. In the next moment, the loud sound of the whistle blew throughout the cave, piercing everyone present. As soon as the sound engulfed the entire den, it broke through the entrance and echoed throughout the forest area, announcing danger and calling for help. And the desperate sound of the whistle reached its destination and alerted Hugo le Baskerville himself that it was time to go to his son's aid. But Andromalius, not wanting to delay in his revenge, immediately ordered his blood knights to attack Vikir and eliminate him as soon as possible. Sensing the approach of the Aggle's minions, the young man said that this dark whistle gave him the right to summon all of the Order of the Baskervilles. Being in a dangerous position and a meter away from the blood knight's swords, Vikir added that this whistle gives another great advantage. Immediately after these words, the ceiling of the cave was pierced as if by a blade, and the demon's lair began to collapse, dropping stone shards on everyone standing there. An entire mountain was easily cut in half like a cake, and this was the main advantage of Whistleful right to dispose of the entire family's combat power. Standing in the middle of the wreckage of the lair, the young man did not even flinch or move, despite the fact that stone shards and a storm of dust were flying at him. Unlike the boy, Andromalius covered his face from the flow of dust to be able to see what was happening and realize what was coming at him. At the call of the whistle, help arrived at this place, and skillful warriors prepared to bare their swords to eliminate all the evil in the area. Without making the warriors wait long, they began to cut through the remaining cover of the lair with their sharp swords to clear the field for battle. Watching what was happening, the 10th Aggle realized that his cave was finally collapsing, and soon he would face all his opponents. Soon half of the mountain was gone, which was unthinkable, because to break it requires a huge force. Hugo said he had never guessed why he had asked for permission to control the Baskervilles' forces, but now he realized that his son wanted to capture the infernal spawn. As always having a cold expression on his face, Hugo still praised Vikir for his discretion and success in this matter. Without uttering a word, the young man bowed to his father in return. Andromalius realized the gravity of the situation behind him at that moment. The demon saw Hugo le Baskerville, as well as the eldest son of Osiris and all the Baskerville squad leaders. Before the eyes of the 10th Aggle Andromalius appeared all the representatives of the Baskerville family, including all the hound dogs that surrounded the lair of the One. Raising his hand and drawing attention to himself, Hugo announced to everyone that he was declaring Vicar van Basker the owner of the Dark Whistle and commander-in-chief for the next 6 hours. Hearing the head's admonishment, Vikir immediately said to listen to him carefully and ordered everyone to wipe that wretched demon into powder. The very next second, one of the hound dogs swooped down on Andromalius and pierced his chest with its sharp sword. The other swordsmen followed the example of the first hound dog and rushed to attack the 10th Aggle, continuously thrusting their swords into it. Because of the incessant and merciless attacks of the Baskerville hounds, Andromalius was gradually losing his strength and experiencing hellish pain. But Vikir already knew the secret of this demon and warned everyone that this creature has the ability to regenerate through absorbing blood. The young man said that if any of the warriors are wounded, they must jump into the poisoned river of blood, as the demon will not recover from this blood. All hounds were told to strictly follow Vikir's orders, so as not to play into the hands of the Aggle Andromalius and defeat him as soon as possible. With complete determination and steadfastness, the son of the head ordered the hounds not to get a single scratch or jump into the river of blood. All the hounds immediately obeyed Vikir's authority and continued to deliver powerful blows to this vile demon. Watching the battle, Boston Terrier said that the hounds were doing a good job, while Broholmer expressed his surprise at the young man, who was a natural leader. But Hugo didn't pay attention to his brother's words, for he was worried that he hadn't noticed that his son's setter had turned into a demon right behind his back. Meanwhile, the 10th Aggle continued to confront the merciless opponents, fighting off those with the help of the dangerous snakes he had released from his body. But despite the agility and cunning of these cold-blooded creatures, the hounds chopped them into small pieces, showing their superiority over them. Having deprived Andromalius of help in the form of snakes, the fearless warriors of Baskerville reached him directly and proceeded to mutilate and pierce his flesh. His face contorted in wild pain, the demon thought he had greatly underestimated the Baskerville's hounds, for they continued to attack despite knowing of his power. Based on the heated situation, Andromalius realized that now regeneration would be a pointless action that would take a lot of energy, so he had to escape from here. And for his escape, the Aggle decided to play on pity and use the brother of Osiris who stood and watched this battle. Looking at Vikir and all the Baskervilles, the demon suddenly suggested a peaceful arrangement for everyone to benefit from. Being brought to his knees by the hands of the hound dogs, Andromalius said to let him go, and then he would leave Setter's body that very minute. In response to this suggestion, Vikir said with a crazed look that he was seriously mistaken if he thought Baskervilles would settle for such an arrangement. Hearing the young man's defiant words, the demon realized that he and the Baskervilles would not go into such negotiations, but his task was to convince the other man. With sharp swords, the 10th Aggle looked purposefully in the direction where the main Baskervilles stood and shouted to Osiris. Looking at Hugo's eldest son, the demon asked him what he thought about it, and if he could let the hounds kill his younger brother. Remembering that Osiris was the kindest of the whole Baskerville family, the 10th Aggle decided to press his pity so that he would have a chance to escape. Staring at the first heir to the head of the family, the demon told him that this was his last chance to save his brother Setter, but Osiris was silent in response. In the very next second, Osiris had already descended down to the scene of the battle and was heading towards Andromalius, consuming the body and soul of his younger brother. When he passed by Vikir, the young man told him not to pay attention to the demon's words, because every word of that demon was 100% lie. Osiris said nothing to Vikir, and silently walked over to Andromalius and looked at him carefully, wanting to see some echoes of his brother in him. Not seeing the demon's face as he leaned down, Osiris asked if he could help his brother if his soul still existed in this world. Hiding his evil smile behind his hair, Andromalius rejoiced, for he thought that the foolish Osiris would fall for this trick and contribute to his liberation. Wrapping his face in the form of Setter, the demon decided to continue to press on the pity of that, and turning to Osiris he said that he was still alive and trapped in the same body with the Aggle. Continuing to skillfully play the part on Setter's behalf, the demon let a tear fall and said he was very sorry for selling his soul to the demon and apologized. The demon spoke purposely loudly so that Hugo could hear that he had always compared him to Osiris and despised him, which caused him to hate himself. Looking at Osiris, Andromalius continued to say that not a day went by that he didn't regret the deal with the undead, and everything that had happened was his fault. Shedding bitter but false tears and begging for mercy and atonement, the 10th Aggle had no time to react before Osiris Lightning quickly sheathed his sword before him. Being fed up with the false sayings of the demon who brazenly used his brother's appearance, Osiris immediately struck the decisive blow and separated the chatty head from the body. With eyes full of pain and frustration, Osiris spoke his younger brother's name one last time and said it was the only thing he could do to help him. Despite the fact that the Aggle Andromalius was defeated on Osiris' soul, still reigned unbreakable heaviness and longing for his lost brother. Not having time to change the appearance of his face on the true defeated demon in a moment froze with undivided surprise on his face, because clearly did not expect such a final. When Osiris had finished, Vikir approached him and called him his older brother, telling him not to blame himself because the demon was pretending, and Setter was long gone from this world. But Osiris disagreed with the young man's words, saying that it was because of him that Setter was tempted and made a deal with this evil. Remembering their childhood years, Osiris thought that if he had been more attentive to his younger brother, this probably wouldn't be happening now. As the conversation continued, Osiris said that it was too soon for him to bear the sin of removing a family member and the unjust destruction of all orphans by this demon. Vikir listened sadly to his brother's words that he, as the first in line for the post of head, did not notice what was going on under his feet, for which he could not forgive himself. Suddenly their conversation was abruptly interrupted by one of the hound dogs standing behind them, shouting that the demon's head was still alive. After regaining consciousness and growing wings, the head of the Aggle Andromalius soared up into the sky and flew past the brothers trying to escape from them. When he was high enough above them all, the demon laughed loudly and mocked the foolish hounds of Baskerville, for he had been able to trick them. The 10th Aggle said that the opening of the gate is still delayed, but the wretched people will not escape their destiny, and his fellow demons will take care of it. Looking down at Vikir and Osiris, Andromalius threatened that as soon as he regained his strength, he would return and brutalize them. But at that moment the demon was addressed by Hugo. Calling him son, he said he had taught him that a swordsman should never turn his back on his opponent. Hearing those words, Aggle felt the danger and anger in the air from Hugo, as if he could feel the fear as Setter had felt it before his father. At that moment, Hugo reached for his sword to draw it and finally strike a final blow to his opponent, eliminating him completely. Looking into Hugo's hateful eyes, Aggle finally realized that this was the same primal fear one feels in front of someone who is superior to you in every way. Vikir and Osiris, watching their father, realized at once why he had drawn his sword and what a terrible fate would befall this wretched demon. Continuing to stand on the cliff of the mountain, the head of the Baskerville family silently waved his sword in the direction of the demon just once and froze in place. Hearing nothing but silence and seeing no dangerous signs of a nibbling attack, Hugo Adramalius was greatly surprised. Without noticing the immediate effect, the Aggle began to mock the head, saying that although he was a master of the sword, he couldn't reach the sky. But before the 10th Aggle could finish his dirty speeches, he saw Hugo's sharp waves cutting through the air and the space around him. The very next second, Andromalius could not recover from the fact that the rest of his preserved body was riddled with these waves, and he began to bleed. Spreading ashes across the sky, the last thoughts of the 10th Aggle were thoughts that he was able to lose in battle to some pathetic human brat. The unrivaled 7th Fang of the Baskervilles proved to be Hugo's decisive attack during this relentless battle against the foul. Having finally seen his father's 7th technique live, Vakir realized just how powerful sword patron Hugo Le Baskerville really was. The power of the sword master was that his attacks were so precise that they cut through space and were able to reach targets at a great distance. A few days later, in the squares of all the towns in the Baskervilles territory, an announcement was posted about the solving of the case of the disappearance of the children and some other incidents. The announcement referred to the investigation of the missing children case and the process of payments to be received by the victims' families in the near future. Despite the fact that about the arrival of the demon on Earth was not said, and words, this news shocked everyone, because the blame for this tragedy was pinned on the second son of the family. The woman was accused of poisoning her first wife, kidnapping her eldest daughter, poisoning the children's rooms of her descendants, and aiding and abetting her son in the theft of children. As a result, the court sentenced her to immediate execution on 1,642 counts. Surprisingly, the woman was not under the influence of a demon, but of her own free will helped her son and continued to call him until the end. In charge of the case was the heir to the chapter, Osiris, who personally organized and supervised the investigation and ordered the execution of all of Setter's henchmen. But Osiris also had an indispensable assistant to whom he temporarily delegated all his powers and urgent matters. This assistant turned out to be Vakir van Baskerville, who was rumored to be the main one in solving the crime and was also the only obstacle in unleashing the war with the barbarians. At first, there was growing excitement and discontent among the public, but the problem quickly resolved itself when people bowed to the young man's authority. Osiris and Vakir took no more than a week to resolve all the conflicts, but the news of the execution of the family's representative horrified many of the townspeople. Now it was clear to everyone that the Baskervilles' laws applied to everyone, for even among the members of the family there were no exceptions and leniency. Having transferred the investigation of this case to his sons, the head in the meantime deepened into the education of his granddaughter, and talking to her asked the girl if she noticed any changes in him. After a moment's thought, Pomerian pointed a finger at Hugo and said that the beard on his grandfather's face had disappeared and he was now bald. While the head was asking his granddaughter what she thought about the change of his image, the two sons of the head were watching this nice conversation from the side. The light and kind atmosphere in their father's office made it seem as if there hadn't been any terrible incidents or demon attacks lately. Vakir thought that everyone connected to Setter had been eliminated, so there should be no trace of the hell spawn left in the Baskervilles' territory. The young man also sent Sindivendi to get information about the high-ranking demons who serve the Demon King himself, which did not please the girl. Suddenly, Osiris broke his brother's train of thought by saying that he had done well, and praised him, to which Vakir also praised his older brother. Then Osiris said that it was time for the young man to go to the academy, since his departure had been postponed because of the turmoil with Setter, but Vakir replied that not everything was settled in the family. Osiris told his brother not to worry about it, especially since Hugo had ordered it himself, and these words surprised Vakir very much. The young man assumed that his father might be up to something wrong, because it would be more logical to use his abilities to fix the family's affairs. Noticing the young man's unease, Osiris said that Hugo was obviously worried that his youngest son might be drawn into the power race, startling Vakir once again. Mentioning that his father had never been able to express his feelings, Osiris said that lately he had begun to understand him, and was sure that Hugo was worried about Vakir. Osiris told his brother to trust his words, for he was most like his father, and began to understand how he showed his feelings for others. Barrymore, meanwhile, was advising Hugo on how to braid Pomerian's pigtails, and he was trying hard, even though it was not an easy task for him. Soon the head was able to make the granddaughter a new hairstyle, and the granddaughter was very happy because the efforts of the grandfather did not go in vain, and the pigtails came out just perfect. As Vakir watched this unusual scene unfold, he looked at the world through the lens of his past life. He had spent his entire previous life in the shackles of a collar, and in the rank of a common hound dog, constantly staring Hugo Le Baskerville in the back. Humbly following his master and living as if on a leash, Vikir failed to notice one important factor that was to blame. The young man did not notice that Hugo himself was on a chain, and that he was kept on a short leash by demons, and now the world he knew before was changing dramatically. The experience he gained with people new to him after his rebirth was invaluable and taught Vikir a great deal. Fate, which gave new and pleasant acquaintances, changed Vikir's outlook on this life and melted his heart a little. Even the despair that the young man had to feel from the meeting of unexpected events and twists of fate led Vikir to the place he was in now. And even the ruthless and cruel Hugo, who had made himself hated in his previous life, was now changing in front of his eyes due to the influence of all these factors. Now the face of the head began to express a sincere emotion, from which it is clear that the accursed collar that has strangled him all these years has finally disappeared and no longer restrains him. Realizing all this, Vikir finally realized that Hugo, who deserved his merciless revenge, no longer existed in this world. Even the past Vicar van Baskerville, who was strangling the current young man with his thirst for revenge, had finally found peace and dissolved into space and time. Everything was changing in this life. Hugo had found his humanity. Little Pomerian had finally returned to the family, and Barrymore was glad that the head was finally free from his shackles. Even Osiris, having been raised almost as a copy of his cruel and emotionless father, finally found himself and began to listen to his feelings. By realizing and accepting all these changes in this world, the current Vicar van Baskerville was finally able to release his past self from the sorrows and thirst for Hugo's revenge. After thinking it over, the young man turned to his brother Osiris and said that he would go to the academy, and the latter praised him for the right choice. However, Vikir couldn't let things go, so he decided not to let go of the iron shackles that had previously encircled his throat. Firmly grasping those cold iron chains, the young man realized that he could not yet rid himself of the collar that bound him in this life. The reason for this choice of Vikir was one huge unresolved problem that did not give the young man even think about a quiet life. And this reason was the same demons that had stealthily seeped into this world and stood on the other side of the chain, not letting the young man breathe easy. Thus, firmly grasping this chain, Vikir found a new purpose in this life and decided that his true revenge was just beginning. Deciding not to relax and as soon as possible to exterminate all the evil in this world, the young man soon took up the cause, going out to hunt for demons in the cover of night. As expected, Vikir had no trouble finding the demon minions who were doing their dirty deeds and with whom he engaged in battle. Not being able to eliminate the young man at once, one of the representatives of uncleanness shouted angrily and asked who his masked opponent was. Continuing to ask the young man how he knew he had made a contract with the uncleanness disfigured by the demon pact, the man rushed to attack Vikir again. Without answering his opponent's questions and unleashing his demonic sword, Beelzebub Vikir and himself questioned who he was now. The demon minion had no sooner approached the young man than he attacked with lightning speed and separated the monster's fingers from his flesh. After accelerating and jumping as high as he could, Vikir headed towards his opponent to deliver a decisive blow to him. In the next moment, the young man stabbed the monster in the face with his foot, trampling it into the ground, which cracked from the pressure. After defeating the demon puppet, Vikir headed away from that one and finally answered his own question by saying that he was now a night hound. Bathed in the moonlight and with his face ajar, the young man said that now in this life he would bear the title of Avenger of Demons. Having determined his vocation in this life, Vikir finally went to the city of Venetia Water where all crowds of people flock to because it is the capital of the great empire of rock. It is here and today should be held the ceremony of admission of the young man to the Colosseum Academy, which is the most prestigious educational institution. As is the tradition of the first day, recruitment for various clubs takes place here, and the heads of those clubs call inexperienced first-timers to their lavas. One such representative was just discussing the fierce competition for this year's newcomers, and all because the current freshmen are noted for their outstanding talent. There are 2 departments in this academy, and the first is the Ice Corps, where those who specialize in swords, spears, bows, and other weapons study. Future mages come to the Fire Corps, and for 4 years, students receive a good general education and study their narpalism in depth. Students who have been studying for more than 1 year looked at the rosters and noticed that this year, there were a few first years who particularly stood out. One such unusual student was tutor of the Don Quixote family, who became famous for his skillful spear skills. The next representative was Bianca from the Usher family, who was an excellent archer, and these 2 took the first places in the exam for which they stand above everyone else on the list. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th places were shared by the triplets of the Baskerville family known to all as the Ironblood family of swordsmen. But there is another student from the Corps of Fire, first-year Sinclair, who caught everyone's attention by placing first in the practical exam and second in the theory exam. And last on this prestigious list was the one who beat Sinclair in the theory exam, and that's young Vikir. Passing by the students, he heard that they do not willingly want to take such a nerd as him to the club, because the atmosphere of the club will be spoiled. This is exactly what Vakir wanted, not wanting to attract attention, and for the sake of it, he gave up his family name and acted as a commoner, but still got noticed because of the exam results. The idea to pass well the theory instead of practice turned against the young man, and for a quiet life in the academy, he will have to avoid attention by all means. Walking past the students' campaign stalls, Vakir suddenly stopped as everyone shrieked enthusiastically at the attention of one student. This student was Dolores herself, who was immediately surrounded by other students admiring the beauty and holiness of the girl. Dolores Moon Quabadist was the president of the academy and vice president of the journalism club, and having a good status here, the girl asked everyone to calm down. As he watched the girl draw attention to herself, Vakir thought that she should be avoided because she might guess that he was the night hound. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd had surrounded Dolores, the young man quickly left the square without noticing that the girl still had time to notice the new student in his face. Soon, Vakir reached his dormitory and found the door of the room where he would be staying while studying at the academy. At that moment, another student came up to him and, realizing that the young man had also come to this room, said that now they would be roommates. Smiling sincerely and happy from the bottom of his heart, the cute, green-eyed young man introduced himself to Vakir, saying his name was Piggy. The young man also introduced himself, and Peggy said he was glad to meet his neighbor. Looking at the boy, Vakir immediately knew that he remembered him well. In his previous life, when Vakir had only appeared at the academy as an assistant to the triplets, that kindly Piggy had always come to his aid and shared his food. Then Piggy was mocked and bullied by his horrible neighbor, and so began the young man's string of bad luck, and things ended badly for him. Entering the room, Vakir looked around and threw his backpack on the floor. Then Piggy offered him any seat on the bunk bed. Looking at his roommate, the cheerful Piggy asked him if he would go to the student initiation after dinner. Peggy explained that it's not a mandatory event, but all the freshmen will be there, and if you don't get along with your peers and seniors, it's going to be tough. However, Vakir replied that he would not attend, which surprised his neighbor. A stunned Piggy asked him why he was not going. Worried about Vakir, his roommate said that in that case, the older guys might not notice him, and he would end up being a loner at Coliseum Academy. Not understanding his neighbor's choice, Piggy began to list all the advantages of going to the initiation of students, and Vakir remembered that he was always able to collect and analyze information. After listing all the famous students and their merits and pointing out the benefits of such introductions, the young man was sure he had persuaded Vakir to go and ask the latter's opinion. However, Vakir didn't change his mind and replied that he wouldn't go anyway, which shocked and puzzled Piggy. Saying that he wasn't going because he just didn't want to, Vakir wished Piggy to have fun at the event and left the room to go about his business. Looking after his unusual neighbor, Piggy could not believe that he was not interested in popularity and did not want to make useful acquaintances in the academy. Vakir did not simply refuse to attend the feast, because he went out to hunt for demon minions under the cover of night. Soon the young man's target was found, and he watched 3 men who were discussing among themselves some illegal business regarding children. The criminals said that all the storerooms were full of children who were taken away at dawn to an unknown destination, and it was unclear what would happen to them. One of the men said that the children had probably been sent to the Quabadist orphanage, but the other advised him to keep his nose out of other people's business. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a man sneaking up behind them and ordering them to shut their mouths and guard their positions if they wanted to get paid at all. This man, whose face was covered with scars and had an insane appearance, turned out to be a criminal nicknamed Meat Cutter Ron Batiste. As he walked past the men, Ron said that they were a bunch of pathetic mercenaries with no mana who couldn't even stand up to him as an alumnus. Saying that there are only weaklings around, and he has a desire to eliminate someone now, the criminal did not notice how someone crept up from behind and turned to him. Thinking that one of the 3 mercenaries had called him, Ron called him a lowlife and grabbed his weapon, turning to destroy him. But the butcher Ron Batiste was wrong, for all 3 mercenaries were already unconscious on the ground, and the enemy who had called out to him was another man. Suddenly, the criminal heard that he was accused of eliminating a neighboring family for a sacrificial ritual to make a contract with a demon. Then a voice from the darkness said that Ron had then joined the Guild Association of the North, where he collected information and passed everything to the demon. Eventually, after extracting information from the allied forces of humanity, Ron the Butcher revealed the location of the camp. When Ron heard this, he became furious and ordered the stranger to show himself. Sneaking up on the criminal and standing behind him, Vakir said that he was guilty of destroying a platoon of allied troops. Sensing the presence of the enemy behind his back, Ron Batiste, the Butcher, immediately rushed to attack him with his sharp sabers. With a crazed and soulless look full of confidence, the man thought he had eliminated a lowly opponent. But Ron Batiste was wrong. for the night hound was lightning fast and separated the criminal's hands from his body with his demonic sword. Realizing what had happened, the man fell to the ground and screamed, for the pain of losing his limbs was hellish and unbearable. Foreseeing his downfall, Ron Batiste said he knew nothing about humanity's allies and asked his opponent why he was doing this. Grabbing the man by the hair, Vikir said he knew the man had made a contract with the demon and ordered him to tell him the terms of their deal. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Ron Batiste dared to speak about it, but as soon as he began to speak, his face immediately began to distort and deform. The very next moment, the perpetrator's face had swollen to the point where no open eyes could be seen, and it was ready to burst in 1 second. The head of Ron Batista, the butcher, burst like a balloon in Vikir's hand, and the man suffered an unenviable fate. Looking at what was left of the criminal night hound said that this demon's henchman didn't escape having his head exploded either. After that, the young man took out a notebook in which many names were written down, and some of them had already been crossed out in red ink. This notebook contained a blacklist of Vikir written by him based on memories from his past life and on Sindivendi's investigations. On the pages was written all information about all known followers of demons who dared to betray humanity. Vikir realized that it was necessary to eliminate all traitors before the day of the fall, so that they would no longer help to carry out the plans of the undead. After the incident, the young man suspected that the demons had powers that caused 3 of their minions' heads to explode before he could eliminate them. It was then that Vikir realized that if it was a demonic force, then one of the demonic 10 devils who had made a contract with the traitors of humanity was hiding in the capital. That same evening, the young man made a real raid for the demon minions and ended up in the old bell tower of the city of Venetia. Heading for the exit, Night Hound left behind many breathless human bodies that dared to betray the human race. Hiding Beelzebub's sword in his hand, the young man calculated that the demonic minions he had encountered just this evening already numbered 29. Finding out that at the mention of demons their heads explode, Vikir concluded that this was one of the terms of the contract. Having never learned the whereabouts of the elite corps, the young man crossed off the names of those men who had fallen from the terms of the contract from his notebook and realized that it would be a long and painful fight. However, Vikir assumed such an outcome and had no hope of finding out anything during the first day and decided to return to the academy. Leaving the bell tower, Night Hound quickly and stealthily followed the city's rooftops in the direction of the Colosseum Academy. Having reached the walls of the educational institution, the young man cleverly jumped over the high fence and entered the territory of that undetected. After that, he climbed a tree near the windows of the academy and decided to see what was going on inside at this late hour. Seeing the huge number of students through the window, Vikir realized that they were obviously still holding their freshman initiation and feasting. Figuring out the situation, the young man jumped down from the tree and deftly landed on his knee, then stood up and dusted off his clothes. Putting on his goggles, Vikir decided to join the event to protect himself from suspicion and not ruin his cover for the academy. Entering the banquet hall, the young man saw a lot of students who were having fun and chatting among themselves, enjoying various treats. Vikir then turned his attention to his troubled triplet brothers, who were unrestrainedly and synchronously gulping down drinks, amusing everyone around them. President Dolores also came to the celebration and was immediately surrounded by students expressing their sympathy and honor. Tutor Don Quixote also honored the event with his presence and enjoyed his drink in a friendly manner. Bianca, an archer from the Usher family, was kindly chatting with the older students and pouring them drinks to show her respect for them. Looking at everyone, Vikir realized that he was in the center of the maelstrom of student life in which he wanted to remain unnoticed. However, in all this crowd of students, the young man's attention was very much attracted by 2 people he was watching closely. Turning his gaze to Bianca and Tutor, Vikir thought that he had not previously been aware that they were the same age. In a past life, these 2 were great heroes who led humanity to victory together Camus Morgue during the fall. A member of one of the 7 great families of the Azure Spearmen and the genius of Don Quixote, Tutor La Mancha took command standing on the front lines. Bianca Foe Usher, a member of one of the 7 great families from the Mystic Archers family, has also stood out for her accomplishments and has slew countless demons. But besides these 2, Vikir recognized many more familiar faces from his past life, who had been at the front in the battle against the undead. Diving into nostalgia, the young man realized that earlier he would not have thought that he could meet these people again in such a relaxed atmosphere. When he noticed another student pestering the first year, he recognized Carmus Morgue and realized that he had also entered the academy. His girlfriend also announced that he would sing, wanting to make fun of him. Looking at Piggy, Vikir realized that the one was surrounded by pathetic offenders and student onlookers who wanted to laugh at the one singing. Realizing that Piggy doesn't want to sing, the student bully handed him a huge glass with an alcoholic drink, saying that if he drinks it in one gulp, he may not sing. But the young man replied that he simply could not physically drink such a quantity of alcohol, hinting at refusal. But these students were determined to get their way at any cost, and continued to press Piggy, laughing and reproaching him for not wanting to listen to his elders. Frightened by such pressure, and not wanting to become an outcast in the academy, the young man decided to fulfill it, and tipping a large glass, began to drink the contents. As expected, this was not an easy test for the young man, but the older students did not care and continued to mock him. But Piggy's body couldn't take it, and in the next second he fell to the floor and threw up everything he drank, which made him laugh even more. Not daring to raise his head from such shame, the young man heard people mocking him and giving him all sorts of hurtful nicknames. However, his savior, Vikir, suddenly appeared in front of Piggy and covered the remains of the drink that was on the floor with his cloak. Having attracted the attention of his elders, the young man did not notice them asking who he was and only looked anxiously in poor Piggy's direction. Looking at his roommate, Vikir remembered that he had dropped out of the academy in the past because of bullying and had become a low-ranking civil servant, leading a hard life taking care of his parents. Vikir then met Peggy on the front lines during the fall, where he saved many lives thanks to his strategic and analytical thinking. Vikir was one of those who found himself rescued by this good guy who came to the front of his own accord. Considering Piggy a friend worth respecting, Vikir told him to go back to the dormitory and that he would take care of everything. Karmas Morg then approached the young man and asked him what he was doing and how dare he interfere in the conversations of the older students. Assuming that Vikir was also from the Ice Corps and was Piggy's classmate, Karmas punched him in the face and said that the young man was too cocky to intervene. Seeing Vikir hit, the Baskerville triplets were furious, not understanding how that student dared to touch their master, and were ready for a fight. But Vikir immediately glared menacingly at his brothers, reminding them with a look that they should not show their special treatment of him. The triplets immediately remembered that Vikir had told them that he would go undercover as a regular student of the academy, and that they would never reveal his identity. At that moment, an older female student who was also mocking Piggy joined the conflict and asked Karmas not to be rude to the freshmen and to be nicer to them. However, the girl did not say these words out of kindness, but only because she decided to mock Vikir as well. Handing the young man an equally huge glass of alcohol, the student said that if he drank the entire contents, they would immediately release both first years. At this point, Piggy tried to dissuade the young man by saying that he was fine, but it was obvious that he wouldn't listen to him. Grabbing a glass of alcohol, Vikir began to devour the contents of what amazed the older students around him. These bullies were sure that the young man would not drink this high-grade drink because they mixed many different kinds of alcohol in it. But to the misfortune of the older students, Vikir continued to ingest the drink without much trouble to his body. Having emptied the glass, the young man ostentatiously put it on the table, making it clear that their nefarious shenanigans had not worked and he had won. The very next moment, Vikir helped Piggy up and, supporting him, said goodbye to everyone, and they headed for the exit of the banquet hall. But Karmas Morg wasn't willing to let the firstborn go so easily and grabbed Vikir by the shoulder and ordered him to stop. After this careless act of Karmas, Tudor immediately felt an ambiguous and strong aura that shocked him. Bianca also felt strong negative waves that pierced through the entire banquet hall. It was at that moment that Vikir turned to see Karmas stopping him and asked him with a piercingly angry look what reason he had for stopping them. The piercing stare and pressure made Karmas Morg freeze in place, and an unpleasant shiver ran through his body, and his face contorted with immense fear. And at this very tense moment, President Dolores came up to them and asked them what kind of mess they were making. The abusers started making excuses that the freshman was sick, and they just wanted to take care of him, but not believing their words, Dolores said not to be so cruel. Vikir was at this time escorting a grateful Piggy to their dorm room, trying to avoid talking to Dolores. The Baskerville triplets who were watching were proud of Vikir's deed, bowing before his bravery and courage. Bianca and Tudor, meanwhile, were very puzzled, for they reflected that they could not have been mistaken in their recent sensations. However, Sinclair was pleasantly surprised by Vikir's act, and obviously felt sympathy towards the one. Looking after Piggy and the caring Vikir, the girl realized that she had finally found a good person in this academy. Shortly after the initiation of the first-year students, the academic season at the Acamedia was opened, and with it began the classes of the Fire and Ice Corps, which are held together. These academy policies are needed to increase focus among students and to maintain rivalries within a confident elite. One of the instructors was Professor of Battle Theory, Wency Morg, who had just finished his lecture on barbarian culture. The professor asked the students if they had any idea where the barbarians' citadel might be based on the areas where they had been seen before. Trying to remember where the Balak's pandemonium with the Imperial Tudor warriors had taken place, Don Quixote had no clear answer that he could provide to his teacher. Reasoning that all battles were fought at low altitudes, Bianca Asher speculated that the barbarian fortress might be somewhere on high ground. Extending her hand upward, Sinclair excitedly said she knew the answer and revealed her desire to tell Professor Wency Morg about her speculation. Immediately recognizing such a good and responsible student about whom the rumor was going around, the professor said that she should start answering. The girl immediately began to present her thoughts based on the Academy's data saying in which mountains there were close battles between the barbarians and the Empire's army. However, while Sinclair was answering the professor's question, Vakir was obviously not listening to her and was in his own thoughts, not paying attention to everyone around him. The young man thought about the fact that last night all 29 people reeked of demonic stench and everyone's heads exploded. Speculating that this could be the ability of an Aggle hiding in the capital, Vakir could only think of one thing. Deciding to give the Sindavendi another scouting assignment, the young man didn't notice PG frantically turning to him and trying to get his attention. Forgetting that he was in an academy classroom, Vakir loudly asked Piggy what he wanted, which interrupted the lesson and drew the attention of the professor and students. Wency Morg immediately responded by saying that he thought the Ice Corps was inferior to the Fire Corps in many ways, since there was a student who dared to sleep in the first class. Fixing his glasses, Vakir shamelessly replied that he hadn't slept. Peggy was horrified at the stubbornness of the man, for not everyone could resist the professor. Angry, the professor asked the young man's name and said that everyone was a spectator to the fact that his eyes were closed and ordered him not to make excuses. Not abandoning the idea of confronting the Wency Morga, Vakir repeated that he was not asleep, but merely relaxed his eyelids for a moment. Losing his temper for a second from the audacity of the student, the professor thought that this academy has only lunatics, but calmed down and said that the young man's words could be true. The professor then said that because of Sinclair's answer, her corps gets 1 point. But if the young man can answer the question, both he and his corps will get points. Pointing a finger at Vakir, Wency Morg threatened that if he made a mistake, they would all get negative points for it. Vakir replied that it wasn't fair, but the professor told him to answer where the battles between the Baloks and the Empire took place, and where the barbarian citadel was located. Sinclair thought it was a difficult question to answer because information on the Baloks was hard to find. Bianca, on the other hand, speculated that the whole corps would be affected by Vakir. The young man thought for a moment and lowered his head to determine what answer to give the professor regarding the Baloks dear to his heart. Remembering the wonderful time spent with those support and friendship that those gave him gratuitously from the bottom of his heart, the young man did not want to let them down. Raising his head, Vakir confidently began to talk about the location of the Balok tribes and where they had fought the Imperial troops. The young man told interesting and unobvious information that shocked everyone in the audience, both the professor and all the students. After revealing the secret of the Balok's location, Vakir thought that after Akemen's betrayal, they had moved their camp to another place so they would be safe. Amazed by the student's excellent answer, Wency Morg couldn't understand how he could know the theses from a thesis that hadn't even been defended yet. Noticing the young man's name, the professor remembered that this was the student who had won first place in the theory exam. Then the professor said that Vakir gets 10 points and the Ice Corps gets 1 point. The students of the Ice Corps became wary and looked towards the young man. However, Wency Morg decided not to give in and said that he had fallen asleep in his class, and for that he was taking off 10 points. Vakir replied that it would not happen again. At this point, Sinclair looked at the young man thinking that she hadn't even noticed that the name Vakir was such a common name. But looking closely at her fellow student, the girl realized that this was most likely the Vakir she was thinking of. Tudor also looked at the young man, reasoning that now he had found out who in their corps was the best in theory, which would not help him in practice. Zababall is a sports game and academy, in which there are 20 people in each team, and points can be gained if the ball hits the opponent's goal. It is forbidden to use mana or weapons in this game, but you can score a goal in any other available way. It was Tudor student Don Quixote, who was the shining star and master of Zabibol at Coliseum Academy. While the girls on the Trebens were cheering Tudor and shouting that he was the best player, Bianca was thinking that this game was barbaric. When the game started, Tudor immediately took possession of the ball and rushed towards the opposing team's goal, where the Baskerville triplets stood in his way. Keeping the defense of the brothers, as always, in one voice, said that the one cannot get through directly and that he has a lot of self-importance. Noticing the famous troubled trio of the Baskerville Tudor family, Don Quixote was not frightened at all and was full of confidence in his abilities. Saying that a face-to-face battle with such fools was not in his plans, Tudor deftly bypassed all 3 brothers and moved on. But one of the brothers did not want to give up so easily and reappeared in front of Tudor, telling him that he would not pass and ordering him to give him the ball. With a sly smile, Tudor did not hesitate and prepared his hand to concentrate his strength in it and rebuff his opponent. In the next second, the young man struck the Baskerville offspring with a powerful attack to the stomach that sent him flying backwards. Pushing the guy out of his way, Tudor told all three brothers that he would not lose in this game, as he is the best player. As the young man continued his way to the opponent's goal, the fans in the stands were discussing what a strong and incredible player Tudor was and praising him. Rapidly approaching the goal, Tudor thought that there was no point in studying theory, because if you were a real fighter, only your strength mattered. Suddenly, Vikir was standing at the gate, clearly not wanting to participate in this game so as not to draw too much attention to himself. Seeing the Zabybal star, Vikir got angry at the triplets for telling them not to transfer Tudor to him and decided to just step aside. However, Tudor clearly wanted to test Vikir and snuck up on him in hopes that the guy not only reads books, but also takes time to train. But the young man's plan failed, for Tudor flew upwards at full speed and his opponent remained standing. While above the ground and not yet landed, Tudor realized that things had not gone as he had expected, and his eyes began to close as he began to lose consciousness. Watching this, Bianca and Sinclair sitting next to her were shocked by what was going on because they didn't expect the best player in Zabybal to lose to the newcomer Vikir. Soon, Tudor completed his somersault in the air and landed loudly on the ground, falling on his back behind his playmate. Turning around and looking at the boy, Vikir thought he was trying his best to stay out of the way and wanted to stand back, but Tudor was the first to get on him. Continuing to stand not far from the Zabybal star, Vikir tried to quickly think of how to act in this situation to ward off the suspicions of the students. The only thing on the guy's mind was the thought of falling to the ground too, showing everyone his weak side. Once on the ground, Vikir decided to pretend he was hurt from Tudor's attack, and calmly and without much emotion said he was hurt. Zabybal star Tudor Don Quixote, meanwhile, was still lying on the ground and slowly began to regain consciousness. The young man was surrounded by teammates worried about his friend's condition, and suddenly he came to his senses and opened his eyes. Looking at his comrades hovering over him, Tudor couldn't understand how he had found himself on the ground, what had happened, or if he had fallen asleep in the middle of the match. But in the next moment, the boy remembered how he'd bumped into Vikir, wanting to tease him by pushing him in the shoulder. Looking up at the young man before him, Tudor couldn't understand how he could have blacked out from his encounter with this rookie. Angry at the absurdity of the situation, the Zabybal star decided to double-check everything and face Vikir again. Soon the game resumed and all the players of the teams took their positions to finally continue playing and determine the winner. Having caught the ball at the start of the game, Tudor was still not satisfied with the situation and decided to face Vikir again. The boy looked ahead of him and again saw the embittered Baskerville triplets, behind whose backs lurked the nerdy Vikir. Seeing what was happening on the field, Bianca did not understand what was going on, because the players were not directed at the opponent's goal, but seemed as if they were going to have a fight. Tudor, who had possession of the ball, clearly did not want to run towards the opponent's goal, but headed towards the triplets and Vikir. By shouting the names of the triplets, and Vikir Tudor clearly announced that he was coming at them and posed a great threat. The enthusiastic brothers were as confident as ever, and replied with one voice that there was no way the boy could get through them. But as expected, Zabybal's best player deftly outmaneuvered all three guys without much effort. Tudor was clearly advancing on Vikir, who couldn't understand why he was running at him so hard, and why the triplets had allowed someone to get to him again. Advancing on his opponent, Tudor thought that now he would be helped by a secret technique of the Azure Spear family called the Holy Spear Piercing. From the speed of the approaching Tudor, Vikir's hair began to develop a strong current of air, and it all promised to turn into a crash for either of them. The next thing Tudor saw after the darkness was the face of his friend looming over him and looking up at him, asking if he was going to get up. Again, being in the position of lying on the ground and looking at his friend, the guy again, could not understand how this could happen to him. Tudor jumped up sharply and asked why he had blacked out again and what had happened. His friend replied that he should calm down. A friend of Tudor's said that after a confrontation with Vikir, the guy flew away from him at the same speed as he flew into him. This friend's name was Sancho, and he understood why Tudor was so interested in Vikir. Heading for the field, the boy said that this time he was going to go for the trainee. Sancho Barataria, an exchange student from the Northern Association of Mercenary Guilds, went to the field because his friend had been felled twice, something he could not forgive. Because of his imposing physique, Sancho is not allowed to compete in his age group, so he usually does not play Zabybal. Clutching the ball in his hands, Sancho said that in the icy lands of the north, infants and old men on the brink of life do not stop fighting desperately because they are all warriors. Angry at being outdone by Tudor, the Baskervilles looked angrily at Sancho and said that this time they wouldn't let anyone through. But even this time the brothers were wrong, because Sancho Barataria was clearly not going to give up and was much stronger and stronger than Tudor Don Quixote. The very next moment, all three brothers were knocked down like a balloon, knocking down Skittles, and flew past Vikir, who Sancho was aiming at. With the triplets out of the way, the bulky and sturdy fellow came at Vikir, wanting to knock him down and avenge his friend Tutor. Sancho's facial expression showed concentration and anger that was ready to fall on his opponent. Vikir, as always, did not exude any emotion and was calm. Reaching the young man and swinging his huge arm, Sancho said that now they would see if he could withstand all his power. The very next moment, the guy struck with all his might at the body of Vikir, still standing calmly in his place. When Sancho Barataria touched the young man's body and put all his strength into this blow, he froze in place, because it seemed to him that he had struck a rock and not a man. When the guy's body shuddered from such a powerful recoil, he thought he had hit the mountain instead of Vikir's torso. Vikir, still standing calmly in place and still not showing any emotion, thought he should play along in this situation. Determined not to arouse everyone's suspicion in his direction, Vikir pushed himself hard off the ground and pretended to fly away from Sancho's blow. To convince everyone of the truth of the situation, the young man spectacularly and epically drove across the lawn of the field to look as believable as possible. When Vikir stopped the players from the opposing team, immediately rejoiced that Sancho had finally broken through the defense, and now Group A would definitely win. However, Sancho was not so happy because his hand still continued to shake, and he couldn't understand what had happened, wondering who Vikir even was. At this point, while the guy was thinking about what had happened, he didn't notice one of the Baskerville triplets sneaking up on him. In an instant, the kid snatched the ball from Sancho and rushed to run away from getting the win in the match. A few seconds later, the referee blew his whistle, signaling that the game was over, and there was a clear winner. Surprisingly, not the most dexterous and clever players of the game, Zabable triplets Baskervilles unexpectedly pulled out a victory for their team. After proclaiming the score and the winner as Team B, the brothers were tossed into the air, thanking them for the victory. Vikir Kama, meanwhile, stood up and dusted off his clothes. But at that moment, someone suddenly approached the young man from behind and poured water from a bottle on his head. This man turned out to be Sancho, and also with him was Tutor, who said that Vikir is the secret trump card of Group B, so he should not stand by. After admitting that he wanted to teach Vikir a lesson in practical training, Tutor said he acknowledged his mistake and apologized to him. Then Sancho asked Vikir how he was doing because he had a good physique, and he thought the young man was using mana. Vikir replied that he was a mere man and could not use mana. Tutor regretted this, for he could have been as good as he was. At this point, a female student fan approached the guys, turned to those, and offered to accept towels to wipe off the sweat. The players accepted the towels, and Tutor began flirting with the girls, thanking them and saying they were his best classmates. Tutor Don Quixote and Sancho Barataria, at this point, had no idea that one day during the fall, they would become heroes who would save humanity from demons. Taking off his glasses to wipe his face, Vikir smiled. For knowing the future of these guys, he had no idea they had such a past. At that moment, Sancho Tutor and his female worshippers standing next to Vikir froze in place at the sight they saw. Bianca and Sinclair, sitting in the stands, also turned their attention to the young man and were very surprised at what they saw. In front of them appeared a young, handsome guy with an athletic build and a handsome face that he hid from everyone behind his big glasses. In fact, Vikir was a handsome man who could easily win many women's hearts without much effort. At this time, the young man had no idea what trouble the school days would get him into, and as night fell, he set out again on his night hunt. This time, another of the demon minions, Lloyd Doxeler, who was 52 years old, appeared before Vikir. Having stumped the man, the young man sentenced the head of the information center and the director of the orphanage on charges of collusion with the demon and selling children to him. Threatening Lloyd with his sword, the Night Hound asked him if he thought he would go unpunished for his evil deeds. Seeing the dense aura around his opponent's sword, the frightened director of the orphanage realized that the swordmaster was standing in front of him. Vikir pondered Lloyd's words, for his mana, though quite dense, was still close to liquid, or rather he had the highest level of graduate. Then the young man told the man to help him catch the demon, and then he would pay for his services. Lloyd hesitated, but after thinking he began to answer the stranger. But just at that moment, a nearby bell tower collapsed and began to fall on the orphanage director and Night Hound, interrupting the conversation between the two. Within seconds, the structure fell, creating dust clouds of rumbling and a lot of destruction underneath. Thanks to his unrivaled reaction, Vikir managed to dodge this danger and bounced back without a scratch. When he looked up at the collapsed tower, he saw a man's silhouette with a hammer against the full moon illuminating the night city. Focusing on his new opponent, Vikir realized that he could feel the inhuman energy even from so far away. Looking at this stranger, who had a hidden face and a huge hammer as if made of many human faces, the young man asked if he was an Aggle. Without answering Vikir's question, the demon minion immediately rushed to attack him, swinging his huge hammer. In the next second, the stranger caught up to the young man and delivered a powerful blow, but Vikir managed to dodge the attack. Without giving the Night Hound a second's rest, the demon minion attacked again, bringing his hammer to the man's face, but Vikir managed to dodge it. Suddenly, his opponent froze in place without lowering his hammer, surprising Vikir. Taking advantage of this moment, the demon's henchman immediately attacked the young man, hitting him with his hammer with all his might. Somehow, Night Hound managed to stay on his feet, and he pulled himself away from his opponent a fair distance away. After feeling the strength of his opponent, Vikir realized that he had the level of a high-ranking graduate and was also using the Holy Quo Vadis technique. Looking at his dangerous opponent, the young man realized that he was definitely not one of the demonic 10 devils. Thinking over the situation, Vikir realized that demons could even get into the ranks of the faithful, and that the opponent standing before him was their servant. Hiding the demonic sword in his hand, the young man decided to finally deal with this servant, and then the Aggles themselves would come to him. When the henchman rushed to attack Night Hound again, the guy realized that he finally had a chance to stretch out well. The servant did not even realize that the young man would stop his attack with his foot. Resenting the Night Hound's action, the servant did not say human words but suddenly roared. The young man, in the meantime, seized the moment and clenched his hand into a fist, preparing to strike him in the body. Already in the next moment, Vikir began to deliver countless precise and merciless blows to his opponent. When the demon's servant's fortitude faltered, the Night Hound was able to hit him so hard that he flew straight into the building and punched the wall with his body. Sliding to the floor, the henchman miraculously managed to stay on his feet and prepared to fight the hound, and further tightly gripped his hammer with his hand. It didn't take long for Vikir to come upon himself either, and jumping into the hole in the punched wall, he saw his opponent standing in front of him. The enraged and creepy demon minion lunged at Night Hound, once again swinging his hammer. But he didn't have time to attack first, as the young man outpaced him and impaled one of the servant's hands with the demonic sword Beelzebub. The Night Hound, then lightning quickly sidestepped him and crept up from the back, preparing to strike again. A second later, the young man attacked, and breaking the arm of the demon servant, was able to knock the hammer out of his hand, disarming him. Using the gravity of his body and the speed of his flight, Vikir jumped over the man on the fly and grabbed the man's clothes in flight. Thanks to this method and his strength in such a not-so-huge body, the Night Hound threw the servant and he flew away. The demon's minion failed to land successfully, and his torso was pierced through by a metal bar sticking out of the rubble of the building's wall. While the man sat motionless and made growling noises, Vikir leisurely made his way towards the one. As he approached the servant, the young man saw the name Ephebo carved on his chest and visible from beneath his torn shirt. Looking at the man, Vikir asked who is the lord of the one and who treated him like that. The servant growled again in response, letting Vikir know that his speech seemed to be under Ephebo's control as well. Reaching out to the man, Vikir said that torture is good because you can do without words. Tearing the body of the enemy with a metal bar, Hound said that he would cut him into small pieces because the body itself gives a lot of information. Turning to the man named Ephebo, Vikir asked if he would mind proceeding with the procedure. But at that moment, the young man heard cries for help through a hole in the wall of the building from under the rubble, where the tower with the bell had collapsed on the director of the orphanage. Deciding not to leave the demon's servant for long, Night Hound rushed to the rubble and lifted one of the slabs to reach the injured man. Seeing the frightened Lloyd Doxeler in front of him, the young man said that he was lucky to be alive in such a massacre. Looking at the man, the Hound said that he obviously knew what he had to do if he wanted to live, so he had to tell everything he knew about the demon. While listening to Lloyd's pleas for mercy, Vikir didn't notice a man approaching them and watching from the roof of one of the buildings. The terrified director of the orphanage shouted that he would tell him everything and started talking about his safe in the office of the head of the orphanage. However, at this moment, a demon mark appeared in the eye of the person who was watching them and manifested the presence of that person. Vikir immediately felt the demonic power and turned to the roof where the unknown man was standing and noticed how he instantly disappeared to avoid being seen. However, distracted by the demon itself, Night Hound didn't notice other creepy faces starting to come out of Lloyd Doxeler's mouth. When the young man turned his gaze back to the man, a sudden green glow appeared in front of him. It was as if all of the man's faces were a detonator, and the next moment caused an explosion of incredible force. This explosion shook the entire city of Venetia, and the loud sound of bells alerted all the inhabitants to the incident. The people who came out into the night streets of the city immediately saw the city guards quickly heading to the scene of the disaster. Upon reaching their destination, the guards saw the terrible damage to the infrastructure and the huge puffs of smoke left by the explosion. The guards were followed by Saint Dolores, who asked what was going on and if there were any casualties. Watching the destruction, Dolores listened as the guards said that they were still checking the damaged area, But the damage was already extensive. Before the eyes of the girl appeared a terrible picture, where in the middle of the courtyard was a huge and deep moat from the explosion, as well as the destroyed bell tower and other damage. Such an explosion could only be imagined in a nightmare, for the blast wave even hit the orphanage. Heading to the very epicenter of the horrible incident, St. Dolores did not stop wondering what evil could rage here. As the girl approached the explosion crater, she saw something that instantly caught her attention and eyes and surprised her. Before St. Dolores's feet lay the charred remains of the mask of the night hound, whom the girl had met before. Suddenly, the girl sat down sharply, which surprised the guard, who asked if she was all right, and Dolores replied that she was just dizzy. Realizing who the mask belonged to, the girl was surprised and frightened. She crouched down to quickly hide it, and heard the guards report that there were probably no casualties. Soon after this incident, everything returned to normal, and student life at the academy continued in Professor Carmus Morg's class. Getting into another argument with Vakir, the professor said that he was interested in who the author of the report was, and now he saw that it was this young man again. Looking at Venopian lying on the table, Carmus said he would test the young man's theory that they had second poisonous fangs, and if it turned out to be untrue, he would take 10 points off each of the ice core. Feeling the professor's piercing gaze on him, Vakir became nervous as he realized that this discovery had not yet been made in this life. Preparing a sharp scalpel, the professor said that he would now check if there was a second poisonous fang in the abdomen of this monster. The man then began dissecting Venopian's breathless body, piercing his flesh with the sharp blade of his scalpel. Suddenly, for Professor Morg, something came out of his abdomen at autopsy and flew right at him. All the students in the auditorium were also surprised by this unexpected occurrence and held their breath at what they saw. In front of Professor Carmus Morg's face was Venopian's poisonous fang, from which the venom dripped and which almost reached the man's face. Startled, the professor fell to the floor, and Vakir, who had saved him, holding a notebook with a fang in it, asked if this evidence was convincing enough for the man. Looking at the second poisonous fang, Carmus couldn't believe that an ordinary student had made a discovery that explained the many mysterious human casualties caused by this monster. After giving everyone in the ice building 10 points, the professor asked the young man to come to his lab after class to learn more about the study. Saying that he would go to the professor, Vakir began to walk up to his seat, and the students began to whisper that the guy was really cool because he was good at sports and studies. But the main thing that the students said about the young man was that he was actually very handsome, but hid it behind huge, clumsy glasses. However, Vakir didn't hear what was being said about him because his head was completely occupied with thoughts of last night and the explosion. Only thanks to his skill of fast regeneration, the young man managed to survive because his body was half torn by the powerful explosion. Even though all the tissues, muscles, and skin recovered quickly, it was still insanely painful and unpleasant for the guy. When Vakir fully regained his normal appearance, he was very angry because Efebo had disappeared, and the only find was the ledger in the orphanage director's safe. This book contained the whereabouts of children who were sent to be brutally slaughtered, namely to be eaten by demons. Since these locations were in no way related to each other, the possibility that there is more than one Agel in the capital cannot be ruled out. Vakir also remembered the suspicious guy he had only glimpsed that night on the roof by moonlight. And although the young man could not see the face of this stranger, but he clearly saw the same uniform that he himself wore at the Colosseum Academy. From this, we can conclude that one of the demonic 10 is right in this academy, and could be any of the students. Colosseum Academy publishes a popular metropolitan newspaper whose influence is enormous. Each new issue sells out instantly, and is authored by the Lukion Journalism Club, and the president of the Lukion Club is St. Dolores Quibadist herself, who is a third-year student, and personally came to welcome the newcomers. Having said that it was not easy to get into Lukion, Dolores praised everyone for their persistence and effort in applying, and suggested that we move on to introductions. The first to introduce himself was first-year student Tutor Don Quixote, who said he wanted to be the best, not only in his group, but also in this club. Then came Sancho Barataria, who said he was tired of hearing everyone think he was a pumped-up fool, so he joined the club to become a real intellectual. The third speaker was first-year student Sinclair, who said she joined the club because she believes that information is an important key in management. First-year student Bianca Asher said she chose the most promising club for herself and will give it her best effort. An excited Piggy shouted that he really likes to gather and analyze information, so he decided that Journalism Club would be the best fit for him. The last person to introduce himself was Vakir, who said that the academy rules required him to join a club, and he came to Lukion because Peggy was here. In fact, the young man joined here because it is the most famous journalism club of all, and it is the most convenient place to gather information. Hearing Vakir's indifferent introduction, St. Dolores said that the Lukion reporter can't be so negligent and initiative-less towards the club. But the girl was interrupted by her friend, who showed the young man the paper and said that she didn't recognize him at once, but she was glad that such a famous student had joined their club. In the newspaper, there was a picture of Vikir from a training session where he took off his glasses and appeared in all his glory. Tudor laughed when he saw it and said that the young man was now a celebrity. Dolores asked Club Vice President Anna about who put it in the issue. Anna said she did it herself as soon as she got the information about the handsome freshman. While Dolores was recovering from the news, Anna announced to the students that everyone was now looking for news, so it was time for them all to get on board. Members soon got to work and familiarized themselves with newspaper reports of the recent orphanage incident and explosion. Peggy asked Dolores if this news was from last night, and the girl confirmed that it was, saying that she received the news on the day of the incident. Anna said that they have speculation that the bombing and the recent killings are the work of one man. Peggy was surprised that they were able to identify all the victims. Peggy then turned to Vikir asking what he thought about it, but the young man said nothing but thought he knew that demons were involved in the missing children. Vice President Ann then asked if anyone in attendance had any suggestions for headlines for this article. After several suggested options, Bianca said none were suitable, and Tudor suggested that the villain should be given a name to make the title more effective. The boy was immediately praised for his ingenuity, and proud of himself, he suggested that the villain be called Shadow Lord of the Scythe. However, when they heard the name, everyone immediately rejected it because it was childish and silly, which upset Tudor and shattered his self-confidence. Then followed other delusional names from other students such as Demon Blaster bringing misfortune or Mr. Terroristo and others. Dolores alone took no part in this heated discussion, thinking of last night's incident, and accidentally whispered the name Nighthound. She remembered the mask she'd picked up yesterday, and was obviously sure it belonged to this man, but there was still the question of what the guy had left there. When the girl met him, the humility of the man said that he did not care about money or honor, because he diligently treated the slum dwellers. Nighthound was sincere about his feelings and was devoted to the poor people with all his soul, trying to help everyone he could. So Dolores decides that he stole one of the tears for a good cause, but the question arises why he appeared at the orphanage, and whether he could be responsible for the victims of the director and the orphans. The girl was sure that the one she had seen earlier was not an evil man, and if the Nighthound had committed a crime, there were probably good reasons for it. But Dolores's whisper reached the boys, and when they heard the name Nighthound, they took it as a name for the villain, saying it gave them the creeps. The female half of the Lukion Club also supported this option, saying that the name Nighthound would be used in the title of the article. When Dolores heard it, she was horrified that she had said the name out loud. Anna had suggested a title for the headline, and it sounded like the Nighthound who had plunged the capital into terror. But Dolores replied that the headline had to be solely true, and the information was not yet proven. Tudor, meanwhile, asked Wicker's opinion of the villain. The young man replied that he hadn't given it much thought, but the thought flashed through his mind that he hadn't expected the saint to suggest the name Nighthound. But suddenly Tudor loomed over the boy and put his arms around his neck, asking his opinion on whether the hound was a villain or not. Determined to get this over with, Vikir replied that in this situation it was obvious that the Nighthound was not on the side of good and was therefore a villain. Tudor agreed with Vikir's opinion, but their conversation was interrupted by Saint Dolores loudly slamming her hand on the table. Looking at the guys, the girl asked how they could be so sure that the Nighthound was not on the side of good and was a villain. Tudor's hands began to tremble from such an unexpected and assertive question, but Vikir was not frightened, but looked at the saint with great interest. Looking at the young man, Dolores asked him to explain himself and answer why he was so sure of his words. Without hearing a reply, the girl said that Vikir's words were not supported by evidence, and reporters could ruin a person's life with one careless statement. However, Tudor objected, saying that the soldiers of the guard had proof, but Dolores replied that it was not proof, but only the unfounded speculation of the knights. The question of the bodies of the orphanage children found in the basement remains open, as well as other details for which there is no explanation to accurately blame the Nighthound. Everyone was surprised that in this situation, St. Dolores remained neutral, even though it was an orphanage under the patronage of her family. Then the girl ordered to edit the headline of the article to objectively reflect what had happened, to which Anna replied that they would not be able to write anything like that. Dolores replied that when they had found out everything, and if he was a villain, they would ruthlessly go through his person, revealing all his crimes. After these words, Vikir realized that Dolores continues to believe in the Nighthound, but if he makes a mistake, she will not stop to punish him. At this tense moment, a student suddenly burst into the office of the Lucian Club and immediately turned to St. Dolores. The guy said the club's mentor, Wansi Morg, is looking for a girl to rewrite an article saying the Nighthound is a villain. Dolores said she'd go talk to him. When the girl left the office, Tudor said that Dolores solved all questions, to which Vikir replied that she was the same then. But Tudor did not understand what he meant. The current Dolores was no different than she had been before the rebirth of Vikir, and who had led an army of holy knights on the front lines during the fall. Then the saint did not spare her strength and did not let the knights cool off, directing them to save people, thus maintaining faith in the salvation of the world. She always said that if a demon appeared in her time, they would immediately rush to help and save people. Smiling, Vikir thought that the girl might consider his actions to be the fruit of evil and immorality. But still, she was trying her best to get to the truth. Remembering the girl from his past life and seeing how she tries in this one fighting for truth and justice, the young man was sincerely grateful to Saint Dolores for everything. Soon the day was over and a new day came, which was announced by gramophones placed on poles throughout the academy. Peggy reluctantly opened his eyes, realizing that everyone had been signaled that it was time to get up and start a new day. Barely rising from his bed, the young man heard good morning wishes from his roommate Vikir, but it had no encouraging effect on him. Rubbing his eyes, Piggy also wished his neighbor a good morning before he noticed that he was already warming up and full of energy. Waking up at the academy is at 6 a.m., and after the bell rings, students go to practice and do morning exercises and jogging to finally wake up. After exercise, students go about their business. Some go to sleep, some to shower, and some run straight to the cafeteria for refreshments. A sleep-deprived Piggy was walking and complaining about the training, instead of which he would rather sleep. Vikir replied that physical activity promotes brain activity. Tutor said that with Vickers' lack of empathy, it would be difficult for him to communicate with girls, and suggested that he try to empathize with Peggy. Tutor then asked if everyone was free this weekend to walk around town. Piggy said he was free and would like to buy a book. Sancho said he would like to go to a restaurant. Vicker was then asked about his plans, and he said he was going to be busy because he would be volunteering this weekend. Everyone was surprised to hear this and said that the young man has too much work, including punishments from Professor Wenzi, who dislikes the boy. After listening to his friends, Vikir moved on and told the others to go have fun in town without him. Following the young man further, the boy said that volunteering sounds like an interesting activity and that they would not leave a friend behind and would go along with him. Looking at Vikir ahead of him, Tutor said he felt a strange feeling, for when the young man was near, he instinctively reached for him, as if he were his older brother. Vikir is a quiet man, but he has incredible charisma, and such people are always considered natural leaders, even among mercenaries. After hearing Tutor's words, Piggy also thought that Vikir was incredible, because he was a very kind man who had saved him at the initiation. The young man was also able to attract to himself such popular students as Tutor Don Quixote and Sancho Barataria, who deigned to befriend him. Peggy reflected on the fact that his roommate manages to be perfect in everything from training to studying, which is indeed an astounding fact. Looking at Vikir with delight, Piggy realized that being near him he felt great and was able to overcome any obstacle. However, suddenly Vikir turned back around and his gaze was brimming with hatred and he exuded a sinister aura. Seeing such an unusual expression on the face of his neighbor and feeling the energy of that Piggy was not on a joke, frightened and froze in place. But Vikir looked that way not because he was angry at his friend, but because he smelled the demonic stench coming from the students who had just passed them. Looking at the guy with the girls, the young man realized that it was the one exuding that awful smell, and confirmed his suspicions that the Aggle was among them at the academy. Saying that Piggy knew all the students, Vikir asked him what he could say about the guy who had passed by them. Peggy was surprised at the question. Then the young man replied that he knew this sophomore student, because he was considered the most handsome student of the academy, and his name was Bane Kudzak. Looking at the Agella, Vikir thought that the demonic 10 appeared to have a very active social life. As Bane moved further away, he realized that he was losing sight of him, but he couldn't attack now because there would be too many casualties. Realizing that he could not endanger the future heroes of mankind, Vikir said that he did not feel well enough to leave those and follow the Aggle. After activating Musahushi's silent heal skill, the guy purposefully followed Bane, wanting to find out as much information about him as possible. As he followed the student, Vikir stopped noticing all the people around him and didn't notice Dolores coming down the stairs. The young man had already come to his senses at the moment of collision with the girl, who had also failed to notice Vikir in front of her beforehand. President Dolores collided with the young man and fell to the floor, bruising herself, while Vikir remained standing there as if nothing had happened. Tutor Sancho and Piggy immediately went to the girl's aid, asking if she was all right. Walking up to Vikir, Tutor told him to quickly apologize to Saint, and he apologized to the girl. Thinking that the young man had very strong muscles for such a body, Dolores accepted the apology and said that she herself had been inattentive in this situation. Looking at the young man, the girl realized that she did not feel the presence of him at all, and wondered who he could be with such unusual abilities. Vikir, meanwhile, was again in his thoughts, thinking that there were too many people here now, so he would have to postpone the surveillance for a while. Looking at the stairs that Bane Kudzak had descended, he was convinced that he was a member of the demonic 10, and was doing his nefarious deeds here. Meanwhile, the girls who had accompanied Bane became alarmed and asked him where he had led them, for it was dark there, to which he replied that he had sad news for them. The guy said that recently found a stranger who interferes with his quiet life, to which one of the girls replied that he will not be well, because she will stand up for him. Bane said he only wanted to find out who he was, but forgot to take off his uniform and let him know he was a student at the academy, and the other girl supported him. Thanking the girls for their support, Bane Kudzak said that their hearts were as beautiful as their faces and promised them to always be with them. Then the guy suddenly put his hands on the faces of both girls and said that from now on those would be with him. Remembering Nighthound's appearance, the guy said that he was clearly a high-level graduate, so he had survived the explosion anyway. Distorting the faces of the girls who did not realize what was happening to them, Agil said that judging by the attacks of the stranger, he knows where he feeds and senses the presence of demons. Continuing to hold their poor victims by their faces, the demon in human form continued to devour the faces of those dooming the girls to horrible torture. Reflecting on what had happened, the ninth Agil of the demonic 10, Dantalion, came to the conclusion that it was the Nighthound who had been involved in Andromalius's elimination. Soon there was another meeting of the Lucian Club, where new incidents were discussed, which all did not end. Anna and Dolores summarized the incidents that had occurred within the academy and realized that there were not enough students to process the information, so they decided to bring in freshmen. The club alternate told all members to gather information, write articles, and bring them in for approval right away. Piggy was worried that this would be his first article after joining the club. Bianca said that something terrible was going on in the capital because there were so many incidents. The news reports only wrote about terrorist threats, about a missing star of the local theater, about the mysterious elimination of the head of one of the families. There has also been a spike in the number of disappearance and missing person incidents where suspicion has fallen on the Nighthound, because there are no other suspects. There was also information about 3 missing students from the academy who were seen by witnesses together, and everyone thought they had run away from a love affair. Holding this sheet about the missing students, Vakir was angry because he realized whose handiwork it was and who was the culprit. One of the escaped disciples turned out to be Bane Kudzak, whom the young man had seen a little earlier and who was one of the Agils of the demonic 10 devils. Soon the day came to an end, and the shroud of night closed the sky, plunging the capital into a deep sleep. In one of the houses in town, under the glow of the full moon, a married couple slept soundly in their warm bed. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and rose abruptly, but quietly, trying not to wake his wife with his movements. Leaving the bedroom, he went to the other room and sat down in a comfortable chair by the window where the moonlight fell on him. At that moment, 4 demon servants appeared before the man, and he asked them if they had been able to find out about the man in the plague mask, who was interfering with their plans. A subordinate of Dantalion's 9th Agil, who appeared to be a man sitting in Ephabo's chair, said something in his own language. The next servant of the 9th demon, who had long red hair, Geronto, stood silently without uttering a word. Another of Dantalion's subordinates turned out to be Hev, who held a huge sharp pair of scissors behind his back and said only a few words. And the last subordinate of the 9th Agil was Fido, who similarly was not eloquent without bringing any information to his master. After hearing all the information, Dantalion said that since that day they have not seen the masked man again, which means that he is extremely careful. Transforming his hand and releasing the stolen faces of the people from it, Agil said that there was no other choice, so he would have to expand the scope of work. The man then shot the faces from his hand at the acolytes, and those very faces clung to the heads of those acolytes. Sharing the faces of his subordinates, the man watched as those sprawled over their heads and took on a normal human appearance. When the transformation was complete and the servants had taken on human form, Dantalion ordered them to go to the lighted areas and find the masked man. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and the awakened wife of the man in whose body the 9th Agil was hiding entered. When she saw her husband sitting in a chair with 4 strangers, the woman asked warily what he was doing here at such an early hour, and who all these people were. The 9th Agil looked intently at his wife and said that he would like to admire her beautiful face in person, but there was nothing he could do about it now. In a second, Dantalion gave orders to Fedo's servant to eliminate the woman, but to do it carefully so that her face remained unharmed. The last thing the unfortunate woman heard were words that first the opening of the gate had been delayed because of the loss of Andromalius, and now because of the man in the plague mask. Deciding to transform his appearance and modifying his face, the 9th Agil said he was tired of all these contingencies. After changing his face, Dantalion called Ephabo to him and said that he would go with him because they had someone to meet. Having assumed the guise of one of the most influential people in the capital, the man thought that perhaps it was time for him to release the accumulated stress and have a little fun. As the new day dawned, the 9th Agil, in the guise of one of the ministers of the church, smilingly appeared before the man he was so eager to meet. Looking at the man, he was asked why he was smiling like that, and he replied that he wanted to smile on such a beautiful day. Then the man said he was glad to see the beautiful saint in front of him, to which the girl reacted not very kindly. Dolores replied that she had not come here for the man's flattery and advised Quilty's father not to waste her valuable time. The man agreed, but said he was concerned about the girl's rare visits, to which the saint replied that she was busy because recently there had been many crimes. Suggesting that the club is having a hard time with this flood of information, Father Quilty said the world is becoming a very violent place. Looking at the incomprehensible expression on his face with a strained smile, Dolores felt not an ounce of sympathy or sorrow in the man's soul. Quilty Moon Indulgence was the head of a family from a side branch of the Quobitist family. He helps the Quobitist family by distributing resources to hospitals, orphanages, monasteries, but supports the campaign to forgive the sins of the rich. Looking into the face of this duplicitous man who was definitely hiding something, Dolores heard a question from the one for whom she had come to meet him. The girl replied that she had come to demand the abolition of the liberation campaign, insisting that one should not forgive a person's sins just because he was rich and paid off. Father Quilty responded that the church has long supported this practice, especially since donating huge sums of money is already a just punishment. But the saint objected, saying that one should expose one's sins before God and receive forgiveness only after a suitable punishment. Putting her hand on her heart, Dolores emphatically said that people affected by the liberation campaign could not be saved. Turning his back to the girl, the man replied that he was only following the teachings of the church and advised the girl to discuss the claim with her father, the cardinal. Saying that the students of the academy were to come today to do volunteer work, Father Quilty asked the girl to leave so as not to make the students watch the Quobitist family quarrel. Turning toward the exit, Saint Dolores replied that she would return later, and then they would continue their conversation. As the girl headed for the exit, she didn't notice how the 9th Dantalian Aggle revealed his true form and grinned maliciously. Biting his tongue to the blood to restrain himself, the demon said he almost gave in to the impulse to steal Saint Dolores's face. The 9th Aggle realized that the girl was the best creation of this world, so he wanted to get her face frozen in despair after the chaos descended on this land. Mad with impatience before the approaching fall of the world, Dantalian said to open the gate as soon as possible. At the same time, Vikir arrived at the doorstep of the orphanage to help with volunteer work and to look for any information regarding the Aggle. Sindavendi, who delivered the information about the orphanage, said that the orphanage was listed in Andromalius's reports, so it was most likely connected to the Devil's demonic 10. Also, this orphanage belongs to the Quobitist family, and if demons hide in the families of Ironbloods and Saints, that means they can hide in other families as well. While musing over the fact that he wanted to use volunteering as an excuse to study the students, Vikir didn't hear the guys ask about the orphanage. Hugging the young man, Tudor boastfully said that he had good friends willing to volunteer with him, to which Vikir coldly replied that he had not called them here. Thinking over the situation, the puzzled young man realized that things were getting too tense and could take unforeseen turns. Soon, the academy began a golden 10-day vacation when students can both go together to the imperial capital and relax at home with their families. However, not all students are enjoying their long-awaited vacation because Vikir and his friends have gone to help out at the orphanage as volunteers. Walking down the corridor of the Indulgence family orphanage, Tudor said that this place was called the largest orphanage in the capital of the empire for a reason. Pointing to the portrait on the wall, PG said that the director of this house is the founder of an orphan relief fund and a guest lecturer at Colosseum Academy. Father Quilty is the head of the Indulgence family of the maternal branch of the Quobitist family, and obviously has influence not only in the Moon Church. Speaking of the Church of the Moon, apparently many people already knew that the man had differences and inconsistencies in religious views with Saint Dolores. Hearing Piggy's words, Vikir thought and was wary that Quilty's father was too famous and had so much influence. Looking at the portrait of this smiling man, the young man decided that he would find out who he was when he met him. Soon, there was an introduction to the orphanage staff where the nun suggested that the volunteers try their hand at teaching the children for the next 10 days. Looking at the students, the woman said that if they look after the children well, they will never forget their kindness. The nun asked that the orphans be treated as they would treat their brothers, sisters, and future children. At this point, Tudor became interested in something. Looking at Bianca and Sinclair standing next to each other, the guy asked why the girls were here, and Bianca immediately glared angrily at Tudor. The girl replied that they had come to help and asked why Tudor was here. He said that the hero didn't need an excuse to do good, to which Bianca said that he thought too highly of himself. At that moment, Sinclair interrupted the conversation of those, and looking at Vickers said that this chance meeting must be fateful. Looking at the young man, the girl could not be happy about this event, and shone with happiness because she was obviously very interested in him. Holding out her hand to Vikir, Sinclair said that she regretted not being able to talk to him earlier and hoped to be friends with him in the next 10 days. The young man went towards the girl and shook her hand, saying that he would also be glad to meet and communicate with her. Then the happy Sinclair strode away, and Piggy immediately told Vakir that he had some information for the... Peggy told how he saw that the girl had inquired from the person in charge of volunteering about Vickers' assignment and asked to enroll her in the same orphanage. After listening to his friend, Vakir realized that the girl had intentionally played a coincidence out of the meeting and decided to stay away from the girl without understanding her intentions. Then he looked at the orphanage staff and did not find Father Quilty among them, realizing that he was obviously not going to grace them with his presence. Soon the orphans were brought in and told to choose a suitable teacher among the student volunteers. Tutor was immediately surrounded by 2 little ones who gave him a warm and friendly hug, and he smiled in return and snuggled up to the little fidgeters. 2 boys also saddled Sancho like a horse and began to ride the giant. 1 boy also came to Bianca and stroked him affectionately on the head. Sinclair was not without company either, and gaining the attention of the 2 kids began reading an interesting book of fantasy adventures to the 2. However, Vakir, as always, did not shine with his sociability and empathy, menacingly and coldly looking at and greeting the children of the orphanage. Looking at the 3 children frozen in place from fear and despair, the young man asked what their names were. Unable to withstand such a cold and unfriendly attitude, the children were frightened and ran up to Piggy, who immediately advised his neighbor to at least smile. Remembering the little Pomerian who had gotten along well with him, Vakir realized that his expectations of simple and easy communication with the children here had not been successful. Suddenly, the young man's attention was attracted by a blonde girl who rushed past him with a bullet and lowered her gaze to the floor. In a second, the little girl was at the front doors, which she quickly opened and swiftly went through them into the yard of the shelter. Leaving the orphanage building, the girl ran away from the volunteers and stopped in the corridor, leaning against a huge column. The expression on the little girl's face clearly showed the sadness and sorrow caused by the unknown circumstances, for she stood silent. However, she was disturbed by Vakir standing on the other side of the column, who said that he too was stuffy among the people, which frightened the girl. Looking at the little girl, the young man said that if he didn't pay enough attention to the others, they would think very badly of him because he came here to help. Frightened and stunned at the guy's insistent attention, the girl heard him ask her why she had left everyone. But the little girl didn't make contact with the young man and defiantly turned away from him without saying a word. Vakir realized that this approach didn't work either. Remembering Ian, Vakir realized what he should do, for she had advised that if a child did not make contact, he should smile sincerely. Deciding to try this method, the young man knelt down in front of the girl and, after reading the name on the pendant, asked if it belonged to the little girl. And to finally succeed, Vakir decided to take Ian's advice and, looking at the little girl, smiled warmly at her. However, the beautiful smile of the young man could not melt the heart of little Perry, and she ran away from him with all her might. Only Vakir thought about his smile being so bad, as his thought was refuted by saying that the girl didn't run away because he disgusted her. It was Saint Dolores who said that she had seen everything and that she had not realized that the rudeness in the young man hid so much kindness. The girl said that Perry's heart was already wounded, and so she closed it to others, and as a result she developed aphasia and lost her voice. Then the young man asked what exactly had happened, and Dolores said that the girl had been born here and had met many volunteers over the past 30 years. At first, she was introduced to people in a friendly way, but after a day they stopped talking to her because of her busy schedule, and then Perry got tired of getting attached to people and grieving over the disappearance of those people. After listening to the story of the saint and looking into the dark corridor where the little girl had fled, the young man realized how much sorrow had fallen on the fate of this child. But suddenly, out of the pitch darkness of the corridor, appeared the feet of a man, walking straight toward him and the girl. At that moment, Vakir was overcome with immense terror and realized that this was no ordinary man, but the one he had been searching for all this time. The young man, frozen in place by surprise, didn't hear Dolores say that Perry had reacted to the boy, and that he could look after the little girl if he wanted to. But instead of reacting to the girl's words and answering her, Vakir suddenly grabbed Saint and covered her mouth to keep her quiet. At last, Father Quilty emerged from the dark corridor with a man who told the clergyman that they rarely saw each other because they were busy. Father Quilty replied that this is because there has been a recent increase in the number of parishioners who wish to repent of sins for a fee. Then the man said he also wanted to purchase the exemption, and Father Quilty asked how long he needed it for. Quilty's companion replied that he wanted to buy liberation for 1,000,000 gold pieces, because he decided to punish his escaped slave Varvar, and eliminated him without calculating his strength. Hiding behind the column, Vakir whispered to the girl to be quiet, and they continued to hear that on top of that, the man had also burned down a village of farmers along the way out of spite. However, while the young man was listening to the conversation, he noticed something and was horrified by the conclusions he had drawn. The smell coming from Father Quilty was the same as that of the student at the academy. The clergyman, meanwhile, had accepted his companion's offer and decided to forgive him his sins for a handsome sum. Looking at Father Quilty's face, Vakir was sure it was the same Agil he had met at the academy, but now he had a different look. Concentrating on Quilty and talking about God's forgiveness if he paid the church, the young man didn't notice how he cut off all Dolores's air supply and she began to suffocate. As the man thanked Father Quilty for his leniency and help, Saint began to break free from the shackles of Vicar as there was no air left at all. The girl wriggled to get out, but Vikir, who hadn't noticed that he had cut off her air supply, whispered that if she moved, they would be seen. This is exactly what happened to the boy and girl, and their conspiracy was discovered by one of Quilty's servants, who loomed over them and stared at them intently. When Vicar and Dolores noticed the man, they were horrified to realize that they had been discovered, and the young man finally let go of the girl and let her get some air in her lungs. Looking at Father Quilty's servant, he realized that he already knew the smell that came from him. At that moment, Quilty turned his attention to the student standing behind the column and said that he hadn't even realized that Saint could eavesdrop on other people's conversations. The man suggested that the girl was probably enjoying a secret tryst with her boyfriend, much to the exasperation of the latter. Looking at Quilty, Saint realized that they now knew that she and Vakir had been eavesdropping, and the situation was getting bad. But Father Quilty suddenly approached the young man and leaned over to say that judging by his uniform, the lad was a student volunteer from their orphanage. With a sly grin, the man said that at first he did not see the young man because of his glasses, but when he took a closer look, he realized that he had a very handsome face. Looking at the young, handsome guy, Agil thought that he should get the face of the young man, because it will take a worthy place in his collection of faces. But their conversation was interrupted by a man who was conversing with Father Quilty, and the clergyman apologized for keeping his companion waiting. Addressing St. Dolores, Father Quilty said that he had to leave the girl because he had a lot to do and went away with his companions. Vakir looked at Father Quilty and his acolyte and realized that they were not who they claimed to be and were doing their nefarious deeds under the church's nose. Dolores was angry and bowed her head after they left, for she had seen them openly selling liberation and insulting God, but she did nothing. Pushing those thoughts away, the girl turned sharply to Vakir and asked him what had happened and why the young man had done that. The boy immediately apologized to the saint for his unexpected act and said he would be more careful from now on. After telling Dolores that he had to go because he had already been away for a long time, he left and went to do his volunteer work. Looking at the young man, Saint was a little surprised at what was happening because she did not expect such an act, and after sincere apologies. But beyond all that, the girl was struck by the fact that Vakir was obviously angry, and she couldn't understand what exactly caused it. The young man was able to find out that Quilty's father spends 2 hours a day at the orphanage and often sells liberations to nobles and merchants, and sometimes sends accounting statements of these payoffs to the Qualbadist family. After sending these reports, the man still sends a letter that goes to the head of the family, Cardinal Humbert Moon Qualbadist. Also, during roadshows, Quilty is always surrounded by bodyguards, and this squad consists of 3 men and 1 woman who take turns. One of the bodyguards who had caught them snooping smelled just like the masked big guy from the night of the orphanage explosion, who had the name Efibo carved into his chest. Assuming that the other servants were also high-ranking graduates, the young man realized that it was too dangerous to go alone against an Agil and 4 bodyguards. Thinking about the situation and coming to the conclusion that in order to deal with Quilty, it would be better to take care of his security first, Vakir didn't notice his friends approaching him. Looking at their friend with surprise, the guys asked if he had overdone his duties because he had washed a mountain of laundry by hand alone. After seeing the young man's efforts, the boys said that they had been willing to help out with their sleeves for points and would now work harder to become an example like Vakir. Putting their hands up and shouting that they would follow Vakir, the boys finally managed to get his attention, and he turned to look at them. Realizing that he had gotten too caught up in his thoughts and had done a lot of work, the young man thought that wandering around during the day was problematic anyway, so now he needed to do a good job. At the same time, an amateur zabeball match was taking place on the orphanage's sports field among the local boys who were tirelessly chasing the ball. The game was watched by little Perry, who was sitting under the cool shade of a tree and was hesitant to approach the boys to play with them. Concentrating on the match and not taking her eyes off the children, the girl didn't notice how a man approached her and sat down nearby. But Perry immediately turned her attention to her neighbor when she heard a bouncing sound from a ball that was bouncing near that one. This man was Vakir, who sat down not far from the girl and took out a ball and played with it to attract her attention. Noticing Perry's gaze filled with interest in the ball, Vikir remembered that the Balak children liked to play it too. Holding this ball in his hand, the young man thought that no one was in a hurry to hatch from this egg of the mistress, and having kept it just in case, he did not expect to find such a use for it. When Vikir let go of the ball again, and it bounced off the ground again, Perry was finally fascinated by the toy and couldn't take her eyes off of it. Trying to hold back her emotions, the girl's face contorted in an incomprehensible grimace, directly saying that she really wants to play with this bouncy ball. The next moment, Vikir gave the toy to the girl, and when he saw her run to play, he realized that Perry had finally taken the bait and made contact with him. But that's when the guy was caught off guard by a Sinclair student telling him that she guessed he was actually a kind guy. Looking at the young man and smiling warmly at him, the girl added that he obviously hides kindness behind his rudeness and coldness. Sinclair then made her way to Vikir sitting under a tree, and the latter asked her the reason she had come to him. Leaning over to the young man, Sinclair said she wanted to get to know him better, and although she was a year younger than him, she hoped he wouldn't mind an informal conversation. Looking at the girl with his side vision, Vikir said carefully that he didn't mind it, because he still didn't understand the girl's motives. While Sinclair was saying that she would call the boy brother Vicar, and the young man was saying that he didn't like it, they didn't notice how Perry was playing and ran to the fence. Being very passionate about this game, the little girl tried so hard that she put too much pressure on the ball and it went out of her control. The next moment, the ball bounced off Perry and raced in the opposite direction from the girl, and she was not able to keep up with it. Having reached the fence, the ball, as if by magic, fell into the hole in the fence and fell into the water outside the fence. When Vikir and Sinclair saw this, they stopped their conversation because they realized that the girl had lost her toy and was about to get upset. Approaching Perry, the students tried to see exactly where the ball fell, but realizing they couldn't reach it through the fence, Sinclair said they couldn't get it. Hearing the girl's words, Perry was nervous because she had lost someone else's thing, but Vikir hurriedly calmed her down, saying that everything was fine and she shouldn't worry about the ball. However, the words of the young man could not calm the girl, and there were bitter tears in her eyes because she regretted the loss of such an interesting toy. Seeing the little girl's distress, Vikir said he had no choice but to get the ball and started unbuttoning his jacket to avoid getting it wet in the water. At the same time, Saint Dolores was walking down the outer corridor of the orphanage and sighing heavily, all unable to stop her worries. The girl kept thinking about Vikir and his prejudiced accusations against the Night Hound, which gave her a bad first impression of him. Remembering the situation with the young man, the girl thought that in addition to the fact that the guy also has terrible behavior, that he went into a minus in points and had to volunteer. However, Dolores's opinion began to change when she asked Tudor about Vicar, and he said that he had gone to help in the kitchen because it was short-staffed. When she got to the kitchen, she saw Sancho, who said that the young man had first distributed food and then went to fix the pipes because the hot water had gone out and didn't even have time to eat. Visiting the boiler room, Saint met Piggy, who said that after fixing the pipes, they were able to boil the laundry, and Vikir went to do the laundry. Then Dolores met Bianca, who told her that the young man helped to hang the laundry, and then went to prepare the playground, because the children called him to play. It turns out that everyone thinks Vicar is a good man, and Saint was not only wrong about him, but also made him a victim of her own prejudices. Heading to the playground, Dolores thought that many people already knew about her affair with Quilty's father, and Vikir had obviously taken care to hide her in the hallway. Seeing the young man, Sinclair and Perry, in front of her, Saint decided to approach Vikir and apologize to him because all this time, she was wrong about him. However, the girl obviously did not expect to see such an ambiguous sight that happened the next second right before her eyes. Sinclair, who was standing next to the boy, was also surprised by this turn of events and covered her eyes in embarrassment, even though she was still peeking at him. At that moment, Vikir took off his jacket and shirt and carefully folded everything and prepared to get the ball for Perry. After a second, the young man scattered and jumped high, leaving the otherwise impregnable fence behind him and prepared to plunge into the mouth of the river. By jumping into the water, Vikir clearly shocked St. Dolores, Sinclair, and Perry with his unpredictable act, whose eyes opened wide in surprise. Having found the toy so dear to Perry, the young man took it out of the water and informed the crying girl about it. Not realizing how attractive he now looked in the eyes of the female students, Vikir told Perry not to worry anymore because he was able to get the ball. Sinclair, who was staring at the boy and noticing his beauty, which he always hides, covered her face because Vikir embarrassed her with his appearance. St. Dolores was also struck by the boy's beauty and was convinced that he had a good heart and helped everyone in need. Little Perry, who saw the desperate step Vikir had taken for her, realized that he could be trusted, and her heart thawed in an instant. The workdays of the student volunteers were just as peaceful at this orphanage, and Sancho Tudor and PG were running around the field playing soccer with the kids. After finishing the game, the guys decided to take a break and said that today was their last day at the orphanage, so they should play with the kids until they lose their strength to please them a little more. Vakir was sitting next to little Perry and quietly watching the boys play as they raced wildly around the field. Holding something in her hands, the girl carefully turned to Vakir and looked at him, blushing with embarrassment. The next second, Perry stood up abruptly and put a beautiful flower wreath on the young man's head, which she had specially made with her own hands for him. When Vakir touched the wreath with his hands, he immediately realized that it was a wreath, because he didn't see what the girl had put on his head, and Perry was waving her hands nervously. Suddenly, the little girl took the young man's palm with her small hands, which surprised him very much. Since Perry could not speak, she decided to write on Vakir's hand the words she wanted to convey to him, and told him that she was giving him a wreath to thank him for his time and the ball. After answering the girl that it was also a pleasure for him, the young man noticed how the girl's little finger froze in place, but still she asked another question. The only thing that bothered Perry so much was the question of whether she and Vakir could meet again, and she looked at him carefully, waiting for an answer. The young man immediately remembered St. Dolores' story of the girl's difficult and sad life, and how she suffered when the volunteers turned their backs on her. Looking at the saddened Perry, Vakir thought that while he was hunting demons and could disappear from this world at any moment, he could not make such promises. But still, the young man himself really wanted to see the little girl again, because he was attached to her, and so he said they could meet again. Looking at little Perry, Vakir promised to come here if he was all right, and tomorrow could come for him. Hearing the words of the young man, the girl was genuinely happy and smiled broadly, lighting up the soul of the man with her smile, because thanks to him she wanted to trust people again. Then Perry said that she would be waiting for her brother Vakir, and he warmly accepted her words, but asked to be called Uncle because he was used to that nickname from the Pomeranians. Soon, the closing ceremony of the volunteer work took place, and student workers and children gathered in the main hall of the Indulgence Orphanage. Listening to the speech about how the children during their time with the volunteers were able to experience what it is like to have a family and filled the void in their hearts made the students cry. Father Quilty said he was happy that they were able to earn the love of the children in only 10 days, and if the children grow up to be great people, it will be a credit to the volunteers. Then a huge donation chest for the children was brought into the hall, and pointing to it, the man asked everyone to contribute to this noble cause. Without paying much attention to PG's bitter tears, Vakir said he was surprised that Father Quilty had decided to come today. Looking at the man, only the young man knew that he spoke of kindness with his demon mouth and skillfully pressed the sense of duty to force people to donate. Seeing the four-man personal guard behind the vile Aggle's back, Vakir realized that ambushing him now was a bad option. However, the young man could no longer allow the demon to do its evil deeds and beyond, so he finalized all his preparations before today. Looking at Quilty's father, Vakir decided that he would deal with the Aggle and wipe the foul fiend off the face of the earth today as he had planned. After the Quilty Moon indulgent speech was over, the volunteers opened their pockets and from there gold coins sprinkled directly into the donation chest. When the students got in line, Vicar and Sinclair were standing at the side, and the girl asked him if he was going to donate, to which he replied that he didn't have any money. Hearing that the girl addressed him as a brother, the young man asked why she called him that, and Sinclair replied that she had promised to think of a way to address him earlier. Then the girl said that since they were the offspring of rich people, it was heartless not to help the orphans. The young man replied that there was no special need for parents. Standing next to Sinclair, Vakir said that parents may have been helpful in childhood, but how one settles in the world depends only on one's own strength. Hearing the young man's words, the girl sharply grabbed his hands and said that obviously the guy was having a hard time since he speaks so coldly about family ties. Looking Vakir straight in the eye, Sinclair invited him to her house, offering to have dinner with her family during the next vacation or holidays. After that, the girl ran away from the young man, saying that she would go to see her children and asking him to think about her proposal once again. Looking at his hand that the girl had grabbed earlier, Vakir thought that she was really weird, and her identity in the academy was definitely a cover-up. Remembering his past life, the young man thought that Sinclair was the most outstanding student in the Ice Corps, but after graduation, she disappeared and was never seen again. At this point, Father Quilty again addressed the students, saying that they would now give the children an opportunity to thank their guardians for the past 10 days. When Tudor was approached by his ward, the boy cried and said he vowed to visit the boy every week until he became a hero and would continue to come afterward. Kneeling down, Sancho stroked his boy's head and told him that in the north, children are the most valuable, for in them lies the future, and told him to be diligent. Piggy, as always, could not hold back his tears and told his little friends that he would definitely come back and bring them lots of different goodies. Bianca also became very attached to her ward, and stroking her head said that the happy and long 10 days had gone by so quickly for them. However, Vakir remained standing in place in complete incomprehension, because his ward little Perry did not show up and did not come to say goodbye to him. The young man began to turn around and look in all directions to find the girl, but his search was unsuccessful. But before the lad suddenly appeared St. Dolores, who was also bidding farewell to her young friends, and at the same time stroking their heads. Stealthily approaching from the back and addressing the president of the club, named Vakir, took her by surprise, because once again she had no time to notice the presence of the young man. When Dolores heard that the boy wanted to ask her a question, she realized that for some unknown reason, she kept remembering the day when he jumped into the river to get the ball. When the girl turned to Vakir, he asked her if she had seen Perry because he still couldn't find the girl. She looked around her and said that obviously Perry wasn't here now, but she had seen her at the shelter this morning. After hearing this, the young man was seized with panic and fear, because he assumed that the girl could be another victim of the vile Aggle. Alarmed at what was happening, Vakir immediately left Dolores, apologizing for leaving so abruptly before he could even talk to her. As he left the orphanage hall, the thought of the Aggle who might have attempted to take this child's life still lingered in his mind, and he looked toward Father Quilty. At that very moment, it seemed to Vakir that everyone present had disappeared, and he and the Aggle were left alone, as if he recognized his hidden identity as the Night Hound. Looking at Quilty Moon Indulgence's face, the young man immediately noticed his vile and sly smile and eyes filled with hatred and thirst for the blood of innocent children. Vakir fully felt the anger he felt for this Aggle, and realized that if he laid a finger on Perry, he would destroy him with extreme cruelty. Soon this difficult day came to an end, and the moon shone again over the capital of the empire, illuminating the night streets and penetrating the windows of the houses. Exhausted from such an emotional day, the boys slept in their beds in the dormitory, and Tutor mumbled in his sleep, saying he wasn't saying goodbye to the children. However, one of the students did not sleep, and leaving his soft bed, he went hunting again under the cover of night, deciding to fulfill today's plan. At this time in the Indulgence Orphanage, namely in the 4th building of the children's dormitory, there were also those who were awake. 4 servants, and at the same time bodyguards of Aggle Dentalion, paced the grounds of the building carrying out their master's orders. When they reached the central corridor, the servants went in 4 different directions to go around the shelter and check it for security. Suddenly, behind one of Aggle's servants, who was called Ephibo, there was a night hound who crept up completely silently using the silent heel skill. But the man still noticed someone's presence and turned back sharply to find out who was there. But there was no one there. Out of nowhere, Hound appeared in front of Ephibo a second later, and startling him with his appearance, said he had a question for him. While the young man was asking where the children who had been taken away for demon fodder were locked up, Dentalion's servant had already swung at him and was ready to strike. In the next second, Ephibo rushed to attack, swinging his weapon at Vakir, but he continued to stand still without moving. But the Aggle's servant didn't even have time to touch his opponent before he realized that his severed head was in the Night Hound's hand in a matter of seconds. After a moment, the consciousness in Ephibo's eyes left him, and Vakir said that it was foolish to ask questions of a puppet who only knew how to make growling noises. Looking at the demonic sword Beelzebub sticking out of his hand, the young man said that he would no longer waste precious time on games and meaningless questions.